Like, subscribe and share for next part, please support. Chapter 1 West Blue, Branch T3, Luo Lei. See Circle Calendar 1514. West Blue. Marines T3 Branch. Hehe, I was refrigerated by Naval Headquarters for 3 years, right? At this time, Luo Lei suddenly opened his white eyes after finishing a day of training in a very simple training ground in the T3 branch, and sighed in disapproval. That's right. He is a traveler. 4 years ago. Traversed to the world of pirates. After the initial hesitation and anxiety, he quickly adapted to the new environment. In order to survive in the pirate world where the weak eat the weak, he took the initiative to join the army, joined Marine Recruit, and became one of the 24th class of students brought by Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr. Maybe luck. After entering Marines recruiting camp, the cheat god level lottery system is activated. Through the lottery, he can gradually grow into a terrifying powerhouse. And by activating the 3 free lottery prizes given by the god level lottery system, he won Pyun, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, and Junior Sage Body respectively. To this, Luo Lei was stunned for a long time. What's more, after crossing into the world of One Piece, the system allowed him to draw the ability of the world of Hokage, which clearly made him a powerful ninja. This is too nonsense, right? But there is no cheat, it is fools and idiots. So, complaining is complaining, he still chose the law of true fragrance, and neatly integrated the White Eyes, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, and Junior Sage Body. So, he completed a gorgeous transformation. Became a powerful taijutsu ninja in the recruit camp, especially after learning Marine 6 styles. With Bai Yan, Chakra of Gentle Fist, Junior Sage Body, just spent half a year, graduated from the recruit camp ahead of schedule with full marks, and became a promising Marine star. Especially the identity of the ninja surprised many Marines. In Zephyr's words, Luo Lei subverted his inherent knowledge of taijutsu, and the derived ninjutsu is more powerful than imagined, and the cooperation between chakra and armament haki is a perfect match. In the future, Marine's high-end combat power will definitely have his place. Pity. Man is not as good as God. In an escort mission, because he ignored the orders of celestial dragons and did not give celestial dragons face, annoyed the world nobles, celestial dragons. In order to give an explanation to celestial dragons, Luo Lei was hidden by Marine's high-level rise and fall, and was demoted to the fish pond of West Blue. From a promising new star, he became the branch head of Marine West Blue T3 branch, with the rank of Commodore. And this so-called West Blue at 3 branch is just a small branch that has just been established. After Luo Lei took office, the previous head of the branch was transferred away, and he also took away the remaining 10 or more Marine soldiers of the West Blue at 3 branch. Luo Lei went to recruit people and cultivate his own confidence. To this, Luo Lei readily accepted. Originally, after activating the god-level lottery system, he just wanted to find a quieter place to practice properly. This seemingly remote and humble West Blue at 3 branch was just right for him to practice. In this situation, he practiced in the West Blue Marine T3 branch for 3 years in a low-key manner. For 3 years, he almost didn't make any moves, and he didn't show his presence too much. Except for cultivation, it was cultivation. Celestial dragons, really rubbish among rubbish. I do not know how long it has been. Luo Lei stretched, a coldness flashed in his eyes. Although he joined Marine, he doesn't have Marine's servility. If he is given another choice, he will still not give celestial dragons any face, and kneeling is even more impossible. Marine executives, I'll let you know what a real ninja is. The next moment, Luo Lei grinned and muttered to himself, 3 years, it's been 3 full years, as the branch head of Marine T3 branch, if I have a chance, I will shake the sea and return to Naval Headquarters. System, I want to see my own property panel. Thinking of this, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he silently ordered. Ding! Host's property panel is being generated. Ding! The property panel is generated. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Beginner, Armament Haki Beginner, Second Hokage, Templates of Senjo Tobirama unlock 50% Fusion, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, White Eyes, Junior Sage Body. Random draw, 3 times. Draw points, none. The strength is steadily increasing. Have you accumulated 3 random lottery chances now? Probably glanced around. Luo Lei's eyes fell on the number of random draws. In general, the god-level lottery system will give you a chance for a free random lottery every 6 months, and after practicing in the West Blue at 3 branch for 3 years, the system has rewarded a total of 6 free random lottery opportunities. He has used it 3 times and now has 3 left. A year ago, he used a random lottery rewarded by the system. In the Hokage world, the second Hokage of Konoha village in the country of fire, first Hokage's younger brother, one of the founders of Konoha village, and Senjo Tobirama's character summoning card. At that time Luo Lei was overjoyed. After all, this is second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, a man who is known as the fastest speed in the ninja world. What makes Luo Lei even more excited is that Senjo Tobirama Grandmaster Water Style, in the world of pirates, isn't it like a duck to water? In short, isn't it as easy to beat demon fruit power as it is to beat a sun? But just when he wanted to summon Senjo Tobirama, the system told him that the character summoning card can not only be summoned, but also can be merged. Once the fusion is selected, Senjo Tobirama's character summoning card will evolve into Senjo Tobirama's character template, allowing the host to carry out inheritance and unlock fusion. After unlocking, the host will have the strength of Senjo Tobirama at his peak. To this, Luo Lei hesitated for a while. Without hesitation, I chose the character template that incorporates Senjo Tobirama. Joke. Being strong is really strong. Although he has drawn Gentle Fist Grandmaster, White Eyes, and Junior Sage Body, but the strength growth is still too slow. Especially as a ninja. With Marine 6 styles, he is very good in ninjutsu, but ninjutsu is somewhat dwarfed. And once the fusion can integrate Senjo Tobirama's character template, his talents and abilities will undergo a transformation, and there will be an earth-shaking change in ninjutsu. Say something bad. Is the ninja in the pirate world a ninja? If the template of Senjo Tobirama is unlocked, the real ninja will be born. Chapter 2. At this stage, through hard work, he has already made second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's template unlocked fusion 50%. Unlocks all of Senjo Tobirama's water style and some basic ninjutsu. As for the strange power, Flying Thunder God technique, Impure World Reincarnation, Multiple Shadow Clone technique, etc., have not been unlocked successfully. For now, we still have to work hard and focus on unlocking the template of Senjo Tobirama. Luo Lei took a deep breath, and a gleam of light flashed in his white eyes. Have nothing to say. Although compared to first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama is slightly less coquettish. But that's enough for Luo Lei, who is basically invincible once the template for fusion second Hokage Senjo Tobirama is fully unlocked. As for the cultivation of Conqueror's Haki, the cultivation of Marine 6 styles, and Haubian evolved to Tensagen, this is not something that happened overnight. If you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, just take your time. If you have time, go look for something valuable, exchange a little lottery point, and let's draw a lottery. Soon. Luo Lei glanced at his property panel again. When seeing that the lottery points were 0, Luo Lei's mouth twitched a few times. If there were no lottery points, it meant that there was no chance to exchange gold for random lottery. As for how the lottery points come about, according to the meaning of the system, it can be exchanged for valuable things in the pirate world. Alright. Over the past 3 years, Luo Lei stayed at the West Blue Marine T3 branch. Reclusive, low-key cultivation, no thought to find anything of value to exchange for lucky draw points. But after a few seconds, Luo Lei turned his eyes. Just looking at the 3 random lottery prizes given by the system. In the random lottery a year ago, he was lucky enough to draw the character template of second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, and now it seems that he can play again in the lottery. Go for a bike and turn into a motorcycle. If you are lucky, maybe get some good stuff. System, give me a random lottery first. The next moment, Luo Lei didn't hesitate, and gave a neat order. Ding! The voice did not fall. In the translucent space that Luo Lei can only see, a large roulette appeared. On the roulette wheel, it is divided into dozens of small squares, each small square is filled with some question marks, and a few small squares are directly blank. The question mark means that what was drawn is random, and the blank means that nothing was drawn. After a few seconds, the hands of the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host, I have drawn Hoshigaki Kisame, peak period, from the character summoning card Hokage Ninja. FK. Another character summoning card. Listen to the system prompts. Luo Lei couldn't help but let out an exclamation. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, he knows that he is one of the second batch of 7 ninja swordsmen in the Kingdom of Water Kirigakuer, and later joined the Akatsuki organization, and is also the second user of the big sword Same Heta. Has a shark-like face, complexion, and sharp teeth. It is good at attacking with water style and the sword Same Heta, a sword that can absorb chakra. Because of the amazing chakra in his body, he was called the Tailless Beast. In the end, Might Guy used 8 inner gates, defeated him and killed himself. Now, he drew Hoshigaki Kisame's character summoning card. I have to say that I am very lucky. The only thing that makes Luo Lei a little confused is that this time the random lottery draw was a ninja. It can only be said that the system is really wonderful. System, gave me the remaining 2 random draws. With a good start. Luo Lei didn't even think about it, and ordered again. Ding, ding, host, I didn't draw anything in the first random draw. As the pointer stopped on the blank grid, the mechanical voice of the system also sounded in Luo Lei's mind. Luo Lei's expression became a little stiff. But just as a few black lines appeared on Luo Lei's forehead. Ding, congratulations to host, the second random lottery draw has drawn fish and fish fruits, ancient species, and megalodon form, system produced, must be a high-quality product, absolutely no side effects, you can use it with confidence. Did you get the devil fruit that has no side effects? Or is it a relatively rare fish and fish fruit? The next moment, Luolei looked startled, his eyes narrowed sharply. This time, I didn't get anything from the Hokage world, but I got a devil fruit, which is still in the form of usse fruit, ancient species, and megalodon. And for fish and fish fruit, Luolei is also no stranger, because Kaido, one of the 4 Emperor's beasts, is in the form of fish, phantom beast, and green dragon. After eating it, it can be transformed into a green dragon, so that the eater has the powerful superpower of green dragon. Now he has drawn fish fruit, ancient species, megalodon form. Have to say, luck is still very good. More importantly, the products produced by the system must be high-quality products without any side effects. Wait a minute, isn't Hoshigaki Kisame's character summoning card a perfect match for the fish, ancient species, and megalodon form? Suddenly, Luolei seemed to think of something, and a look of consternation appeared on his cheek. As we all know, Hoshigaki Kisame has a shark-like face, gills on both shoulders, and looks just like a human-shaped shark. If you eat fish and fish fruits, ancient species, and megalodon form, then it is not 1 + 1 = 2, but 1 + 1 = 3, and the strength and ability will achieve a transformation. After all, a megalodon who is good at water style. When you think about it, it's all tingling. And once he eats the devil fruit in the form of usse fruit, ancient species, and megalodon, Hoshigaki Kisame's physical fitness will definitely undergo a transformation, which can be said to be completely complementary. Chapter 3. System, what is the loyalty of the characters summoned through the character summoning card? Before long, only Luolei asked curiously. Host, you don't need to worry, the characters summoned through the character summoning card are all 100% loyal. The cold voice of the system machine came out. Okay, call Hoshigaki Kisame. Luolei's eyes were fixed, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he ordered without hesitation. Now he has the template of Senjo Tobirama. It is no longer necessary to merge the Hoshigaki Kisame character summoning card into a template, and it is more in line with his interests to summon it. Besides, now he is the only one in the West Blue at 3 branch. Hoshigaki Kisame was summoned, and he finally had a qualified subordinate. Laugh. Accompanied by a sound of spatial fluctuations. I saw a man with a shark-like face, long dark blue hair, and same hata on his back, appeared on the training ground. Grown-ups. After Hoshigaki Kisame appeared, he twisted his shoulders slightly, and after scanning around, he turned his golden pupils to Luolei and said respectfully. No doubt. Under the intervention of the system, Hoshigaki Kisame has his own independent thought, ability, and strength remain unchanged, but memory is affected. Luolei becomes Hoshigaki Kisame's boss invisibly. Looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, who was wearing a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds. Luolei nodded thoughtfully, and as expected, Hoshigaki Kisame at his peak had defected from Kirigakure and joined the Akatsuki organization. System, extract devil fruit fish fruit ancient species megalodon form. Now that Hoshigaki Kisame was summoned, Luolei thought for a moment and then ordered again. Boom. After a few seconds. With a broken voice. A pineapple-like thing covered with spiral patterns appeared out of thin air in Luolei's hands. Is this devil fruit? Looking at the fruit-like things covered with spiral patterns in his hands, Luolei said to Hoshigaki Kisame with a half-smile, do you want to eat this? This is. Hoshigaki Kisame frowned, a little confused. After being summoned, he is still in a dazed state until now, only knowing that this man with a pair of white eyes in front of him is his boss. This is devil fruit. Hearing this, Luolei explained slowly, it is called the secret treasure of the sea, and the market price is at least 100 million baileys. After eating it, you will get different abilities, but as a price, those who eat it will be rejected by the sea and become landlubbers. Now this one in my hand is a fish fruit, ancient species, megalodon form with no side effects. Eat. The voice did not fall. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, since there are no side effects, it is still the devil fruit in the form of a fish, an ancient species, and a megalodon, which is just right for me. Joke. As a mature ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame is not an indecisive master. Besides, the fish fruit ancient species megalodon form is obviously very suitable for him, and it can also enhance his strength, why not eat it? Take it, eat it while it's hot. After hearing this, Luolei threw the devil fruit in his hand to Hoshigaki Kisame. It is good. Hoshigaki Kisame took the devil fruit, and without any hesitation, he devoured it and took a bite. This. The next moment. Without any sign, Hoshigaki Kisame's golden pupils shrank sharply. I just feel that eating devil fruit in the mouth is extremely astringent, just as uncomfortable as eating shit. Even if he has a strong tolerance, some can't bear it. It's really unpalatable. But Hoshigaki Kisame is also a face-saving person and a very serious ninja. After all, serious ninja. Who the hell is going to follow the steps to the death? Besides, if you pretend to be compulsive, you have to pretend to be tearful. Especially in the face of the boss Luo Lei, he didn't want to show his embarrassing side, he had to show it well. So, in this situation, Hoshigaki Kisame suppressed the nausea in his heart. He ate the devil fruit in his hand one by one abruptly. As expected of a ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame. See this scene. Luo Lei couldn't help but sighed. What else can I say? As a ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame is undoubtedly very qualified. It is said that devil fruit is the most unpalatable thing in the world. As a result, Hoshigaki Kisame ate it bit by bit without changing his face. Actually, one bite seems to be enough. After Hoshigaki Kisame finished eating, Luo Lei thought about it for a while before reminding him coldly. After hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame, who has just swallowed the last sip. I couldn't bear it any longer, I broke the defense all of a sudden, and glanced at my boss Luo Lei sadly. Certainly. Just when Hoshigaki Kisame was about to say something. His body froze. A violent aura suddenly erupted. Then, under the gaze of Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have transformed into an ancient creature, the lines on his cheeks gradually became deeper, the fangs in his mouth became sharper, and his golden eyes were even more shining. Bursts of cold light. And this is just the beginning. Soon, without using the sword Same Hata, Hoshigaki Kisame gradually turned into a half-mare man. Crack. Crack. Maybe it's because the pressure is too terrifying. The air began to show wisps of cracks visible to the naked eye. 1 second. 10 seconds. 5 minutes. Finally. After 10 minutes. The changes in Hoshigaki Kisame's body gradually subsided. Looking around, Hoshigaki Kisame has no changes on the surface, with dark blue long hair and a face that looks more and more like a shark. But Luo Lei knows that after eating the fish fruit, ancient species, and megalodon form without side effects, Hoshigaki Kisame's strength has achieved a transformation, and his physical fitness has also undergone a qualitative leap. Chapter 4. My strength has become stronger again. Purely using my body, I can destroy cage-level powerhouses with the sword Same Hata. At this time, sensing your own transformed body, Hoshigaki Kisame looked terrified, and he still hasn't recovered. That's right, he knew that the fish fruit ancient species megalodon form was a good thing, but he didn't expect that the increase in his strength would be so terrifying. Without any exaggeration, his physical fitness has reached an ultimate. The fish fruit ancient species megalodon form endows him with extraordinary physical strength, stamina, anti-strike ability, and recovery ability. Especially in the human shark state, his physical fitness in all aspects such as attack power, strength, agility, speed, etc. has been improved in all directions. If it is in the sea, with ninjutsu, he is even more clueless. Why? Perhaps sensing the transformation of Hoshigaki Kisame, the bandage-wrapped Same Hata twisted a few times and touched Hoshigaki Kisame very intimately. Same Hata, are you happy for me too? Shoo. Glancing at Same Hata on the back, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, stretched out his hand and grabbed Same Hata, and waved it very easily. Swipe. The next moment, there were visible cracks in the air. In front of Luo Lei's expression didn't change. He stared at Hoshigaki Kisame thoughtfully. Especially when he saw the special energy of devil fruit fish fruit ancient species megalodon shark constantly merging with chakra, Luo Lei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no adverse effect. Otherwise, Hoshigaki Kisame is afraid that it will be abolished. Now, after eating fish and fish fruits, ancient species, megalodon form, Hoshigaki Kisame has already had a molt, and I'm afraid Hoshigaki Kisame will become even more terrifying if he learns about Conqueror's haki. Boo. Boo. In vain. Just when Luo Lei was still thinking, the phone bug, which had been silent all along, rang without warning. Hear the sound of the phone bug. Luo Lei frowned, took out the phone bug, and said, "This is West Blue's Marine T3 branch, I'm the branch manager, Luo Lei. Luo Lei Commodore, where are you now?" The voice did not fall. On the other end of the phone bug, then came a very urgent voice. "Garp Vice Admiral, I'm at the base of West Blue's Marine T3 branch," Luo Lei said with a puzzled expression upon hearing this familiar voice. Although he has been away from naval headquarters for 3 years, but he still has some impressions of the voice of marine hero, Garp. To know, after graduating from the recruiting camp with full marks, was he specially praised by Garp? The Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr has an accident. The accident happened in West Blue, close to the waters where the West Blue Marine T3 branch is located, so you should hurry and try to delay the time. On the other end of the phone bug, Garp added in a dignified tone, to force Zephyr to seek help from naval headquarters, the opponent's strength should be very strong, you should pay attention to safety, if you really can't. Words did not speak. But Luo Lei understood in seconds. Don't worry, it's fine. The next moment, Luolei took a deep breath and said coldly, in West Blue, if you dare to attack Mr. Zephyr, I will let that guy know how to write dead words. Actually, Luolei has always been grateful to teacher Zephyr. After joining Marine, it was Zephyr who taught him step by step and guided him. It is said that after he was demoted to the West Blue Marine T3 branch, Zephyr also had an unpleasant relationship with the Marine executives and made a lot of noise. Now Zephyr is attacked. In terms of love and reason, Luolei will take action. As for revealing his strength, it's no big deal. I used to be incapable of strength, and I was forced to grow up in a wretched manner in West Blue. Now I have strength, and I have Hoshigaki Kisame as my subordinate. What did you say? On the other end of the phone bug. Garp was obviously surprised, and made an incredible sound. To put it bluntly, he just routinely informed Luolei. After all, as the head of the West Blue Marine T3 branch, he was close to where Zephyr was attacked. If he could get there, it would still be useful. The result is good. This Luolei Commodore wants to let the mysterious pirate who attacked Zephyr know how the word dead is written. This Nima is a bit of a pain in the a. Are today's young people so violent? Don't worry. Garp Vice Admiral. At this time, Luolei didn't think too much. After saying this, then he hung up the phone worm neatly. In fact, after hearing that Mr. Zephyr was attacked, he thought of who the attacker was. If he remembered correctly, it should be Whitebeard too, which is Edward Weevil. In the original, Zephyr was attacked and chopped off by a mysterious pirate when he was 65 years old. Only Zephyr and 2 of his minions survived, and the rest of the students died. And this mysterious pirate joined Shishibukai 2 years after Summit War ended. Unable to accept this fact, Zephyr left Marine with his 2 surviving men and established a new Marine, or Neo-Marine, which became even more extreme than Akainu. At this point in time, only 3 people joined Shishibukai, Luo, Buggy, and Whitebeard 2. Luo was only 17 years old 9 years ago. No matter whether it is strength or fame, it is impossible for him to be the one who cut off Admiral's hand. Buggy can simply ignore it, and the only one left is Whitebeard too. He claims to have the strength of Whitebeard when he was young, and it is not impossible to cut off a hand from a Marine ex-Admiral who is no longer in his prime. Humph, Whitebeard too, it's your bad luck. The next moment, Luolei commanded neatly without any hesitation, Hoshigaki Kisame, let's go. Okay, boss. Hoshigaki Kisame clenched same hata tightly, smiled coldly, and said, it just so happens that I also want to fight well, I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 5. At the same moment, Naval Headquarters. After learning that Zephyr's marine warship was attacked by mysterious pirates, there was some shock and disbelief in the entire marine executives. No one would have thought that in the fish pond in West Blue, someone would dare to attack Marine's predecessor, Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. This is undoubtedly incredible. After all, Zephyr is a former Marine Admiral anyway. Now that he is old and weak, he has retired to the second line of Marine, and his ability is not as good as before, but his status is still there, and his strength is still somewhat. Besides, there are Marine soldiers from the recruit battalion on the Marine warship. These are all hopes for Marine's future, and they cannot be ignored by the top management of Marine. At this time, at the highest level of the headquarters, in a top-level conference room, Marshal Marine, Sengoku, Staff Officer Crane, Garp, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, etc. Marine executives all gathered together, looking extremely solemn and ugly. Joke. Marine's total instructor Zephyr. The attack at West Blue with students from recruit camp certainly slapped Marine in the face. More importantly, Zephyr is also a former Marine Admiral. Now he was attacked, and he couldn't resist it. He was forced to ask for help. How powerful would the enemy be? Even Mr. Zephyr can't deal with that. How terrible is that mysterious pirate? A strange color appeared on Kizaru's wretched cheeks. These pirates don't care about Marine at all? If you dare to take action against Marine's top management, you must be prepared to bear Marine's wrath. A wave of heat poured out of Akainu's body, and there was a cold murderous intent in his tone, which made the temperature of the entire room rise a few degrees. Humph, no matter who it is, there is a price to pay. Aokiji put his hands on the table and snorted coldly. After his face changed several times, he turned his eyes to Sengoku and said, I want to go to West Blue to help teacher Zephyr. Let me go. Kizaru hesitated for a moment before shaking his head helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he still said in an unmistakable tone, I will get to West Blue as quickly as possible. Actually, as Marine's 3 admirals, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu were all students of Zephyr. Although Kizaru and Akainu drifted apart from Zephyr because of their different beliefs in justice and pursuits, but, no matter what, Zephyr is their teacher, and it is reasonable to help them. Kin. After hearing this, Sengoku turned to Kizaru with a serious face and said, you set off immediately and go to West Blue to help Zephyr. Understood. Kizaru stood up neatly and left the conference room. By the way, Garp, will you notify Marine at West Blue of your order? After Kizaru left, Sengoku turned his eyes and looked at Garp, who was not eating snacks and sleeping, and his face was also serious. From Naval Headquarters to West Blue, even if Kizaru rushes at the fastest speed, it will take some time, so before Kizaru arrives, West Blue's Marine has to take on the heavy responsibility of dragging the mysterious pirate. I told you half an hour ago. Garp said in a deep voice to Sengoku, if you guessed correctly, the marine branches of West Blue have already set off. When it comes to this, Garp frowned and added, Luolei Commodore of the West Blue T3 branch is the closest. He said that he would make that mysterious pirate die ugly. Luolei from West Blue's T3 branch. After hearing this, Sengoku, Staff Crane, Aokiji, and Akainu all froze for a while. Somehow, they vaguely thought of the white-eyed genius marine who graduated from the recruit camp with full marks 3 years ago. At first, to quell the wrath of the celestial dragons, Naval Headquarters hesitated for a while, and then transferred Luolei to West Blue as the head of the West Blue T3 branch. It's a pity, but, a genius who hasn't fully grown, is not worthy of marine disobeying the will and orders of the celestial dragons. Sengoku's feelings are the deepest. Because, after Luolei was hidden in the snow, Zephyr often came to his office to make a scene. Stop being funny. A few seconds later, Akainu folded his arms and said with a gloomy expression, although the recruit named Luolei is special compared to Wanakuni's ninjas, but, that's all. In 3 years, he is not a demon fruit power, so no matter how talented he is, he cannot grow to the point where he can match or even surpass Teacher Zephyr. Yes, I just hope he can persevere a little bit. Aokiji took the teacup, took a sip of hot tea, and said slowly, being able to call Teacher Zephyr for help, the strength of that mysterious pirate must not be underestimated. Maybe. Garp grinned, shrugged, and said, I don't really have any hope. Just hope nothing happens to Zephyr. At this time, Staff Officer He, who had never spoken, had a hint of helplessness flashing in his deep eyes, and muttered to himself, our group of old buddies, but one less person died. The voice did not fall. The expressions of Sengoku and Garp suddenly froze, and they opened their mouths to say something, but nothing came out. Invisible. The atmosphere in midair became a little more subtle. At the same time, West Blue. Over the endless sea. Looking around, a giant megalodon shark hundreds of meters long was on the sea level, like a rocket launch, and a Luffy galloped past. Wherever he went, stormy waves were set off, and shock waves visible to the naked eye were rolled up, swept out in all directions, very terrifying. In the face of such a violent Hoshigaki Kisame, the underwater creatures everywhere were trembling with fear. Even the sea kings hid far away and did not dare to get close to the scales of Hoshigaki Kisame for fear of touching them. Mr. Zephyr, can you hold on a little longer? At this time, Luolei, who was standing on the back of the megalodon, looked out at the sea in front of him, and a cold chill flashed in his white eyes. Whitebeard too. Edward Weevil? Is it possible to cut off an arm of Mr. Zephyr in the original book? I'm sorry, but let you be a stepping stone for Hoshigaki Kisame. Chapter 6. West Blue. On a rough sea. Accompanied by 2 terrifying breath fluctuations. There was a turbulent sea on the sea, and the harsh roaring and vibrating sound was constantly issued. And in the most majestic central area of the waves, a marine's top warship is drifting with the current, shaking violently. On deck, Zephyr was confronting a burly, plump figure with a white beard that curled up like a crescent moon like Whitebeard. Perhaps the energy of the battle fluctuated too much, causing the sea to set off a wave of terrifying waves. At this time, the battle seems to have been going on for some time now. There are bloodlines everywhere on the warship, many marine soldiers from recruit battalion, or lying dead or wounded everywhere. And Zephyr, the chief instructor, has already fallen into madness, and he is fighting with the fat pirate to his death. Damn, really damn. Smelling the smell of blood in the air, Zephyr seemed to be in madness, roaring angrily, kill my student, no matter who you are, I will kill you. Marine deserves to be killed in order to get love and compliment from mom. Hearing this sentence, the burly, fat pirate holding a long-stem naginata sword like Whitebeard in his hand seemed to have something abnormal in his mind, and gave a silly, cold smile. That's right. This is the original Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil. Don't look at Edward Weevil's brain is abnormal, his IQ is not high, and his appearance is rather strange, but, the strength that burst out is incomparably violent, whether it is haki or strength, it is superior to Zephyr at this stage. Superior. Boom. Zephyr's fists covered armament haki, like a black hammer, and collided fiercely with Edward Weevil's naginata. A deafening roar resounded, and under the powerful strength of Edward Weevil, Zephyr's expression suddenly changed, his fists trembled, and his body was slammed back 4 or 5 steps. Maybe it's too powerful. If you look closely, you can also find that there are visible cracks on Zephyr's fists. Mr. Zephyr. How is it possible that Teacher Zephyr, known as the Black Arm, broke the defense with his fist covered by armament haki? What to do? What do we do now? See this scene. At the corner of the deck. Some of the remaining marine soldiers of the recruit battalion looked panicked, but they were scared to the point of ultimate. Especially when I thought of some marine recruits who died tragically under Edward Weevil's knife, these remaining marine recruits trembled a few times and really wanted to cry. What's more, he was paralyzed on the deck in fright. As a recruit of marine, this is the first time they have faced such a vicious pirate. Even the chief instructor Zephyr was suppressed, so violent and pervert. How to do? Are we going to shoot? In front of the group of remaining recruits, Anne and Binz looked extremely solemn. As the elite recruits of Marines recruit camp, the two were also Zephyr's beloved disciples. Now I can only watch Teacher Zephyr get into a tough fight, and there's nothing I can do. We're no match for that guy. After a few seconds, Binz, dressed as a ninja, held the long sword in his hand incompetently, his legs were weak, and he said in a trembling voice, "This guy is too strong, especially his strength, and he is gradually suppressing Teacher Zephyr. Damn." Anne, with blue hair, clenched his fists, and a pair of beautiful big eyes flashed a trace of grief and bitterness. Too weak. Or she and Binz are too weak. Even if she is the Paramecia regressive fruit ability, Binz is the Paramecia lush fruit ability. In the face of absolute power, she is useless and can only be crushed by the guy holding the naginata in front of her. In the field, this guy, Zephyr, who was hit by another knife and stepped back a few steps, had a sense of powerlessness on his cheeks. But as soon as he saw the students who were killed, lying on the deck covered in blood, his heart was filled with anger again. Boom! 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 A deafening roar continued to sound. Zephyr's fist and Weevil's naginata collided frantically, and a shock wave of energy erupted that made the sea area tremble. Unfortunately, it looks very shocking. In fact, Zephyr has been pinned down, and has been beaten back and forth. At this stage, the old Zephyr can no longer show the momentum of the Marine Admiral Black Arm, which was famous in the sea. Edward Weevil seems to be at his peak, except that he lacks the power of shock fruit. He seems to be a young version of Whitebeard, with armament haki and physical strength alone. He has exploded with extremely powerful strength. Drink. Another roar. Zephyr once again waved his already bloody fist. Click. A golden and iron symphony sounded. Zephyr's fist, covered in blood and armament haki, was once again broken by Weevil's naginata, slashing a wound deep into the bone. Ha ha ha, I'm going to cut off your arm. Seeing Zephyr's scarred fist, Edward Weevil laughed stupidly and became even more bloodthirsty. He raised the naginata that was wrapped around armament haki, and once again gathered all his strength. Offensive was launched. No doubt. It was an all-out hit. Stop talking too much. Seeing this, Zephyr subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he thought of the student standing in the corner of the deck. Once he was scared to back down, his students would be in danger, so he could only grit his teeth and drive armament haki to ultimate, trying to resist the blow with Blood Linlin's fist. However, during the fierce confrontation, in the turbulent sea, without any warning, 4 water megalodon sharks with a length of more than 10 meters flew out and bombarded Edward Weevil's legs at a lightning speed. Chapter 7. Swish. Swish. 4 piercing sounds resounded, and 4 water megalodon sharks more than 10 meters long roared out and bombarded Edward Weevil's legs. Compared with the obese upper body, Weevil's legs are very thin, looking very abstract and strange, and at a glance, he knows that it is his weakness and weakness. What is this? Weevil, who was originally fighting, saw 4 water megalodon sharks, cut through the air, and stormed towards his legs. Without hesitation, Weevil smiled foolishly, turned his hands, waved the naginata in his hand, and shot a dazzling sword energy. Boom! Boom! The next moment, 4 explosions sounded in succession. 4 water megalodon sharks were blown up in midair and turned into countless water droplets. Pity! Just as Weevil wanted to continue his attack, the countless water droplets gradually evolved into thousands of small megalodon water bombs, which fell like raindrops and attacked Weevil on the deck. Confused. Very confused. Seeing this scene, Weevil, who had a low IQ in the first place, was stunned. He couldn't figure it out a little. It was obvious that the 4 water megalodon sharks had been blasted into water droplets, so why did they become thousands of small megalodon water bombs? Bang, bang, bang. It is this hesitation. Thousands of small megalodon water bombs bombarded Weevil like a gust of wind and rain, and there were crisp collision sounds. Perhaps the power was too great, and the entire warship was almost directly blown up. Seeing Weevil being attacked, Zephyr took a few steps back in confusion. Up to now, he didn't even figure out who did it, or it was such a strange attack method, using seawater to condense into 4 sharks, and they would split when attacked. It was terrifying. What kind of attack is this? It doesn't seem to be the ability of demon fruit power. Wait a minute, this breath, so familiar. Next moment, observation haki seems to sense something. Zephyr's expression changed slightly, and an unbelievable look flashed in his eyes. Attack Zephyr teacher, who gave you the courage? At the same moment, Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, before the people arrived, their voices already overwhelmed the wind and waves on the sea, roared and exploded like thunder, which made people feel shocked and could not calm down for a long time. And look around. In the distance where the sea meets the sky, Luolei stepped on the hundreds-meter-long giant megalodon shark incarnated by Hoshigaki Kisame at an extremely fast speed and moved forward. This is... Hearing this familiar voice, Zephyr's body suddenly froze, showing a stunned look. Did you make a mistake? It's actually him, Unbelievable. It's really unbelievable. To put it badly, Zephyr thought about many possibilities, but he didn't expect Luolei to be the first to arrive on the battlefield. 3 years ago, Luolei was in recruit camp and spent half a year graduating as number 1. He is a rising star in Marine with a promising future, especially his pioneering ninjutsu, even Zephyr. There are some surprises. Ninja. He had seen it in Wanakuni. Not worth mentioning. But I have never seen a ninja like Luolei, especially those white eyes, who were born to learn physical skills. Pity. Man is not as good as God. Dog Days celestial dragons ruined a genius abruptly. In the past 3 years, Zephyr doesn't know how many times he has quarreled with Sengoku, but Sengoku just doesn't let go, and puts the interests of celestial dragons first, and refuses to transfer Luolei back to Naval headquarters. In this regard, Zephyr, in addition to being tired, is full of disappointment with Marine executives. It is precisely because of this reason that for 3 years, he has not dared to meet Luolei at the West Blue T3 branch. He is afraid of seeing Luolei's disappointed eyes. After all, as a teacher, he can't even keep his favorite students. What do you think? All are utter failure and incompetence. It's good now. He doesn't go to West Blue to see Luolei. On the contrary, Luolei broke through the waves to save him, and the roles seemed to be reversed. Judging from the battle just now, Luolei's strength seems to have undergone a rapid transformation. What is this? Could it be reinforcements? It's great. It's really great, we're saved. At this time, not only Zephyr, but even the remaining Marine soldiers of Recruit Battalion in the corner of the deck showed a look of anticipation and surprise. Especially seeing Luolei in Marine uniform, stepping on a giant megalodon shark hundreds of meters long, like a savior, these remaining Marine soldiers of the Recruit Battalion were shocked. After all, can you imagine a person stepping on a megalodon, riding the wind and waves? Come, reinforcements are here, it seems to be the teacher's student. Judging from the uniform, it looks like a Commodore from West Blue. Can he beat this vicious pirate in front of him? In front of? After the initial surprise, Anne and Bin's quickly calmed down, and their expressions were a bit bitter. If I read it correctly, the reinforcements in front of me seem to be wearing Commodore's righteous cloak, which makes Nima somewhat chill. After all, even Teacher Zephyr was suppressed by the pirate in front of him. What's the use of a West Blue Commodore to back it up? Do you deliver food? Mr. Zephyr, long time no see. For a few seconds. With a crisp sound. Luolei's body flickered a few times, then stood on the deck of the warship, and looked at Zephyr who was gasping for breath. I haven't seen you for 3 years. Teacher Zephyr seems to be older. No wonder it was severely suppressed by Edward Weevil. You shouldn't have come. After hearing this, Zephyr's expression was somewhat complicated, 3 parts surprise, 4 parts helplessness, 2 parts guilt, and 1 part resolute. Luolei can come. It made him very happy. But the pirate facing him now is too powerful, even he is a little powerless. Therefore, he must not let what happened 3 years ago repeat itself again. Next, he will fight with all his strength, even if it is death, he will do whatever he can to protect his students. Let me come. Seems to see what Zephyr thinks. Luolei turned his eyes and looked at Edward Weevil, and said in a low voice, this idiot should be treated as a gift from me to Teacher Zephyr. And on the other side. Roar. After being bombarded by thousands of small megalodon water bombs, Edward Weevil roared, his mind moved, and his whole body was wrapped in armament haki, and he forcibly defended this wave of violent attacks. Has Marines' reinforcements come? The next moment, Edward Weevil wiped his snot, with an angry expression on his face, although he didn't know what was going on with the weird attack just now, but, whoever dares to stop him, damn it. Chapter 8. Go to hell. At this time, both IQ and EQ were negative. The foolish Edward Weevil stared at Luolei. After a roar, he waved the naginata in his hand and slashed towards Luolei without any hesitation. Be careful. Zephyr looked startled, armament haki burst out, and he wanted to block it. Boom. Sudden. A sound of breaking water sounded. Under the sea, Hoshigaki Kisame returned to his human form, holding Same Hata, his body flashed, and he directly met him with a knife. Clang. In an instant, a metal collision sounded, Same Hata and naginata collided violently, and a terrifying collision shock wave erupted. Although not learning Conqueror's haki. But Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, cooperates with chakra, and his own swordsmanship is very strong. After eating the devil fruit in the form of yuya fruit, ancient species, and megalodon, his physical fitness and the power has made a leap forward. So, after the front was hard on Edward Weevil, it was abruptly knocked back 5 or 6 steps. Cool. After defeating Edward Weevil, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, with a look of extreme excitement on his shark-like face. How is it possible that the pirate was repelled? Seeing this, Zephyr looked a little sluggish, as if he didn't react. He had played against Weevil, and he knew very well how tyrannical Weevil's physical fitness was and how terrifying his strength was. Except for the absence of shock fruit, similar to Whitebeard when he was young. The results of it. But was repelled by someone who didn't even use armament haki. Repulsed. That pirate was abruptly suppressed. Is this also reinforcements? Marine doesn't seem to have such a number one, right? It seems to be saved. At this time, not only Zephyr, but even Marine recruits such as Anne and Bins on the deck were a little confused. From Luolei's appearance to Hoshigaki Kisame breaking out of the water and knocking Weevil back with a single blow, it took less than 10 seconds for them to react. Mr. Zephyr, go and see those students, leave this guy to Hoshigaki Kisame. Looking at Weevil who was repelled, Luolei nodded without any surprise, and spoke to Zephyr next to him. It is good. Although there is still infinite anger towards Weevil in his heart, but Zephyr still knows the priorities of the matter. He took a deep look at Luolei, then Hoshigaki Kisame, and backed away without hesitation. After all, he's not a fool or a fool. In 3 years, this proud student of his seems to have undergone an unknown transformation, and under the perception of observation haki, this guy named Hoshigaki Kisame seems to have chakra energy that belongs to ninjas in his body. Are you a ninja again? A doubtful thought flashed through Zephyr's mind. But he quickly forgot about it. Now is not the time to think so much. He still has to check the Marine recruits in the recruit camp. How about the casualties? At the same moment, Weevil, who was repelled, looked at Hoshigaki Kisame who suddenly appeared, and was obviously a little confused. In the battle of power, he actually lost, which was something he had never encountered before. Do you want to die? Wait for me to kill you. Soon. After recovering, Weevil's stupid cheeks showed uncontrollable anger, and he clenched the naginata in his hand again, and with a move, armament haki wrapped around the blade and slashed towards Hoshigaki Kisame without hesitation. Humph. Same hata slash. Hoshigaki Kisame snorted coldly, with a cold face, strands of chakra wrapped around Same Hata, revealing the spiked piercing bandages on Same Hata, and slashed head-on. Nemas. Still want to torture me? What are you? If it doesn't sound good, even if he didn't eat the devil fruit in the form of the fish, the ancient species, and the megalodon, he was not in vain for the guy in front of him. What's more, he ate devil fruit in the form of fish, ancient species, and megalodon. Certainly. Hoshigaki Kisame actually has an idea in his heart. When facing ninjas, as long as he holds Same Hata, he can basically be invincible. The reason is very simple. When Same Hata is very close to or in contact with the enemy's body, weapon, and entity chakra, it can devour the chakra of the opponent's ninja. Even the chakra of the tailed beast is not enough to feed the hungry Same Hata. Now that we are in this so-called pirate world, without chakra, we can only see if Same Hata can adapt to local conditions and absorb armament haki. Wouldn't it be nice if armament haki could be absorbed? Thinking of this, Hoshigaki Kisame got a little excited. Originally, I was thinking of taking the time to learn Conqueror's haki, but if Same Hata can absorb armament haki, wouldn't he be able to adapt and learn in advance? Boom. After a few seconds, another crashing sound resounded. The air burst in an instant, and an extremely terrifying energy shock wave erupted. Even though the very thick armament haki was attached to the naginata, it still trembled heavily when it collided with Same Hata, which was covered by chakra. Okay, so scary. Facing this heart-pounding confrontation, the Marine soldiers of the recruit battalion were trembling with fear. Too strong. Just look at it. It made them shiver a little. Wait a minute, something is wrong, Hoshigaki Kisame's weapon seems to be alive. Sudden. Just at this time, Zephyr, who had retreated to the edge of the deck, observation haki seemed to have sensed something, and his eyes widened, revealing a ghostly look. Because, just at that moment, Hoshigaki Kisame's weapon, the blade covered with barbs, trembled slightly, showing his fangs, inadvertently absorbing some armament haki. Chapter 9. Weapon, alive? Absorbing armament haki. After careful perception again, Zephyr was a little dumbfounded, and countless question marks appeared on his head. What weapon is this? Armament haki can't even be absorbed by the famous 12 swordsmen? Besides, there is still life breath, can the sword be summoning? Thinking of this, Zephyr's eyes involuntarily turned to Luolei. I don't know, I was shocked when I saw it, what kind of monster was this proud student of my own brought? It seems to have eaten the top Zoan devil fruit, and also has a weapon that can absorb armament haki, and is also a ninja. Interesting, really interesting. Beside, Luolei's eyes flashed with surprise. He knew that Same Hata could absorb the opponent's chakra and inject the absorbed chakra into the user's body, but he didn't expect that same Hada is really not picky eater. Can you still connect seamlessly and absorb armament haki? Think carefully. Is this Nima a little scary? To put it mildly, in the Hokage world, if Hoshigaki Kisame hadn't encountered an alien like Might Guy, he wouldn't necessarily be defeated. Now same Hada has switched to armament haki, which makes the scalp tingle just thinking about it. At the same time, my armament haki is decreasing. Weevil, who was fighting against Hoshigaki Kisame, also seemed to have noticed something. He subconsciously took a few steps back, and quickly distanced himself from Hoshigaki Kisame. There was also a look of doubt on his ugly cheeks. Obviously, he couldn't figure out why the weapon actually bared its fangs absorbing his armament haki. But intellectual disability is intellectual disability. Since he couldn't figure it out, Weevil didn't bother to think about it either. Roar. After a roar, Weevil's imposing coercion once again rose to a new level. With a move, armament haki continued to wrap around the Naginata and launched an attack again. Laugh. In the next instant, the Naginata burst out with a majestic and fierce aura, carrying a monstrous sword energy, and attacked Hoshigaki Kisame critically. Good come. Feeling the excited same Hada, the corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth twitched slightly, and he was no longer in a hurry. He also urged Chakra to wrap around same Hada and waved suddenly. Clang. Naginata and same Hada collided once again, making a roaring sound that shook the sky, and a terrifying energy shock wave erupted. Crack. Crack. Perhaps the energy shock wave of the collision was too violent, and the sea water became more and more turbulent. As a result, the marine warship, which was already crumbling, suddenly appeared cracks visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions on the deck. Not good. The warship is sinking. Let's evacuate first and go to the lifeboat. See this scene. The remaining marine recruits in the corner of the deck looked at Zephyr in panic, and looked at Zephyr. What else can I say? The situation has now reversed. But on the vast sea, if you don't get on the lifeboat, wait, the warship sank, these marine recruits are afraid they are not going to feed the Sea Kings, right? This. Hearing these words, just as Zephyr frowned and wanted to say something, Luolei, who had not made any movement, had the chakra on his body surging, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water-style 4-poster boat. Bang, bang. Accompanied by a crisp sound. Under the jaw-dropping gazes of the remaining marine recruits, countless currents emerged from the deck and wrapped around the marine warship, directly reinforcing the crumbling marine warship, and the visible cracks stopped spreading. What? How is this possible? The hands seem to have a seal? The marine warship was reinforced by the water flow that appeared out of thin air. The remaining marine recruits watched all this helplessly, and they all showed expressions of horror, even Zephyr was a little surprised. This. What means is this? Did you eat devil fruit? But, isn't right? No breath of demon fruit power? Hoshigaki Kisame, stop playing. At this time, Luolei didn't care so much. He folded his arms and said softly, quickly fight and suppress that fool as soon as possible. All right. After fusing second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's character template to 50%. He still knows some basic water-style ninjutsu, such as this water-style 4-pillar boat, which he evolved from wood-style 4-pillar house. First Hokage Senjo Hashirama used wood style to conquer the world, Yamato used wood style for greenery, and he used the basic water style to reinforce the warship, right? It is good. The voice did not fall. Hoshigaki Kisame's shark cheek flashed a playful look. Immediately afterwards, under Weevil's disbelieving gaze, above Hoshigaki Kisame's same Hada, wisps of armament haki shone with metallic luster. No doubt. This is Weevil's armament haki. This is my armament haki. Weevil saw this, his eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. With his IQ, he really couldn't understand why this armed color same Hada slash. A few seconds later, Hoshigaki Kisame's face was cold, and he showed a domineering aura, and he waved the same Hada wrapped around armament haki again. Laugh. A terrifying cracking sound resounded. Above same Hada, there was an astonishing fierceness, causing cracks visible to the naked eye to appear in the air. Obviously, with the dual blessing of armament haki and chakra, Kisame also had a quality improvement. Go to hell. Although Weevil felt threatened. But, he was not in the right mind, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he waved his Naginata madly and greeted him again. Rumbling. Another roar resounded. Naginata and same Hada collided suddenly, and a more violent energy shock wave erupted. Immediately afterwards, in front of everyone's eyes, it seemed that same Hada's power was too powerful, and after only a few seconds of stalemate, there were cracks on the Naginata. Crack. Crack. This is the sound of a crack in the Naginata. Not good. Seeing the crack in his Naginata, Weevil finally reacted and wanted to retreat as quickly as possible. However, it's too late. Almost as soon as he retreated, the Naginata shattered, and Kisame, carrying an incomparably terrifying sternness, slammed into Weevil's left arm abruptly. Boom. With one blow, Weevil's left arm, which was wrapped by armament haki, was directly ripped open, blood rushing. Perhaps it was because the power was too tyrannical, Weevil's body was forcibly blasted out, and fell on the sea surface 100 meters away, directly smashing the rough sea into a terrifying deep pit. Chapter 10. The Sea. In an instant, the world turned upside down. Boom. The sea is roaring wildly. From the battle between Hoshigaki Kisame and Weevil, to the time Weevil was bombarded, it took only a few minutes, but the situation had undergone an earth-shaking reversal. Gollum, Gollum. On the deck. The remaining marine recruits headed by Anne and Bins couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with shock. There is no harm without comparison. Even a pirate who is helpless to teacher Zephyr, is madly suppressed and madly beaten by that shark-faced man. It is unbelievable. But, is the teacher too weak? In the past, in the eyes of these marine recruits, Mr. Zephyr was a godlike being, omnipotent. Now, they finally know what it is. Amazing. I'm really getting old and can't keep up with the times. Zephyr sighed and asked subconsciously, Luolei, is this your subordinate? Yes, Hoshigaki Kisame is my recruit. Luolei nodded slightly and added, he is also an extremely powerful ninja. A ninja? Zephyr smiled and said, teacher went to Wanakuni when he was young, but, the ninjas in Wanakuni, compared to you, are trash. Haha. Luolei shrugged indisputably, a look of disdain flashed in his white eyes, and said, Wanakuni's ninjas are trash, not worth mentioning. Zephyr smiled dumbly, and said with a serious sense, fortunately you came in time, otherwise. As soon as he said this, Zephyr was already a little depressed, and it became even more depressed. What else can I say? As a teacher, I brought students out in person, but failed to protect the students. After all, he is too incompetent, too weak. Ninja. When did ninjas become so powerful? After hearing the conversation between Luolei and Mr. Zephyr, the remaining marine recruits headed by Anne all showed incredible expressions involuntarily. Ninja. Rarely seen at sea. These marine recruits have never seen any ninjas. It's good now. I saw 2 ninjas at once. And this. Among them, Bins, who is dressed as a ninja, is the most excited. Although he is the ability person of Paramecia Lush Fruit, but does not hinder his dream of becoming a powerful ninja. At the same time. Weevil, who was bombarded and flew into the sea, screamed wildly on the sea. The wound on his left arm was bleeding, and it was constantly diluted by the sea water. If his left arm was not wrapped by armament haki just now, the blow from Hoshigaki Kisame just now was probably not going to blow his left arm abruptly. Mommy. Okay, well, it's scary, really scary. In the turbulent waves, Weevil yelled with grief on his face. With an abnormal mind, he only had one thought in his heart, and that was to stay away from the wicked man with the shark face. Anyway, since he had memories, he has never been hit so badly or so miserably. So call. In this situation, Weevil subconsciously began to swing his arms. In the turbulent waves, like a prodigal dog, stay away from this sea area, away from the terrifying shark-faced villain. Want to run? It's late. Hearing Weevil's strange cry, the corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a look of arrogance, pretending to be forced and wanting to run away. How could there be such a good thing? Besides, the sea is his home ground? Isn't it a joke to want to run? Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Hoshigaki Kisame stood on top of a huge wave more than 10 meters high in a flash, with chakras surging all over his body, and his hands quickly knotted, water-style big shark ball technique. Boom. A violent collision sounded. Under countless gazes, an oversized megalodon water bomb bombarded Weevil's body before he could react, and the powerful force directly knocked Weevil flying. And this is just the beginning. Water-style big explosive water rush. Water-style 1000 food shark. Water-style water prison technique. Facing the flying Weevil, Hoshigaki Kisame's hands had already turned into after-images, constantly knotted, and the chakra all over his body was surging like crazy. Boom. A deafening roar sounded. Weevil, who had just been blasted away, was hit by the waves of water violently spurted from his mouth by Hoshigaki Kisame. And at the moment of falling into the sea water was roaring, and the waves were constantly splashing around, forming thousands of small water megalodon sharks, which surrounded Weevil in a swarm. The sharp fangs are constantly biting Weevil's body. Even if armament haki is defending, there are some drop in the bucket, especially the injured left arm, which is the focus of the water megalodon. In a matter of seconds, there were dense scars on Weevil's body, and his body was already bloody. If it weren't for his physique, he would have been killed by terror. Woo-ah-ah, woo-ah-ah. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Weevil's screams were endless, resounding throughout the sea. He wanted to resist, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, after a few minutes, a spherical cage formed by water flow appeared on the water surface. As for Weevil, he was lying in it beyond recognition, with only a faint sound of breathing. Quiet. A dead silence. In the face of Weevil, who was defeated in a destructive manner. The remaining Marine recruits on the deck were completely shocked. After a while, he couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, his eyes were full of shock, and there was only one thought in his heart, that is this special ninja? Chapter 11. Is this a ninja? So strong. What a power. On the sea surface, he performed the magical water-style ninjutsu, combined with the turbulent sea water, and directly suppressed the pirate without any resistance. Nimas. Are ninjas so powerful? You must know that in the sea, the famous monster-level powerhouses are either great swordsmen, top-level demon fruit power, or grandmaster taijutsu and armament haki. They have never seen such a powerful ninja. In short, ninja. Not worth mentioning at sea. Well now, the appearance of Hoshigaki Kisame has completely overturned the inherent perception of these Marine recruits. Kisame, well done. At this time, Luolei, who had not spoken, stretched and said without any surprise, bring Edward Weevil to the deck and let everyone have a good look. Actually, after Hoshigaki Kisame ate the devil fruit in the form of yuya fruit, ancient species, Megalodon. He is full of confidence in Hoshigaki Kisame's strength. Ninjas are not scary, but they are afraid that ninjas will continue to improve despite their own strength. Okay, boss. Hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, showing his sharp fangs, and with a wave of his right hand, the spherical cage formed by the current left the sea level and fell onto the deck. Call. And looking at Weevil, who was imprisoned in the water cell and was dying. On the deck, the remaining Marine recruits came to their senses only after realizing it. A force comparable to Marine Admiral was born, and Marine is about to change. Among them, this thought flashed through Zephyr's mind subconsciously, and it was difficult for him to calm down for a long time. Joke. That pirate named Weevil. How tyrannical the strength is, Zephyr is very clear. Now Luolei's subordinate, Hoshigaki Kisame, has suppressed Weevil with a destructive force, and his strength must be comparable to that of him at his peak. In short, West Blue suddenly has a ninja comparable to Marine's level. Once it spreads, not only Marine himself, but also the new world in the second half of the Grand Line will be turbulent. After half an hour. Quick, stop the bleeding first. Too much blood loss, only amputation. On deck. The soldiers of the recruit battalion are busy running around. Some of the seriously injured who have not died are undergoing emergency treatment. Compared with the original, this result is undoubtedly much better. In the original novel, in the face of Edward Weevil's attack, Marine recruit from the recruit camp was annihilated except for N and Bins, and even Zephyr had his arm cut off, which was a heavy loss. And on the other side of the warship, Zephyr's arm was also bandaged, and he was sitting there with a low expression, with Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame standing beside him. Alas, the teacher is really useless. As a teacher, I brought the students out in person, but failed to protect the students. I do not know how long it has been. Zephyr let out a faint sigh, and said in a low mood, 3 years ago I couldn't protect you, so you were hidden in the West Blue by the naval headquarters, and now even the students in recruit camp can't protect you, a sea of out of nowhere. Thief, you will defeat the teacher's beating. Mr. Zephyr, that guy is not a nobody. Luolei shrugged helplessly, changed the subject and said, his name is Edward Weevil, it should be related to Whitebeard. Whitebeard. After hearing this, Zephyr's expression suddenly became solemn, and said, do you know him? No. Luolei nodded with a chuckle, and said, his mother, Miss Ba Jin, was on the same boat with Whitebeard. Is that so? Zephyr sighed thoughtfully, no wonder Weevil and Whitebeard are somewhat similar, except that there is no shock fruit and his brain is abnormal, he is almost a replica of a young Whitebeard. No doubt. Zephyr also played against Whitebeard back then. Knowing how terrifying Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, is. Now this Edward Weevil, judging from the ability and strength of performance, even if it is not of Whitebeard's species, may have been transplanted with Whitebeard's cytokines. Humph. Miss Bajin is dead. The next moment, as if thinking of something, Zephyr snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and said with murderous intent, although I don't know why, but, if you dare to let your son attack me, then be prepared to take Marine's wrath. Thinking of this, Zephyr took a deep breath and had no more scruples. In front of Luolei, he took out the phone bug and dialed Marshal Sengoku. At the same time, Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. After dispatching Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, Sengoku was a little upset. The current pirates seemed to be more and more unscrupulous. They had already ridden on Marine's head to shit, and even Marine's high-level officials dared to attack at will. Fortunately, Kizaru shot, as long as Zephyr can hold on, the problem can basically be solved. With Zephyr's strength, it should be able to last a little longer. Right in front, Garp slumped on the sofa, clasped his nostrils with his little finger, then went to pick up the senbei, took a sip, and said faintly, Marine's top management has been reduced to being attacked by pirates, really? It's pathetic. Garp, can you please lift the pot without opening it? Before he finished speaking, Sengoku frowned and couldn't help but scolded, dare to take the initiative to attack Marine's senior management, I'm provoking Marine, hitting Marine in the face, and I will make the pirates pay. Oh. Garp shrugged indifferently, and said meaningfully, what price is Marine going to make the pirates pay? I heard that the world government seems to be interested in legalizing some big pirates. Sengoku's expression froze, and he stopped talking all of a sudden. What can I say? After entering the era of the Great Pirate, the big pirates headed by the four emperors are becoming more and more rampant and invincible, and they have vaguely suppressed Marine's power. As Marine's marshal, he must lead the overall situation, and move the whole body. Before the situation is clear, Marine must not act rashly. As for legitimizing some of the big pirates, it is now only a part of the top executives of the world government, secretly agitate. Bolu. But at this awkward time, the golden phone bug on Sengoku's desk suddenly rang. Sengoku picked up the phone in surprise and said, "This is Naval Headquarters, I'm Marshal Sengoku." "Marshal Sengoku, I'm Zephyr." Zephyr's solemn voice came from the other end of the phone bug. "Oh, Zephyr." Sengoku looked surprised and asked subconsciously, "Has Kizaru arrived at West Blue? Has that pirate been suppressed? Listening to your voice, it should be fine, right? Please escort him to Naval Headquarters, I want it. Interrogate him personally. Kizaru hasn't arrived yet." On the other end of the phone, Zephyr didn't beat around the bush, and said neatly, "Commodore Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, joined hands with Hoshigaki Kisame to suppress and capture the vicious pirate." What? Hearing this sentence, Sengoku's mind buzzed, and countless question marks appeared, and finally he couldn't help but exclaimed. Chapter 12. No way. Sengoku never thought of it. Kizaru, one of the three admirals, did not arrive at West Blue. Instead, Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, arrived first, and even suppressed and captured the pirate. This is completely impossible, right? Say something bad. Able to force Zephyr to seek help from Naval Headquarters, that pirate is definitely not weak. Could it be that Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, was able to suppress the captives? That's right, Luolei is indeed a genius, but, after cultivating at West Blue for 3 years, can he grow to the point where he surpasses the old Zephyr? Is it just nonsense? For a moment, Sengoku frowned. Involuntarily have doubts about this matter? Could it be that Zephyr deliberately played a bitter trick to force Marine executives to submit and transfer Luolei back to Naval Headquarters? Marshal Sengoku, I know you may not believe it and doubt this matter, but, that's the truth. As for the specific process of the incident, the camera phone bug on the warship has already recorded it, and I will join the pirates, send them to Naval Headquarters together. On the other end of the phone bug, Zephyr didn't panic at all, and added in a cold voice, "This time, I took the students from recruit camp to West Blue for an internship, and the route of travel was kept secret. Why was pirates attacked when I arrived at West Blue? The Marine of the recruit battalion suffered heavy casualties, and Naval Headquarters must give me a reasonable explanation for this matter. By the way, the pirate who attacked me seems to be related to Whitebeard. His mother, Miss Bajan, was on a boat with Whitebeard." This. Hearing the questioning voice of Zephyr on the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku was obviously stunned, and after a moment of hesitation, he said solemnly, "As for this matter, Staff Officer Crane is already investigating and will definitely give you a reasonable explanation." Wait a minute. In the next instant, as if he noticed something, Sengoku said in surprise, "You mean the mother of the pirate who attacked you is related to Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors? All right. When it comes to Whitebeard, then things got a little serious." Zephyr nodded expressionlessly and said, "This guy named Edward Weevil is almost identical to Whitebeard when he was young, except that he doesn't have shock fruit. If Luolei hadn't arrived in time, maybe I'd already be dead, and Marines recruits would have been wiped out. When it comes to this..." Zephyr's tone was obviously a little lingering. "Luolei is really that strong?" The next moment, there still seemed to be some doubts, and Sengoku couldn't help but make sure. "It's more than powerful." Zephyr seemed to have thought of something, and said slightly sarcastically, "This time, Luolei basically didn't do anything, and it was his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame who suppressed the pirate. If I'm not wrong, Hoshigaki Kisame's strength is already comparable to that of him. Admiral. By the way, Hoshigaki Kisame is also a ninja, with a bizarre ninjutsu skill." "Zephyr, are you joking?" Boom. The voice did not fall. Perhaps too unbelievable. Sengoku stood up from his chair at once, a look of surprise on his cheeks. "Did you make a mistake? Ninja? Comparable to the strength of Marine Admiral? Or the head of the West Blue T3 branch, Luolei's subordinate?" This series of news kept flooding Sengoku's heart, setting off a storm that could not be calmed down at all. He thought of many possibilities. "I just didn't expect that this would be the case. If this so-called ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame really has admiral-level strength, doesn't it mean that there is another monster-level combat force standing at the top in this sea? Certainly. Sengoku as Marshal Marine. It can be considered that he has experienced strong winds and waves, and he quickly recovered, took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and said, "Okay, I understand, I understand. By the way, I'll let Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, go directly to the West Blue T3 branch." "Okay, Marshal Sengoku, I'll hang up first." Zephyr nodded expressionlessly, and didn't want to say more, so he hung up the phone worm neatly. Boo! Boo! Hearing the voice of the phone bug hanging up, Sengoku's expression changed for a while. Finally, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, then took a deep breath. His expression suddenly became solemn. "Garp, things are serious. What happened at West Blue has already happened. Under our control, Luolei is very hidden. That pirate named Weevil is also related to Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. When it comes to this..." Sengoku also turned around, flipped through the folders in his bookcase, and found Luolei's profile at the bottom. He glanced at it briefly, and then shook his head helplessly. Some time ago, when he was bored, he asked Staff Officer He to collect it, just to see if there was any change after Luolei was hidden in West Blue. Now, it seems that this mediocre information is just to hide people's eyes and ears. If everything is true, that Luolei is also hiding too deep in West Blue. If Zephyr hadn't been attacked, he might have continued to hide in West Blue. Thinking of this, Sengoku rubbed his head, his scalp tingling. This is too incredible, right? Right in front, Garp was stunned, glanced at the immortal shell in his hand. His expression was a little dignified, and said with hindsight, "Since Zephyr said this, it may be true, it's just. Is there really a ninja comparable to Marine Admiral?" To this, Garp also expressed serious doubts. Ninja. He has actually seen. But, they didn't take it to heart. It's not worth mentioning. 3 years ago, Luolei developed the so-called ninjutsu, and he only had a slight sense of how terrifying the future generations were. In the end, my good guy, after 3 years of absence, Luolei's subordinates actually had a ninja comparable to everyone in Marine. This was undoubtedly a big king, and he was shocked for a while. "Do not know." Sengoku shook his head and said solemnly, "No matter what, just wait until Kizaru goes to the West Blue T3 branch to test it out, let's talk about it. As for the relationship between Weevil and Whitebeard, should I have someone check it out too?" "It is good." Garp nodded, and returned to his condescending appearance, picked up the senbei and ate it deliciously. "You." Seeing that Garp was like a normal person, Sengoku frowned, and finally sat on the chair, muttering to himself with a serious face, "What happened in West Blue, I hope it won't affect the situation in the sea. Originally thought that Zephyr was attacked, it was just a simple matter. Sending a Marine Admiral will do the trick. Now it seems things are getting more complicated. Luolei, who has been silent for 3 years in West Blue, has become a blockbuster even if he doesn't make a sound, showing his muscles, and the sudden appearance of Weevil, it really gave Sengoku some headaches. And miserable. 3 years ago. In order to give Celestial Dragons an explanation, he personally issued an order to hide the promising new star Luolei in West Blue. Anyway, in his opinion, even if Luolei is a genius with a bright future, he can't compare with Kamui of Celestial Dragons. There is nothing to regret. It's good now. 3 years have passed, and Luolei started to slap him in the face. Chapter 13. Certainly. Could it be possible to slap his face? It's hard to tell now, because Sengoku is still skeptical about what happened. Especially the little-known Hoshigaki Kisame, is it really comparable to Marine Admiral's monster-level combat power? He is extremely skeptical. Thinking of this, Sengoku still picked up the phone bug that was on the table. West Blue. On the shimmering sea. A golden light flashed away and landed on a small island. Bolu, Bolu. It's really troublesome. Hearing the sound of the phone bug, Kizaru stood on a rock with a lazy and wretched expression, took out the phone bug in his arms. "Mr. Sengoku, don't you know that I'm on my way? If it's late, Mr. Zephyr, but it's dangerous." "No." On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Polisalino, you don't have to save Zephyr." "What?" A look of surprise appeared on Kizaru's wretched cheeks, and he said slightly exaggeratedly, "Did Naval Headquarters give up Zephyr-sensei?" "Mr. Sengoku, you can't do this, otherwise, the consequences will be serious." "Kizaru, Zephyr has been saved." On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku was already used to Kizaru's character, and added, "The pirate who attacked Zephyr has already been executed." "Wow, is that so?" Kizaru was obviously stunned and asked, "Who rescued Mr. Zephyr?" It's really scary to be able to defeat the pirates who attacked Mr. Zephyr. Does West Blue's Marine have a hidden monster-level combat power? Kizaru is undoubtedly very clear about the strength of Teacher Zephyr. Even though Zephyr is old now, his physical fitness is seriously degraded, but his strength is actually okay. Therefore, Kizaru's first reaction was that West Blue's Marine came out with a monster-level combat power and rescued Teacher Zephyr. As for Naval Headquarters assistance, no kidding, is he still on the way? Who can be faster than him? It's the head of the West Blue T3 branch, Luolei. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku hesitated for a while before saying incredulously, according to Zephyr, Luolei's subordinate, Hoshigaki Kisame, is a ninja with strength comparable to Marine Admiral. What? What did you say? Kizaru's wretched expression suddenly froze, and he said in surprise, Mr. Sengoku, are you kidding me? Luolei's subordinate, Hoshigaki Kisame, has the strength comparable to Marine Admiral, or is he a ninja? Ninjas are like weak chickens in Wanakuni. That's what Zephyr said. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku looked extremely serious and said, whether it's true or not, I need you to go to West Blue's T3 branch to see what the truth is. What? The voice did not fall. Kizaru was suddenly reluctant. It's really troublesome. The old man came to West Blue just to save Mr. Zephyr? Now that Mr. Zephyr is out of danger, it's time for me to go on vacation. Things are developing a little out of Naval Headquarters control, please. Sengoku increased his tone and said, if West Blue really produces a ninja that is comparable to Marine Admiral's combat power, the situation of Marine and even the situation of the sea may be extremely variable. All right. After listening to Sengoku, Kizaru shook his head helplessly. Although he was reluctant, he finally nodded in agreement. He thought he was here to rescue Teacher Zephyr from West Blue, but now that such a change has occurred, even he himself can't believe it. That Luolei, he also has some impressions, especially the pair of very conspicuous white eyes, which are even more memorable, and now it seems that 3 years of snow hiding, not only did not make him disappear, but let Luolei be a blockbuster if he doesn't make a sound. Row. As soon as Sengoku looked relieved, he hung up the phone bug. It's really troublesome. After putting away the phone bug, Kizaru pouted a little lazily and muttered to himself, Mr. Zephyr, you really taught a good apprentice? It's quite hidden, and before you know it, already on the rise at West Blue. Then, let this old man meet the head of the West Blue T3 branch, Luolei. Ninja comparable to Marine Admiral, more and more interesting. After a few seconds, Kizaru's wretched tone was deliberately elongated. Then without any sign, the figure suddenly turned into a golden light, left the island in an instant, and flew towards the location of the West Blue T3 branch. At the same time, West Blue. On that Marine's top ship. My former proud disciple, one of the 3 admirals, Paul Salino, has come to West Blue. Zephyr glanced at the phone bug in his hand, showing a hint of helplessness, and said, he should test you, look at your true strength. Actually, after the initial grief, Zephyr has some vague regrets and bitterness in his heart. His own student, who had been wretchedly developed in West Blue for 3 years, was exposed because of him. No matter how he thought about it, it was his incompetence as a teacher. Now that everything is exposed, Marines executives will definitely focus on West Blue, on West Blue's T3 branch, on Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. See. Luolei shrugged indifferently. Zephyr's conversation with Sengoku, he heard it, wasn't a big deal, and it was to be expected that it was exposed to Marine's sight. In fact, even if Zephyr is not in danger, he will find a time to show his strength and show his muscles. It doesn't matter, I happen to be bored too. After a few seconds, a proud look flashed in Luolei's white eyes, and he said, I just want to see, how much is my strength compared to Admiral? After hearing this, Zephyr looked a little surprised. He glanced at Luolei, and then at Hoshigaki Kisame, who had been silent for a while, like an honest man, and was relieved immediately. Poor Salino, one of the 3 admiral, may be very strong. But, through the battle just now, Zephyr also had a clear understanding of Hoshigaki Kisame's strength. As for Luolei's strength, he hasn't seen it through for the time being, and it shouldn't be weak anyway. Do not worry. Luolei said confidently, I'm still Marine's Commodore. Even if it's a battle, it's just a matter of learning from each other. Certainly. Luolei didn't say a word. Now, he just hasn't finished unlocking and merging second Hokage Senju Tobirama's template. Otherwise, just rely on a water style. It can overcome demon fruit power and be invincible on the sea. Fine. Zephyr didn't say anything more, a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. As Luolei said, even if Polisalino is a temptation, he will not hit hard, and he and Hoshigaki Kisame are still there. It was just that he did not expect that, 3 years later, Luolei, who was only 15 years old, already possessed the courage and self-confidence to compete with Marine Admiral, which seemed like a dream. Mr. Zephyr. Soon, Luolei took the initiative to change the subject and said, let's go to the T3 branch first, let's take a break. Row. Glancing at the Marine recruits on the deck who had already healed their wounds, Zephyr forced a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. This time, Marine recruits suffered setbacks. He was also hit, but, all this will not bring him down, all the difficulties and obstacles are just paper tigers, it will only prompt him to move forward without hesitation. Chapter 14. Soon. After Luolei and others left. In the distance on the sea, where the sea and the sky meet, a pirate ship faintly appeared. How is it possible, my son has been captured? On the deck, with thick red lips, wearing sunglasses, leaning on crutches, Miss Bajin with a short stature and a wrinkled face, looking extremely the sluggishness is like a fool. She never thought an action full of self-confidence will end in failure. This time, she took on a huge bounty task in the underground dark world, hunting the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. The employer will not only pay a huge bounty, but also provide Zephyr's travel route. After hesitating for a moment, she simply answered. On the one hand, he is confident in the strength of his stupid son, and on the other hand, he is unhappy with Marine. He wants to kill Marine's predecessor, Admiral, to play the power of his son, Edward Weevil, and to destroy Marine's momentum by the way. This will also make her famous in the underground dark world and receive more huge bounty quests. It's a pity that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Her proud stupid son, Edward Weevil, was actually suppressed and captured, and the huge bounty mission to hunt down the former Marine Admiral Black Arm Zephyr was basically a failure. The support from Naval headquarters hasn't arrived yet. When did West Blue's Marine become so powerful? Marine definitely has a conspiracy to hide such a terrifying force in West Blue. Miss Bajin's expression changed, and an old face gradually began to distort. She felt that she was being overshadowed by Marine. To be able to suppress her son, at least she must have the strength of Marine Admiral, right? It turned out well. West Blue really showed Marine's hidden monster-level combat power. The mission failed, I have to find a way to rescue the stupid son. I do not know how long it has been. Miss Bajin looked at the endless sea, and there was a hint of coldness in her deep, cold eyes. As long as her son didn't die, there was still a chance. It was time to use some hidden connections. Rescue the stupid son first and then. After half a day. West Blue. Marine's T3 branch. Although only a small base. In the past 3 years, Luolei has been the only one, but although the Sparrow is small and complete, basic life training can be guaranteed. So, after Zephyr and others arrived at the T3 branch, without any rest and conditioning, it directly entered the devil training mode. In Zephyr's words, this trip to West Blue, being attacked by Edward Weevil, was also an unforgettable experience for the Marines of the recruit battalion. He had to strike while the iron was hot to get twice the result with half the effort. Certainly. Seems to be for learning. Hoshigaki Kisame also joined in. As a very serious ninja, no seal. Hoshigaki Kisame will not be arrogant or embarrassed, and now he just wants to learn armament haki, observation haki, Marine 6 styles to make himself stronger, especially Same Hata, who seems to be very eager for armament haki. To this, Zephyr didn't say anything, he readily agreed and taught Hoshigaki Kisame well. In his words, that is to witness the birth of a monster-level ninja. At the same moment, in the central area of the base, within a humble office. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the daily task 5 months of training, reward, 10% experience. Ding! Fusion 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama's template, unlocked to 60%. Call. Listen to the prompts in your head. Luolei opened his eyes, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. I have finally completed this daily training task. The 10% experience reward is simply a pleasant thing. After all, it took him 3 years to unlock the template of 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama to 50%, and now he has received 10% of the experience reward at one time, which is not too cool. It was at this time, in Luolei's spiritual world. A young man wearing a white Hokage robe, lined with a blue ninja suit, and a Hokage hat on his head seemed to have been unlocked. His aura suddenly changed, and he took out several specially made Flying Thunder God Kunao. Randomly thrown out. Flying Thunder God technique. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. In the blink of an eye, the young man wearing the Hokage hat disappeared. After half an hour, Luolei finally woke up from this integration, and his spirit returned to reality. Cool. After a little sense of the harvest, Luolei's face was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but wave his fist. This time, after unlocking the template of 2nd Hokage Senjo Tobirama to 60%, he finally unlocked the forbidden technique Flying Thunder God technique. In other words, his strength not only increased, but also achieved a leap. Once you cast Flying Thunder God, it is almost invincible, and the force is also higher. System, I want to see my newest attribute panel. After a while, perhaps because he was almost used to the fusion, Luolei stretched and gave a silent command. Ding! Host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding! The latest attribute panel has been generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 15 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Beginner, Armament Haki Beginner, 2nd Hokage, Templates of Senjo Tobirama unlock 60% Fusion, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, White Eyes, Junior Sage Body, Flying Thunder God Technique Forbidden Technique, Basic Water Style. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame. Random Lottery, 0 times. Draw Points, none. Chapter 15. The Flying Thunder God technique has been mastered. After a quick glance at the Properties panel, Luo was happy and muttered. Compared to the previous Properties panel, there is almost no change in the current Attribute panel, and there is an additional prompt for character summoning. The unlocking and fusion of Forbidden Technique Flying Thunder God technique also gave Luo some confidence. After all, second Hokage Senju Tobirama has the title of the first speed ninja in the ninja world. As for what is Flying Thunder God technique? Needless to say, it is an S-class space ninjutsu developed by second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which is a type of body flicker technique. Using the spell to achieve teleportation, the caster will leave a Flying Thunder God spell on the target in advance, and no seal is required when it is activated. I really didn't expect that water style has not been unlocked, but the Forbidden Technique Flying Thunder God technique has been unlocked. Luo's eyes flickered slightly, and he couldn't help shaking his head. Now only some basic water style. He really wanted to know that it must be very cool to use the S-class water style with all his strength on the sea. Don't worry, take your time. Soon. Luo calmed down and stopped thinking so much. After 3 years of wretched practice, and the summoned Hoshigaki Kisame, he is almost invincible. Next, he just needs to practice well, and sooner or later he will stand at the top of the sea. Besides, now he still has time. Now that the strength has been exposed, it is time to set off some storms to prove his strength. Sudden. Just when Luo was thinking about something, his observation haki seemed to sense something, and immediately raised his brows. While slightly surprised, the corners of his mouth raised a slight arc. It's very fast, has Paul Salino, one of Marine's 3 admirals, arrived. At the same time, Marine's T3 branch. On that rudimentary training ground, Marine 6 styles shaved. Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. The ground beneath Hoshigaki Kisame's feet burst in vain, and his body turned into an afterimage, appearing in the open space dozens of meters away. Try again. Hoshigaki Kisame adjusted some details again, his eyes narrowed, and then his feet suddenly exerted force. Click. The ground cracked again. This time, Hoshigaki Kisame's speed was almost invisible, and he appeared in the distance in the blink of an eye. Obviously, he was more proficient in shaving. Using Chakra's high-speed moving body flicker technique and instant high-speed moving body flicker technique, shaving, seems to have the same effect. And after stopping, Hoshigaki Kisame moved his feet a little and nodded thoughtfully. Currently, he not only knows body flicker technique, but also shave in Marine 6 styles. So, in future battles, there will be more choices. Kisame, you are truly a genius. Right in front of him, looking at Hoshigaki Kisame who had learned to shave in Marine 6 styles, Zephyr was amazed and couldn't help sighing. How long has it been? In less than half a day. The results of it? Hoshigaki Kisame learned to shave in Marine 6 styles. With the so-called body flicker technique, Hoshigaki Kisame's speed has at least improved in quality. But, just at this time, both Hoshigaki Kisame and Zephyr seemed to sense something, their brows furrowed involuntarily. Marine's Admiral is here. The next moment, Zephyr took a deep breath and gestured at Hoshigaki Kisame, saying, I'll teach you moonwalk and finger pistol in Marine 6 styles later. No problem. After hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and his golden pupils looked at the boundless sea in the distance. Indistinctly, a golden flash was flying towards the place where the T3 branch was located. 1 second, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. Time goes by minute. Perhaps because of the influence of Zephyr Sensei and Hoshigaki Kisame, the Marine recruits in the Marine recruit camp who were cultivating all had puzzled expressions, apparently not knowing what was going on. Finally, after 3 minutes, whoosh! Kizaru flashed a few times in the air, and appeared on the island where the T3 branch was located. After seeing Zephyr, another flash came to Zephyr. Mr. Zephyr, long time no see. Kizaru glanced at Zephyr with a look that he thought was very serious, but unfortunately, there was still a wretchedness in his eyes. While talking, Kizaru turned his eyes. Glancing at Hoshigaki Kisame not far away, his expression suddenly became serious. Strong. That shark-faced man is definitely a monster-level combat power. As Marine's Admiral, Kizaru is also well informed. Almost at the first sight of Hoshigaki Kisame, he knows that Hoshigaki Kisame is definitely a ruthless character, at least killing people, no less than him. Vaguely. It also made him feel a wisp of danger. At this time, Kizaru is looking at Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame was actually looking at him coldly. Before Kizaru came, Zephyr had already popularized some of the high-end combat power of the sea to Hoshigaki Kisame. What the 4 emperors, what the Marine 3 admiral, what the world's largest swordsman, and the 5 elders of the world government, the commander of the whole army, even some big pirates in the sea, the giants of the underground dark forces, etc. No doubt. This wretched man in front of me. It is Polisalino, one of the 3 admirals, who eats Logia sparkling fruit. Chapter 16. Marine. Marine Admiral here. Has Lord Paulsolino, one of the 3 admirals, come to the T3 base? At the same moment, seeing Kizaru confronting Hoshigaki Kisame. On the training ground, the marine recruits who were training originally had their eyes fixed, and they reacted with hindsight. To know. This, is Marine's Admiral? For these marine recruits, such characters can be said to be unattainable existences. Now that I can see Paulsolino up close, many marine recruits seem to be a little excited and nervous. Even Bin's and Anne's expressions fluctuated. The only one who could remain calm was Zephyr. His gaze towards Kizaru was full of helplessness and regret. Different road non-phase plan. Justice of Kizaru. Somewhat at odds with his justice. More importantly, Kizaru relies too much on the power of the fruit, and he has not changed his mind after repeated teachings, which makes him a teacher very heartbroken. However, Zephyr would never have thought. In the original work, the 3 apprentices he taught gave him a one-stop service. Akainu ordered, Kizaru started, Aokiji erected a monument, and it was considered a decent way to die. Are you going to fight? I do not know how long it has been. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said excitedly, I haven't fought Logia demon fruit power yet. Talking. Hoshigaki Kisame took Samehada behind him in his hands, looking like he wanted to fight. No need. Hearing this sentence, Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly, an exaggerated expression appeared on his wretched cheeks, and said in a meaningful way, I came to West Blue just to see Teacher Zephyr, who was killed by that pirate. No, take that daring pirate back to Naval headquarters by the way. Humph. The voice did not fall. Zephyr couldn't help but snorted coldly, and said without appreciation, thanks to you, I can't die. Mr. Zephyr, what do you mean? Kizaru's eyes flashed an unhappy look, and said, I was sent to West Blue, not for you, otherwise, I would have been off work for a long time. Get off work. It's okay not to say. Saying that Zephyr was also a little angry, he said earnestly, Paulsolino, don't you know how to cultivate hard? If you rely too much on Devil Fruit's power, you will suffer the consequences sooner or later. What did you say? Kizaru's voice increased a notch, I'm Marine's Admiral now, and it's not your turn to teach. When it comes to this, Kizaru couldn't help but clenched his fists. What's so special? Almost every time they meet, he will be belittled and preached by Zephyr, and every time he says that he relies too much on Devil Fruit's power, isn't that belittling him? Do you look down on him? There is not much speculation. If it wasn't for Marshal Sengoku's orders, he really didn't want to come to West Blue. Haha. Zephyr smiled disapprovingly, I used to be an admiral? What's the big deal? You. Kizaru took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. It was useless to talk about it. He and Zephyr were born in conflict, and there was nothing to say. And seeing this scene, in particular, seeing Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, and Marine's chief instructor Zephyr, full of gunpowder, the marine recruits at the scene couldn't help but look at each other and swallowed cautiously. Although I don't know why. But Kizaru Admiral and Teacher Zephyr are so tit for tat, these marines can only bow their heads, stand like scumbags, and dare not speak. As for Hoshigaki Kisame. But it showed a meaningful expression. The teacher is kind and the disciple is filial. What a harmonious scene. If it was Kirigaku during the blood fog period, I'm afraid I wouldn't have drawn the sword long ago, or you would have died or I would have died, right? Head of the branch, where is Luole? After a few seconds. As if he was a little irritated by what Zephyr said, Kizaru's wrinkled face was a little impatient, and he said, Admiral from Naval Headquarters is here, don't you show your face? Wretched man, what do you want to do? Body flicker technique. Shave. The voice did not fall. Hoshigaki Kisame's Hine has 3 uses, holding Samehada with one hand, quickly nodding with the other hand, and shaving in Marine 6 styles, his body disappears in vain. Marine Admiral is amazing, isn't it? What kind of style is there to say, Lao Zi will fight you with style? Not good. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame disappearing suddenly, Kizaru felt a little bad all of a sudden. As Marine's Admiral, Logia Sparkling Fruit's ability, he has always used speed to bully people. This is the first time he has been attacked by others with speed. Swipe. The next moment, with a burst of air, Samehada broke the air and bombarded Kizaru with lightning speed. Boom! A crisp voice moved forward. Kizaru's body turned into a golden light, and after a sudden flash, he retreated into the distance. It's scary. Ninjutsu used by ninjas. The restored Kizaru. Although he was not injured, but there was a look of horror and disbelief on his cheeks. More importantly, this shark-faced man is very fast. If it is just a shave in Marine 6 styles, he is confident that he can dodge it, but, at a critical moment, he uses another kind of moment. The movement technique caught him off guard. Obviously. This guy performed teleportation ninjutsu. What a miraculous elementalization, isn't it hurt? The other side. Looking at Kizaru who was not injured. A thoughtful expression appeared on Hoshigaki Kisame's face. In fact, he just wanted to use the body flicker technique to catch Kizaru by surprise and try to see if chakra could break the elementalization of those with natural fruit abilities. Now, it seems that ordinary chakra attacks may not work, only armament haki's attacks can has an effect. Wait a minute. Maybe chakra can break the elementalization. The next moment, as if thinking of something, a ray of light flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes. Chapter 17. It's a pity that Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help but sigh at the thought of not being able to sage mode. What else could he say? I can only pin my hopes on the boss Luolei. Once the magic chakra can really break the elementalization of the Logia demon fruit power, it will be interesting. Oh, the old man didn't come to fight. At this time, Kizaru squinted his eyes habitually, looked at Hoshigaki Kisame, and said solemnly, since you have already shot, as Marine's Admiral, let me see how powerful you are. Originally, Kizaru doesn't want to do it, just mix up the ambiguity. But, since Hoshigaki Kisame took the lead, then he can only go with the flow and follow the orders of Marshal Sengoku to test the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame, a ninja that can rival the strength of Marine Admiral? He really has some disbelief. Come on, let's fight somewhere else. Swish. With a cracking sound, Kizaru flashed and appeared on a reef hundreds of meters away, looking at Hoshigaki Kisame. Just to my liking. Hoshigaki Kisame was not afraid, and with a flash of his body, he flew out. See this scene. Kizaru slowly stretched out his right hand and pointed the tip of his middle finger at Hoshigaki Kisame. In an instant, the dazzling golden light gathered on the fingertips, suddenly shot out, and bombarded Hoshigaki Kisame. However, in the face of this attack, Hoshigaki Kisame wasn't afraid, but instead increased his speed and endured the attack abruptly. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded, and Hoshigaki Kisame's body was forcibly bombarded to the ground. The powerful force even caused a huge pothole to appear on the ground, which shook violently. That's it. Kizaru frowned, a look of contempt flashed across his wretched cheeks. How strong does he think Hoshigaki Kisame is? Or a ninja comparable to everyone in Marine? Do not make jokes. How is this possible? Why didn't Mr. Kisame dodge? At this time, looking at Hoshigaki Kisame who was blasted to the ground, the Marine recruits on the training ground were a little confused, and even couldn't help rubbing their eyes, afraid that they were wrong. Marine Admiral is very strong. But, isn't it enough to defeat Kisame-sama with a single blow? That's not how Lord Kisame is when facing Edward Weevil. This guy is testing his resilience and defense, right? Zephyr showed an expression of seeing through everything, and shook his head speechlessly. When he spread the information about the 4 emperors to Hoshigaki Kisame, he mentioned that one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, is extremely powerful, with unimaginable defense and vitality, and is called the strongest creature. Eating the devil fruit in the form of Yuya fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon. Upon hearing this message, Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly felt some movement. Because he ate the devil fruit in the form of a fish and fish without side effects, an ancient species, and a megalodon. Is Marine Admiral that much attack power? As predicted. As Zephyr expected, after a few seconds, Hoshigaki Kisame jumped out of the pothole intact and glanced at Kizaru provocatively. The meaning was very simple, I didn't have much defense, but you couldn't break my defense, the attack was too weak. It's scary. Seeing this, Kizaru didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he said with a crooked mouth, have you been kicked by the light? Swish. The next moment, in the public eye, Kizaru's figure turned into a golden light, like a flicker, and appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame. His foot completely turned into a dazzling golden light, and he kicked it. Unfortunately, in the face of Kizaru's attack, Hoshigaki Kisame still didn't mean to fight back, and took the kick abruptly. Boom! A dull crash sounded. Perhaps it was too much power, and Hoshigaki Kisame flew out backwards, making a scratch of hundreds of meters on the ground, and then gradually stopped. How can this guy's defense and recovery be so strong? Once the hit was successful, Kizaru sensed it with observation haki, and found that Hoshigaki Kisame's breath seemed to be a little unstable, but it was recovering at a very fast speed, like an undead monster. Not just a ninja, or a Zoan demon fruit power. Certainly. As Marine Admiral who has lived through countless events and countless battles. Soon, Kizaru noticed something was wrong. This Hoshigaki Kisame seems to be not only a ninja, but also a top Zoan demon fruit power. Thinking of this, Kizaru's eyes turned to Zephyr. Naval headquarters gave him the intelligence information that Hoshigaki Kisame was a ninja with a strength comparable to Marine Admiral. Now it seems that Zephyr teacher deliberately left out some important information. Hoshigaki Kisame is actually a ninja who ate top Zoan devil fruit. The other side. In a huge pit. Hoshigaki Kisame was lying there with a huge wound on his chest, bleeding blood. But, if you look closely, you will find that the corners of Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth are filled with a little smile. Because, in the face of Marine Admiral's attack, he did not use chakra, nor did he use the armament haki stored in same hata, relying on his tyrannical body, he defended hard. Now, It looks like he's seriously injured. Actually, it's just some skin trauma, and the injury didn't reach the bones. More importantly, the injury he suffered is recovering at an extremely fast speed. In almost less than 3 seconds, the injury has completely recovered. Cool, it's really cool. Feeling recovering from the injury, Hoshigaki Kisame laughed and stood up from the pothole. Obviously, he is quite satisfied with the devil fruit in the form of Yuya fruit, ancient species, and megalodon. After this incident, he will study armament haki well and strive to become a ninja, undead Kisame. Chapter 18. The defense is very strong, and the resilience is also good. It won't be another undead monster, right? Looking at the intact Hoshigaki Kisame in midair, a rare dignified look appeared on Kizaru's lazy cheeks. No doubt. Hoshigaki Kisame's abilities are beyond his expectations. I don't know why, facing Hoshigaki Kisame, he actually has a feeling of facing the beast Kaido, which is undoubtedly a bit nonsense. After all, 100 Beasts Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. The defense is extremely pervert, and the resilience is pretty terrible, especially when armament haki is used. Very few people can break Kaido's defense. Ha 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 ha. This feeling is really cool, I haven't experienced it for a long time. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care so much, he slowly clenched the same hata in his hand, showing a rough smile. There was heart-pounding excitement in his eyes. The test is over. He's about to start attacking now. Although not armament haki, but water style seems to be Tianki demon fruit power, right? Besides, next to the sea, it's really a waste not to use water style. Looks like it's going to be real. Kizaru Admiral on one side and Kisame-sama on the other, it's two. Kisame-sama seems to be serious too. Perceiving a somewhat tense atmosphere. Especially seeing Hoshigaki Kisame endure Kizaru Admiral's attack intact. The marine recruits on the training ground looked horrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Even the top recruits in the recruit camp, and Bins, had cold sweat on their foreheads. There is no way, such a confrontation between the top powerhouses in the sea, even if it is a glance, let them Alexander. Just to see the true strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. Not far away, Zephyr was very relaxed, folded his arms and looked like he was watching a play. In all fairness, neither Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, nor Hoshigaki Kisame, Luolei's subordinate, are weak. At the same moment. Very scary. Facing everyone's eyes and looking at Hoshigaki Kisame who seemed to be about to explode, Kizaru lost his face a little and said with a crooked mouth, "Your strength is really strong, your resilience and defense are also good, but I am Marine's Admiral. 8-foot Kyanguyu." The voice did not fall. Kizaru's body turned into a golden light in vain, and suddenly appeared in midair, with his hands in front of him. The dazzling golden light gathered on his hands, like a sun, and a terrifying energy shock wave erupted. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, countless golden rays of light roared out like a gust of wind and rain, storming towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Attacked away. Are you finally starting to get real? Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the golden light bullets in the sky, his eyes were fixed, his whole body chakra gathered frantically at his throat, and his hands quickly formed a seal, water-style blast water rush. After this sentence, there are almost no signs. From bottom to top, Hoshigaki Kisame's mouth spurted out several terrifying shock waves of water. Boom! 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 In an instant, a roaring sound resounded. Looking around, the white water shock wave and Kizaru's laser continuously collided, and bursts of ability shock waves that made the scalp numb, forming a scene like the end of the world. Fear. Quite scary. On one side is water style. On one side is the ability of sparkling fruit. Between the sea and the sky, white and gold have been connected into one piece, and explosions continue to occur. And that mighty force. There were cracks in the air. Vaguely, the island where the T3 branch was located began to tremble constantly, and cracks appeared in some places. So strong. Kizaru Admiral and Kisame-sama, how strong are they? Fortunately, Lord Kisame is also a marine, otherwise. Looking at the shock wave that made the scalp numb, and hearing the roaring sound that made people hum in their minds, the marine recruits on the training ground were a little dumbfounded. The battle between Edward Weevil and Lord Kisame was much more exciting and violent. More than this. Already starting to rejoice that Lord Kisame is from Marine, with a look of reverence on his face. Marine Admiral is very strong, everyone knows it, and it is also recognized by the sea as the strongest marine, but Lord Kisame fought against Admiral without falling behind, which made them even more in awe of Lord Kisame in their hearts. And worship. Enough, are you trying to destroy the T3 branch? In vain. At such a moment, a cold shout resounded. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking through the air, countless flying thunder god Kunao broke through the sky and appeared in the area where Hoshigaki Kisame and Kizaru were fighting. Immediately after, silently, like flickering figures, they appeared out of thin air in the places where the Kunao were. Immediately, under Kizaru's unbelievable gaze, the golden light bullets he shot disappeared with the figures. That's right. Just disappeared. Not even observation haki can perceive. Nanny. It's scary, how is that possible? Kizaru is a little confused, and his brain is not enough. If he is not mistaken, those figures seem to be Luolei, right? Then, teleported, and transferred all the golden light bullets that he shot away? Chapter 19. Confused. Extremely confused. For a time, even Kizaru was a little confused about the situation. As Marine Admiral, who has gone through countless battles and seen countless major events, this is the first time he has seen such an incredible scene. To actually transfer all his golden light bullets away, there are some things that he can't accept. Space fruit. No, it doesn't seem to have the aura of demon fruit power. Transfer someone's attack instantly, what kind of terrible ninjutsu is this? In midair, Kizaru's expression on his wrinkled cheeks changed, as if thinking of something, and he hurriedly shook his head, denying his conjecture. It was Luolei's vain show, which made him have a little creepy. If someone really moves instantly, wouldn't that be the ability to defeat him, the Logia sparkling fruit? Coupled with the water style displayed by the guy in front of him, if he can control the sea water, he seems to have some restraint demon fruit power. As for the reason, of course, there is sea stone factor in the sea water. Good guy. When did ninjas become so scary? Thinking of this, there was an ominous premonition in Kizaru's heart. How is this possible? What happened? The golden light bullet fired by Kizaru Admiral disappeared. I seem to have seen Luolei Commodore, more than one. Almost all the soldiers of Marine Recruit Battalion who were watching the battle directly exclaimed. Just now, without any warning, they saw dozens of Luolei Commodores suddenly appear and disappear, taking away the golden light bullets that filled the sky. How is this possible? Could it be that Luolei Commodore split up dozens of clones and teleported away Kizaru Admiral's attack? What kind of weird trick is this? Thinking of this, the Marine recruits headed by An and Bins all gasped. Even Zephyr, who had been sitting firmly on the Diaotai all the time, had a drastic change in his expression at this time, and his eyes were filled with an unbelievable look. Obviously, he didn't think that Luolei wouldn't do anything if he didn't do anything. But, after just a few seconds, Kizaru and Zephyr with observation haki. Almost at the same time, he seemed to sense something incredible, and invariably looked towards the sea in the distance. Rumbling. Rumbling. The golden light bomb appeared out of thin air in that sea area. It bombarded the sea level at a speed that could not be hidden by the ears, and a deafening roar broke out. The powerful force caused the sea level to set off a stormy wave, and countless huge waves swept out, which was very terrifying. What kind of ninjutsu does this Luolei perform? As expected, the attack was diverted to that sea area. This is not an illusion, it really happened. See this scene. In an instant, Kizaru and Zephyr, a storm surged deep inside. They were not idiots, and they immediately understood that Luolei must have performed some kind of ninjutsu, able to teleport and deflect others' attacks. It's really getting more and more fun. Let's get you a big one. However, Hoshigaki Kisame at this moment. But without giving Kizaru any time to be shocked, his body flashed and he appeared on the surface of the sea. The ninjutsu performed by the boss of Luolei. He knows it, isn't it the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique? Diverted Kizaru's attack is better. His attack can attack Kizaru without hesitation. Water-style Big Water Megalodon. A terrifying aura emanated from Hoshigaki Kisame's body. Immediately, Hoshigaki Kisame violently spurted a wave of water hundreds of meters from his mouth, instantly forming a huge ellipsoid-shaped water prison, and this was just the beginning. Perhaps drawn by the chakra of Hoshigaki Kisame. Next to it, the already turbulent sea immediately gushed out dozens of huge waves tens of meters high, which flooded into the huge ellipsoid-shaped water prison as if covering the sky and the sun. Boom! In this situation, a larger and larger giant ellipsoid water polo appeared on the sea surface. Call! 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 This was the sound of many marine recruits gasping for breath, and their minds went blank. Because, when everyone was still shocked by Luolei Commodore's bizarre tactics, Hoshigaki Kisame actually did it again. Chakra surging, actually on the sea, created an incomparably huge, larger than the T3 branch. The islands are even bigger ellipsoid water polo. Do not. It can no longer be said that it is an ellipsoid water polo. It is simply a large water meteorite suspended on the sea. At this time, Kizaru in midair also came back to his senses. When he saw the large water meteorite suspended on the sea, he was suddenly speechless. Did you make a mistake? His ULT was moved away, but Hoshigaki Kisame's ULT came out perfectly. Besides, in the face of such a big water polo, Kizaru is a little suspicious that his attack is not useless. Swish! Swish! The next moment, maybe it feels like the amount is almost there. The large water meteorite evolved into a giant water megalodon shark comparable to the size of an island. With a flick of its tail, it cut through the air and opened its big mouth that covered the sky and devoured it towards Kizaru. Walk! Facing the big mouth of the water basin of the giant water megalodon, Kizaru, the size of an ant, didn't hesitate at all, his body turned into a golden flash, and he wanted to leave. He is not a fool, this giant water megalodon, even if it explodes, it will be scattered into water, and it will be useless. Besides, there is also an elusive Luole, you must first take a look at the form. After all, for ninja means. He felt that he had too little knowledge, and it was easy to be caught off guard. Chapter 20. After all, for ninja means. Kizaru felt that he knew too little, and it was easy to be caught off guard. It is helpless to say, he is also a battle-hardened man, he has encountered all kinds of opponents, even the 4 emperors, but he has never encountered such a strong one as Hoshigaki Kisame. Ninjas, compared to that of Wanakuni, are trash among trash. Certainly. At this stage of the battle, Kizaru also believed in the information reported by Mr. Zephyr to Naval Headquarters. Hoshigaki Kisame is indeed a ninja with combat power comparable to Marine Admiral. As for Luole Commodore, he is already invincible by his elusive ninjutsu. Land. Things seem to be in some trouble. At the moment of leaving, for some reason, a meaningful look flashed across Kizaru's wretched cheeks. 3 years ago, Luole was a promising new star of Marine. The ninjutsu he developed was praised by Marine's executives. However, because he offended the Celestial Dragons, he did not kneel down for the Celestial Dragons, and was personally ordered by Marshal Sengoku. Great power. It's good now. Luole Commodore 3 years later. It seems that there has been an earth-shaking growth. Coupled with a Hoshigaki Kisame that is comparable to Marine Admiral's combat power, if one is not handled well, Naval Headquarters has some headaches. Today you ignore me, and tomorrow I will let you down. How high-spirited Marshal Sengoku was when he gave the order, then how embarrassed he may be in the future. Kizaru Admiral, how did you want to leave so soon after all the way to West Blue? However, just when Kizaru's body had turned into golden light and was about to leave, a light laughter sounded. Laugh. Silently. Luolei's body suddenly appeared behind Kizaru. Wait a minute, did you teleport through that special kunao? Facing Luolei who suddenly appeared behind him, Kizaru stopped at the last minute, a flash of enlightenment flashed across his wrinkled cheeks. I see. Just now, in the face of the flying thunder god kunao. Out of curiosity, he grabbed a kunao and wanted to examine it carefully, but found that there was nothing special except for a special technique, so he subconsciously put it on his body. It's good now. At that moment just now, there was a slight chakra fluctuation from Kiwo, and Luolei appeared behind him out of thin air. Cocooning oneself. This made Kizaru almost vomit blood. Speed is power, so, have you ever been beaten by water style? Water style water dragon bomb. Laugh. With a slight chakra fluctuation, Luolei quickly formed a seal with both hands and used the seawater to create a water dragon that was dozens of meters long. Elementalization. In the face of this sudden attack, Kizaru's mind moved, and he wanted to activate the ability of Logia Sparkling Fruit, but found that his body, affected by the sea stone factor contained in the water dragon, was a little weak, and his response was a little slow. Boom. It is such a hesitation. The monstrous water dragon carrying the sea water bombarded Kizaru from top to bottom, directly bombarding Kizaru into the mouth of the giant water megalodon. Quiet. A dead silence. It only took less than a few seconds from Luolei's appearance to Kizaru's being bombarded into the mouth of the giant water megalodon. The situation has changed dramatically. Countless marine recruits, watching the scene in front of them, their eyes widened, showing a ghostly look. Even Anne and Bins were almost in a petrified state, and their minds went blank. What else can I say? They actually saw Marine Admiral being suppressed and knocked off? More importantly, facing the attack of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, Kizaru Admiral seems to have no choice, even his proud speed has been suppressed, and he can't turn any waves. Let you not rely too much on devil fruit, are you suppressed now? Some of. Only Zephyr couldn't help but shouted angrily. Kizaru is his proud disciple. He has always taught Kizaru to practice hard and not rely too much on devil fruit's power, which will put the cart before the horse. It turned out well. Kizaru just doesn't listen. And what ambiguous justice. If you practice hard, that's fine, right? Checking in and going to get off work on time every day is the life he longs for. Normally, it's fine, but now facing Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame with strange methods, they are restrained abruptly, right? Of course, it's not that ninja's water style restrains demon fruit power, but the water contains sea stone's active ingredient pyrobrawan, sea stone factor. In other words, as long as you fight on the sea, using water containing sea stone factor, the water style is Tianqi demon fruit power. Of course, depending on the individual's physical fitness, the influence of the sea stone factor is also different. Some people just touch the water containing the sea stone factor, and they instantly collapse and become powerless. Some people can still move like ordinary people wearing sea stone handcuffs, and some people can restrain the influence of the sea stone factor to the greatest extent. Now Kizaru is facing this problem. I don't usually burn incense. Now that it is affected by the seawater containing the sea stone factor, the body becomes a little hesitant, and even the elementalization that Logia demon fruit power is proud of cannot be used. In the Battle of Masters, it is such a hesitation that people may catch the flaws and fall short. The fact is also true. After being devoured by the giant water megalodon, Kizaru was imprisoned by the endless seawater in the giant water megalodon. Although Kizaru was trying his best to break free, he was still greatly affected. On the contrary, Hoshigaki Kisame has entered the same Hada fusion form, flying freely in the body of the giant water megalodon. Boss Luolei, I'm going to beat Marine Admiral. Swish. With an after-image, the half-shark state Hoshigaki Kisame hardly hesitated, and rushed towards Kizaru, with chakra wrapped around his fist, and bombarded Kizaru's chest fiercely. You. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame's attack, Kizaru, who was already suppressed by the sea water, could only wave his arms in a hurry and use armament haki to parry. Boom. A crash sounded. Kizaru's body trembled violently, and the huge strength made his arms a little numb. It was really Hoshigaki Kisame who ate fish fruit, ancient species, and megalodon fruit. The power was too terrifying. Uppercuts, lower cuts, knees, sweeps, kicks. While your sickness kills you. For a time, Hoshigaki Kisame continued to attack, fully utilizing his advantage in the water, and beat Kizaru abruptly. Chapter 21. As for the beaten Kizaru, facing a series of attacks from Hoshigaki Kisame, he could only parry in embarrassment. Perhaps it is too dependent on the ability of Logia sparkling fruit. Under the influence of speed, Kizaru's strength has been greatly affected. Especially in close combat. It can only be passive defense, and there is no effective counter-attack at all. Boom. Another left hook. Hoshigaki Kisame bombarded Kizaru's left cheek with a punch, and even with armament haki's defense, Kizaru's head was tilted, a large mouthful of blood was spit out, and a few teeth were lost. This, how miserable. In the belly of the giant water megalodon, Kizaru Admiral appears to be completely pinned down. Master Hoshigaki Kisame was so violent and pervert in the water that even Admiral was beaten. At this time, after the initial shock and disbelief, watching the scene in the body of the giant water megalodon in mid-air, the marine recruits were all stunned for a while. Are you kidding? Admiral? Was beaten up and vomited blood? Did you make a mistake? But the fact is happening in front of you, people have to believe. Oh, I hope you can learn a lesson. Zephyr sighed heavily and shook his head involuntarily. Kizaru's strength is not weak. Now that he is being beaten by someone, he relies too much on the power of Logia sparkling fruit. Without speed, even the power of swordsmanship has declined. More than half. Boom. Another dull crash sounded. Perhaps it was too much power, and Kizaru's body flew backwards and was blasted out of the body of the giant water megalodon. This time, Hoshigaki Kisame did not stop him, but let Kizaru fall out. Swish. At the moment of falling out, Kizaru seemed to have regained his freedom. His body turned into a golden light, and he retreated for hundreds of meters. He stared at Hoshigaki Kisame inside the giant water megalodon with an ugly expression. Luo lay on the training ground. Suffocated. Really very frustrating. Since becoming Marine Admiral, Kizaru has never been so frustrated and helpless as he is now. Besides, he came to West Blue. Just ordered to test the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame and Luo Lei to see if it is as exaggerated as Mr. Zephyr reported. It's good now. The test is the test. His famous name was basically destroyed. After being beaten up, Kizaru felt like crying when he thought about it. Once upon a time, he had never been so embarrassed. Is it finally over? Is this too miserable? At the same moment, looking at the embarrassed Kizaru from afar, the marine recruits on the training ground took a deep breath, suppressed their throbbing, and lowered their heads cautiously. No way. It's really miserable what Kizaru Admiral looks like. Looking around, the cloak of justice has disappeared, the yellow shirt and the white t-shirt are shattered, one side of a pair of sunglasses has been blown off, the left cheek has been swollen, and a few teeth have been lost. It looks like a refugee. Generally. Cool. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't care so much. His hands quickly formed marks. The giant water megalodon suspended in mid-air, covering the sky and sun, poured into the majestic sea with a flick of its tail, setting off dozens of waves. A turbulent wave. Swish. Immediately after, another cracking sound resounded. Hoshigaki Kisame appeared on the training ground. After a brief glance around, he took a few steps forward, carrying Same Hada on his back, standing behind Luo Lei. Do you want to continue fighting? Seemingly feeling that it was almost over, Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, glanced at Kizaru who had retreated far away, and said loudly, if you still want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Humph. After hearing this, Kizaru's body flashed, and he also appeared on the training ground. His face no longer had a condescending expression. Instead, he looked at Luo Lei with a solemn expression and said coldly, Luo Lei Commodore, are you polite? If you don't agree, I'm going to fight, I'm Marine Admiral. When it comes to this, Kizaru's heart couldn't help but have some anger. He's Marine Admiral and this guy is just a little Commodore, not even Rear Admiral. The results of it? When he committed the following crime, he immediately started to do it, and he did not pay attention to him at all. What's more, he was suppressed and beaten violently. It's not easy to say such shameful things. He could only grit his teeth and swallow in his stomach. Oh, really? Hearing Kizaru's words, Luolei shrugged disapprovingly and said in a low voice, I don't want to be promoted, and I don't expect to be transferred back to naval headquarters, so I don't need to give you face, and besides, aren't you here to test us? You. The voice did not fall. Kizaru wanted to spit out a mouthful of old blood. What's the matter? Temptation is temptation, and you don't have to give me a little face, right? In front of so many Marine recruits? Deserve to be hidden in the snow? Certainly. Think so. Kizaru didn't want to say more. The strengths of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame are far beyond his expectations. Ninjas are so scary, even if he is caught off guard, he will be taught a lesson. It's terrible. Forget it, go back to your life. The next moment, Luolei seemed to think of something, and said meaningfully, Marshal Sengoku, I should be waiting for your good news. Anyway, I will be at West Blue and do my duty to safeguard Marine's justice. Hehe, upholding justice for West Blue. Kizaru took a deep look at Luolei and said, You're the first general to handle naval headquarters with such confidence. Mr. Zephyr, it's time for us to go back to naval headquarters. After saying this, Kizaru turned his eyes to Zephyr who had been watching the play all the time. It is good. Zephyr didn't say much, just nodded neatly. Things have developed so far. All fools know. After learning about the strengths of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. What a huge wave the naval headquarters will make, at the very least, Marshal Sengoku must not be able to sleep. Chapter 22. That afternoon, Kizaru, Zephyr, one of the 3 Marine admirals, and the Marine recruits from the recruit camp left the West Blue T3 branch in a hurry and went back to naval headquarters. Along the way, the soldiers of Marine Recruit Battalion are not even breathing. As for Kizaru and Zephyr, the contradiction seems to have deepened, and neither of them said much. Obviously. Both are very clear. This time, naval headquarters is sure to shake violently. 3 years ago, the Marine recruit, who had been frozen by the Marine executives, came back with a very strong attitude. One is not handled well. Marine would be in turmoil. Boss Luolei, Marine's Admiral is quite interesting, with a few brushes. West Blue at 3 branch. On the training ground, Hoshigaki Kisame stretched and grinned, if I hadn't caught him off guard, it wouldn't have been easy to deal with. Yes. After hearing this, Luolei, who was slowly hitting gentle fist, nodded unmistakably. The strength of Marine Admiral is unquestionable. This time, although Hoshigaki Kisame beat Kizaru violently, this is based on Kizaru's ignorance of ninja tactics. Eating a cut will make you wiser, even if you use Flying Thunder God for a sneak attack. It won't be so easy. Forget it, I'll try to practice armament haki. Next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame didn't bother to think too much. After playing against Kizaru, he also saw the strength of Marine Admiral, which is quite strong. Alright. If Kizaru knew Hoshigaki Kisame's evaluation of him, if he was still strong, he would definitely spit out a mouthful of old blood in anger. The dignified Marine Admiral, the highest combat power of the naval headquarters, is actually described as quite strong. What does that mean? Is it Admiral who looks down on Marine? Luolei slapped gentle fist slowly, a smile flashed in his white eyes, and said meaningfully, the storm is coming. After 2 days, Zephyr and Kizaru just returned to naval headquarters. Actually, Kizaru can go back earlier. But, thinking about the injury on his cheek, he still wisely stayed on Marine's warship and returned to naval headquarters with Zephyr, Marine's recruits. After all, get back to naval headquarters as fast as you can. If someone asks him, what's up with the wound on his cheek? How should he answer? Don't you feel comfortable with yourself? It's better to go back slowly and make the injury on the face a little better, at least the face is decent. Inside a conference room on the top floor of naval headquarters. After Zephyr and Kizaru returned to naval headquarters, they were summoned to a meeting by Sengoku. Besides them, Akainu, Aokiji, one of Marine's 3 admirals, and the Crane staff, the hero Garb. Staff Crane, tell me the results of your investigation. He glanced at Kizaru and Zephyr suspiciously, and Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, gestured to Staff Crane. He asked Kizaru to test Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, to see if the so-called ninja with the strength of Marine Admiral was true or not. The results of it? When I went, I came back with Zephyr and others. In less than a few days before and after, when I asked him about the result of the test, he also looked awkward. So far, he has not reported the specific situation of Luolei to him. Okay. Staff Officer Crane's face was a little unsightly, and he said coldly, according to my investigation, a rear admiral from naval headquarters was secretly bought by a giant in the underground dark world of New World. Zephyr took Marine recruit to West Blue for an internship. He leaked it out. Boom. The voice did not fall. Zephyr, who was still a little suppressed, couldn't hold it anymore, his face showed uncontrollable anger, and he slapped the table fiercely. With his powerful force, the table was shot with dense cracks in an instant. What do you mean? Even Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral was bought off. Do you know how traumatized this incident has caused me? More than 20 Marine recruits in the recruit camp have died. If Luo Lei and his subordinates hadn't arrived in time, just wait and collect my body. Talking. Seemingly remembering those dead students, Zephyr's emotions gradually got out of control. A Rear Admiral was bought. This caused him and the students in the recruit camp to be in a situation where they were almost wiped out. Zephyr is really unbearable. Isn't that taking our Marine seriously? Facing the eruption of Zephyr, Akainu also had the same gloomy expression, and said extremely coldly, I will go to New World in a few days. It's time to clean up the garbage in the underground dark world. Apart from this Rear Admiral, there should be a lot of Marine problems, right? Aokiji put his hands on the table, his eyes were a little cold, and he said solemnly, it's been a long time since the purge, those guys are really going too far, bullying Marine too much. Staff Officer Crane rubbed his head with a headache and said, these days, I will clear the naval headquarters from the bottom up. All right. Sengoku seemed to have expected this situation for a long time, and did not show any surprises. He glanced at Zephyr and said, no one expected this time, naval headquarters will give a reasonable solution. Humph. Zephyr snorted coldly, folded his arms around his chest, and stopped talking for a moment. Continue. Sengoku glanced at Staff Crane again. This time Zephyr was attacked by a pirate named Edward Weevil. Staff Officer Crane took out a few documents and said solemnly, according to our investigation, Miss Bajan, the mother of this great pirate, was on the same boat with Whitebeard. One boat? Remnants of the Rocks pirate. After hearing this, Garp, who was eating snacks, muttered to himself, if it really has something to do with Whitebeard, things will be a little more difficult. Chapter 23. One boat? Remnants of the Rocks pirate. After hearing this, Garp, who was eating snacks, muttered to himself, if it's really related to Whitebeard, then things will be a bit big. All right. Garp's voice was small. But there are some masters present, and I heard it clearly. In an instant. Akainu, Kizaru, Staff Crane, Sengoku frowned. As Marine's top executive, everyone knew that anything, whether it involved the Rocks Pirates' remaining party or Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, would become very troublesome and Marine couldn't ignore it. As for Rocks Pirate, it is a large-scale pirate group that was famous all over the world before the Roger Pirates became famous. Already perished. Edward Newgate, Charlotte Linlin, Beast Kaido, who are currently in the second half of the Grand Line, were once the crew of Rocks Pirate. After a few seconds, maybe I noticed that the atmosphere was a little dignified. Staff Officer Crane took out the teacup, took a sip of hot tea, and added with a dignified expression, according to our investigation, Edward Weevil's brain has some problems, but the strength is still very strong, except that he has no shock fruit. Besides, it's almost a younger version of Whitebeard. Yes, I can't beat Weevil anyway. Zephyr thought for a while before slowly adding, Weevil is a little stupid, but he still has some strength. As for whether it has anything to do with Whitebeard, that's not clear. Maybe Whitebeard doesn't even know he has a stupid son. It's probably fake. Aokiji showed a serious expression and said solemnly, that Miss Bajan must have used some special means to steal Whitebeard's cytokines and make a fool. And Akainu, who had always been gloomy, said extremely coldly, no matter what, it is unforgivable to dare to take the initiative to attack Marine. Polisalino, what do you think? Sudden. Just at this time. Sengoku frowned, glanced at Kizaru who didn't say much, and asked a question curiously. To know. In normal times, Marine's high-level executives hold a meeting. Kizaru has been talking in a condescending manner for a long time, and now, since the meeting, he has not spoken much, and his expression is very serious. This sudden change made Sengoku a little uncomfortable. Didn't he just go to West Blue? Not transgender. Is it necessary to change so much? There's nothing to say. It's normal for Edward Weevil to be suppressed. He deserves the bad luck and dares to do things in West Blue. Kizaru hesitated before speaking. After saying this, a strange expression appeared on Kizaru's face unconsciously, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he was secretly grateful. Fortunately, he didn't rush back to naval headquarters in advance. Otherwise, the injury on his face would definitely not heal. Thinking of this, Kizaru felt resentment in his heart. That Hoshigaki Kisame, who punched him in the cheek, didn't use armament haki, but used chakra, which is unique to ninjas. It took 2 days for his face to gradually disappear. Polisalino, didn't you go to West Blue? Seeing that Kizaru didn't mention the subject, Aokiji added with some doubts, what is the strength of that Luo Lei from the T3 branch? Mr. Zephyr, is it true that the ninjas said to be comparable to Marine Admiral's combat power? It is true. Kizaru felt a little depressed in his heart, but his face was expressionless, and he said solemnly, Luo Lei from the West Blue T3 branch and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame are both very powerful ninjas. So, how do you feel when you test them out? Isn't it cool to fight with ninjas? A gleam of curiosity flashed in Aokiji's eyes, and he said, I am very curious about powerful ninjas. Puff. The voice did not fall. Kizaru almost scolded foul language in anger. He was beaten up by a ninja and asked how he felt? Isn't it cool? Isn't that putting salt on the wound? But. Although his heart hurts so much, but. Kizaru has nothing to say. Could it be that he took the initiative to test others, and the non-party did not win, but was beaten up? Even one-on-one PK doesn't have any chance of winning? If you really say it. Then there is no place for his old face. Kizaru, why is your left tooth missing? Perhaps sensing that there was something wrong with Kizaru's emotions, Aokiji grinned and changed the subject voluntarily. Toothache, pulled it myself. Kizaru felt like he was going crazy. This Aokiji, why didn't I find so many words in normal times? Did he have to say that his teeth were knocked out? Seeing this, Aokiji frowned, and immediately knew that something was wrong, so he could only look at Zephyr with doubts. At this time, more than Aokiji, even Sengoku, Staff Officer Crane, Akainu, and Garp couldn't help frowning, apparently sensing that something was wrong. Marine Admiral had a toothache, and he was not afraid of people laughing when he said it. There's something wrong with this Kizaru, there's a problem, there's absolutely a problem. What is the specific situation? Soon, Sengoku took a deep breath, stopped looking at Kizaru, and asked Zephyr directly, Polisalino went to West Blue, what happened? Haha. Zephyr heard this, smiled disapprovingly, and said, since you want to know, then I will tell you from beginning to end. Alright. For what happened at West Blue? Zephyr didn't want to hide it, and couldn't hide it, after all, so many soldiers from Marine Recruit Battalion were witnesses. Mr. Zephyr. Kizaru's expression changed, and a look of helplessness flashed across his wrinkled cheeks. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. That's it, that's it. It looks like it can't be hidden. The old man's fame was destroyed in West Blue. I was invited by Luo Lei Commodore to the West Blue T3 branch after Edward Weevil was suppressed by Hoshigaki Kisame. Zephyr glanced at Kizaru, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he spoke to himself. 1 second, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. As time goes by. Finally. After 10 minutes. Zephyr just finished explaining what happened at West Blue. Silently. The entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Chapter 24. No way. No one thought. There is such a thing happening in West Blue that is enough to shake the sea. Paul Salino, one of Marine's 3 admirals, was beaten by 2 ninjas in West Blue, and even his teeth were knocked out? How incredible is this? But, now it's actually happening? Noisy. Maybe too surprised. A ray of hot energy permeated Akainu's body, which invisibly raised the temperature of the conference room by a few degrees. On the other side, Aokiji also seemed to be surprised, and wisps of cold air radiated from his body. Under the alternating heat and cold, there was a rare occurrence of water vapor visible to the naked eye in the conference room. And this is the beginning. Staff Crane's right hand holding the teacup froze. Garp, who was eating donuts, kept his mouth wide open. Even Sengoku, who had the title of the resourceful general, looked a little stiff, and obviously couldn't keep his composure and calm. That is, at this time. Only then did they know why Kizaru had changed so much after returning to Naval headquarters. It turned out to be deflated at West Blue. Luo Lei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame, worked together to clean up. Just thought of. Kizaru was ordered to take the initiative to test West Blue. But they were cleaned up. Aokiji, Akainu, Staff Crane, Garp, and Sengoku all couldn't believe it. It turned out that the clown was Kizaru himself from beginning to end. Haha. See this scene. Zephyr showed a very natural smile, quite a thrill of success. At first. For the so-called Celestial Dragons. Marines executives resolutely hid Luo Lei in West Blue, wanting him to fend for himself in West Blue's T3 branch. It's good now. Luo Lei not only did not fend for itself. Also grown up. Yesterday you ignored me, today I let you down. Now let's see what your Marine executives will do. Disgraceful and thrown home. As for one of the protagonists of the event. There was already bitterness and helplessness on Kizaru's wretched cheeks. What else can I say? In the end, he took it all alone. But. When I think of the ninjutsu of Hoshigaki Kisame and Luo Lei. Kizaru still has some lingering fears in his heart. It's not that he is not strong enough, but that the opponent is too weird and pervert, and he was caught off guard. It's really scary. I do not know how long it has been. Only then did Aokiji chuckle and shake his head. He couldn't help but sighed. I didn't expect that there are such terrifying 2 ninjas hidden in the little West Blue. As a Commodore, how can you be so strong? Ninjutsu that can teleport? And that Hoshigaki Kisame, who is not only a ninja, but also eats the top Zoan devil fruit. A ray flashed on Akaina's dark cheeks, astonished. Interesting, it's really getting more and more interesting. Garp took a mouthful of the senbei and looked at Marshal Sengoku with a half-smiling smile. At first. For the frozen marine supernova Luolei. But he strongly opposed it, but Marshal Sengoku was determined to hide Luolei in order to protect celestial dragons. Now there is a problem with the snow, and if one is not handled well, Marine is afraid that it is not to laugh at the generosity. It's a bit difficult. Staff Officer Crane was relieved of the teacup in his hand, and his deep eyes looked at Sengoku. Such a difficult problem is not easy to deal with. Sengoku, who has become the focus of everyone's attention, felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry for a moment. What's the matter? Did he shoot himself in the foot? More importantly, how could Luolei of the T3 branch grow so fast, and even recruit a ninja with a strength comparable to Marine Admiral? Isn't that slapping him in the face? A troubled autumn. After a few seconds, Sengoku couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then, taking a deep breath, his expression suddenly became solemn, and said, Luolei's strength is beyond our expectations, so we naval headquarters should wait and see what happens. Wait and watch it change. After hearing this, Kizaru frowned and said solemnly, don't you call him back to naval headquarters. The naval headquarters must be recalled. Akaina narrowed his eyes and said in a strong tone, no matter what, Luolei is the head of the West Blue Marine T3 branch, and he should obey the orders of naval headquarters to maintain the justice of the sea. Better not act rashly. Aokiji hesitated for a moment before saying meaningfully, we don't know about Luolei's specific attitude. Once he annoyed him, he would directly take the burden and defect from Marine, and the consequences would be very serious. Well, don't be too hasty. Staff officer, he thought for a moment, and agreed, otherwise, once he is not happy with Marine, he forms a pirate group or joins a certain Four Emperors force, it will be a big trouble. After listening to the words of Aokiji and others, Sengoku turned his eyes and looked at Zephyr, and said very solemnly, Zephyr, what do you think? I see with my eyes. The corners of Zephyr's mouth were slightly raised, and he said something disapprovingly, then got up and left the conference room without looking back. If you know today, why should you be in the first place? Now I know I'm in a hurry, I know it's hard to deal with, and I know I'm cramming. Did you go for hammering then? Besides, Zephyr is too aware of Marine's high-level urine. Now that I see Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame's strength, it's hard to deal with them, so I will talk like this, otherwise, I won't even look at Luolei. In short, the mentally handicapped is worthless. Chapter 25. In short, the mentally handicapped is worthless. And, now Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. The value was so great that even the top Marines didn't know what to do with it. Therefore, under such circumstances, the atmosphere in the conference room, with Zephyr's departure, vaguely fell into rigidity and solidification. Among them, the face of Marshal Sengoku is the most ugly. This Zephyr did not give him any face at all. It was obvious that he wanted him to take the initiative to bow his head to Luolei and admit that he was wrong. This is completely impossible. As Marine's Marshal, everything he does is to safeguard the interests of celestial dragons, and by the way, safeguard the justice of the sea. So, 3 years ago, he resolutely hid Luolei for the sake of Tianlong people. Now, for him to take the initiative to bow his head to Luolei and admit his fault, wouldn't that deny his values? This is a matter of principle and absolutely cannot be broken or compromised. Certainly. Now Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame are too strong, and even Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals, was beaten up. An accident. Maybe someone else wouldn't be a marine, and that would be the loss of a wife and a soldier. Disaster. It's really hard. For a time, Sengoku had some headaches and was in a dilemma. After entering the era of the great pirates, the situation Marine faced was too severe. He really didn't want to see Luolei defect to Marine and become a pirate, but he didn't want to bow his head and admit his mistake. We're not taking action for now. At this time, Garp, who had not spoken much, took a sip of the senbei and said, let's see what Luolei wants to do in West Blue, anyway, he is still Marine now. Kin. Aokiji nodded. Agree. Staff officer, he shook his head, and after sighing, he agreed. It's scary. Kizaru sighed and didn't bother to say anything. This encounter made him understand his limitations. He really relied too much on Devil Fruit's power, so he planned to take some out of his work time in the future to practice well. As for cultivating after get off work, that's fine, right? Whatever you want. Akaina's face was gloomy, obviously a little unhappy. It is good. The meeting continues. After listening to everyone's opinions, Sengoku took a deep breath and said, regarding what happened in West Blue, we only need to announce the news that Edward Weevil attacked Marine's former admiral and was taken prisoner, and try to share the information of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame as much as possible. Erase it. After a few days, a message came out. Caused a little bit of waves in the sea. The content of the news is that the great pirate Edward Weevil attacked Marine's former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr and was suppressed and captured. As soon as the news came out, many pirates were still shaken. Obviously did not expect a pirate to attack Marine's predecessor Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. However, after knowing that Edward Weevil's mind was abnormal, many pirates were relieved. It turned out to be a fool. In the news, there is almost no information about Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. Obviously, Marine used his power to wipe everything out. The meaning is very simple. That is, Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, wants to keep a low profile in West Blue. Then, if the Zephyr attack was an accident, Marine would take care of the aftermath. Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame just had to keep a low profile, and everyone could just pretend that nothing happened. At the same moment, at West Blue's T3 branch, Hoshigaki Kisame is doing moonwalk training in Marine 6 styles over and over again on the training ground. Maybe it's because of inexperience. After stepping on it a few times, it fell from the air. Bang, bang. This is the sound of Hoshigaki Kisame falling on the training ground. And on the other side, Luolei is wearing a white training suit, his black hair flutters in the wind. As for his hands, they are constantly knotted. 9991, 9992, 9993, 9998. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the daily quest 10,000 seals, reward, 1% experience. Ding! The fused Senjo Tobirama template, unlocked to 61%. Call. Hearing the prompts in his head, Luolei couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then he shook his sore hands. He finally unlocked 61% and completed the daily tasks. It was really special. It's not easy anymore, when will it be ahead? Ding! Congratulations to host for unlocking Senjo Tobirama's template to 61%. Unlocking Chakra Perception. Ding! Congratulations to host, do you choose to integrate? The next moment, the crisp sound of the system resounded in Luolei's mind. What, is it actually Senjo Tobirama's Chakra Perception? Fusion. Almost without hesitation, Luolei blurted out. Luolei knows about Senjo Tobirama's Chakra Perception. Among Hokage ninjas, Senjo Tobirama has outstanding perception ability since childhood, and successfully tracked Hashirama when he was a child. He can sense the number and strength of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops when he touches the ground with 2 fingers. The second resurrection is Chakra, who can easily perceive the battlefield thousands of miles away. So, once integrated with Senjo Tobirama's Chakra Perception, then his observation haki, I'm afraid it will also achieve a transformation. In the next instant, before Luolei could react, a warm current poured into his body without pain or itching. Under such circumstances, Luolei's perception increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. After half an hour, Luolei just finished integrating the harvest this time. As expected of Senjo Tobirama. Feeling the transformation of his own perception, Luolei unconsciously showed a look of amazement, and couldn't help sighing. Every time I fuse the Senjo Tobirama template, he felt that he was gradually becoming stronger, and he was able to achieve a transformation from the soul level. This time, after he integrated Senjo Tobirama's Chakra Perception, perhaps there was a chain reaction, and he directly upgraded the observation haki, which was just a junior, to the highest level. Chapter 26. If there is no estimation error, his observation haki should be comparable to New World's great pirate Charlotte Katakuri, reaching a state where he can see part of the future. Haha, this is also an unexpected joy. Soon. After getting used to it, Luolei showed a satisfied look, and stretched leisurely. Every time you practice, there will be surprises. He is more and more looking forward to the fusion of second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's character template. Once the fusion is complete, then his strength will definitely surpass Senjo Tobirama at his peak. Thinking of this, Luolei turned his eyes and looked at a box beside the training ground. Inside the box is a Zoan Devil Fruit, a gift from Mr. Zephyr. Originally, this time, Zephyr brought Marine recruit to West Blue to practice, and Zephyr wanted to give Luolei this devil fruit to make up for his dereliction of duty as a teacher. As a result, an accident happened, and it was discovered that the 3 years of snow in Naval Headquarters not only did not make Luolei disappear, but it was more powerful than expected. So, Zephyr was relieved, and some knots in his heart were opened. However, devil fruit was still kept by him. In his words, if you don't want to eat, you can sell it to subsidize the daily expenses of the West Blue Marine T3 branch. To this, Luolei accepted without thinking. Originally, he wanted to wait a while to get some valuable things in West Blue in exchange for a little lottery point. Now that he doesn't need it, he can exchange this devil fruit first. As for eating this devil fruit, just forget it. Luolei didn't want to leave any weakness, out of sight and out of mind. Still, don't eat devil fruit, just exchange it. System, how many lottery points can be exchanged for this devil fruit? After a few seconds, Luolei took the devil fruit in the box in his hand and asked with some anticipation. Ding. Host, you can exchange 200,000 lottery points. Listen to the system prompts. Luolei's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Nemas, anyway, this is also a devil fruit. If you sell it, it will cost at least 100 million Baileys. As a result, it was only exchanged for 200,000 lottery points. Isn't the system too stingy? To know. In addition to a free random lottery opportunity given by the God-level lottery system every 6 months. I want to draw a lottery. It is necessary to rely on the lottery points to exchange for random lottery opportunities. 10,000 lottery points can be exchanged for a primary lottery chance, 100,000 lottery points can be exchanged for an intermediate random lottery chance, and 1 million lottery points can be exchanged for an advanced random lottery chance. Now this devil fruit. It can only be redeemed for the second intermediate random lottery chance. So, Luolei felt that there were some pitfalls. Forget it, let's recycle it. Mosquitoes are also meat when they are small. If you can exchange a little lottery point, just exchange a little bit. Ding. A devil fruit was successfully recovered, and the host received 200,000 lucky draw points. The mechanical sound of the system resounded in Luolei's mind. System, I'm going to take a look at the properties panel. The next moment, Luolei commanded in a low voice. Ding, host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding, the latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 15 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Beginner, Second Hokage, Senjoto Byramas Template Unlock Fusion 61%, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, White Eyes, Junior Sage Body, Flying Thunder God Technique Forbidden Technique, Basic Water Style. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame. Random Lottery, 0 times. Draw points, 200,000 points. Okay. I finally have a top-level ability. Probably glanced around. Luolei's eyes couldn't help falling on Observation Haki. To know. Top Observation Haki. Even in New World, it is rare. He now has a top-level Observation Haki, and his strength is almost improved. Especially with the Flying Thunder God technique, it is simply perfect. However, do you want to exchange for the second intermediate random lottery to play? After a few seconds, Luolei's eyes fell on the 200,000 lottery points, and there was a faint impulse in his heart. In the words of the system, beginner lottery, intermediate lottery, advanced lottery, all can draw good things. It is nothing more than a question of the probability of drawing good things. The probability of the advanced lottery is definitely the highest, but he only has 200,000 lottery points now, and the distance from redeeming an advanced lottery is indeed a little far. Go for a bike and turn it into a motorcycle. If you can use the chance of intermediate lottery to draw some good things, wouldn't it be a happy thing? System, exchange for the second intermediate random lottery. In the end, Luolei, who was hesitant, couldn't resist his inner impulse, and gave a neat order. Ding. Host, 200,000 lottery points were consumed and exchanged for 2 intermediate random lottery chances. Do you want to use it? Use, give me a pump first. Ding. With the sound of a gear turning. Within the translucent space that Luolei could only see, a large lottery roulette began to spin slowly. Ding, congratulations to host, I have drawn 10 fairy beans. As the pointer stopped on a small grid, the mechanical voice of the system also sounded in Luolei's mind. It's actually a fairy bean. The beep just dropped. Luolei's expression became a little surprised. It's incredible. The things I got this time are not from the Hokage world. It's something in the world of Dragon Ball, the so-called fairy beans, which is the name of a magical food in 7 Dragon Ball. As long as one eats one, it can quickly recover from injury. Chapter 27. And the fact is that, after getting the fairy beans, the basic introduction about the fairy beans also appeared in Luolei's mind. Immortal beans, you will not be hungry for at least 10 days after eating one, and have the power of regeneration. As long as the person is not dead, they can recover their physical strength and energy in the shortest time, nearly instant, during extreme fatigue, and readjust the body to the best state. Kin. Luolei smiled and nodded happily. In the first lottery draw, he got fairy beans. For the second lottery draw, his expectations were immediately full. System, the chance to use the second intermediate draw. The voice did not fall. The roulette wheel of the lottery began to spin again. Ding, congratulations to the host, I have drawn the sage body of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. After a few seconds, another mechanical voice resounded in Luolei's mind. Listening to Luolei, he was stunned for a while, as if he didn't react at all. No way. It never occurred to him. The second intermediate lottery chance was directly drawn to the sage body of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. This kind of happiness came too suddenly, right? Originally, the lottery chance he presented through the system. It was a primary sage body that was drawn, and as the strength increased, it became more and more insufficient. It's good now. Straight to one step, I got the sage body of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. And sage body, as the name suggests, is a very powerful physique, which can enable people to have a chakra comparable to a tailed beast, strong resilience, extraordinary physical strength, and more importantly, any ordinary ninjutsu can be used in the huge sage body. With the blessing of Cha Thunla, the rot was turned into a miracle. The most direct performance is first Hokage Senjo Hashirama's Chat La. Actually, as second Hokage, Senjo Tobirama also has sage body. But there is no doubt that Senjo Tobirama is very far from his brother Senjo Hashirama in terms of chakra and strength, and the level of development of sage body cannot be compared with Senjo Hashirama. Now Luo Lei smoked first Hokage Senjo Hashirama's sage body. A transformation can be achieved directly. Chakra can also be transformed into Shatanla, and the resilience and physical strength can be improved by several grades. Host, do you extract the sage body that fuses Senjo Hashirama? Sudden. Just at this time, the mechanical sound of the system rang out. Extract. Luo Lei took a deep breath and said something in a firm tone. Ding, host pay attention. Host pay attention, first Hokage Senjo Hashirama's sage body has started to distribute. Boom. In an instant, Luo Lei could only feel the endless chakra energy emerging from his body. Influenced by. In an instant, his body seemed to be swollen, and the almost terrifying Shatanla was surging frantically, causing earth-shaking changes to take place in his body. At this time, if someone is in this sea, you will find that countless natural energies visible to the naked eye have gathered in the sky above the T3 branch, and they are all gathering crazily on Luo Lei's body. What a majestic chakra fluctuation, could it be the sage body? Hoshigaki Kisame, who was cultivating moonwalk, stopped for some reason, and looked at Luo Lei with envy and shock. As a ninja, of course he knew what sage body meant. Once the fusion is complete, I am afraid that the strength of the boss Luo Lei will become stronger again. At that time, chakra may be more than his ninja known as the tailless beast. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Finally, after an hour, the vision caused by this natural energy gathering gradually stopped. As the source of all this, Luo Lei's body has also achieved a transformation, completely transformed into sage body. Chakra seems to be inexhaustible, physical fitness has also improved, vitality is unprecedentedly strong, and resilience has become stronger. Soon, feel the changes in your body. While Luo Lei was excited, he couldn't help clenching his fists. With sage body, it is really cool, and more importantly, with the blessing of sage body, he can perform ninjutsu, and he no longer has to be afraid. Chakra? No, it's Shatanla now, and it can be used without any scruples. Especially water style. With the blessing of sage body, I'm afraid it will burst out with a power that is stronger than second Hokage Senjo Tobirama. The only regret is that he has only now unlocked and fused second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's character template to 61%. It simply cannot exert its strongest strength. Looks like I'm going to work harder and try to integrate second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's character template as soon as possible. Before long, Luo Lei took a deep breath and said expectantly, System, I want to take a look at the property panel. Ding, host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding, the latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Intermediate, Second Hokage, Senjo Tobirama's Template Unlock Fusion 61%, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, Byun, Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body, Flying Thunder God Technique Forbidden Technique, Basic Water Style. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame. Random Lottery, 0 times. Draw Point, 0. Sure enough. After a quick glance, Luo Lei nodded thoughtfully. After merging Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body, his armament Haki has actually been strengthened, from elementary to intermediate. The only regret is that Conqueror's Haki still has no clue. But Luo Lei is not in a hurry. He has no marine servility. Awakening Conqueror's Haki is only a matter of time. Hoshigaki Kisame is actually the same, and now it's just a chance to wake up. Chapter 28. Boss Luo Lei is getting stronger again. Not far away. Perceiving the majestic chakra fluctuations on Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame showed a look of amazement, and immediately began to practice hard. Since the boss has become stronger, he can't fall. Same hata. The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame pulled out the same hata behind him and placed it in front of him. When his mind moved, a strange breath appeared on same hata. No doubt. This is armament Haki. Because same hata absorbed some of Edward Weevil's armament Haki, coupled with Zephyr's teaching, Hoshigaki Kisame mastered armament Haki in a very short time. Armed color, entanglement. Soon. With a cold shout, under the control of Hoshigaki Kisame, The wisps of breath began to gradually condense, appearing a pitch-black color, and finally wrapped around Same Hada. Unfortunately, didn't last for 10 seconds. The armament haki wrapped around Same Hada collapsed directly. Sure enough, the training time is still too short, the strength is not enough, and the control is not enough. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head helplessly, and continued to practice. Has master armament haki already? Not far away. In a good mood, Luo Lei glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame, revealing a look of amazement. No doubt. Hoshigaki Kisame's talent is very powerful. In just a few days, I have already entered armament haki's practice. As for observation haki, one of Conqueror's hakis, Hoshigaki Kisame took one afternoon to become a master. In his words, as a veteran cage-level powerhouse, his perception is already very strong, and it is almost not difficult to practice observation haki. In that case, let me get used to Sage Body too. Before long, Luo Lei withdrew his gaze, and began to practice on his own. Fist is the last word. Only by constantly becoming stronger can we master the right to speak and master the absolute initiative in doing things. The next day, in a conference room of the T3 branch, Luo Lei and Hoshigaki Kisame both sat there. Actually, say conference room. Rather, it is Luo Lei's office. There are only 2 of them in the entire T3 branch. As for recruiting, then there is no need. In fact, after being transferred to the West Blue T3 branch, Luo Lei has already made up his mind to take the elite route, just like the Xiao organization in the Hokage world. Marine seems to have erased our information. Looking at the latest newspaper in his hand, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said coldly, if I'm not mistaken, Marine wants us to West Blue continues to keep a low profile. When it comes to this, Hoshigaki Kisame also added regretfully, it's really a pity. Originally, Hoshigaki Kisame was still looking forward to the response of Marine's executives. Now, it seems that Marine's executives chose to wait and see what happened, and acted like a shrewd turtle. After hearing this, Luo Lei looked disdainful, relieved the newspaper in his hand, and said meaningfully, how could the top management of Marine admit that he did something wrong? After all, it was Celestial Dragons who I offended at the beginning. In fact, for the cold treatment method of Marine high-rise, Luo Lei had expected it. After all, it was almost impossible for the famous Marshal Sengoku to admit that he had done something wrong. Maybe if he and Hoshigaki Kisame were not too strong. Bad face. Marine executives have long since issued orders with a strong attitude. Now Marine is a BCH and wants to set up a torii, wants to boil a frog in warm water, and deliberately left him and Hoshigaki Kisame in West Blue. Yes. Hoshigaki Kisame showed his sharp teeth, and an undisguised coldness flashed through his golden pupils. Boss Luo Lei, it seems that the Marine executives haven't realized their mistakes. If we don't do it again and again, it's enough to be a pirate. With our strength, it's only a matter of time before you become the 5th emperor. Do not. Luo Lei chuckled and waved his hand, it's boring to be a pirate, it's still fun to be a marine. The top marines erased our information and wanted us to keep a low profile in West Blue, so we would do the opposite and just do it again. Be a little more high profile. Just in time, 3 years have passed, and I also want to have a good time. Boss Luo Lei, I will listen to you. I will do what you say. Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to be interested and said enthusiastically, as long as the top marines don't speak, then we can do whatever we want as marines. Can. Luo Lei nodded and said coldly, I'll see how long Marines executives can endure. But, who should we attack? West Blue's fish pond, even if some pirates are killed, it won't cause too much movement. The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame spoke in a deep voice. A terrifying killing intent, obviously some can't wait. Get your hands on the 5 Mafia families in West Blue. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he said in a low voice, if you want to do something, then play a big one. Next week, the 5 major Mafia groups in West Blue will hold a Mafia conference. Evil. A Mafia family. Hoshigaki Kisame did not speak, and the information about the West Blue Mafia family that he had seen flashed in his mind. At West Blue, the 5 Mafia families are the emperors. The forces in the underground dark world of West Blue are even more intertwined, and their strength is very powerful. Even the Marine and the country of West Blue are helpless. If they sweep the 5 major Mafia in one fell swoop, it will definitely make the entire West Blue, and even the entire the sea trembled. Boss Luo Lei, you're done. After a few seconds, Hoshigaki Kisame revealed murderous intent and said in a firm tone, in order to maintain justice, the 5 major Mafia families in West Blue should all die. As for whether it can destroy the 5 major Mafia families in West Blue, Hoshigaki Kisame is not worried at all. After all, he is not an ordinary cage-level ninja, but eats the devil fruit in the form of fish and fish without side effects, ancient species, and megalodon, and learned armament haki, observation haki, the ninja of Marine 6 styles. Super Shadow's strength is already adequate. Luo Lei took a deep breath, raised his head suddenly, a smile flashed in his eyes, 3 years of dormancy. Now it's finally time to make an official move. This time, if he can sweep West Blue's 5 major Mafia families in one fell swoop, the wealth accumulated over hundreds of years of West Blue's 5 major Mafia families will become his possessions, and at the same time he will also play West Blue's T3 branch. Prestige. What Marine doesn't want to do, he will do. Chapter 29. The attack on Zephyr in West Blue only caused a little bit of waves in West Blue. Soon. Was replaced by something else. That's when West Blue's famous Mafia convention is about to be held. As the annual Mafia feast, all the forces in West Blue are paying attention. At that time, almost all the giants of the major underground dark forces in West Blue will be present to participate in this feast. As for the reason, of course because of the Mafia convention. Will redistrict the cake of the West Blue underground dark forces. A week later. West Blue. Winston Island. As a neutral business island, Winston Island has always been incredibly prosperous. However, bright on the surface. Can't hide the ugly and dirty in the dark. The 5 Mafia families of West Blue have already secretly controlled this commercial island, secretly carrying out various illegal activities. This time, the location of the Mafia Congress was also set here. So, on the day when the Mafia Congress was held, Winston Island became more prosperous and lively. Not only many Mafia members dressed in black or dark grey suits, ties, high hats, and sunglasses landed on the island, but also some giants of the West Blue underground dark forces landed on the island with their hands. The Mafia Congress is about to be held again. This time, the 5 major Mafia families are afraid that they will have to target Maymang again. It's so lively, it's worthy of being the 5 major Mafia factions, but they are not afraid of Marine and openly hold a Mafia conference. I wonder if Marine from West Blue is shivering. Accompanied by a series of uproars. Many giants of the dark underground world of West Blue are crowding together and walking towards a hotel in the central area. For these giants, they actually want to participate in the division of the cake, but, the 5 Mafia families are too powerful, and they simply do not allow one more person to share the cake. Therefore, they can only wait for the 5 Mafia families to divide the cake, and then cooperate with the 5 Mafia families. As for West Blue's Marine, they won't be afraid. Because, on this day of the Mafia conference, almost all the underground dark forces in West Blue will gather here, unless Naval Headquarters takes action, otherwise, Marine of West Blue, even if it is put on eye drops, can only shrink. Tails, dare not speak out. Before long, when these giants of the West Blue underground dark world arrive at the hotel, he was brought into a huge conference room by a cadre of the Capone family, one of the 5 major Mafia families, and sat down one by one. And in the central area of the conference room, there was a huge round table with 5 chairs around it. That's right. This is the position of the head of the 5 Mafia families. No one speaks. The meeting room was kept in absolute silence. Invisibly, the atmosphere has become a little dignified. Under such circumstances, the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces did not feel any discomfort, and just waited silently. I do not know how long it has been. Click. A door directly in front of the conference room suddenly opened, and 5 figures of varying sizes entered in turn. Here comes the leader of the 5 Mafia families. All the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces at the scene turned their eyes and looked up. I saw the head of the Capone family, Capone Big, the head of the Clara family Clara Bluno, the head of the Francis family Francis Arnold, the head of the Bernal family Bernal Parker, the head of the Milton family Milton Newman. They all walked in with cigars in their mouths. Okay, are everyone here? Soon. After the leaders of the 5 major Mafia families took their seats, the leader of the Capone family, Capone Big, took a cigar and exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said calmly, "I'm not talking nonsense, the round table meeting of the 5 major Mafia families officially begins." Boom. The voice did not fall. A knock on the table rang out. I saw Francis Arnold, the leader of the Francis family, patted the table indifferently, and said, "Capone Big, are you too embarrassed to speak? How many times did your people smash our Francis family? Humph, our Bernal family's shipping routes were also cut off by your Capone family. In the arms business, your Capone family also got involved. Several large commercial islands of our family have been looted by your Capone family members, which is really deceiving." With the beginning of Francis Arnold, Clara Bluno, the leader of the Clara family, Bernal Parker, the leader of the Bernal family, and Milton Newman, the leader of the Milton family, also started to get angry and looked at him angrily. Capone Big. It's really that the Capone family has been deceiving too much during this time. The 5 Mafia families, through the annual Mafia conference, have already divided the cake in advance. The results of it? The Capone family, not abide by the agreement, began to be restless, secretly snatch other people's bowls of cake, is tolerable and unbearable. Haha. Facing the attack of the other 4 Mafia families, Capone Big disapproved and let out a sneer, "Disdain, your appetite is too small and there are too many cakes, I'm afraid of choking you to death." What did you say? Capone Big, you didn't come to the meeting on purpose. It has long been known that the Capone family is ambitious, and now you are finally showing a fox's tail. Presumptuous, I think your Capone family's appetite has grown, right? Bang, bang. In an instant, Clara Bluno, Francis Arnold, Bernal Parker, and Milton Newman were all furious. They slapped the table and glared at Capone Beeg. Smell this. And looking at the gunpowder-smelling dialogue of the five chiefs. The giants of the West Blue underground dark world at the scene were a little confused, and they didn't expect this scene to happen at all. What's the matter? The meeting has just started, is there going to be infighting? Too much nonsense, right? Chapter 30. But think of the means of Capone Beeg. The giants of these West Blue dark worlds are relieved. It seems that Capone Beeg felt that the Capone family was strong enough, so he made no secret of his ambitions, taking advantage of the Mafia conference, and wanted to annex the other four major Mafia families. That's why there is this scene. The meeting has just started, and I plan to turn my face. So, in this situation, although very surprised and inconceivable, but the giants of the dark world of West Blue in the conference room made no sound. They all looked like they were watching a play. To put it in a bad way, they still want the five major Mafia families to have civil strife? Moreover, Capone Beeg is not a fuel-efficient lamp, since it dares to turn its face, it must be fully prepared. All in all, a good show to watch. In the field, looking at the angry leaders of the four great families, Capone Beeg was unmoved, still confident, with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar, and said, the theme of this meeting today is the merger of the five Mafia families, and under the leadership of the Capone family, work together to become bigger and bigger. Strong, create greater glories. Be bigger and stronger, and create greater glories, are you afraid of dreaming again? Upon hearing this, Clara Bluno, the leader of the Clara family, uttered a foul language. Capone Beeg, are the five major Mafia families? It may be merged, so don't be delusional. Just say it if you want to annex us, there's no need to pretend to be a merger. Francis Arnold, the leader of the Francis family, sneered again and again. Capone Beeg, you're going to die. Bernal Parker, the leader of the Bernal family, scolded with a gloomy face, over the years, your Capone family has become more and more arrogant in West Blue, and now you are even more arrogant. Is it an inch that wants to unify the Mafia family in West Blue? Could it be that we are really easy to bully? Our four major Mafia families are not weak. Milton Newman, the leader of the Milton family, increased his tone, don't force us to join forces and fight the Capone family together. After saying this, Milton Newman also took a look at Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold. The expression was very simple, and if it couldn't be done, he joined forces to resist Capone Beeg. To this, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold also nodded silently. They are not fools. Since Capone Beeg has torn his face, then their four major Mafia families don't have any face. If it's a big deal, they will unite and fight against Capone Beeg's Capone family. Oh, why? Seeing this, Capone Beeg sighed and threatened, if you merge, it will be good for everyone, and I will treat you well. If you don't merge, you will be at your own risk. Are you threatening us? Capone Beeg, the Capone family is indeed strong, but our four major Mafia families are not vegetarian. The big deal is that the fish will die and the net will be broken. Who is afraid of whom? Looking at Capone Beeg's light cloud and wind, he still looks like he's ready for them. Milton Newman, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold are also violent, and they simply don't want to bear it. Nemas. As the heads of the five Mafia families, I haven't seen any scenes before. This Capone Beeg has an expression of convincing everyone, and it looks a little disgusting. It's a big deal, who's afraid of whom? Ha. In the face of the unanimous opposition from the leaders of the four major Mafia families, Capone Beeg seemed to have anticipated it long ago and did not panic. Instead, he took a sip of his cigar and said surprisingly, the Don Quixote family supports me. The Mafia family that dominates West Blue. Did you say so? Diamante. After saying this, Capone Beeg also yelled at the door of the conference room. That's right. Next moment, accompanied by an extremely cold voice, I saw a man wearing a raw-brimmed hat, two face tattoos on his face, wearing a red cloak, and a person dressed as an indigenous person came in from the door of the conference room. Quiet. A dead silence. Looking at Diamante who suddenly appeared, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence for a while. No way. No one thought. Capone Beeg's trump card is actually supported by the Don Quixote family. Well now, Diamante, one of the senior cadres of the Don Quixote family, actually appeared at the scene. Is this Nima going to turn the rhythm up? You must know that the Don Quixote family is now a well-known existence in the entire sea. Except for the four emperors of the New World, the biggest pirate force is almost the Don Quixote family. More importantly, the underground business of the Don Quixote family is spread all over the sea. It stands to reason that a small West Blue is not worth sending a senior cadre from the Don Quixote family. The results of it? Now Diamante is not only here. It's unbelievable to support Capone Big to dominate the West Blue Mafia family. Hell, things got bigger. Even the giants in the underground dark world of the New World, the Don Quixote family, have to intervene in this Mafia meeting. No wonder Capone Big is so confident. It turns out that he has the support of the Don Quixote family. After a few seconds, there were exclamations in the originally quiet conference room. Many giants of West Blue's underground dark forces stood up from their chairs in horror, and looked at Diamante, who entered the conference room with an unbelievable expression, not even breathing. Chapter 31. No way. They're just the dark world titans of West Blue. Compared with the Don Quixote family, it is like the light of a firefly can compete with Hao. The gap is really too big. Now that the senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, Diamante, has appeared, it is undoubtedly like a dimensionality reduction attack. These West Blue Dark World giants, in addition to not speaking, are trembling, fearing that the city gate will catch fire and bring disaster to Chiu. How is this possible? Isn't the Don Quixote family not involved in West Blue's internal affairs? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Impossible, the Don Quixote family actually supports the Capone family, doesn't that mean? Certainly. Compared with these giants of the West Blue underground dark world, the leaders of the four major families, namely Milton Newman, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold, lost their eyes and looked at Diamante as if they had seen a ghost. Full of incredible to know. All along, the Don Quixote family does business in West Blue. They don't get involved in West Blue's infighting. Anyway, with the golden name of the Don Quixote family, no one dares to grab business. Well now, the Don Quixote family not only intervened, but also sent a senior cadre, Diamante, to support Capone Big, the mafia that dominates West Blue. This is completely unplayable. The opponent hit a king bomb. Their four major mafia families simply can't afford it. In the face of the Don Quixote family, who are considered behemoths in the Grand Line, they can only kneel and sing conquest in addition to being captured by their hands. The gap in strength is too great. How do you still want to resist? At this time, Capone Big, who had been winning all the time, held a cigar in his mouth, got up slowly, and said in a cold voice, "After today, the five major mafia families in West Blue merge, and I, Capone Big, will be the only godfather in the underground dark world of West Blue." You. After hearing this, Milton Newman pointed at Capone Big, opened his mouth, wanted to say something cruel, but in the end, he didn't say anything, and he could only sit on the chair with a sullen face. Played. It's all over. Ugh. Clara Bluno sighed, clenched her fists, her eyes were full of unwillingness. Lord Diamante, what Capone Big can give to the Don Quixote family, we can give it. The next moment, Bernal Parker's eyes flashed with a frenzy. No, we give double. That's right. When Francis Arnold heard the words, she responded with anticipation, Lord Diamante, we will double it. We. At this time, Diamante seemed to be deaf to these words, walked slowly to the center of the conference room, sneered, and said, "You said you can double it for me." "That's right. Our four major mafia families can definitely afford it. As long as the Don Quixote family doesn't get involved in West Blue's infighting, any price we pay will be worth it." Seeing that Diamante was moved, Milton Newman, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker and Francis Arnold nodded hurriedly, as if the drowning person had grabbed the last straw. "Sorry, what Capone Big can give, you can't give. Pity. As much hope as there is despair." Diamante's expression turned cold, and he fell into the trap in a rather wicked way. As one of the senior cadres of the Don Quixote family, what he likes most is the despair and helplessness after seeing others have hope. Originally, he just came to West Blue to inspect, but he didn't expect that Capone Big had found him secretly and wanted the Don Quixote family to support his mafia that ruled West Blue. Diamante refused without thinking about it. The Don Quixote family generally does not intervene in infighting in various places. As long as there is money to be made, anyone can be the boss. As long as it doesn't affect the Don Quixote family. But he didn't expect that Capone Big gave so much that he couldn't refuse. So, he showed up at a mafia convention. You. Pfft. As predicted. Milton Newman, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold, who had some hope, were like being struck by lightning. Their eyes froze, and Francis Arnold was even more shocked. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Such a big man, actually deceived them? Really trash. Seeing this scene, Diamante showed a dull look, glanced at Capone Big, and said, "It's only a matter of time before you dominate the five mafia in West Blue. Can you give me something? It is good." Capone Big didn't hesitate, and gestured to a Capone family cadre in the corner of the conference room. "Sir Big." After a few seconds, the cadre of the Capone family came over with a large plate covered with black cloth. "Sir Diamante, this is the devil fruit from the ancient Zoan species, and there are 2 devil fruits with normal attributes." The next moment, Capone Big dropped the cigar and took the plate, feeling a little bit of pain. Opened the black cloth. These 3 devil fruits. But he finally collected it. Among them, the devil fruit of the Zoan ancient species cost a lot of money. In fact, if he hadn't eaten Paramecia, fortress fruit, he would have eaten the devil fruit of Zoan's ancient species. Now it can only be given to the Don Quixote family in exchange for Diamante's support to unify the West Blue Mafia. Kin. Diamante showed a ray of excitement. He doesn't care about the two ordinary devil fruits, there are a lot of Don Quixote families, but, that Zoan ancient species devil fruit is exactly what the Don Quixote family needs, no, more precisely, what the beast's pirates need. 3 devil fruits are a surprise. Sudden. Just when Diamante wanted to catch the big plate. Puff. With a cloud of smoke. A giant in the underground dark world of West Blue suddenly changed into an unfamiliar face. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Under the astonished gazes of countless people. Luolei's body flickered, as if moving in an instant, he took the big plate in his hand. Chapter 32. Who? What do you want to do? Seeing Luolei who suddenly appeared, everyone in the conference room was shocked. Among them, Capone Big and Diamante watched Luolei hold the big plate with devil fruit in their hands, and after a moment of stunned, a murderous look appeared on their faces instantly. Without any hesitation, Capone Big took out a musket and aimed at Luolei, while Diamante drew a cloth made of steel. The ability to fly the fruit was activated instantly, and the cloth turned into a western sword. Flashing a cold light. Anger. Extreme anger. Although I don't know who Luolei is and why he is here. But, to dare to snatch the Don Quixote family's things, no matter how you look at it, it's all looking for trouble, which Diamante can't tolerate. So. In this situation. Diamante's mind moved, strands of armament haki wrapped around the western sword, and said with a gloomy expression, "Little devil, who are you, who dare to touch the things of our Don Quixote family, do you want to die? Is this something of the Don Quixote family?" Luolei happily glanced at the 3 devil fruits on the big plate, glanced at Diamante with a sword and Capone Big with a gun in disdain, grinned, and said, "From now on, this is not the belongings of the Don Quixote family were confiscated by the West Blue Marine T3 branch." While talking, Luolei took out a black hat and put it lightly on his head. It's a black marine cap. Silently. Looking at the marine's cap, looking at the black trench coat embroidered with red clouds that Luolei is wearing, vaguely, in the middle of the black trench coat, the word justice seems to be embroidered. In an instant. The entire conference room was like a drop of water fell into the hot oil pan, and there was a burst of uproar. Marine. The kid in front of me is actually a Marine. Although I don't know why his uniform is black and his military cap is also black, everyone can still recognize the word justice. You're Marine. Damn, Marine dares to sneak in. This Marine's eyes seem to be white, which is really strange. No, he just seems to have disguised as a giant in the underground dark world of West Blue and sneaked in. Soon. After the initial astonishment, the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces in the conference room almost rolled their eyes, then all stood up and stared at the people around them with alert eyes, fearing that the people next to them were disguised by Marine. Besides, the cotters of the 5 Mafia families who were on alert around the conference room. He pulled out his weapon and quickly entered a state of battle. Joke. Marine actually got in, and things got a little bigger. What, Marine got in? What should I do now? Isn't this Marine dead for stealing the Don Quixote family? The West Blue T3 branch has been abandoned for 3 years? Isn't this guy Luolei, the branch chief of the T3 branch that was frozen in the West Blue by Naval headquarters? At this time, the leaders of the 4 major Mafia families, Milton Newman, Clara Bluno, Bernal Parker, and Francis Arnold, also came back to their senses, but, thinking of the power of the Don Quixote family, and shook his head sadly. What's up with Marine? Did you sneak in to find death? From the moment Diamante appeared, the situation for West Blue was set. Even if Marine intervenes, even if the island is surrounded by Marine, there is no use for eggs. After all, the Don Quixote family is not vegetarian. Besides, it's not like Marine intervening. Just a 3-year-old West Blue at 3 branch. At the beginning, when Luolei was transferred to West Blue at 3 branch, the 5 Mafia families received the news immediately, but after learning that Luolei was hidden by Naval headquarters, it didn't take it to heart. But I didn't expect that, 3 years later, Luolei of the West Blue T3 branch would dare to attack the Mafia Congress, which is simply ignorant. Ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. Sudden. Just at this time, Diamante seemed to have thought of something, and laughed horribly. Very good, really good, a small Marine, who dares to single-handedly go wild here and make nonsense, is really laughing to death. West Blue Marine T3 branch? Could it be that you are the Naval headquarters supernova, Luolei, who was frozen 3 years ago? A smile appeared in Capone Big's eyes, and he said coldly, "Let me put things down, how can a Mafia conference be presumptuous by a small T3 branch of yours? Today you are dead, no. The whole Marine at West Blue will pay in blood for your recklessness." "Oh. Luo Lei shrugged indifferently, a smile flashed in his white eyes, and said in a shocking voice, "You are all arrested, you are either captured or killed." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Facing Luo Lei, who was full of confidence from beginning to end, Capone Beeg smiled wickedly and pulled the trigger at Luo Lei without hesitation. In his opinion, this Luo Lei just wanted to find a sense of presence at the Mafia conference, and only by killing him was 100. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. A few bullets were shot towards Luo Lei at a speed that ordinary people could not see. Too slow. Luo Lei's white eyes moved slightly, he waved his left hand very casually, and then held several bullets in his hand. Clang, clang. This is the sound of several bullets being thrown to the ground one by Luo Lei. How is this possible? Capone Beeg showed an unbelievable look. The bullet was caught casually. All shot at me. The next moment, Capone Beeg was unmoved after seeing a certain world, and ordered coldly, "I still don't believe it, he can catch all the bullets." Bang, bang, bang. After this sentence, the cadres of the 5 major Mafia families who had already entered the fighting state did not hesitate, pulled the trigger frantically, and fired hundreds of bullets. "It's still too slow." A faint taunt appeared at the corner of Luo Lei's mouth. He didn't even use observation haki. He had already captured the trajectory of every bullet with his white eyes, and he was too lazy to pick it up. Wave a few times. Clang, clang. One after another, the sound of breaking the air sounded. The bullets were shot back by Luo Lei, who returned the same way. Chapter 33. Not good. At the moment Luo Lei threw his fist, Capone Beeg vaguely had an ominous premonition, and when he moved his mind, he activated Paramecia, the ability of the Fruit of the Heart City, and took out an iron shield from his body and blocked it in front of him. Clang, clang. Next moment, the sound of metal collisions rang out. Under the watchful eyes of Capone Beeg, several dents from bullets appeared on the shield. "Ah, not good, ah." It was at this time that screams rang out in the conference room. The Mafia cadres who shot just now were killed by their own bullets because they had no time to defend and escape, and they had not reacted. Maybe they didn't think that the bullet could be shot back by someone's fist. Bang, bang. With the sound of the Mafia cadres falling to the ground. In the conference room, the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark Forces who were standing smelled the wisps of blood in the air. While their expressions were horrified, they could not help but feel chills down their spines. Even the leaders of the 4 major families in the center, and even in Diamante, his expression became solemn. Maybe it's nothing to grab a bullet with your bare hands. But, use the fist to hit the bullets one by one accurately according to the original way, this is definitely not something ordinary people can do. In short, this Luo Lei from the West Blue at 3 branch is definitely not an ordinary character, and he still has a few brushes. Capone Beeg, do you know his intelligence? A few seconds later, Diamante took a deep breath, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and said solemnly, "West Blue T3 branch, what's going on?" No. The voice did not fall. Capone Beeg has not spoken yet. Clara Bluno, the head of the Clara family, said in a pleasing tone, "Lord Diamante, West Blue T3 branch is just a small branch of West Blue. This Luo Lei is said to be a genius of naval headquarters, but was buried in West Blue by the naval headquarters 3 years ago. Genius? Relegated to West Blue?" Diamante showed a look of doubt. It stands to reason that the existences that can be called geniuses in naval headquarters are all cultivated. That's right. Clara Bluno, the head of the Clara family, hurriedly added, "At the beginning, after he was demoted to West Blue, our 5 Mafia families were afraid of some conspiracy in naval headquarters, and they made a special investigation, and finally determined that he was offended celestial dragons, abandoned by naval headquarters." I see. Diamante nodded suddenly. It turned out to be the offending of Marine's high-level father, celestial dragons. No wonder naval headquarters will hide a genius, which can also explain why Luo Lei is a bit powerful. It looks like he wants to return to naval headquarters by destroying the West Blue Mafia convention. Pity. Diamante shook his head expressionlessly, and didn't mean to do anything. Instead he ordered coldly, "You all take action and deal with him, otherwise, the West Blue Mafia conference will become a big joke." Already? Okay. Upon hearing this, in the conference room, both the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark World and the leaders of the 5 major families took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. They're both West Blue's well-known figures. It has been seen in the world. So, after being horrified, everyone in the conference room looked at Luo Lei with murderous aura. As Diamante said, the Mafia conference is a feast for the underground dark world of West Blue. Even if it is infighting, it is also an internal event, and there is no room for a Marine to come out to disrupt the situation. Now that Luo Lei appears, that is to slap the whole West Blue dark world in the face. It would be shameful to say it out. In a word, Luo Lei must die. Damn. Capone Beeg dropped his shield with a gloomy expression and looked at Luo Lei with undisguised killing intent. The original plan was infinitely close to success, but a Marine was killed, breaking his deployment, and invisibly uniting the forces of the West Blue underground dark world. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. A group of garbage. Luolei never looked directly at Capone Beeg and others. This time, the Mafia conference has been planned for a long time, but I didn't expect that the Don Quixote family would actually participate in it. In this case, even Diamanti will clean it up. But how could Hoshigaki Kisame be so slow? With the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame, it should be a simple matter to clean up those Mafia members, pirates, and people from the West Blue Underground Dark World on the island, right? Why is there still no movement? If it doesn't come, I'll do it. Wait a minute, here it comes. The next moment, Luolei's observation Haki seemed to sense something, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Laugh. In the next instant, very abruptly, the wall in front of the conference room suddenly burst open, and a dozen figures mixed with stones heavily bombarded the floor of the conference room. Pfft! One of the pirates dressed in the Don Quixote family's costume was not dead after hitting the ground. It was like a flashback, and he spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. When he saw Diamanti in the conference room, he was very sad. Shouted. Lord Diamanti, dead, all dead. Boom. Unfortunately, no words have spoken yet. A large knife full of barbs broke through the wall and directly smashed it into meat sauce. Chapter 34. The sudden change shocked everyone in the conference room. They only saw that the wall was blown up, and more than a dozen figures were sent flying in. Then, the pirate of the Don Quixote family, before he could finish speaking, was smashed into flesh and blood by a large knife full of barbs. Soaring. What happened? What exactly happened? The giants of the West Blue Underground Dark World in the conference room, the leaders of the 5 major Mafia, even Diamanti, were stunned, their eyes were a little dull, and their hearts were inexplicably panicked. Boss Luolei, here I come. Did not keep them waiting. A very cold voice sounded. I saw a man with a face that looked like a shark came in step by step from outside the wall. No one has entered yet. An extremely strong bloody smell was oppressed. It made many giants in the underground dark world suddenly pale. Among them, Diamanti seemed to see something, his body trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Because, through broken walls, he saw blood and corpses outside the hotel. Thinking of the cry of the pirate from the Don Quixote family before he died, he knew at once that the pirates of the Don Quixote family who he brought to Winston Island to attend the Mafia meeting might have all been killed. As for the murderer, it was the man with the shark face. Who is this? Could it be that he killed all the members of the Mafia on the island, the pirates, and the people from the underground dark world? As Hoshigaki Kisame walked into the conference room, many people in the conference room also saw the blood and corpse behind him, and their bodies suddenly froze, all showing unbelievable expressions, and there was a bit of horror and fear in their eyes. How is this possible? Died? Are they all dead? Could it be that so many people on the island were killed by this shark-faced person? Gollum, Gollum. A sound of swallowing saliva sounded. The giants of the West Blue Underground Dark World in the conference room began to tremble in their hearts. They swallowed cautiously and looked at Hoshigaki Kisame as if they were looking at some monster. Say something bad. Mixed society. They are all characters who lick blood. But no matter how special the knife tip is to lick blood, I have never encountered such a violent, bloody, and powerful character like Hoshigaki Kisame. After all, this time the West Blue Mafia Congress was held. Whether it is the 5 major Mafia families or the giants of the underground dark world, they all brought their elite subordinates. Don't dare to act rashly. It's good now. Deterrence didn't work. Instead, they were all overwhelmed by a marine. This undoubtedly made some people in the conference room unacceptable. One person killed so many of their subordinates? Is this the end of the CAF? The elite power is gone, and they have become bare commanders. It's really meaningless. At this time, Hoshigaki Kisame lifted Samehada from the ground on his own, and grinned. Boss Luolei, those guys outside are really too weak, they're not even as good as trash. Yes. Luolei shrugged expressionlessly, and said curiously, are you finished? No. Those who resisted were killed, and those who surrendered were not killed. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head regretfully, and said, probably only 80% of them were killed. There was also a group of pirates who claimed to be the Don Quixote family. They were so arrogant that they were brutally killed by me one by one. When it's over here. Hoshigaki Kisame raised his brows and glanced at Diamanti provocatively. Luolei nodded. This time, none of the people who came to participate in the Mafia Sea were good people, they were all vicious people. If you kill them, you will kill them. It's no big deal. After all, not every pirate is a traveler like King Luffy. Most of them are burning, killing, looting and looting all grandmasters, especially those big pirates in the New World, killing civilians like killing dogs, destroying islands without a word. Among them, disputes between the 4 emperors can even destroy a country, which can be described as a crime. Tired. You. At this time, facing the provocation of Hoshigaki Kisame, Diamante seemed to have reacted, his body trembled a little, and roared in a stern voice, "No one has ever dared to kill the pirates of our Don Quixote family so blatantly, you are all dead, no one can save you." When the Don Quixote family gets angry, West Blue will shake. "Ha ha ha, you are all dead, what are you still alive for? Maybe too angry." Capone Beeg's body trembled faintly, and he lost his mind madly. This time, in order to unify the Mafia family in West Blue, he brought almost all the elites of the Capone family, so when he thought that the elites of the Capone family that he brought to the island had been killed, he had a kind of vomiting blood. It feels like it's over, it's all over. Castle Tank. The next moment, Capone Beeg, who was dazzled by anger, directly motivated Paramecia, the energy of the hard city fruit, turned his legs into crawlers, moved at high speed like a tank, and attacked Hoshigaki Kisame without flinching. He wants revenge. Court death. Hoshigaki Kisame snorted lightly, and strands of armament haki and chakra wrapped around Same Hata, and slashed out without leaving a hand. Boom! A crisp sound sounded, Same Hata and the castle tank had a head-on collision. Immediately afterwards, under the incredible look of Capone Beeg, a terrifying power to ultimate roared out, and then his tank track was forcibly smashed by Same Hata, blood and broken bones splashed everywhere. What? A scream rang out. Capone Beeg, who had regained his human form, looked at his bloody legs, and the whole person suddenly became stupid. Just one blow. The castle tank he incarnated was blown up abruptly. The man with the shark face. How strong is it? Chapter 35. No. You are definitely not marine, you are demons, demons from hell. Looking at his abolished legs, after Capone Beeg lost his mind for a moment, his inner fear began to spread. As the leader of the Capone family, one of the 5 major Mafia factions, he can be regarded as a battle-hardened and ruthless master, but in the face of people like Hoshigaki Kisame, he is absolutely indifferent to life, completely ignores death, and is indifferent to enemies. Relentless lord, he is completely broken. Marine is not scary. I'm so afraid that Marine's attack is more ruthless than the Mafia. Violence with violence. Demon. Hearing this sentence, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, showing sharp fangs, stepping on the rubble and rotten flesh, strode in front of Capone Beeg, and said, "How do you want to die?" Capone Beeg was about to say something when the voice stopped abruptly. Because Hoshigaki Kisame kicked out and directly stepped on Capone Beeg's head and kept rubbing it. Although everyone at the scene couldn't see Capone Beeg's expression, but, don't think about it. Knowing is a panic. Hey, I don't actually like killing people, but I have to. Watching the struggling Capone Beeg, Hoshigaki Kisame suddenly smiled, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and his feet instantly gained strength. Show mercy? Non-existent. Puff. A crisp crack sounded. Capone Beeg's head was like an overripe watermelon, it was stomped on by Hoshigaki Kisame, and the red and white things exploded in all directions. Is this killed? Looking at the killed Capone Beeg, Luolei shook his head helplessly. The captain of the flame tank pirates, one of the 11 supernovas in the future, was shot in the head by Hoshigaki Kisame, which is a pity to think about. At the same time. What? Capone Beeg dead? What should I do? What should I do now? Watching that Capone Beeg was destroyed by one move, and then his head was stomped on with one foot. The giants of the West Blue underground dark world in the conference room were completely crazy, their cheeks flashed with disbelief, especially when they saw the red and white things scattered all over the place, their hearts seemed to stop beating, breathing stopped for a moment. Died. The famous Capone Beeg in West Blue was tortured to death. A few minutes ago. Capone Beeg is about to unify West Blue's Mafia to the pinnacle of life. But now, Capone Beeg is dead, and the body is in front of him. For a while, these giants of the West Blue underground dark world, somehow, have a feeling of sadness. What about you? After Hoshigaki Kisame stepped on Capone Beeg's head, he turned his eyes and looked at the giants of the West Blue underground dark world in the conference room with a smile on his face. I surrender. Clang. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame's devilish smile. A giant in the underground dark world of West Blue seemed to be frightened. He threw the musket in his hand on the ground in a trembling manner, and squatted on the ground directly, holding his head in his hands, as if he was not resisting. And this is like a fuse. I surrender too. I surrender myself. I surrender myself too. I saw all the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces, but they were also full of despair, and they had no desire to resist, and they all squatted on the ground. As for resistance. Stop kidding, right? Didn't you see Capone Beeg being stomped on his head? It is better to die than to live, surrender and admit defeat. Okay, it's your turn. After seeing the giants of West Blue's underground dark world holding their heads and squatting, Luolei stretched and looked at the leaders of the remaining 4 Mafia families. The voice did not fall. Clara Bluno, the head of the Clara family, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and hurriedly said, I surrendered. Don't kill us. We also surrendered ourselves and hope to be given a light sentence. Our Mafia family also has a bright heart. The next moment, the leader of the Francis family, Francis Arnold, the leader of the Bernal family, Bernal Parker, and the leader of the Milton family, Milton Newman, all squatted on the ground in panic. Too difficult. This Mafia Congress. Abruptly destroyed by 2 Marines. Thinking about it makes me feel a little uncomfortable and want to cry, but there is nothing I can do. Now I can only surrender and save my life first. Why is this? A genius hidden by Marine, how strong is his strength? Could this be Marine's conspiracy to hide such terrifying combat power in West Blue? Diamandi looked at the one-sided situation, his heart gradually sank, and looked at Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, just like looking at some monster. Just started. He saw Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. He didn't care at all, but after Hoshigaki Kisame smashed Capone Big's legs with one move, he knew that he underestimated the strength of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. Especially in the face of Hoshigaki Kisame. I don't know what happened. He actually had a feeling of facing Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, one of the beasts. Back then, when he and Dover went to Beast's Pirates, he was fortunate enough to meet Kaido, the beast. The terrifying power made him unforgettable to this day. Even if he was stronger than Dover, he was in a cold sweat. It's good now. In a fish pond like West Blue. He felt that way again on a little-known Marine. Just hell. It's your turn. Hoshigaki Kisame took a few more steps and stood directly in front of Diamandi. He said in a calm tone, as one of the 4 senior officials of the Don Quixote family, if he died, the shock should not be small, right? What do you want to do? Swish. Maybe too frightened. Diamandi was instantly shocked, and he aimed the western sword in his hand at Hoshigaki Kisame. Chapter 36. It's now, go die. It seems to have accumulated for a long time. Diamandi's eyes flashed with determination. As the 4 senior officials of the Don Quixote family, although he was afraid, he would not accept the same rubbish in the underground dark world of West Blue. The shot should be shot, even if it is a sneak attack. Half-month funeral. With the stroke of the western sword. A white sword energy suddenly shot out, carrying a fierce meaning, and bombarded Hoshigaki Kisame. Maybe it was too close. Hoshigaki Kisame didn't have time to react and didn't have any defense, so he just watched the sword chi bombard him. Success, or one-shot kill. See this scene. Diamandi's eyes flashed with excitement. The opponent is still too young, so close to him, isn't he courting death? After all, he is not only a demon fruit power, but also a powerful swordsman. However, the ideal is full. Reality is very skinny. The excited color in Diamandi's eyes lasted for less than 3 seconds, and then gradually changed to the color of horror. Because, at the moment when the sword energy bombarded Hoshigaki Kisame smiled strangely, a smoke was generated, and his body turned into a pool of water, scattered on the ground. How is this possible? Diamandi's pupils shrank suddenly, revealing a ghostly look. Nothing is impossible. Forgot to tell you, I'm not just a marine, I'm a ninja. You also take me a knife. Same hada chi slash. Swish. A cracking sound resounded. Hoshigaki Kisame held the same hada wrapped around armament haki and chakra in his hand, and his body appeared in front of Diamandi in a flash, and a same hada waved out directly. Crack. Crack. Perhaps the power is too violent. The air was hit with wisps of cracks visible to the naked eye. Not good. Diamandi's pupils shrank, and he unconsciously blocked the western sword in front of him. Boom. The next moment, same hada collided head-on with the western sword, making a metal collision sound. Swipe. A crisp voice sounded. The western sword shattered in response, turning into countless fragments, and then same hada bombarded Diamandi with unabated power. Do not. Diamandi roared frantically, urging the ability of flying fruit with all his strength, and his clothes turned into steel in the fluttering dance, trying to defend against this attack. However, today's Hoshigaki Kisame is quite scary. Especially after learning armament haki, with the cooperation of chakra, the attack power has risen a notch. Boom. Another explosion sounded. Diamandi's steel clothes shattered in response, turned into countless iron filings, and scattered in the air. Laugh. Laugh. Immediately afterwards, the spikes on same hada's body repeatedly tore on Diamandi's body a few times. With the blood spilling from the sky, Diamandi's body appeared one after another with visible wounds. Poof. This is the sound of Diamandi hitting the ground. Perhaps he was severely injured and collapsed on the ground, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, and looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, there was a faint trace of fear in his eyes. It's not that he is too weak, but his opponent is too strong. How could such a terrifying combat power appear in West Blue? Shouldn't it be on the Grand Line? And ninjas, when did they become so powerful? It's just something incredible. It's done. Looking at Diamandi, who was spitting blood with fear on his face, Hoshigaki Kisame laughed mischievously, took out the white gauze, and wrapped same hada on his own. Gollum, Gollum. As for the giants of the West Blue underground dark world and the leaders of the 4 major families who were squatting and holding their heads in the conference room, they carefully swallowed their saliva. For a while, they didn't even dare to breathe. Terrible. It's really scary. Senior Cotter of the Donquixote family, Lord Diamanti. In one round, he was crushed. Just how powerful is this shark-faced man? And Luolei, the branch manager of the West Blue T3 branch who has not done much from the beginning to the end, what is he trying to do? Give him a treat. Luolei's tone contained a hint of joking, and he said calmly, this time, West Blue is going to be shaken, right? Okay. Hoshigaki Kisame shrugged indifferently, put the wrapped same hata on his back, and walked straight towards Diamanti, who was lying on the ground. Cough, cough. After hearing this, Diamanti, who was already seriously injured and full of blood, coughed violently and said tremblingly, I am a senior Cotter of the Donquixote family, if you kill me, Dover. Noisy. Hoshigaki Kisame scolded impatiently, and before Diamanti could finish speaking, he stepped on it again. Puff. A crack sounded. Diamanti's neck shattered into a mess of mud, the dead couldn't die any longer. Maybe he never thought that he would meet such 2 Marines in West Blue who played their cards out of line. If he wanted to kill him, he would kill him without any hesitation. Even the famous Donquixote family was not afraid. Family in the Eyes. Chapter 37. After half an hour. On the pier on Winston Island. The giants of West Blue's underground dark world and the heads of the remaining 4 major families all held their heads in their hands and squatted on the pier in an orderly manner, not even daring to breathe. As for the bodies of Diamanti and Capone Beeg, they were hung on a pole on the pier. Atmosphere. Very dignified and depressed. Let's go. I looked at the sea. A gleam of light flashed in Luolei's white eyes, and he said meaningfully, it's time for us to go to work. All right. Smashed the Mafia convention in one fell swoop. It's just an appetizer. The real big head is the wealth accumulated by the 5 Mafia families for hundreds of years. Now that Capone Beeg is dead, and the heads of the other 4 major Mafia families have surrendered, it is better for him to pocket the wealth himself rather than cheap others. Therefore, Luolei has already made up his mind. After leaving Winston Island, he and Hoshigaki Kisame will use the shadow clone technique respectively, and at the same time, they will raid the home of the 5 major Mafia families. It is good. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded silently, chakras surging, his hands quickly knotted, water-style water prison technique. Boom. With a terrifying chakra riot, a spherical cage formed by a giant current appeared on the pier. Imprisoned the giants of the West Blue underground dark world and the leaders of the remaining 4 families. Water-style megalodon. Next moment. Chakras surging. A water megalodon appeared on the sea. Swish. Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame flashed and stood on the water megalodon. Immediately, the giants of the West Blue underground dark world and the leaders of the remaining 4 major families left under the trembling gazes. Call. After a while. Looking at the backs of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame leaving. The giants of the underground dark world of West Blue and the leaders of the remaining 4 major families could not help but let out a sigh of relief, and their expressions were sad for a while. These 2 demons have finally left, and it is unfortunate that they can save their lives. Lucky in. As for escaping, forget it. Didn't you see this giant water dungeon? At the same moment. In the sea not far from Winston Island, several marine warships are parked here. At this time. On the most central warship. A Marine's rear admiral was holding his arms across his chest, looking at Winston Island in the distance, his expression changing. This time, when the Mafia Congress was held, he led the team to the waters near Winston Island, just like in previous years, just to monitor the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces and the leaders of the 5 major Mafia families on the island. As for launching an attack, forget it. In the face of the 5 Mafia families and the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces, his marine is really not enough to watch. Ugh. I do not know how long it has been. Alfred Rear Admiral let out a heavy sigh. As the largest branch of West Blue, the branch head of the first branch of West Blue, he actually has ambitions and aspirations, but he is suppressed by the 5 major Mafia families of West Blue, and he does not dare to act rashly. Sudden. Just at this time. Alfred Rear Admiral frowned, and there was an inexplicable foreboding in his heart. Because there was a strong smell of blood in the sea breeze. What a strong bloody smell, it seems to have drifted from Winston Island. Next to him, a Marine's colonel also seemed to smell something, and said subconsciously, isn't it because the 5 Mafia families are not evenly divided and have internal strife? Most likely. Another Marine's colonel nodded solemnly, this time, the Mafia conference seems to be more intense than before, and all the forces have brought their own elites down. Let's get a little closer. Alfred Rear Admiral hesitated a bit. He immediately ordered the warship to move closer to Winston Island. With the movement of several warships, the distance to Winston Island is getting closer and closer, and the scene on Winston Island can already be seen with the telescope. Why is there no movement? Alfred Rear Admiral took a quick glance with the telescope, but found that the whole of Winston Island was dead silent, not even a ghost was seen. Even stranger. Mafia ships patrolling around Winston Island are also gone. Not right. Where does Winston Island have the atmosphere of a Mafia convention? Several Colonel Marine with binoculars also looked at each other with a look of surprise. Keep getting closer. Alfred Rear Admiral waved his hand with a strange expression and gave the order again. Finally. After approaching more than 600 meters. As if I saw something. The expressions of Alfred Rear Admiral and several Marines colonels froze. Because, on Winston Island, the corpses are all corpses, and the blood has stained the ground red. Bang. Bang. Perhaps too shocking and unbelievable. Some of the telescopes in Marine's hands were unsteady and fell to the deck. Another part of Marine, his body softened, sat directly on the deck, sweating profusely, and his eyes were full of fear and disbelief. Wait a minute, Alfred Rear Admiral, look at the dock, the dock. But. Just at this time. A Marine's colonel made a terrified sound as if he had discovered something. After hearing this. Alfred changed the angle of the telescope and glanced curiously. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. For a split second, Alfred's forehead became constantly dripping with cold sweat, showing a look of extreme horror. I saw two dead people hanging in the wind on the pillars of the wharf, one of which was trampled on the neck, and the other was trampled on the head. If I read it correctly, the one whose neck was stomped off seems to be Diamanti, one of the senior cotters of the Don Quixote family, and the other whose head was stomped on, it is hard to recognize, but, from the clothing and body shape, seems to be Capone Beeg, the leader of the Capone family, one of the 5 Black Hand families. More importantly, on the pier, the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark Forces and the leaders of the other 4 major families were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, and were imprisoned by water. Chapter 38. What? Who is it, who is so powerful that even the senior cotters of the Don Quixote family were killed? Alfred Rear Admiral was a little messy, and the few Marine colonels next to him also stared blankly. For a time, the Marine soldiers on the 3 Marine warships were all shocked, and their minds were blank. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. After half an hour. Alfred Rear Admiral was the first to come back to his senses, with a resolute look in his eyes. Although he doesn't know what happened, there is no doubt that now is a good opportunity to wipe out the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark Forces and the leaders of the other 4 major families. Go down the order, land on the island. The next moment, Alfred took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision, and said solemnly, it's time to uphold the justice of West Blue and revive the power of our first branch of West Blue. Yes. Alfred Rear Admiral. Upon hearing this, several Marines colonels also regained their senses, clenched their fists, and looked a little excited. How many years? How many years has the first West Blue branch been suppressed by the Mafia? Now is the time to finally find a chance. It's really not easy to get revenge. So, in this situation, several Marines' warships increased their horsepower and rushed towards the Winston Island pier. An hour later, the mess on Winston Island was cleaned up. The whole process. It was unexpectedly successful. Even Alfred has some feeling of dreaming, especially the large water prison. It seems to be summoning. After Marine appeared, it was automatically turned into sea water and scattered into the sea, making it easy for them to wipe out the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark Forces and the leaders of the other 4 families. That's it. Looking at the giants of the West Blue Underground Dark Forces and the leaders of the other 4 families who were arrested. 2 words flashed in Alfred's mind. Good news, great news. In vain. A Colonel Marine ran over in disbelief and said in a slightly flustered voice, Alfred Rear Admiral, through interrogation, I know what happened. Say it. Alfred looked overjoyed and hurriedly ordered. Gollum. The colonel swallowed his saliva, with a look of horror in his eyes, and said in a shocking voice, it was done by Loyal Commodore of the West Blue T3 branch, he and a man with a shark face, with absolute strength, swept the Mafia convention. You, what did you say? Alfred's head hummed and he blurted out, how is this possible? Really? The colonel showed a somewhat sluggish look, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, and said in a trembling voice, then, that shark-faced man, who stomped on Capone Beeg's head, and also scolded the senior cotter of the Don Quixote family Diamanti hit the killer in pain and shot her in the throat. Clang. It seems that some people can't believe it. Alfred, whose mind was blank in shock, tilted his body and sat on the deck. What kind of strength is this? 2 people swept the West Blue Mafia convention, how is this possible? But the fact happened in front of him, and Alfred had to believe that it was really Loyal, the head of the West Blue T3 branch? But, is that Loyal Commodore hidden in the snow so powerful? There has been no movement for 3 years. Now there is a sudden movement, which directly swept the West Blue Mafia conference, and killed the senior cotter of the Don Quixote family, Diamanti. No, West Blue is going to shake. This shocking news must be reported to Naval Headquarters. I do not know how long it has been. Alfred just reacted and hurriedly took out a phone bug from his chest. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. In the top office of Marshal Marine, Marshal Sengoku was processing documents, and above his head stood a seagull, closing his eyes there. Ugh. Soon. After processing the file, Sengoku seemed to think of something and couldn't help sighing. Although the incident with West Blue was erased by Marine, Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame had become a thorn in his heart, which gave Sengoku a kind of thorn in his heart. Marine feels out of control. Bolu, Bolu. With the sound of a phone bug ringing, Sengoku came back to his senses, picked up the phone in surprise, and said, "This is Naval Headquarters, I'm Marshal Sengoku." Marshal Sengoku, I am the branch chief of West Blue's first branch, Alfred Rear Admiral. From the other end of the phone bug, Alfred trembled in fear. The sound of Alfred Rear Admiral. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned and said solemnly, "If you have something to do, you should go to the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral who is in charge of West Blue, instead of calling me a phone bug, understand?" Marshal Sengoku, I know. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred resisted the shock in his heart and said, "The West Blue Mafia conference was taken over by someone, and there were countless deaths. It was Luolei from the T3 branch who did it. We West Blue's number 11 branch picked up a bargain, and it has already wiped out the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces and the leaders of the other 4 major families. And Diamantai, one of the senior officials of the Donquixote family, was killed by Luolei Commodore's subordinates." What? I heard the voice from the other end of the phone bug. Sengoku was stunned for a moment, obviously did not respond, and then asked in amazement, "Alfred Rear Admiral, what did you say?" Lei. Yes. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred said tremblingly, "Marshal Sengoku, West Blue is about to shake. You see, when Luolei from the T3 branch can be transferred to the first West Blue branch, I am willing to be the deputy. He is so strong and has such strong subordinates, staying in the T3 branch is really inferior." No. Sengoku's face turned black all of a sudden, and he hung up the phone worm neatly. This. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred Rear Admiral is a little confused. He doesn't understand why. Luolei of the T3 branch is so strong, Marshal Sengoku should be happy, right? How can I hear the sound? It seems very unhappy. It's really weird. Chapter 39. Naval Headquarters. The Marshal's Office. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh while his expression changed. After all, things were out of his control. This time, what happened to West Blue, even if Marine tried his best to cover it up, couldn't hide it. He could imagine the shocking scene of West Blue. After all, his face still being beaten. After 3 years of silence, once it broke out, it seemed that some could not be suppressed, even he felt great pressure. Ninja, are they really that powerful? Unconsciously, Sengoku also thought of Polisalino's evaluation of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, having a terrifying combat power comparable to Admiral. If it was another Marine, Sengoku would of course be very happy with this level of combat power, but when he thought that Luolei had offended the Celestial Dragons at the beginning, he had some hesitation and helplessness. If Marine, who has no awareness of serving Celestial Dragons, is promoted to a high position, the consequences may be quite serious. In a word, no matter how strong the strength is, I have no sense of belonging to the world government. Without a basic sense of respect and service to Celestial Dragons, that can't be reused. As a superior, he can't afford to gamble, really can't afford to gamble. Certainly. Think so. But Sengoku was reluctant to force Luolei to be the opposite of Marine. After entering the era of the great pirates, Marine and the pirates have gradually been at a disadvantage in the long-term confrontation, especially in the face of the 4 sea emperors of the New World. Marine is also somewhat powerless. Therefore, if Luolei is forced to join the 4 emperors' pirates, or he forms a pirates himself, I'm afraid Marine's situation will be more uncomfortable. It's really hard not to be promoted, and not to be able to turn around. Sengoku's brows were furrowed, and he felt a little irritable in his heart. With the title of the resourceful general, he had been a marshal for so many years, and it was the first time that he encountered such a difficult thing. Now how to do? Thinking that the situation at West Blue has gotten out of control, Sengoku took a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. There is nothing to say, since he can no longer suppress it, he will come to add fuel to the flames. The senior cadre of the Donquixote family Diamandi died in West Blue, which will definitely annoy the big pirate Donquixote Doflamingo. In order to maintain the power and dignity of the Donquixote family, Doflamingo will definitely go to West Blue. Once Doflamingo goes to West Blue to find trouble with Luolei, then there's a good show to watch. As for reminding Doflamingo that Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame of the West Blue T1 branch are strong, comparable to Marine Admiral? Stop kidding. For a long time, Donquixote Doflamingo has done whatever he wants in the underground dark world of the sea, doing some illegal activities. Due to his special status, Naval headquarters can't blatantly move him. Now, it's time for Doflamingo to experience true despair. So, under such circumstances, Sengoku didn't hesitate, and picked up the phone worm neatly. And a few days ago, Don Quixote Doflamingo popped up in South Blue. Fearing that Doflamingo was doing something in South Blue, Staff Crane went after him. It's time for Staff Crane to come back. Have a good time watching the show. South Blue in the Four Seas. Above the endless sea. A marine's top warship is sailing fast on the sea. On deck. Staff Crane holding a telescope. Looking at a pirate ship that was escaping right in front of him, he couldn't help showing a playful look. This Doflamingo. Stay away from Dressrosa. What are you doing in South Blue? It's alright now, the chasers are running around, see if I don't take care of you. Follow me. Before long. Staff Crane gave an order to a Commodore next to him wearily, and prepared to go to the cabin to rest for a while. Bolu, Bolu. But, at this time, the phone bug that Staff Officer Crane carried with him rang. Staff Officer Crane frowned and answered the phone bug. Zayahi, come back. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Why? Hearing this sentence, Staff Officer Crane showed a puzzled expression. Something big has happened to West Blue. On the other end of the phone bug, Sengoku said very seriously, the annual Mafia convention held by West Blue was taken over by Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame of the T3 branch, and Diamantai, a senior cadre of the Don Quixote family, also died. In the hands of Hoshigaki Kisame. What? The voice did not fall. Even the calm and composed staff officer he could not help but let out an exclamation. West Blue. Such a big thing happened in West Blue, and the West Blue Mafia conference was all over the pot. Does that mean that the giants of the West Blue underground dark world and the chiefs of the 5 Mafia families have been arrested? Things seem to be getting serious. Wait a minute. Sengoku sent me back to Naval headquarters. That must be to make Doflamingo go to West Blue to get revenge. There's a good show to watch. Almost in an instant. Staff Crane understood why Sengoku wanted her to go back. It turned out that he wanted Doflamingo to take the initiative to go to West Blue for revenge. Okay, I'll return immediately. The next moment, Staff Officer he smiled wisely, and a smile flashed in his deep pupils. She wondered how Doflamingo would look when he knew the true strengths of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. You must be very grateful to her, right? We'll definitely be grateful to Marine's 8th ancestors. Chapter 40. Soon. The Marine's top warship, where the Crane's staff was located, was evacuated. This made a pirate ship of the Don Quixote family, which was escaping frantically, bewildered and unbelievable for a while. After half an hour. The pirate ship of the Don Quixote family. They stopped on the shore of an uninhabited island and rested. This staff officer Crane, why didn't he chase after him? He's really sick. On deck. Doflamingo held a goblet with a gloomy expression, and took a sip of red wine with a little irritability. Nemas. He's just bored. Come and play in South Blue. By the way, integrate the underground dark forces of South Blue. However, he was chased by Marine Staff Crane and fled around like a bereaved dog. Thinking about it, he felt a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Fortunately, Staff Officer Crane is gone, and he has enough time to integrate the underground dark forces in South Blue and expand the influence of the Don Quixote family in South Blue several times. Dover. Dover, something bad happened. Sudden. With a panicked voice. I saw Toripole, one of the senior cadres of the Don Quixote family, wriggling over with snot, with a look of extreme horror and disbelief. What's the matter? Doflamingo frowned and said, could it be that Marine Staff Crane is catching up again? Do not. Toripole's face was very ugly, and he said tremblingly, West Blue, something big happened in West Blue, the Mafia Congress was taken by the head of the T3 branch, Luolei, we senior cadre of the Don Quixote family. When it comes to this. Toripole seemed to be a little shocked and scared, and his speech was intermittent. What exactly? Seeing Toripole's trembling expression, Doflamingo was not in a good mood, and scolded him sharply. Diamantai is dead. Toripole gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and said amazingly, the throat was stepped on, and the body was hung on the pillar. What did you say? In that fish pond in West Blue, who is so bold and dares to do something to our Don Quixote family? Swipe. This is the sound of the goblet being squeezed. Maybe too shocked. Doflamingo's body still stood up from the chair, a look of disbelief flashing across his cheeks. Diamantai is dead? Or was someone dropped the body on the pillar? This is literally hitting the Don Quixote family in the face in front of the entire West Blue? More importantly, Diamantai, is the 4 senior cadres of Don Quixote, and the relationship with Doflamingo is not ordinary, far beyond the relationship between master and servant. So. Diamantai's death. Doflamingo can't stand it, absolutely can't stand it. Dover. According to the news from West Blue, it seems that Luole of the West Blue T3 branch and a man with a shark face did it. Toripol's voice was trembling slightly, and his face changed. Also incredible is the ultimate. There has never been. The Donquixote family has never been slapped like this before. Now that Diamanti is dead, it looks like a deliberate provocation by the West Blue Marine T3 branch. Quiet. Under such circumstances. On deck. Soon it fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere became more and more depressing, and perceiving this aura, the pirates of the Donquixote family on the deck silently lowered their heads. No one dared to speak, and could only stand there in cold sweat. They know very well that Dover is angry, and when Dover is angry, West Blue will bleed into a river, setting off a bloody storm. Furfur was actually made by Marine from the West Blue at 3 branch. I do not know how long it has been. Doflamingo let out his own unique laugh with a gloomy face. Very good, really good. I don't know who gave the courage of the West Blue T3 branch, that Marine named Luole. He is dead, no one can save me, Doflamingo said. Boom. After this sentence. No sign. A terrifying aura surged out from Doflamingo's body and swept out in all directions. No doubt. This is Conqueror's Haki. Boss Dover is angry. What a powerful aura, it's really terrifying. When the boss of Dover is angry, the West Blue T3 branch is afraid that it will be destroyed by the group. Feeling this undisguised pressure, the pirates of the Donquixote family on the deck, even Toripol, all looked terrified, and they didn't even dare to breathe, for fear of annoying Doflamingo who was in a fit of rage. After half an hour. Who is that Marine named Luole? Doflamingo's mind moved, and he restrained Conqueror's Haki, then took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said coldly, I don't believe the strength of the West Blue T3 branch will be so strong. According to the information we have collected, that Luole seems to be a super genius of Marine, who graduated from the recruit camp with the first place, but, 3 years ago, he offended the Celestial Dragons and was awarded by Naval Headquarters. The snow fell into West Blue and became the head of the T3 branch. Toripol licked his snot and made a careful report. Is that the case, the Marine genius hidden in the snow? Doflamingo showed a slightly mocking expression and said in a see-through tone, looks like something so big has happened to West Blue, Marine has got the news. Staff Crane didn't chase us, he just wanted me to go to West Blue and clean up the branch head of the T3 branch, Luole. It's a good one, 2 birds with 1 stone, Naval Headquarters has calculated too much. In an instant. Reminiscing that the staff officer he suddenly stopped chasing after him just now. Doflamingo suddenly realized something, so Marine wanted to use him? A genius who was hidden in the snow suddenly broke out. Maybe Naval Headquarters has some shame, and wanted to take advantage of Diamante's death and use a knife to kill. Furfur, if you want to take advantage of me, then I will do as you wish and go to West Blue reluctantly. The next moment, Doflamingo spread his hands and smiled, but the laughter seemed to be a little creepy, the pair of sunglasses the lower eyes flashed with a crazy look. Marine wants to use him. Then he let Marine steal chickens without losing rice. West Blue, will flow into rivers of blood. Chapter 41. A day later. What happened to West Blue? With the speed of lightning speed, as the newspaper spread in all directions. The annual Mafia conference has become the end of the West Blue Underground Dark World. The giants of the West Blue Underground Dark World and the leaders of the 4 major Mafia families were wiped out by Marine. Shocked. West Blue T3 branch chief Luole and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame swept the Mafia convention. One of the 5 Mafia families, the head of the Capone family, Capone Beg was shot in the head by Hoshigaki Kisame, and the senior cadre of the Donquixote family, Diamanti was shot in the throat by Hoshigaki Kisame. Luole, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame don't make a move. As soon as they make a move, they will give the West Blue Underground Dark World a pot. The strength of West Blue Marine is terrifying. One message after another. Directly detonated the entire West Blue. Countless people in West Blue were shocked for a moment. When? West Blue's Marine, also tough? No way. No one thought. The annual Mafia conference has actually become the end of the West Blue Underground Dark World giants and the Mafia family. The strength of West Blue T3 branch head Luole and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame is simply terrifying. More importantly, in the face of Diamanti, the senior cadre of the Donquixote family, Luole, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, and his subordinates, Hoshigaki Kisame, were merciless and killed without mercy. It seems that the Donquixote family was not released at all. Normal in the eyes. That's some kind of slap in the face of the Donquixote family. Shock. West Blue is shaking. The sudden sword of the West Blue Marine T3 branch immediately shook the quartet. It was at this time that the countless countries and civilians of West Blue realized that the strength of the T3 branch was so powerful that only 2 people swept the Mafia conference. Compared with the T3 branch, the so-called the first branch of West Blue pales in comparison. It is for this reason that Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame were pushed to the forefront and officially entered the field of vision of all parties. Countless countries, forces, and some forces other than West Blue, the big pirates have begun to investigate the true background of Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, the branch chiefs of the West Blue T3 branch. After all, in the eyes of many people, Marine is in West Blue hidden two high-end combat powers. I think it is purposeful. Without investigating clearly, many people have some trouble sleeping. The results of it? I don't know if I don't investigate, but an investigation is really startling. Luolei, one of the 24th class of students brought by Marine Chief Instructor Zephyr, only spent half a year and graduated from the recruit camp with full marks, becoming a promising Marine Nova. Pity. Man is not as good as God. In an escort mission, because he ignored the orders of Celestial Dragons and did not give Celestial Dragons face, annoyed the world nobles, Celestial Dragons. In order to give an explanation to Celestial Dragons, Luolei was hidden by Marine's high-level rise and fall, and was demoted to the fish pond of West Blue. From a promising new star, he became the branch head of Marine West Blue T3 branch, with the rank of Commodore. And then, spent 3 years in obscurity in the T3 branch. During this period, there is no record of any shot. This time, it was Luolei's first shot at the Mafia conference after being hidden in the snow. As a result, West Blue was directly detonated. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, it seems to have appeared out of thin air. He was recruited by Luolei as his subordinate. He has very special abilities. He can control water to form a water prison. Diamantai was easily blown up by Hoshigaki Kisame. Then, when information about Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame came to light, the whole West Blue, no, even many forces outside West Blue, some pirates and countries on the Grand Line, are all in uproar and confusion. Did you make a mistake? Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, was actually demoted to West Blue, and was buried by Marine. After 3 years, it broke out all at once? It's so incredible. However, unknown to everyone, Naval Headquarters also suppressed a message. That is, Edward Weevil was actually beaten by Hoshigaki Kisame. Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame also beat Kizaru, one of the 3 Admiral, violently. Otherwise, I am afraid it will not be more shocking. But Rao is so. Countless people were also stunned for a moment. Under such circumstances, many people turned their attention to the Donquixote family. Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, chose to kill Diamantai, which showed that he wanted to step on the Donquixote family and become famous throughout the sea. The goal is now achieved. West Blue shakes, and beyond West Blue shakes. Next. It depends on what the Donquixote family is going to do. What's more, Luolei attacked Diamantai as Marine, which means something different. Are Marines and pirates absolute opposites? Now Naval Headquarters does not have a sword, but a Marine sword from West Blue. As the patriarch of the Donquixote family, what will Doflamingo do? So, countless eyes are focused on West Blue. Everyone knows that a storm is about to break out in West Blue, and the entire West Blue may be turned upside down. In order to maintain the face and dignity of the Donquixote family, Doflamingo will definitely take action. Now it depends on whether Marine will intervene. If he does not intervene, Doflamingo is afraid that he will directly kill West Blue. Chapter 42. And the Donquixote family did not disappoint all those who paid attention. Just half a day later, a very strong statement was released. Since Luolei of the West Blue T3 branch killed Diamantai, a senior cadre of the Donquixote family, he would have to pay the price in blood. The patriarch of the Donquixote family, Doflamingo, already headed to West Blue as fast as possible, is bound to beat Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame. As soon as the news came out, West Blue, which was already in shock, once again set off a stormy sea. Countless people. They were terrified and speechless. The great pirate, Doflamingo, has gone to West Blue. Doesn't that mean West Blue is about to set off a bloodbath? Just thinking about it, some people make their scalps go numb. In this situation, countless people turned to Naval Headquarters. West Blue is about to have a big event. Doflamingo is about to confront Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch. So, as the headquarters of the West Blue T3 branch, what will Naval Headquarters do? Will it send high-end combat support? Pity. Much to the disappointment of many, Naval Headquarters is silent. Just like not knowing what happened to West Blue, it was a light cloud. This. How can Naval Headquarters do this? If Naval Headquarters doesn't intervene, West Blue will definitely be turned upside down. Could it be that the head of the West Blue at 3 branch, Luolei, was abandoned? On the Grand Line, the leader of a certain force looked at West Blue and muttered to himself in disbelief. Of course, this is not just his own idea, but the common idea of countless people who focus on West Blue. Everyone knows that, if Naval Headquarters does not intervene, Doflamingo will definitely take off in West Blue. Even if Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, the branch heads of West Blue T3 branch, swept the Mafia convention, they are not Doflamingo's opponents, right? After all, Doflamingo is a famous pirate in New World. Not like those stinky fish and rotten shrimp from West Blue. For a while, West Blue became agitated. There is a vague feeling that the mountains and the rain are about to come and the building is full of wind. At the same moment, West Blue, the base of the T3 branch. But it's a cloudless breeze. After copying the homes of the 5 Mafia at the fastest speed, Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame came home full of rewards, not caring about West Blue, who was about to come. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the daily quest 6 hours of practice, reward, 0.06% experience. Ding! The fused Senjo Tobirama template, unlocked to 65%. Call. Listen to the prompts in your head. Luolei on the training ground opened his eyes and could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Not easy. It's really not easy. Add the time to Winston Island to sweep the Mafia convention. It took him about a month to unlock Senjo Tobirama's template from 61% to 65%. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of the God-level lottery system, Mingzhen West Blue, rewarding 5% experience and a chance to draw a free lottery. Ding. The fused Senjo Tobirama template, unlocked to 70%. Next moment, with the sound of the system sounding again, Luolei's expression froze, and he suddenly became a little confused. What? And hidden missions? Famous West Blue, directly rewarded with 5% experience? Another chance for a free raffle? This is too cool, right? The system is really hidden too deep. To be honest, Luolei always thought that by working hard and completing daily training tasks, he could unlock and integrate the template of Senjo Tobirama step by step. Result. The system told him with facts. If you work hard, you might as well complete the hidden quests, which can speed up the unlocking of templates that integrate Senjo Tobirama, and you can also get a chance to win a free lottery. Hey, I've been practicing silently for 3 years. After a few seconds, Luolei smiled dumbly and sighed helplessly. Ding, congratulations to host, for unlocking the Senjo Tobirama template to 70%, explaining the A-level forbidden technique, tandem paper bombs. A great forbidden technique, infinite blasting ninjutsu, tandem paper bombs. Luolei nodded thoughtfully. The next moment, in Luolei's spiritual world, suddenly a battle screen appeared. I saw second Hokage Senjo Tobirama is attacking Ten Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Obito. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, the detonating amulet was attached to Uchiha Obito's arms, waist, and legs at a lightning-quick speed, and detonated it. Then, he took out a detonating amulet from the dirty body and threw it at Obito. In an instant, the detonator loops infinitely, summoning out trillions of detonators, causing an infinite series of explosions. In the face of such a terrifying explosion attack, Uchiha Obito used the yin and yang escape to defend, but after half an hour, Luolei reacted from this integration with a horrified expression, and his spirit returned to reality. The 6 paths level is so terrifying. Soon, Luolei looked horrified and couldn't help sighing after sensing his already perfect master A-level forbidden technique, tandem paper bombs. He didn't even think. This time, in order to incorporate Senjo Tobirama's A-level forbidden technique, tandem paper bombs. The scene experience given to him was actually a battle in the 4th Ninja World War, especially seeing the terrifying power of Ten Tails Jinchuriki Uchiha Obito. Luolei's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. 6 paths level ninja. It really is like a godlike existence. Chapter 43. I still have to practice harder. After a while, Luolei came back to his senses and muttered to himself, no matter what, first unlock and merge the character templates of second Hokage Senjo Tobirama, and then find a way to evolve Bun to Tenseigan. No way. As strength increases, ordinary white eyes are no longer enough. Only by evolving to Tenseigan, may Luolei's strength be improved to a higher level. Certainly. This time, the template of Senjo Tobirama is unlocked to 70%, in addition to unlocking the A-level forbidden technique, tandem paper bombs. There is another hidden gain. That is all of Senjo Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, he can basically use it without obstacles. In the past, he was able to use Senjo Tobirama's water style, but he could only use some basic water styles. Now, he has basically mastered it, especially with the Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body, which should be able to explode with more terrifying power. If there is no miscalculation, my current overall strength should be higher than Senjo Tobirama, right? Luolei seemed to have thought of something, and a smile flashed in his white eyes. Today, his physical fitness is extremely strong, and observation haki has also cultivated to the top level. With armament haki and marine 6 styles, his strength is not weak. Although it seems that Senjo Tobirama's template is only unlocked to 70%. But, everything that can be unlocked has been unlocked. What about Flying Thunder God technique, Shadow Clone technique, water-style ninjutsu, tandem paper bombs, etc., only impure world reincarnation, multiple shadow clone technique, weird power, soul imprisonment technique, enchantment, 4 red yang formation, etc. are not unlocked. By the way, the system seems to have given a free lottery opportunity, right? Before long, a look of anticipation flashed across Luo Lei's cheeks, and he ordered without hesitation, "System, use this chance for a free lottery." The voice did not fall. In the translucent space that Luo Lei could only see, the pointer of the roulette wheel began to spin rapidly. Ding! Congratulations to host, congratulations to host, you are unlucky, you didn't get anything, and try harder next time. The beep just fell. Luo Lei's expression froze. Really? Cheap is not good quality. The system is giving it away for free. I'm afraid that the chance of winning is 0, right? What's more, this god-level lottery system has not drawn anything, and he is still congratulating him with a hammer. Humph. Fortunately, I was already prepared. The next moment, Luo Lei slowly got up and looked at the more than 40 boxes placed on the edge of the training ground. That's right. In these boxes, all containing things copied from the 5 Mafia families. There is also a part of no value, which has been placed in the warehouse of the T3 base. Speaking of which, the 5 Mafia families in West Blue have been entrenched in West Blue for hundreds of years, but when Luo Lei and Hoshigaki Kisame went to raid their homes, they discovered that the 5 Mafia families are really poor, far from being poor. As rich as imagined. System, how many lottery points can these treasures be exchanged for? Ding. Host, you can exchange 1.4 million lottery points, whether to exchange. Exchange it. Luo Lei nodded without any hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to host, the 1.4 million lottery points have been successfully redeemed. Perfect. As soon as the system's notification sound fell, Luo Lei's eyes flashed with excitement, and then he took a large plate next to him and said, "How many lottery points can be exchanged for these 6 devil fruits?" Ding. Host, you can exchange for 1.2 million lottery points. Only 1.2 million. Luo Lei said incredulously, "System, are you mistaken? There is also a Zoan ancient species devil fruit." I know, but, is it worth so much? Host, do you want to exchange it? The system's voice did not fluctuate, and the machine said coldly. Exchange it. Luo Lei thought for a while, then nodded. Anyway, of the 6 devil fruits, 3 of them were robbed at the Mafia conference, and the other 3 were stolen from the homes of the other 4 major Mafia families. Now they are considered waste. Ding, congratulations to host, the 1.2 million lucky draw points have been successfully redeemed, and now we have a total of 2.6 million lucky draw points. It is good. Luo Lei clenched his fist a little excitedly. After waiting for so many years, I finally got the chance to redeem 2 advanced random draws, which is really not easy. System, exchange for an advanced random draw for me. Ding. Consumes 1 million lottery points. There are 1.6 million lottery points left. A high-level random lottery is successfully redeemed. Host, whether to use. Use. After saying this, Luo Lei turned his excited eyes to the translucent turntable that only he could see. What's more, the first high-level random lottery in his life is about to begin, hoping to draw something good. Ding. Congrats host, congratulations host, I've drawn the 4th Reikage Yuai, peak period, from the character summoning card Hokage Ninja. Laugh. As the hands stopped turning, the crisp mechanical sound of the system rang out. Ah, is another character summoning card? Or is it a ninja again? Listen to the system prompts. Although Luo Lei knew for a long time that the advanced lottery would draw good things, he couldn't help but stunned. What else can I say? He drew another ninja. He also knows about 4th Reikage. He is the son of 3rd Reikage. He is violent and powerful. When he was young, he cut off the left corner of 8 tails with one hand and honed lightning-style chakram mode very skillfully. It is said that the amazing speed can almost comparable to Namikaze Minato, as fast as blue lightning. He also served as the supreme commander of the ninja allied forces in the 4th Ninja World War, and his ability and strength are beyond doubt. System, exchange me for another advanced random draw. Soon. Luo Lei looked at the remaining lottery points and ordered another sentence. Ding. Consumes 1 million lottery points. There are 600,000 lottery points left. A high-level random lottery exchange is successful. Host, whether to use. Use. Ding. Congratulations host, the 2nd random lottery drew Devil Fruit Zoan Udemon's Ligong form, system produced, must be a high-quality product, absolutely no side effects, you can use it with confidence. Chapter 44. Another Devil Fruit with no side effects. Listen to the system prompts. Luo Lei was stunned for a moment, and was immediately speechless. Last time, I drew a devil fruit in the form of a fish and fish fruit, an ancient species, and a megalodon, and ate it for Hoshigaki Kisame. Now I have drawn another devil fruit in the form of Zoan Udemon's Ligong. At first glance, we know that it is prepared for 4th Reikage Yayuai, and I want to make Yayuai stronger. Wait a minute, this phantom beast's Leigong is not one of the 3 holy beasts, Leigong, right? The next moment, Luo Lei seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became surprised. If it is really Leigong, one of the 3 holy beasts, then there are still some collocations with 4th Reikage Yayuai. At least, 4th Reikage Yayuai's lightning style chakra mode will definitely be more pervert, and the strength is also will transform. Okay, then summon Yayuai. Before long, Luo Lei's eyes must have been rolled, and he quietly ordered. Originally, he thought that there was only one subordinate of Hoshigaki Kisame, and there were still some not enough. Now he can summon a powerful ninja subordinate. Thinking about it, it is still a beautiful thing. Ding, host, calling. Laugh. After a few seconds, the space in front of Luo Lei fluctuated for a while. I saw a man with dark skin, light yellow hair, a very strong build, wearing a white cloak, and a green shuriken logo tattooed on his shoulders, appearing on the training ground. Boss Luo Lei. After appearing, a smile flashed in Yayuai's deep eyes, and she said something very respectfully. Looking at the respectful 4th Reikage, Luo Lei nodded without any surprises. With the intervention of the system, he has become Yayuai's boss, and naturally he doesn't have to worry about Yayuai's dissatisfaction. System, extract devil fruit in Zoan, Eudemons, Rai Gong form. Laugh. A cracking sound rang out. A devil fruit full of mysterious patterns appeared in Luo Lei's hands. Take it. Taking a look at the devil fruit in his hand, Luo Lei threw it to Yayuai neatly and said, eat him, you will become stronger, lightning style chakra mode will be more pervert, more able to incarnate the legendary holy beast Rai Gong, control the thunder and lightning. What? A ray of disbelief appeared on Yayuai's rough cheeks. This is the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. Seemingly seeing Yayuai's doubts, Luo Lei said slowly, this is a devil fruit in the form of Zoan, phantom beast, and thunder god without any side effects. After eating it, you will know how much it's amazing. It is good. Almost without hesitation, Yayuai took devil fruit and immediately started eating. Well, although it doesn't taste good, it's barely enough to eat. Eating devil fruit, Yayuai's expression didn't change in any way, and she commented on the taste of devil fruit for some reason, which means to taste devil fruit as a food. Seeing Yayuai eating so seriously, Luo Lei originally wanted to say that devil fruit only needs 1 bite, but he swallowed it and didn't say anything. After all, who can stop a foodie from eating? Even shit. Let Yayuai finish eating. Soon. After Yayu and Ai Zhang have eaten all the devil fruits in Zoan, Eudemons, and Thunder God. There are almost no signs. A terrifying power of lightning swept out of Yayuai's body. Crackling. Immediately after, with terrifying thunder and lightning, Yayuai's body began to cover chakra and lightning. Obviously, Yayuai, who couldn't suppress the energy in her body, directly entered lightning-style chakra mode, and a lightning shock wave broke out that made the air tremble slightly. And this is just the beginning. Crack. Perhaps the power of thunder and lightning is too powerful. With Yayuai as the center, wisps of blue lightning began to appear in the air. 1 second. 10 seconds. 5 minutes. Finally, after 20 minutes, the entire West Blue at one branch was covered with dense blue lightning. And in midair, at some point in time, dark black thunder clouds had gathered, which had a taste of black clouds overcoming the city. As expected of the devil fruit in the form of Zoan, phantom beast, and thunder god, it can actually erupt with such a powerful thunder and lightning power. At this time, on the training ground, Luo Lei looked wrapped in thunder and lightning, like the legendary thunder god of the night moon. Ai sighed involuntarily. He is very clear. Yayuai's strength has achieved a transformation, and his abilities in all aspects may have become stronger. Of course, perhaps knowing that Luo Lei is here, none of the thunder and lightning on the training ground hit him. Apparently Yayuai is in control. So strong. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. I saw Hoshigaki Kisame flying over from the central area of the T3 base, looking at Yayuai, who was in the transformation period and was in control of thunder and lightning, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation sound. Kisame, pick me up. Facing the sudden appearance of Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai seemed to have found the target of venting. With a grumpy roar, his body flashed, carrying endless thunder and lightning, and attacked Hoshigaki Kisame extremely savagely and wildly. Good come. A flash of fighting intent flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, and while the chakras surging all over his body, strands of armament haki wrapped around his fists and rushed straight up. Boom. The next moment, Yayuai and Hoshigaki Kisame faced each other, and the two fists covered by different energies collided with each other. Boom. In an instant, time and space seemed to stand still. Maybe a second, maybe a minute. A deafening explosion sounded, and the powerful collision shock wave made the sea area tremble slightly, and as the main target, the island where the West Blue T3 branch was located was shaken out for dozens of times. A huge crack visible to the naked eye. Chapter 45. On the training ground. Whether it was Hoshigaki Kisame or Yayuai, after their fists collided, they didn't close their fists, but kept their punches, not letting each other go. Crack. Crack. Perhaps the power of the fist confrontation was too terrifying. The cracks in the air began to gradually expand and spread outward. Boom. In the next moment, the ground between the two finally could not bear the strong collision of the two majestic forces, and in an instant a crack spread across the entire T3 branch. And this seems to be a fuse. Dozens of other huge cracks visible to the naked eye on the island began to expand, and the T3 branch became shaky. Watching Hoshigaki Kisame forcibly resisting his fist, Yayuai's cheeks showed a look of surprise. As fourth Raikage, he is proud of ninjutsu, especially in Raigong's Thunderbolt. Under the blessing of the power, he felt that he could blow up a cage-level powerhouse with one punch. The results of it. But he was blocked by Hoshigaki Kisame, a guy who is not good at taijutsu. Fourth Raikage, you've become stronger, but I can't stand still. Hoshigaki Kisame's body stood still, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, your ninjutsu is very strong, but, my physical skills are not weak. After this sentence, a wisp of armament haki appeared on Hoshigaki Kisame's fist. Immediately, a more terrifying force burst out from Hoshigaki Kisame's fist. Boom! A majestic force roared out. With a deafening roar, the ground under Yayuai's feet shattered into ashes. Then, his body staggered back, and after several steps in a row, he finally stopped. How is this possible? Seeing himself being shaken back by the power of Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, who regained her footing, opened her eyes wide, revealing a look of shock and disbelief. His power was actually suppressed by Hoshigaki Kisame? Didn't think of it. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned. A smile flashed in the golden pupils. This fourth Raikage thinks that his ninjutsu is very good, and after eating devil fruit, he is even more irritable. As everyone knows, today is different from the past. You ate devil fruit, and I also ate devil fruit. It's still the fish and fish fruit that is good at strength ancient species megalodon form, plus he has learned armament haki, his physical fitness is already very strong. It's not right, in addition to chakra, you also have an energy that can improve your attack power and defense power. Yayuai looked a little dignified, glanced at the strands of armament haki on Hoshigaki Kisame's fist, and said in a low tone. That's right. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded indisputably and said, this is armament haki, one of Conqueror's hakis. It can improve personal defense, acting like invisible armor, it can also evolve into attack power, increasing destructive power. Yes. A ray of light flashed in Yayuai's eyes, and she blurted out, it looks like I'm going to learn armament haki too, but before that. When it comes to this. Yayuai paused for a while, and suddenly increased his tone, I haven't had enough fun yet, let's continue. The voice did not fall. A terrifying lightning force mixed with lightning-style chakra. Once again, it poured out from Yayuai's body at a speed that could not be concealed by the ears, and it had a taste of 800 rounds of battle. It is good. Hoshigaki Kisame was not afraid at all, and an extremely powerful aura burst out as well. These two guys. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayuai bursting out again, black lines appeared on Luo Lei's forehead. You guys are having a great time. But the West Blue 3 branch will be destroyed by you, right? Go to the sea to fight. The next moment, looking at Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayuai who were still fighting each other, Luo Lei shook his head and said angrily, if we fight here again, the T3 branch will be completely finished. It is good. No problem, boss Luo Lei. Swish. The voice did not fall. Accompanied by two piercing sounds. The bodies of Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayuai turned into an afterimage and flew out towards the sea in the distance. After a few minutes. Rumbling. On the distant sea. A deafening roar resounded. Between the humming and tremors, wisps of terrifying air waves swept out like violent storms, and directly set off turbulent waves on the sea, forming a terrifying hurricane storm, surging wildly in all directions. At this time, if anyone is here, you will find that in the center of the air wave, the energies from terror to ultimate are intertwined. The holy beast Leigong incarnated by Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame incarnates the ancient megalodon, and they are fighting violently. Forget it. I'm too lazy to care about you. Looking at the earth-shattering sea level, Luo Lei's mouth was slightly raised, and he calmed down, and silently ordered, System, I want to take a look at the latest attribute panel. Ding, host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding, the latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luo Lei. Age, 15 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Intermediate, 2nd Hokage, Senjo Tobirama's Template Unlock Fusion 70%, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, Bun, Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body, Flying Thunder God Technique Forbidden Technique, Water Style, Grandmaster, Tandem Paper Bombs. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame, Night Moon AI. Random Lottery, 0 times. Draw Points, 600,000 points. Chapter 46. Sure enough, not much has changed. Taking a quick glance around, Luolei shook his head and asked the system to put away the property panel. Currently, his attributes have not changed drastically. It is entering a bottleneck. The only good news may be that Water Style has reached Grandmaster level. Still practice hard. The next moment, Luolei didn't think too much, chakra surging, his hands quickly knotted, Shadow Clone Technique. Puff. Puff. More than 50 Shadow Clone appeared on the training ground. Because, after Shadow Clone is released, brings memories and experiences back to the ontology. Therefore, Luolei plans to let Shadow Clone practice various ninjutsu. In the case of the main body, it is to carry out physical training, and strive to achieve the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Start. Before long, Luolei on the training ground. A new round of boring training began. As for the distant sea, the battle between Yayuai and Hoshigaki Kisame is still going on, and there is a feeling of having a great time. Finally, after half a day, the battle between Hoshigaki Kisame and Yazuki Ai just ended. Instead of being exhausted as she imagined, Yayuai started to ask Hoshigaki Kisame about armament haki, observation haki, and the training of Marine 6 styles with great interest. In Yayuai's words, as a ninja who is good at ninjutsu, armament haki, observation haki, Marine 6 styles were made just for him. Once he can learn it, his ninjutsu will not have a transformation, and his strength will also have a quality enhancement. To this, Hoshigaki Kisame nodded happily. If one is strong, it is nothing. If everyone is strong, that is the best. Not to mention, Luolei's boss is taking the elite route. If he and Yayuai's strengths can't stand on their own, wouldn't that live up to Lord Luolei's expectations? So, while Luolei was practicing, Yayuai and Hoshigaki Kisame have also joined the practice one after another. At the same time, the T3 branch is light and windy. The whole West Blue is undercurrent. There is a faint smell of wind and rain coming, and the mountains are full of buildings. Especially the various countries of West Blue, the pirates, the remnants of the underground dark world, and the first branch of the West Blue Marine. With the passage of time, it has become a mess. Finally, after 3 days, a message came out. Let the situation of West Blue explode in an instant. As for the content of the news, it was astonishing that Don Quixote da Flamingo, a family member of the Don Quixote family, had entered West Blue and was rushing towards the sea area where the West Blue T3 branch was located at a very fast speed. As soon as the news came out, like a drop of water in a pan, the whole West Blue immediately set off a stormy wave, and it couldn't be calmed down. West Blue is about to set off a bloodbath. In this situation, countless eyes turned to the sea area where the West Blue T3 branch was located. Everyone knows that a battle that is bound to detonate West Blue, and even the entire sea, may take place. The first branch of West Blue Marine is the most tangled. They picked up a bargain and captured the giants of the West Blue underground dark forces and the leaders of the 4 major Mafia families. They thought it was a good thing, but what happened? Naval headquarters actually did not say anything, just a few words of praise. Especially after learning that Don Quixote da Flamingo is coming to West Blue. The first branch of West Blue Marine asked Naval headquarters for instructions again, and wanted to have Naval headquarters send people over, but the answer was that they waited to capture da Flamingo. This made the head of West Blue's first branch, Alfred Rear Admiral, almost scolded her mother. What are you kidding? Don Quixote da Flamingo is a big pirate with a reward of 340 million berry. He came to West Blue, didn't God block and kill God and Buddha block and kill Buddha? The West Blue at 3 branch is afraid that it is doomed. As for the captive da Flamingo, I'm afraid Naval headquarters is not dreaming. Some time ago, Marine's former Admiral Black Arm Zephyr was attacked in West Blue, and now there is a Don Quixote da Flamingo. West Blue is really difficult. At this time, in an office of the first branch of West Blue, Alfred Rear Admiral's expression changed and he couldn't help sighing. Actually, up to now, he still has some doubts. How did the pirates who attacked Marine's predecessor, Admiral Black Arm Zephyr, get killed? The public information given by Naval headquarters is that Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals, arrived at a critical moment, but Alfred Rear Admiral doesn't think so. After all, the time is not right. No, still go to West Blue T3 branch. I do not know how long it has been. Thinking of the Mafia conference that was swept away and the specious reply from Naval headquarters, Alfred Rear Admiral's eyes lit up. He vaguely realized something in his heart, and made a neat decision. He's going to West Blue's T3 branch with Marine from West Blue's first branch. Bet 1. The Marine of West Blue will be famous in the sea, shocking the pirates and the remnants of the underground dark forces. Lost the bet? Then only shopping for Doflamingo. Anyway, as an aspiring Marine, huddled like a tortoise in West Blue's first branch, he really couldn't. Soon. 2 days later. In the waters where the West Blue at 3 branch is located. On the sea. There are already many pirate ships with different flags. Among them are 5 warships flying the Marine flag, undoubtedly the most conspicuous. No doubt. Are waiting for Doflamingo. Everyone wanted to see what the West Blue T3 branch chiefs, Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame would do in the face of Doflamingo, whether they would fight to the death, surrender on their knees, or be tortured and killed by Doflamingo. Certainly. After seeing the Marine warships of the 1st Marine branch of West Blue, a lot of people also showed a sneer. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no door to hell, you come by yourself. Knowing that Doflamingo is coming, you Marine dare to show up. I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word dead? Silently. No one above Marine spoke, making the atmosphere dignified. Finally. I do not know how long it has been. In the distance where the sea and the sky meet, a dark shadow suddenly appeared. Just started. Many people thought it was a bird creature. But, as the distance got closer, the expressions of many people gradually became stiff. Because, that's not some bird creature, but a man, more precisely, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Chapter 47. Doflamingo is here. Come on, that man is here. The West Blue T3 branch has entered the countdown to destruction, and Doflamingo is sure to kill. After seeing who was coming. In this sea area, the expressions of many people became solemn. Everyone knows that since Don Quixote Doflamingo is here, he will definitely be furious and attack the West Blue T3 branch directly. The Marine of the 1st branch of West Blue, headed by Alfred Rear Admiral, gradually turned into horror and horror. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Straws of cold sweat fell involuntarily. Many Marines from the 1st branch of West Blue, for some reason, their bodies trembled. It was the power of Don Quixote Doflamingo, too powerful and terrifying. Even the well-prepared Alfred Rear Admiral had some chills down his spine. He admits that he has the element of gambling, but when he really faced the big pirate, Don Quixote Doflamingo, he was still a little frightened in his heart. What if he made a wrong bet? At the same time, laugh. As Doflamingo's figure gets closer, the atmosphere in this sea area gradually became depressed. Unconsciously, countless black clouds gathered in midair, a feeling of heaviness and oppression of the black clouds overwhelming the city, and many people could hardly breathe. No doubt. This is the invisible sense of oppression brought by Don Quixote Doflamingo. As long as he is weaker than him, they will be severely suppressed, and their minds will be greatly affected and severely damaged. Furfur, Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame of the T3 branch, how are you? In the end, when Doflamingo arrived at the pier on the island where the T3 branch was located, he sent out an extremely evil, full of killing the voice of wool. Anger. Extreme anger. After reaching the West Blue at 3 branch, Doflamingo's pent-up anger broke out completely. As a big pirate who is well known in the Grand Line, it is the first time that he has come to such a remote place as the T3 branch, which is a disgrace to his reputation. So, he has made up his mind. Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame must be taught a lesson, and let them know the power of the Don Quixote family, which cannot be violated. Hehe, are you finally here? Shoo, shoo. After a few seconds, accompanied by a few broken voices, I saw 3 figures in black trench coats embroidered with red clouds, appearing on the pier, looking at Doflamingo indifferently. You still dare to show up? Looking at Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame who appeared. The smile on Doflamingo's cheeks was wider and more sinister. I thought Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame would tremble with fright. Seems to be overthinking it. As for usse. But it was ignored by Doflamingo gorgeously. In his opinion, this dark-skinned, light yellow-haired, very strong old man was not worth mentioning because he was not here to make up the number. Why not? Luolei shrugged lightly and said indifferently, you come to court yourself, of course I will fulfill you. All right. From start to finish. Luolei actually didn't take Doflamingo in his eyes. He didn't care about the so-called West Blue's vibration, but since Doflamingo is here, let usse or Hoshigaki Kisame simply move their muscles and become famous by stepping on Doflamingo. Furfur, arrogant guy, go to hell. Looking at Luolei, who was a dead duck with a tough mouth, Doflamingo shook his head. The expression on his cheeks became more and more evil and full of murderous intent. He didn't want to talk nonsense anymore, and just shook his fingers lightly. Swish. Although it was just a simple action, an astonishing killing intent erupted. Immediately after, a silk thread invisible to the naked eye seemed to appear out of thin air, cutting horizontally towards Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, and usse at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps it was too sharp, causing a harsh rubbing sound to be heard in the air. Who of you shot? However, facing Doflamingo's attack, Luolei didn't seem to see it. but instead glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayu AI. Let AI do it. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and said meaningfully, I want to see Doflamingo's fear of being dominated by ninjutsu. Kin. Yayu AI smiled confidently, crossed her chest with both hands, and took 2 straight steps forward. Humph, I'll die. Listening to the conversations of Luo Lei and others, Doflamingo wanted to laugh angrily, snorted coldly, and then accelerated the speed of the thread. In his opinion, the 3 guys in front of them are crazy. If you make a move, you are still twitching, you are going to die anyway, why do you care so much? Didn't you see that the silk thread was about to break through the air? Unfortunately, the invisible silk thread, with the momentum of breaking the sky, was easily grabbed by the right hand covered by the lightning-style chakra that was stretched out when it was about to hit Yayu AI. How is this possible? See this scene. Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression was startled. But I haven't come to think so much. A blue bolt of lightning broke through the air and struck him on the right cheek with a punch. Okay, very fast. This was Doflamingo's body flying out, the last thought in his head. Chapter 48. Okay, very fast. This is Doflamingo's body flying out, the last thought on his mind. Boom. After a few seconds, a dull crash sounded. Doflamingo hit the ground hundreds of meters away, and a huge pothole was directly smashed. Quiet. The sea was instantly silent. Countless spectators watched Doflamingo fly away with a punch without any resistance, and his body froze on the deck. In their blank minds, a word emerged involuntarily. That's it. Famous, all-powerful. Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is considered a big man in New World. Is the strength like this? Did not expect. It really made a lot of people do not think. Originally, seeing Doflamingo's anger shot, everyone's heart began to hold a moment of silence for Luo Lei and others. But, the result was good. Doflamingo, who took the first shot, was caught by someone with his bare hands, and he was also kicked into the air with a counter-attack. Many people who saw it had numbness in their scalps and couldn't help themselves. It's a really big difference. 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. As time goes by. Yayu AI, who had just blasted away Doflamingo, entered lightning-style chakra mode directly, and her whole body was covered by sky-blue lightning, bursting out with extremely terrifying power and aura. What? Okay, what a powerful breath. That. Who is that very strong old man? Could it be that he is also from the West Blue T3 branch? Don Quixote Doflamingo was blown away by him. Is something wrong? Seeing Yayu AI being covered by the sky-blue lightning-style armor, in this sea area, the people with stiff faces and blank minds seemed to be waking up from a dream, and they couldn't help but uttered unbelievable voices. What? What? How did such a monster appear in the West Blue at 3 branch? FK. At this time, Marine from the first branch of West Blue, headed by Alfred Rear Admiral, couldn't keep his calm expression. Even now, he still couldn't believe that Doflamingo would be beaten without resistance. Fly out. Good. And on the pier, Luo Lei looked at Yayu AI if he didn't make a move, and sent Doflamingo flying as soon as he made a move, and nodded involuntarily. 4th Reikage has learned Armament Haki, Observation Haki, Marine 6 styles from Hoshigaki Kisame after eating the devil fruit in Zoan Yu Demon's Ligong form. Therefore, the shortcomings that belong to ninjas are basically made up. Done. Strength and ability will have a quality transformation. When it comes to this, I have to talk about Yayu AI's physique talent. Maybe it's the reason why I have been practicing ninjutsu all the time. It didn't take much time. Marine 6 styles, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki were all introduced by Yayu AI, which made Luo Lei couldn't help but marvel. Doflamingo took the initiative to seek death. This is really the first time I've seen him. Hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame's golden pupils flashed a smile, and said, Boss Luo Lei, if possible, let's leave West Blue and go to the Grand Line. The sea is huge. West Blue is really too small. Kin. Luo Lei thought about it for a while, and then said meaningfully, after the Doflamingo fiasco, Marine can't keep silent. I may be transferred from West Blue to Grand Line. The Grand Line. Hoshigaki Kisame's cheeks flashed a hint of war, and he folded his arms and said nothing more. Marshal Sengoku, what should I do with Naval Headquarters? Luo Lei murmured with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, it's been 3 years, and it's time to let the world know of our existence. How? Why is this? And in the pothole in the distance, Doflamingo felt that his head was not enough. Obviously it was a confident blow, but he was blasted out by the old man's punch. The speed of lightning was so fast that his observation haki couldn't keep up. Do not. Will not. I'm Don Quixote Doflamingo? But Doflamingo is Doflamingo. After the initial shock, I quickly recovered. He admits that he underestimated the West Blue T3 branch, and next, he will come for real. Swish. The next moment, a cracking sound rang out. Doflamingo's body appeared in a clearing in a flash. There are almost no signs. A terrifying momentum, accompanied by Doflamingo's wool, violently rushed out, and went to suppress Luolei, Yayuai, and Hoshigaki Kisame on the pier. The king is on the sea, and the heaven and the earth are surrendered. This is the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. However, in the face of this overwhelming momentum, whether it was Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, it seemed that they were not affected in any way, but instead showed a hint of enlightenment. At the same moment, Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo broke out. Looks like Doflamingo is angry. Perceiving this terrifying momentum, in this sea area, the people who had just recovered from their fascination, once again made an uproar. But what many people didn't expect is that Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki has just been released, but it is greeted by another 3, more powerful Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 49. But what many people did not expect is that Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki has just been released, but 3 more powerful Conqueror's Haki are ushered in. The air burst instantly. It seems that even the space is trembling slightly. 3 Conqueror's Haki swept out, setting off 3 monstrous waves. Perhaps it was too powerful, and even the clouds in midair were smashed with one blow, and the island where the T3 branch was located began to tremble slightly. More importantly, compared to Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, these 3 shares of Conqueror's Haki give people the feeling that they are real. Heaven and earth surrender. Is this Conqueror's Haki? How is that possible? Does Marine have Conqueror's Haki too? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the face of these 3 violent Conqueror's Haki. In this sea area, countless people watching the battle exclaimed in an instant, showing a ghostly look. No way. It's so incredible. Marine was able to awaken Conqueror's Haki, and 3 strands appeared all at once. Even Marine from the first branch of West Blue, headed by Alfred Rear Admiral, showed a look of astonishment. What are you kidding? West Blue. The 3 Marines of the T3 branch actually have Conqueror's Haki? However, before everyone woke up from the surprise that Luolei and others had Conqueror's Haki, the 3 violent Conqueror's Haki collided with Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, this sea area trembled for a while, as if time had stood still. Boom! Another roar resounded. The confrontation of Conqueror's Haki produced a terrifying vision of heaven and earth. I don't know when, countless black lightnings continued in the air, bursting wildly in the sky. However, only lasted for 3 seconds. Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki was smashed by a devastating blow. Immediately afterwards, the 3 Conqueror's Haki swept out unabated, and the terrifying power even caused dense cracks in the building of the T3 branch, and the calm sea level set off a stormy sea. How is this possible? As for those watching the battle in this sea area, before he could react, he felt a buzzing sound in his mind, and the world in front of him suddenly went blank. After a few seconds, puff, puff, many unconscious people started to fall on the deck one by one. In less than a few seconds, there are only a few people watching the battle in this sea area, and they can still maintain consciousness, but Rao is so, it is also full of cold sweat, and the body is shaking. At this time, these people who can still remain conscious have not thought that in the fish pond of West Blue, 4 extremely terrifying Conqueror's Haki can be sensed. Among them, Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki will still be able to withstand it, but the other 3 Conqueror's Haki are simply tingling in the scalp. The only good news. Perhaps these 3 Conqueror's Haki came and went quickly. After defeating Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki, he was gradually restrained by Luolei, Yayuai, and Hoshigaki Kisame on the T3 branch. Otherwise, there would be no sober people in this sea area. This is. Perceiving Conqueror's Haki fading away, Alfred Rear Admiral stared blankly at the Marine soldiers who had collapsed on the ground around him. Obviously there were some things he couldn't react to. As the head of the first branch of West Blue, of course, I have heard of Conqueror's Haki on this sea, and I know it very well. In general, Conqueror's Haki is the Haki of the chosen person among millions of people, that is, the king's qualification that stands above others. Although there are many characters who have Conqueror's Haki in New World, there are only a few strong people who can wrap it around their weapons to enhance their power, and can substantially attack the enemy without touching them within a certain distance. The result is good. He had just seen a Conqueror's Haki confrontation that was rarely seen even in New World. More importantly, in the strict Marine, the fact that the 3 Marines of the West Blue T3 branch have awakened Conqueror's Haki makes Alfred Rear Admiral feel unreal. Luolei, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, is really still Marine? Are 3 Conqueror's Haki stronger than me? Impossible, Marine can also awaken Conqueror's Haki, so strong. If you don't talk about martial arts, you really don't talk about martial arts. On the island, Doflamingo's sunglasses were shattered, and so was his pink feather coat. If you look carefully, you will find that Doflamingo is in a cold sweat and trembling all over. Xiang was so confident and rebellious that he felt Marine's deep malice towards him for the first time in West Blue. Especially these three guys from West Blue, just 3 old coins, can burst out such a powerful conqueror's haki. His strength is definitely not weak, but in the end he stayed in the fish pond of West Blue, pretending to be a pig and a tiger. And as Marine, he actually owns conqueror's haki, can you believe it? Anyway, Doflamingo didn't want to believe it, so he had to believe it. By this time, he finally understood why Staff Officer Crane didn't chase after him. It turned out that he wanted him to take the initiative to come to West Blue to seek abuse. For a while, Doflamingo felt as bad as eating shit. Sorry. I really regret it. Knowing that he shouldn't have hurriedly stepped on the hornet's nest of West Blue. Well now, in front of countless people, he pretended to be the most high-profile coercion and was beaten the most viciously. Once he could not escape this disaster, he became the joke of the whole sea. Chapter 50. Hehe. It's still too weak. At this time, Luolei shook his head involuntarily as he looked at Doflamingo, whose expression was changing and in a state of confusion. At this stage, the 7 warlords of the sea system of the world government has not yet been implemented. If you guessed correctly, the current Doflamingo has not cultivated Paramecia string fruit to the awakened state, and his strength has not yet reached the peak, so it is still very simple to deal with him. At least, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yashiki AI can beat Doflamingo with ease. Boss Luolei, thanks to him. Beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, showing sharp teeth, and chuckled, otherwise, the 3 of us conquerors haki wouldn't wake up so easily. Yup. A sigh appeared on Luolei's cheek. After arriving in this world, because he has never faced and felt conqueror's haki, he is in a situation where he can't start with the cultivation of conqueror's haki. Result. At the moment of perceiving Doflamingo's conqueror's haki, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Yashiki AI understood the essence of conqueror's haki. There it is. Hoshigaki Kisame, Yashiki AI collectively broke out the scene of conqueror's haki. Conqueror's haki is actually the sublimation of the use of momentum. Right in front, Yayu AI's mouth was slightly raised, and he said irritably, "Don't worry, in order to thank him, I will blow him up." Impossible. Conqueror's haki at this level, who are you? Listening to Luolei's conversation. Although Doflamingo was very angry and aggrieved, he took a deep breath and said in a suspicious tone, "You can't be just Marines. We are indeed more than Marine." Yayu AI heard the words, looked at Doflamingo lightly, and said subconsciously, "The 3 of us are ninjas." Doflamingo froze again. Ninja? Are these 3 Marines ninjas? Is there such a powerful ninja? Also awakened such a powerful conqueror's haki? Because of his cooperation with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, he often goes to Wanakuni and knows that there are ninjas in Wanakuni, but, when did ninjas become so powerful? Incredible. Also, Marine has such a strong ninja, why not transfer to Naval headquarters? Wait a minute, Luolei seems to have been hidden in the snow because he offended celestial dragons. Doflamingo's mind was running fast, and he also knew the problems faced by Naval headquarters. The stronger the West Blue at 3 branch, the Naval headquarters will be more uncomfortable, right? Why, don't you believe it? Watching Doflamingo froze. The lightning-style chakra on Yayu AI has skyrocketed again. From a distance, a sky-blue thunderbolt has wrapped Yayu AI, making it as powerful and inviolable as the legendary Thor. Is it the unique energy of ninjas? Can't think too much about it. In the next instant, Doflamingo came back to his senses, gritted his teeth, opened his palm, and waved his 5 fingers at Yayu AI Meng. 5 color strings. Swish. 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 Accompanied by 5 piercing air-breaking sounds. I saw 5 transparent silk threads that cut off the air and cut towards Yayu AI at a very fast speed. It's useless. Facing Doflamingo's attack, Yayu AI didn't move, and when he clenched his fist, he blasted it 5 times in a row. Clang. Clang. A few whispers sounded. The 5 threads of silk that Doflamingo punched out could cut iron like mud, but Yayu AI's fist blew them up abruptly. Dropping ruffian string. 1 hit was unsuccessful. Doflamingo didn't care at all. While waving his hand, he made a nearly transparent thin silk thread from each of his 5 fingers, forming 5 forked silk threads similar to leaf rakes, and suddenly moved towards Yayu AI's head from top to bottom. Come through. Clang. Clang. This time Yayu AI did not choose to do it. Instead, the lightning-style armor was used to forcibly defend against this attack, making the dropping ruffian string basically useless except for some sparks. No, the defense is too strong. The second attack was still unsuccessful, Doflamingo's brows were still wrinkled, the lightning armor covering Yayu AI was stronger than expected, even though he was attached to armament haki, it seemed that he did not break the defense. However, what Doflamingo didn't know was that the current Yayu AI, after eating the devil fruit in Zoan, Eudemons, and Thunder God, has transformed the armor of lightning style. Coupled with the armament haki he has learned, the defense has almost reached an ultimate. Haha, it's my turn to do it. Lightning style lariat. But just at this time, With a sound of laughter, Yayuai turned into an afterimage, as fast as blue lightning. Not good. Spider's web wall. In the face of Yayuai, who suddenly went into trouble. Doflamingo's observation haki didn't have time to react at all. He could only subconsciously use silk threads like spider webs to form a large web attached to armament haki in front of him. Boom. After a second, Yayuai, whose whole body was covered by lightning-style chakra, slammed into the spider web with one head, making a symphonic sound of gold and iron, followed by a tooth-crushing sound of metal rubbing. It's useless, you. See this scene. Doflamingo was about to say something, but his voice stopped abruptly. Because, under his naked eyes, there was a crack in the big net that attached armament haki. Swipe. A crisp sound rang out. The great net that clings to armament haki shatters. Immediately, before Doflamingo could react, he felt like he was hit by a big mountain, and his head was buzzing. The powerful impact not only made his internal organs dislocated, but also made him vomit violently. After a few mouthfuls of blood, the body flew out. Recurrent violence. The next moment, Yayuai appeared in the sky above Doflamingo, who was still flying upside down, focused lightning-style chakra on his elbow, and bombarded Doflamingo's stomach from top to bottom. What? A scream rang out. Doflamingo felt that his internal organs were about to explode, his body was bent into a bow shape, the expression on his cheeks was a little distorted, and instead of blood, he spit out acid water. However, this is just the beginning. Ray-I bomb. Yayuai seemed to feel more comfortable the more he fought. He opened his arms and hugged Doflamingo, who was in pain in his arms. Immediately, without any warning, Doflamingo fell heavily to the ground. Rumbling. Another deafening roar resounded. The already crumbling West Blue at 3 branch trembled violently a few times. As for the place where Doflamingo was thrown, there was a deep pit more than 10 meters in diameter. And in the center of the pit, Doflamingo has changed beyond recognition, no longer in human form. Apparently it was completely blown up. Chapter 51. And in the center of the pit, Doflamingo has changed beyond recognition, no longer in human form. Apparently it was completely blown up. Quiet. A dead silence. From Doflamingo's angry shot, to Yayuai's explosive attack, it took less than half an hour before and after. The results of it? Don Quixote Doflamingo was crushed one-sidedly. Now being thrown by a hug and bombarded to the ground, I don't know if I am alive or dead, just thinking about it makes my scalp numb. It's terrifying. The strength of the West Blue T3 branch is too strong. Doflamingo fell apart at West Blue. After today, the West Blue T3 branch will be famous all over the sea. I don't know how long it took. On this sea area, the very few people who were still conscious had their expressions frozen, and their hearts were almost completely blank. If someone told them that Doflamingo would suffer a fiasco in West Blue before they came to watch the fun, they would probably sneer. West Blue is just a fish pond, and the big pirate, Doflamingo, will definitely be able to grasp it no matter what. Well, now, it turns out that the water in West Blue is so deep that Doflamingo really can't hold it. West Blue at 3 branch 2. If you don't get started. 3 strands of Conqueror's haki erupted as soon as the shot was made. No one can stand it. Did you win? On the deck of the warship, the only surviving Alfred Rear Admiral was conscious. He no longer knew what was going on in his mind. He admitted that this time, he resolutely rushed to the T3 branch, which was a gamble. But, wisely, he bet right, the strength of the West Blue T3 branch is more terrifying than imagined. At the same time, you still have a breath. Glancing at Doflamingo in the deep pit, Yayuai folded her arms around her chest, and said speechlessly, physical quality is really strong, so it's not dead yet. All right. For the power of mind bombs. Yayuai is very confident, and almost none of the ninjas who took this move were immortal. But this Doflamingo, after taking a few tricks in a row, still has a breath, which makes him have to admire Doflamingo's physical quality. Compared to them, ninjas are really weak. After hearing this, Luolei appeared next to Yayuai in a flash, and said meaningfully, once the ninja fills up the shortcomings of his body, his strength will have a qualitative leap. Indeed. Yayuai nodded meaningfully, and when she clenched her right hand, wisps of armament haki wrapped around her fist. Cough cough. However, just at this time, unrecognizable in the deep pit, Doflamingo coughed a few times in vain, and his mouth kept spitting out blood. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. No doubt. This is the first time Doflamingo has been hit so badly since he lost his celestial dragon's identity and formed the Don Quixote family with Toripole and others. He was blown up like a wreck. Humph. Seeing that Doflamingo wasn't dead yet, Yayuai's rough cheeks had a cold look on her face, and she focused on lightning-style chakra on her feet, wanting to give Doflamingo a final blow. Forget it. Swish. Hoshigaki Kisame's body flashed, and he also appeared by the pothole, and said coldly, our conqueror's haki was awakened by him, let him breathe, it may be useful in the future. Yayuel glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame in surprise, as if she didn't expect that Hoshigaki Kisame would actually say such a sentence. Don't look at me like that. Hoshigaki Kisame looked a little uncomfortable, grinned, and said, I'm just talking casually. Boss Luolei. Yayuai's eyes turned. The meaning of the expression is very simple, Doflamingo kill, or not kill. It doesn't matter. Luolei shrugged lightly and said, his strength is too weak, does it make a difference to kill or not to kill? Alright. After hearing this, Yayuaiden didn't have any yaxing at the time. If you are too lazy to kill, just treat it as a little reward for helping them awaken Conqueror's haki. As for Doflamingo, who had only half his life left in the explosion, maybe he was severely injured and his body could no longer move, but after listening to the conversations of Luolei and others, there was a flash in his eyes. Sadness and sadness. But the big pirate with a bounty of 340 million berry, Doflamingo, is there today? It's kind of sad to think about it. After being given a hand, he barely left half of his life. It can be said that from now on, his life may be more painful than death, the power of the Don Quixote family is completely destroyed, and he, Doflamingo, will also become a joke. Excitedly, he came to West Blue to take revenge, but he didn't expect to kick the iron plate, which led to the failure, and even got himself in. By the way, 10 devil fruits, any attribute is fine, ask someone to send them to me, otherwise, you know the consequences. In vain, Luolei seemed to have thought of something and said solemnly, I will capture you and hand it over to the first branch of West Blue to get a bounty. In your capacity, Naval Headquarters will not send you to impel down. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luolei's body flashed, and he lifted Doflamingo, who was like a mass of mud, and flew towards the warship where the first branch of West Blue was located. Chapter 52. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Even if he simply used moonwalk, Luolei's speed was extremely fast. After a few seconds, on a warship in the first branch of West Blue. Boom. With a crisp sound, Doflamingo's dying body was left on the deck. What? Looking at Luolei up close. Looking at Doflamingo, who is not sure if he is alive or dead. Alfred Rear Admiral finally reacted. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation. There was only one thought in his mind, that was the man from the West Blue at 3 branch, the West Blue at 3 branch. The man is coming, what should I do? What can I do? Actually, in terms of jobs, Luolei is just a nominal T3 branch Commodore. Alfred is the Rear Admiral of the first branch of West Blue, and is supposed to be Luolei's immediate boss. It's a pity. In the world of pirates, strength is king after all, and fists are the last word. Even in Marine, only the strong have the right to speak, so that when facing Luolei at close range, Alfred looked stiff. I don't even know what to say. You did a good job. Luolei looked at Alfred Rear Admiral with a complicated expression, and sighed, knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, it's just a pity to go to the Tiger Mountains. In fact, there are still many soldiers in Marine who are upholding justice and conscientiously maintaining the security work. For example, this Alfred Rear Admiral may not be very strong, but, for the security of West Blue, it can be regarded as dutifully. So, after a Mafia convention in a pot, he will deliberately leave the giants of West Blue's underground dark world and the leaders of the 4 major families there, as doing something for West Blue. You. After hearing this, seemingly thinking that Luolei is not so scary, Alfred Rear Admiral took a deep breath, suppressed his throbbing, and asked cautiously, You. Are you still Marine? Of course it is. Luolei chuckled and pointed to the black trench coat embroidered with red clouds, this is our special Marine uniform. Black Justice. Alfred looked at the 2 words in the center of the windbreaker, as if he had thought of something, and his expression suddenly became a little confused. Tell Naval Headquarters that I have captured their Tianlong father and come to get a reward. The next moment, Luolei stretched and said, by the way, tell Marshal Sengoku that I will take my men and leave west in a week's time. Blue. Swish. The voice did not fall. A cracking sound rang out. Luolei's body disappeared on the deck of the warship. Have you left West Blue? Looking at the back of Luolei's departure, the first sentence was actively filtered by Alfred, but the latter sentence made Alfred Rear Admiral's expression a little sad. After today's incident, you don't have to think about it, West Blue may not become one of the best places for public security in the entire sea. Unfortunately, Luolei Commodore is leaving, which means that many things about West Blue will be lost. Need West Blue first branch to deal with the aftermath. Certainly. Alfred Rear Admiral also understands. After all, with such a strong strength, staying in West Blue is really overkill. The real stage of the T3 branch is on the Grand Line. Do not worry. Soon, Alfred Rear Admiral clenched his fists, a firm look flashed in his eyes, and muttered to himself, no matter what, I will take good care of West Blue's security and stability. This is really, a big news. On a merchant ship several hundred meters away, Morgans, one of the giants of the underground dark world in the second half of the Grand Line, ignored his comatose subordinates, put down his telescope, and held a cup of hot tea, unable to help himself. Made a sigh. As the president of World Economic News. This time he was also bored. After learning that Doflamingo was going to fry fish in the West Blue Fish Pond, he followed to see if he could collect any big news. Result? Really collected a big news. Do not. It's not big news anymore. But a piece of news that is enough to detonate the whole sea. Doflamingo overturned in West Blue. The strength of West Blue's T3 branch was much stronger than expected, especially the three conquerors' haki, which gave Morgans a way to face the four emperors of the New World. Feel. From the results of the battle, the man named Yuai's strength and ability are definitely comparable to Marine Admiral. If Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame, the branch chiefs of the West Blue T3 branch, also have similar strengths, it means that the West Blue T3 branch hides three forces comparable to Marine Admiral. Shocked. Extremely shocking. Even now Morgans has an unreal feeling. Because, he is very clear, if this is the case, then the pattern of the sea will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Hey! But... Just when Morgans was still in shock, an unremarkable voice suddenly sounded in his ear. How is this possible? The next moment, the invisible pressure made Morgan's bird face froze, and strands of cold sweat unconsciously overflowed from his body. It didn't sense Luolei appeared on the deck. How fast should that be? You should be one of the leaders of the Dark World, President of World Economic News, Morgans, right? Looking at the albatross in a dress and hat, Luolei said with great interest, you still have some strength to stay conscious under our conqueror's haki. All right. After practicing observation haki to the top. With the T3 branch as the center, things within a radius of several kilometers can no longer escape his perception. This guy in front of him is one of the few who can maintain consciousness under the three-strand conqueror's haki. As expected of the president of the World Economic News Agency, he still has a few brushes. Chapter 53. Gollum. Listening to Luolei's words. Ignoring the cold sweat on the bird's face, Morgans swallowed his saliva and explained, Mr. Luolei, I'm just here to collect some news, I have no other intentions and no other thoughts. I know. Luolei nodded indifferently and said, I just want you to add the word Jonin to the news. Ninja. The puzzled expression on the Morgans bird's face flickered. In its memory. Ninja. It seems that he has long since withdrawn from the stage of history. Today, there are only Wanakuni, and a small number of ninjas, but they are all very weak and not worth mentioning. We're all ninjas. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Luolei disappeared on the deck in a flash. Clang. The moment Luolei left, the teacup in Morgans's hand fell on the deck and shattered into countless pieces. No way. It was really too much pressure to face Luolei. Even as one of the giants of the New World Underground Dark World, it is a little trembling. Call. I do not know how long it has been. Morgans gradually came back to his senses and looked up at the West Blue T1 branch. I don't know what happened. He vaguely felt that the sea was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Whether it is the four emperors of the New World or the naval headquarters, it may be shaken by the ninjas headed by Luolei. It's time to collect information and prepare a news that will shock the sea. After a few seconds, Luolei returned to the pier of the T3 branch, looking at the calm sea level, the training ground of the T3 branch without looking back. Now that the bullet has been fired, let the bullet fly for a while. Haha, it's a good fight. I'm going to practice Marine 6 styles. I feel that in lightning style chakram mode, using Marine 6 styles will have a multiplier effect. Looking at the boss of Luolei going to the training ground, Yuai laughed and disappeared into a blue lightning bolt. If that's the case, I'll give you a ride. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, he glanced at the ships in the surrounding waters, a smile appeared in his golden pupils, chakras surging, his hands quickly nodded, water-style sea wave shockwave. Boom. The next moment, centered on the T3 branch. One after another, huge waves dozens of meters high swept out at a speed that could not be covered by thunder. In the face of such violent waves, those ships on the sea, including the warship of the first branch of West Blue, and the news ship that Morgans was on, were pushed out far and far. 10 minutes later, the waves gradually subsided. In this sea area, there are no ships in sight. Naval headquarters. Inside an office on the top floor of Marineford. By my estimation, Doflamingo has arrived at the West Blue T1 branch. Staff officer. He took a sip of hot tea, glanced at Sengoku who was still working on the documents, and said with a chuckle, aren't you afraid, Luolei from the West Blue T1 branch, killed Doflamingo. All right. Although reluctant to admit it. But in fact, for Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame of West Blue T3 branch, naval headquarters is actually very dreadful. After all, they have deflated Kizaru, one of Marine's 3 admirals. More importantly, the head of the West Blue T3 branch, Luolei, doesn't seem to care about celestial dragons at all. If you really want to kill Doflamingo, then Naval Headquarters will only cry. Humph. After hearing this, Sengoku put down a document in his hand and said coldly, Doflamingo is a scum and scum, it's better to kill it. But Luolei of the West Blue at 1 branch is Marine. Staff Officer Crane shook his head and said with some anxiety, once Doflamingo is killed, even if he does not admit his identity as celestial dragons in the Holy Land, it may also be violent, and the world government will definitely be in trouble. Damn. Boom. Sengoku patted the table a little unhappy, and scolded some resentfully. As Marine's Marshal, he was actually unhappy with Doflamingo for a long time, but because of his status, Marine didn't dare to act rashly. Now that he finally let Doflamingo go to West Blue to step on the thunder, he was a little worried that Doflamingo would be killed. It's kind of funny to think about. Garp, talk to Luolei. The next moment, there seemed to be some concern. Sengoku hesitated for a while, then glanced at Garp, who was eating snacks with his legs crossed, and said, if you can show mercy to Doflamingo, show mercy. This is an order from Naval Headquarters. What did you say? Garp took a mouthful of the senbei and pretended not to hear it. You. Bolu. But just as Sengoku was about to scold Garp, a phone bug rang in vain. This is Naval Headquarters, I'm Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku glared at Garp before picking up the phone bug. Marshal Sengoku, I am the branch chief of West Blue's 1st branch, Alfred Rear Admiral. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred looked at the man who was being pushed away by the wind and waves marine warship, showing an expression of wanting to cry without tears. Why bother? Everyone is marine. Even if you want to clear the field, there is no need to set off a huge wave, right? Scared to death. Alfred Rear Admiral. Sengoku heard the words, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, how is the situation at West Blue? Has Doflamingo arrived at the West Blue T1 branch? The situation at West Blue has stabilized. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred took a deep breath, resisting the shock in his heart, and said, Doflamingo has been killed. Fuzu. Boom. Sengoku looked startled, and couldn't help exclaiming. Chapter 54. Fuzu. Boom. Sengoku looked startled and couldn't help but exclaimed. For a time, Sengoku just felt some blanks in his mind. I thought it was just to teach Don Quixote Doflamingo a lesson, now it's alright, the lesson is a lesson, but he was punished and died? Thinking of how the celestial dragons of the Holy Land and the world government attacked Marine when they knew Doflamingo was dead, Sengoku felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to cry. After all, Marine had to bear everything. Marshal Sengoku, I was wrong, it's a captive, Doflamingo has been taken captive. The phone bug. Alfred also seemed to realize that his words were inappropriate, and hurriedly changed his words. Doflamingo was beaten by a ninja named usse from the West Blue T1 branch with absolute crushing strength. Half-life left. 35. What? Not yet. Sengoku was originally in a low mood, but suddenly it turned cloudy and sunny, and deep in his heart he couldn't help himself, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's better not to die. Just take a breath. Wait a minute. He seems to say that he is a ninja named usse. In the next moment, Sengoku seemed to realize something, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. If I remember correctly, isn't the West Blue T3 branch only Luolei and Hoshigaki Kisame? Why is there another night moon? AI? Are you saying that a ninja named usse crushed Doflamingo? Sengoku thought he heard it wrong and asked again. Yes. 66-99. The voice did not fall. Sengoku was a little silent at first, and then, a completely unbelievable gaze flashed in his eyes. Joke. It's only a few days? Another ninja who can crush Doflamingo has appeared in the West Blue at 3 branch? How is this possible? Tell me the battle scene from start to finish. After a few seconds, Sengoku finally spoke in a serious tone. It is good. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred seemed to recall something, with a look of disbelief on his face, and his voice trembled as he said, after Doflamingo arrived at the T3 branch. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Finally, after 5 minutes, Alfred finished the whole process of the battle. Silence. Sengoku fell into silence all of a sudden. After listening to Alfred's narration, Sengoku's first reaction was incredible. Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, usse of the T3 branch all awakened Conqueror's Haki. Marine is not unable to awaken Conqueror's Haki. But under normal circumstances, it is impossible, he only awakened by chance, and besides, even Marine's 3 Admiral did not awaken Conqueror's Haki. It's good now. West Blue directly has 3 Marines awakened Conqueror's Haki? What makes Sengoku even more terrified is that if you add a ninja, usse, whom Luolei recruited from nowhere, the West Blue T3 branch will have 3 combat powers comparable to Marine Admiral. Incredible. It's really incredible. If it weren't for Naval Headquarters in Marineford. Does he think the West Blue T1 branch is the real Naval Headquarters? So terrifying. But Rao is so Sengoku was still a little frightened. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred also seemed to know that Sengoku was in shock, gritted his teeth, and added, Marshal Sengoku, Luo Lei of the West Blue T1 branch, also asked me to give you a word? What? Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressed the monstrous waves that had already set off in his heart, and said something in a deep voice. He said that your Tianlong father has been captured, please send the reward to the West Blue T3 branch, and the other is, in a week, he will leave West Blue. On the other end of the phone bug, Alfred felt himself my heart will burst out. He didn't really want to say that. But, after hesitating for a while, I still wanted to convey Luo Lei's words. After all, Luo Lei is kind to the first branch of West Blue. As predicted. After hearing this sentence, maybe there is some emotional excitement. Sengoku lost his temper all of a sudden, and a shock wave of terrifying momentum erupted, sweeping the entire naval headquarters at an extremely fast speed. But, this momentum comes and goes quickly. Many Marines in naval headquarters have not reacted, and the terrifying pressure has disappeared. Only some of the Vice Admiral of the headquarters, and even the 3 admirals who stayed in their office, felt that this momentum was sent by Marine Marshal Sengoku, and they all showed puzzled expressions. Could it be that something happened? To actually provoke Marshal Sengoku, he couldn't hold back his emotions? Certainly. Can feel this momentum. It's not stupid, you don't have to think about it to know that Marshal Sengoku must be a little angry. As for why, they don't know either. Good, really good. After restraining his imposing pressure, Sengoku finally showed a rare trace of anger on his light-hearted cheeks, and muttered to himself, after he has the strength, he actually started to threaten naval headquarters, and he said what Tianlong daddy? This is an insult to Marine. Bolu, Bolu. Next moment, Sengoku simply hung up the phone bug. He knew very well that the West Blue thing was a big deal, not only about Doflamingo, but also about the West Blue T1 branch. If one is not handled well, Marine is afraid that there will be endless troubles. Fortunately, there was no danger. Seeking flowers. Hearing the hang-up sound from the other end of the phone bug, Alfred breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fears, and finally finished the report. It was really not easy. As for the conflict between Naval Headquarters and West Blue T3 branch, let them handle it themselves. He is just a small branch head of West Blue's first branch. The other side. Sengoku, something seems wrong. Looking at Sengoku who hung up the phone, Staff Officer Crane got up slowly, suppressed the awe in his heart, and said with a serious expression, if you don't handle it well, Marine may not be attacked. 35. Damn, 35. Boom. It's okay not to say. When I said that Sengoku was also angry. One punch hit the desk. That powerful force caused cracks to appear on the table in an instant. What a godlike heavenly dragon father. Marine is only protecting the interests of celestial dragons, and he doesn't recognize celestial dragons as his father. Is that what you say? Besides, even if celestial dragons is Marine's father, Don Quixote Doflamingo has not recognized his identity as celestial dragons a long time ago. Is still the father of a hammer? Ha ha ha, are you incompetent and furious? At this time, Garp, who had been silent for a while, didn't even eat snacks, said, Sengoku, I think Luo Lei Commodore is right, celestial dragons is not only Marine's father, but also world government's father. Garp. 95. Sengoku's expression darkened, and he snarled at Garp, did you say that? Oh. Garp shrugged, smiled without saying a word, took out the senbei again, and ate it one by one. Sometimes, he also dislikes some behaviors of Marine, world government and celestial dragons, but he doesn't want to care so much. Now, Luo Lei of West Blue T3 branch makes naval headquarters shriveled frequently. I don't know why, Garp, there is still some darkness in my heart. Zaya, send the order, and an hour later, a high-level meeting of the headquarters will be held. 55. It didn't take long for Sengoku to take a deep breath, calming his heart gradually, and said firmly, no matter what, Luo Lei said in a threatening tone that he is about to leave West Blue, we must come up with a good countermeasure. 99. The Crane staff nodded solemnly. By this time, Doflamingo was beaten with only half his life left and could not get the attention of Marine executives. Because Luo Lei and his subordinates are going to leave West Blue, the hidden meaning is to force the palace naval headquarters. If one does not handle it well, Marine is afraid that it will become a joke in the whole sea. Chapter 55. An hour later. Naval headquarters. In the highest meeting room. I saw Marines 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Marine Hero Garp, Crane staff, and Chief Instructor Zephyr all gathered here. But, perhaps knowing what happened to West Blue, no one spoke. Invisibly, the atmosphere of the conference room is more and more solemn and strange. Certainly. If you look carefully, Zephyr and Garp look the most relaxed. Alara, Doflamingo was crushed at West Blue, and we didn't expect it. Aokiji put his hands on the table and said in a deep voice, but There is another ninja in the West Blue T3 branch that can match the strength of Marine Admiral, which is undoubtedly a bit incredible. It's scary. Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Yayuai of West Blue at 1 have awakened Conqueror's Haki. Kizaru's wretched cheeks twitched slightly. FK. How many days is this? Another ninja with 0 and 1-0 comparable to Admiral level combat power appeared in the West Blue at 3 branch, and they also awakened Conqueror's Haki. How unbelievable is this? As for Doflamingo being beaten up, in Kizaru's opinion, that's quite normal. After all, in the face of a very weird ninja, even he was beaten up, and Doflamingo was beaten up, which is a very normal thing. Luolei of West Blue's T3 branch, to threaten our naval headquarters unabashedly, is really presumptuous. Boom. Akainu sat there with a gloomy face, patted the table fiercely, and a terrifying heat wave rose up and down at no time, and said, as the head of the West Blue T3 branch, what Luolei did a serious violation of Marines Rules. 39. Hehe, is this against Marines rules? After hearing this, Zephyr thought about it for a while, and then said in a good mood, isn't it normal for others to want to leave West Blue because of their strength? Mr. Zephyr. Akainu said with a gloomy expression, he can leave West Blue, but he can't use a threatening tone to say that he is leaving West Blue, which simply doesn't take us seriously. After all, he is the head of the West Blue T3 branch appointed by our naval headquarters. Without the new appointment of naval headquarters, once he goes AWOL, leaves West Blue, and is not the branch head of the West Blue T3 branch, it is a slap in the face of our naval headquarters, especially against Marines rules, but will be taken back to naval headquarters and sentenced. 95. Oh. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was also interested, deliberately lengthened his tone, and sarcastically said, in the beginning, if naval headquarters hadn't hid Luolei in West Blue, what would have happened now? With Luolei's current strength, naval headquarters is probably not too early. 1 more Admiral, no, 3 more Admiral. As for catching it back? Don't be kidding, the 3 of you Admiral shot together, can you fight? Enough, enough, 5. Watching Zephyr talk more and more, Sengoku and Akainu scolded in unison. It doesn't matter. When Zephyr heard this, he shrugged disapprovingly and said, if you have the ability, just do nothing and let Luolei leave West Blue. In fact, Zephyr didn't expect Luolei to make such a step. In a nutshell, I'm leaving West Blue and I'll put naval headquarters on the fire. After all, if naval headquarters does not take the initiative to give Luolei a new position and let him leave West Blue logically, then Luolei, who took the initiative to leave West Blue, is the branch head of the West Blue Marine T3 branch who quit his job. Once the relationship with Marine is gone, the 5th Emperor of the Sea will be born. 3 combat powers comparable to Admiral level, let's be more careful. Staff Officer Crane, who had not spoken for a while, took a sip of hot tea and said, what happened to West Blue, including Luolei, Hoshigaki? The strength of Kisame and Yayuai is beyond our expectations. Now that Luolei has offered to leave West Blue, we Marine will either give a nice reply, or prepare to make a clean break and become an enemy. Quiet. After this sentence, except for the sound of Garp eating snacks, the entire conference room was silent. If it's someone else who doesn't do it, naval headquarters doesn't take it seriously. You don't do it, and some Marine do it, but Luolei, the branch manager of West Blue T3 branch, wants to take a burden and leave West Blue. Things are getting a little bigger. After all, those are 3 ninjas with the strength of Marine Admiral. With Doflamingo as a test subject, the senior management of naval headquarters was also very apprehensive about Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai's strength, but they didn't want to let Luolei and others break up with Marine. This is so painful. Luolei threatened them from the air, slapped them in the face, and now they have to find a way to greet them with a smile and take the initiative to pave the way for Luolei. Ugh. Not long after, Sengoku sighed heavily, raised his head suddenly, a firm look flashed in his eyes, obviously he had already made a decision. Boom, boom. However, just as Sengoku was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Come in. 5. Report, Marshal Sengoku, there is an urgent message from New World. A Marine soldier rushed into the conference room with a look of panic. Oh. After hearing this, everyone in the conference room sank slightly, and vaguely had an ominous premonition. Emergency information from New World. It must have something to do with the 4 emperors. Say. Sengoku ordered in a low voice. Marshal Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates had a fierce conflict. The next moment, the Marine soldier said with a trembling voice, because the sea area where the conflict occurred is adjacent to the sea area where the Marine G1 branch is located, the Marine G1 branch sent a warship to warn as usual, and as a result, no words have spoken. The Marine soldier's body had begun to tremble faintly, as if thinking of something terrifying. Say, what happened? Sengoku got a little mad, and roared directly at the Marine. As a result, the Marine G1 branch was destroyed by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates. Except for Marine who was out on a mission, the entire Marine G1 branch survived. Boom. The voice just fell. Some gaff Sengoku subconsciously bombarded his fist on the conference table. Strong power. The table shattered in an instant. Alright. Maybe Sengoku didn't even realize. In one day, he had already blown 2 desks with one punch. However, no one cares about Sengoku's gaff anymore. Because everyone in the conference room is about the same. Nourishing. A drop of lava fell to the ground. In an instant, a surging heat emerged from Akainu's body. The chair Aokiji was sitting on froze into ice in an instant, emitting bursts of cold air. Kizaru's wretched cheeks also gradually stiffened. Even Staff Crane and Garp, who have always been the most calm, were stunned. They didn't seem to have thought that such a thing would happen in New World. The Marine G1 branch was wiped out by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates? How is this possible? Are the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates trying to fight the 5.5th Marines? There is no fire in the city gate that affects Chiu. This is definitely the intention of the Beasts pirates and Whitebeard pirates to destroy our Marine G1 branch, just to provoke our Marine. I do not know how long it has been. Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, Staff Officer Crane and others came back to their senses, and they could see the shock and anger in their eyes. What else can I say? Marine G1 branch was destroyed. That's the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates hitting Marine in the face. Is it tolerable or unbearable? Justice will never yield to evil. Chapter 56. Okay, really good. After a while. Only then did Sengoku come back to his senses, and nodded with a cold expression, ignoring the blown-up table, and said, the destruction of the Marine G1 branch is definitely the intention of the Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates. As Marine's largest branch in New World, the Marine G1 branch has always been tasked with monitoring the 4 Emperors pirates. In order not to annoy Marine, the 4 Emperors pirates acquiesced in the existence of the Marine G1 branch. The results of it? Now destroyed by the Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates. Marine couldn't bear it any longer. It's more than intentional, it's just hitting our Marines in the face. Akainu's face was a little distorted, and he said coldly, it seems that Marine has not done anything for a long time, and the Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates of the New World have forgotten Marine's horror. 99. We must be ready for a full-scale war with the Beasts pirates, the Whitebeard pirates. The next moment, Aokiji's eyes showed a stern look, and he said solemnly, the 4 Emperors pirates took the initiative to provoke us, and Naval Headquarters has no other choice but to challenge us. It's scary. A rare dignified look appeared on Kizaru's wretched cheeks, and said, Marshal Sengoku, let's go to war. Take the initiative to provoke us, it looks like it's time to flex your muscles. Garp picked up the senbei again, and ate it in big gulps. Judging from the speed of eating, he was obviously a little angry. From ancient times to the present. It's all Marine taking the initiative to attack the 22 pirates. Well now, the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are starting to attack Marine's stronghold. This precedent cannot be opened. Once it is imitated by the major pirates, it will be Marine's nightmare. So, no matter what, this time Marine will fight back favorably. Even if the opponent is the 4 Emperors pirates, prepare for a full-scale war with Marine. Listening to these words, Zephyr doesn't know what to say anymore. Originally he was still amazed by what Luolei did. But Whitebeard pirates, Beasts pirates, directly came with a god assist, destroyed Marine G1 branch, shook Naval Headquarters. Compared with Whitebeard pirates, Beasts pirates, Luolei's actions, it's really not worth mentioning. Didn't you see Sengoku getting angry again? Zephyr is a little suspicious that Sengoku may have more mood swings than any other day in the past 2 days. Are we going to fight again? Chief of Staff, he took a sip of tea and murmured in a very soft voice, don't be carried away by anger, and take care of the overall situation. Wait a minute, 99. But just at this time, it seems that he heard the words of Staff Officer Crane, and Sengoku hesitated for a while before saying solemnly, the Naval Headquarters will not move for the time being. I will appoint Luolei, the branch head of the West Blue T3 branch, as the new branch head of the Marine G1 branch, responsible for rebuilding Marine G1 branch. 99. Originally, Sengoku wanted to transfer Luolei to a branch in the first half of the Grand Line. Doesn't Luolei want to leave West Blue? He also threatens Naval Headquarters? Then I will transfer you decently to the first half of the Grand Line, preferably closer to Naval Headquarters, so that you have nothing to say. But the plan can't keep up with the changes. The Marine G1 branch was destroyed by the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, so Luolei could be transferred to be in charge of rebuilding the Marine G1 branch, which was undoubtedly a 3-shot thing for Naval Headquarters. One is that Marine can have enough time to prepare, the other is that he can check and balance Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, the third is that Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai can go to fight with the 4 Emperors pirates. As for justice will never yield to evil, in fact, there are preconditions, that is, justice is strong enough. What Sengoku doesn't know, however, is that if Luolei knew about his plan, he would definitely be happy to laugh out pigs. All along, Luolei is looking for a place to be the headquarters. The West Blue T3 branch is too remote and not very suitable. If it is the Marine G1 branch in the original book, that is, the naval headquarters after the big event, Luolei must be in favor of it. What? No. After listening to this sentence, Akainu took the lead in reacting and retorted, Luolei is an uncontrollable factor, and he is arrogant to threaten naval headquarters. Once he is promoted to Marine G1 branch as branch head, the consequences may be serious. This. 99. Aokiji, Kizaru froze for a moment, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say. They knew exactly what Sengoku meant, that is, let Luolei take his own men to the New World to withstand the pressure of the Four Emperors and rebuild the Marine G1 branch. If successful, that proves that the Four Emperors have compromised again. All are happy. If it fails, naval headquarters has even more reason to go on fire. Alas. 35. Staff Officer Crane's deep eyes flashed a ray of understanding, and he couldn't help sighing inwardly. Don't look at Sengoku just now in high spirits and want to fight the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates, but with Marine's strength, if he wants to fight two Four Emperors pirates at the same time, even if he can win, it may be both victory. Not to mention the Red Hair pirates and the Big Mom pirates who are staring at them. Pull one hair and move the whole body. There are too many scruples. Marine does not have the courage to declare war on two Four Emperors pirates at the same time. Even if Sengoku wants to, the world government and the Five Elders will not allow it. After all, it is only a Marine G1 branch, and it is not the Celestial Dragons who died. Marine, it's not worth your life to fight with the Four Emperors pirates. So, the Beasts pirates and the Whitebeard pirates got it right. Only dare to blatantly destroy the Marine G1 branch. People are old, and they are so impulsive. Garp smiled dumbly, took a bite of senbei, and took the initiative to say, Luolei and others are too talented in West Blue, only when they go to New World can they really stir things up. Really? Zephyr. When it comes to this. Garp raised his brows and glanced at Zephyr, whose expression was changing. Seems to be. Zephyr suppressed his inner worries, gritted his teeth, and said with a certain expression, how can you grow quickly without experiencing wind and rain? If Luolei can really go to New World to experience it, it may be of great benefit to him. 99. Certainly. Zephyr didn't say a word. That is, the current Luolei may have grown up. Go to New World. It is a dragon crossing the river. But, 99. The next moment, Zephyr said something amazing, I hope to be able to promote Luolei's rank from Commodore to Vice Admiral, to replace Admiral. Good. 35. Sengoku didn't hesitate, just nodded neatly. Now that things have come to this point, when naval headquarters can't fully fire, he still has to rely on Luolei. As for Luolei's uncontrollable 010, he also threatened naval headquarters? But, is there any Four Emperors that are uncontrollable? Are the Four Emperors cruel? Directly destroyed the Marine G1 branch. After all, Luolei is still a Marine. Probably still counted as one's own, the Four Emperors pirates are pure enemies, the absolute opposite. I have no opinion. Seeing Sengoku agree, Zephyr nodded silently. I have no opinion either. Kizaru and Aokiji also nodded in agreement. I was feeling a little out of control just now, and now I want to transfer Luolei to New World's Marine G1 branch is the best choice for naval headquarters at the moment. What's more, after the Doflamingo fiasco, Luolei and others went to New World in a high-profile way, which will definitely play a role. Unexpected effect. Okay, it's your choice. Seeing that everyone agrees. Akainu's gloomy expression was almost dripping with water, he scolded angrily, and walked out of the conference room without looking back. Sengoku stood there, watching the back of Akainu leaving, shook his head, sat down again, looked at his broken conference table, and sighed. The meeting continues. Then, let's talk about the promotion of Luolei to Vice Admiral, the replacement of Admiral, and how to deal with the captured Doflamingo. Chapter 57. After a few days. The news that Don Quixote Doflamingo attacked the West Blue T3 branch and was defeated by Uai of the T3 branch spread throughout the sea at a lightning speed. For a time. Not just West Blue. Even the first half of the Grand Line, and even the New World in the second half, set off a storm. However, no one knows that this is just the beginning. Because, after the Doflamingo fiasco, there was also a big event in the second half of the Grand Line, prompting naval headquarters to announce a new appointment. In this situation, the various newspapers were thoroughly boiled, and each newspaper was put into the sea. Shocked. Marine Luolei, Uai, Hoshigaki Kisame of West Blue at 3 awakened conquerors Haki. The great pirate Doflamingo was crushed by Uai of the T3 branch in West Blue, and Uai is suspected to have a combat power comparable to the Marine Admiral class. Exclusive secret. The monster-level combat power hidden in West Blue, Luolei, Uai, Hoshigaki Kisame are all ninjas. The fire at the city gate affected Chiu, the Marine G1 branch was destroyed by the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates, and the four Emperors pirates were so terrifying. Don't give Marine face, Marine G1 branch was destroyed by Whitebeard pirates and Beasts pirates. Marine's latest information. Appoint the branch chief of the West Blue T3 branch as the branch chief of the Marine G1 branch, from the rank of Commodore, to the rank of Vice Admiral in the headquarters to replace the rank of Admiral. You can enjoy Admiral level treatment. The New World is about to be turbulent, and the 3 monster-level combat forces hidden in the West Blue are about to go to the New World to check and balance the 4 Emperors. The 3-year period has come. Welcome the new Marine substitute Admiral Luolei, come back strong. When the newspapers of each news agency spread to the sea, countless people took a deep breath. In an instant, the already rough sea has once again set off a huge wave. No way. Originally everyone was still surprised and incredulous at Doflamingo's fiasco against West Blue. The results of it. 2 more things happened. It seems less shocking that Doflamingo was crushed. First, when the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates of the 4 Emperors pirates were fighting, they killed the Marine G1 branch, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Facing the provocation of the 4 Emperors, Marine unexpectedly did not send Admiral to counterattack. Instead, Luolei, the branch head of the West Blue T3 branch, was promoted to the branch head of the Marine G1 branch. From the rank of Commodore, he was promoted to the rank of Vice Admiral in the headquarters to replace the rank of Admiral. He went to New World to put out the fire. Shocking. It's really shocking. No way. No one thought of it. The West Blue T3 branch actually hides 3 ninjas who have awakened Conqueror's haki. Among them, the head of the branch, Luolei, was hidden by Naval headquarters 3 years ago. After 3 years, he was crushing Doflamingo and returned furiously, forcing Naval headquarters to lower his high head and promote him as a substitute admiral. Now, branch head of West Blue at 3 branch, Luolei became branch head of Marine G1 branch. Anyone with discernment knows. New World is about to set off a wave that ripples across the sea. On one side were the 3 monster-level ninjas hiding in West Blue, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. On the other side were the 4 Emperors pirates who ruled the sea. Thinking about it, it made one's scalp tingling. But Marine does not send Marine 3 Admiral. Just simply letting the 3 monster-level ninjas of West Blue go to the Marine G1 branch of New World, can it really check and balance the 4 Emperors? Say something bad. The 4 Emperors pirates are in the sea, like 4 giants, they cannot be easily shaken. Don Quixote and Doflamingo are only slightly stronger ants in front of the 4 Emperors. Therefore, in this situation, countless people's eyes are gathered in New World. Obviously, everyone wants to see what kind of waves will be caused by Luolei, who is transferred to New World, and will the 4 Emperors tolerate the rebuilding of the Marine G1 branch? The second half of the Grand Line. One of the 4 Emperors, the Sea of the Red-Haired Shanks. Ha ha ha, Naval headquarters really made a wishful thinking. On deck, the red-haired Shanks looked at the newspapers in his hand and couldn't help laughing loudly, saying, 3 years ago, it was hidden in the snow, and 3 years later, he came back strong. Luolei of the West Blue T3 branch is definitely not a simple person. Simple characters. The red-haired boss, the 3 Marines from West Blue, have awakened Conqueror's haki, and they're all ninjas. Marine sent them to the New World to rebuild the G1 branch, apparently really trying to balance the 4 Emperors. 95. Are ninjas so strong? Why do I feel like I'm exaggerating? Even if it crushes Doflamingo, it's no big deal, right? No matter how much he does, as long as he dares to do something to our red hair pirates, we will accompany him to the end. Ha 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 ha, we red hair pirates have a good time watching the show. After all, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates are the culprits who wiped out the G1 branch. Hearing Shank's laughter, some pirates from Red Hair Pirates, apparently reading the newspaper, couldn't help but shouted loudly. Boss Redhead, what do you think? At this time, Lucky Lu, who was eating chicken drumsticks, couldn't help but ask, why did West Blue have 3 monster-level combat powers that awakened Conqueror's haki? Who knows? Red-haired Shanks took a glass of wine, took a sip, and said freely, let's just wait and see. Naval headquarters sent the 3 guys from West Blue to New World, which may not make much waves. Hope so. After hearing this, never said much. Ben Beckman, who was smoking a cigar there, spit out a large puff of white smoke, a wise and deep light appeared in his eyes, and muttered to himself, Naval headquarters is really cautious, and he was slapped in the face, and he didn't dare to taking the initiative to attack. Instead, they sent 3 ninjas from West Blue who were born out of nowhere to rebuild the G1 branch. Can a ninja really have a combat power comparable to that of the 4 Emperors? Do not make jokes. Okay, get it. It's not that Ben Beckman doesn't believe it, it's that he subconsciously thinks that ninjas are garbage, even if they crush Doflamingo, that's it. Actually, not only him. Even Red Hair Shanks and the pirates of Red Hair Pirates didn't take Luolei and others to heart. In their opinion, Marine transferred Luole, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai to the New World, just to cover the destroyed G1 branch with a fig leaf to check and balance the 4 emperors. Is it possible? Even if Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral to New World 10. I dare not say that it can check and balance the 4 emperors. Chapter 58. The second half of the Grand Line. New World. The seas ruled by Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors. In the central area, on the Cake Island, Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors in the second half of the King's Landing Grand Line, is sitting there eating a cake, with an expression of incomparable enjoyment. Mom, something big has happened. Sudden. Just at this time. I saw a soldier like a wooden doll running in. What big event happened? After hearing this, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin took a bite of the cake and said disapprovingly, could it be that Marine has a new move? Or is there another conflict between the other 3 emperors? Mom, look. The soldier with the wooden doll did not speak, but took out several newspapers. Looking at the newspaper handed over, Charlotte Linlin's brows subconsciously wrinkled. She still took the newspaper and scanned it quickly. It's boring. A few seconds later, Charlotte Linlin threw away the newspaper in her hand, and said in a tone full of contempt, Marine is really getting more and more alive, and actually transferred the 3 ninjas of West Blue to the G1 branch of New World. Isn't it funny to want to check and balance the 4 Emperor's pirates? Although those 3 guys from West Blue were strong, defeated the little pirate, Doflamingo, and awakened Conqueror's Haki, or what ninja? But, what's the use? The 4 emperors are like gods in the New World. No matter what, there is nothing to be afraid of Marine, let alone Luole, who has just been promoted to Marine's substitute admiral. At the same time, when the sea trembled, the Whitebeard pirates and the Beasts pirates, the culprits who destroyed the Marine G1 branch, are still on fire. Do not. More specifically, the battle between Kaido of the Beasts and Whitebeard continues. The battle has been going on for 3 days and 3 nights, but neither Whitebeard nor 100 Beasts Kaido is tired at all, instead they are more and more violent and excited. Boom. 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 A deafening roar resounded. The powerful shock wave made the air tremble, and a large number of cracks appeared on the warring islands, as if they were about to be overturned at any time. At this time, if anyone is here, you will find that the island where Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts are fighting is the Marine G1 branch. That's right, Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts fought directly here after teaming up to destroy Marine G1. But perhaps the fighting was too fierce. The Marine G1 branch is already a mess, with ravines and criss-crossings. Only the faint corpses of some Marines can prove that this is the largest Marine branch in the New World, the G1 branch. Boom. Another blast resounded. Whitebeard bombarded the air with a punch, and directly created cracks in the air. The terrifying force carried the power of shock and bombarded Kaido, the beast, and instantly blasted it hundreds of meters away. Far. Cool. 35. Bombarded with one blow. 100 Beasts Kaido was not afraid at all, but became more and more excited, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and bombarded Whitebeard without hesitation. Good coming. Whitebeard seemed to have expected it long ago, grinned, and flashed his body, and he was directly fighting with Kaido, the beast. For a time. This splendid and devastating battle. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates and the pirates of the Beasts pirates were numb for a while. It's really terrifying. On one side is Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world, and on the other is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature. They are not fuel-efficient lamps. Playing for 10 days and a half months is like playing. I don't know how long it will take. In the distant sea, on the deck of the Moby DK, Marco looked at Father Whitebeard, who was fighting against Kaido of the Beasts, and involuntarily showed a look of helplessness. Actually, he didn't want Dad to fight for a long time. Because, the longer the battle, the more serious the physical injury will be, which will cause the father's health to get worse and worse. Maybe for a few more days. After hearing this, Foyle Baista, the captain of the 5th Division, also said with a worried look, Dad's body is gradually not at its peak, and it really shouldn't be a protracted battle with Kaido of the Beasts. No way, after all, the opponent is Kaido, the Beast. The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, shook his head helplessly. If it was someone else, Father Whitebeard might have ended the battle long ago, but facing the Beast Kaido with unimaginable defense and vitality, he can only bite the bullet and fight the Beast Kaido to the end. Big news, there's big news. But just at this time, Sachi took a few newspapers and ran to the deck with a shocked expression, saying, Look, Marine seems to have transferred the 3 monster-level ninjas who were born in West Blue to New World to rebuild the G1 branch. What? 35. Marine isn't kidding, is he? After hearing this, Marco, Baista, and Jaws all looked surprised and took the newspapers one after another. Result? I don't know at a glance. When I looked closely, I was startled. The Marine T3 branch of West Blue actually appeared 3 monster-level combat forces. Not only ninjas, but also Conqueror's Haki awakened, in which Yayuai crushed Doflamingo. For Doflamingo's strength, they also know, it is definitely not weak, that usse can crush, and his strength must not be underestimated. Really interesting. It didn't take long for Marco to put down a newspaper in his hand and exclaimed with some exclamation, that Luole was originally hidden in West Blue, but now he has risen strongly and was sent by Marine to New World to check and balance us and rebuild the G1 branch. That guy named Luole is not easy. Team 5, CCFF, Long Foil Bista glanced at the newspaper and sighed with a solemn expression. It's not that simple, Marine has awakened Conqueror's Haki, it's unbelievable. The 3rd Division Captain, Diamond Joes frowned and sighed in admiration. Haha, it's a pity that no matter how strong it is, it's useless, we have Father Whitebeard. After a few seconds. Maybe it's because the atmosphere is not right. Marco laughed and said confidently, no matter who comes to New World to rebuild the G1 branch, our Whitebeard pirates will not be afraid. After all, our Father Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. That's right. Let's continue to watch the battle and watch Daddy Whitebeard beat the beasts Kaido. Don't worry about it so much, Marine wants revenge, and we Whitebeard pirates will accompany him to the end. After listening to Marco's words, Diamond Joes, Foil Bista, Sage, Bramank and other Whitebeard pirates couldn't help laughing. For a time, the deck of the Moby DK was full of joy. As for the destroyed G1 branch, in the opinion of Marco and others, it is no big deal. Isn't it normal for the pirates to destroy the Marine? You have the strength in the Marine, and you can also come to the New World to destroy the 4 Emperors, but does Marine dare? The other side. On the deck of a beast pirate ship. I saw that the tall and sturdy Jin looked at the latest newspaper in his hand, and frowned involuntarily. Wow, really didn't expect Doflamingo to roll over at West Blue. Next to him, Quinn, one of the 3 disasters, was holding a cigar, touched his bald forehead, and said speechlessly, Doflamingo was arrested, what about our cooperation with the Don Quixote family? Humph, success is not enough and failure is more than failure. Jack the Drow snorted coldly, crushed the newspaper in his hand, and said coldly, Marine actually sent the 3 ninjas from the West Blue T3 branch to New World to rebuild the G1 branch, aren't they afraid that we will kill them? Are they? Doflamingo was arrested, but it wasn't that the Don Quixote family was destroyed. Our cooperation with the Don Quixote family can continue. Yin, who was wearing a mask and goggles helmet, squeezed his right hand slightly, and the newspaper in his hand was burned to ashes by a ray of flame, and said disapprovingly, Marine still likes to be a shrunken turtle, this time let the 3 so-called ninjas of West Blue to rebuild the G1 branch, I don't know what to think. We don't have to worry about it so much, 3 so-called ninjas are nothing to worry about. Quinn and Jack nodded indifferently, and didn't take Luole and others to heart. As for avenging Doflamingo? Do not make jokes. Doflamingo is just a tool man, not worth the beast's pirates for him. Therefore, after a few days, the battle between Whitebeard and Beast Kaido is over. The result, of course, ended in the failure of Kaido of the beasts. However, Kaido admitted that he failed, but Whitebeard couldn't kill Kaido, and he could only let Kaido of the beasts take the pirates of the beasts pirates free. Leave. And when returning to their respective waters, whether it is Whitebeard or Kaido of the beasts, they all know Marine's countermeasures, and also know that Luole, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Yayuai were born in West Blue. But, they didn't take it to heart, didn't they just kill the Marine G1 branch? What's the big deal, no matter what retaliatory action Marine has, they will let them go, and they will all accept it. In a word, the 4 emperors do things, even if they destroy the Marine G1 branch, they don't need a reason, just do it and they're done. Chapter 59. The New World is in turmoil. But, with the end of the Beasts pirates and Whitebeard pirates, New World gradually returned to peace. If it wasn't for the fact that the Marine G1 branch had been wiped out by Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts, many people would have thought that nothing happened in New World. As for Luole, who will take up the post of Marine G1 branch, the 4 emperors of New World did not seem to take it seriously, nor did they make any special announcements. The 4 emperors pirates were as calm as ever. Facing this circumstances, on the sea, many people who were planning to watch the play suddenly lost their hope. They are also looking forward to Luole, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai going to New World to collide with the 4 emperors pirates to have a fierce spark. After all, the current Luole is Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the substitute Admiral, who wants to come to Naval Headquarters to put high hopes on them. The results of it? The 4 emperors didn't even take a fancy to them, which is a bit embarrassing. But, if you think about it carefully, you can understand. The 4 emperors have ruled the second half of the Grand Line for so many years, no pirate can shake their status, not even the Naval Headquarters. Currently, Luole and others from the West Blue T3 branch have crushed Doflamingo. Such a record is very impressive in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the 4 emperors, I am afraid it is not worth mentioning. Therefore, with the identity and status of the 4 emperors, it is normal to have no reaction. Certainly. The 4 emperors did not respond. West Blue, where the incident happened, has never calmed down. In the eyes of many people, although Doflamingo's status is far inferior to that of the Four Emperors, it is also vaguely one of the strongest pirate groups under the Four Emperors. But, such a character. However, he was crushed by usse of the T3 branch in West Blue. What a terrifying power, even if compared to Marine Admiral, it's not far off. Especially after Luo Lei was promoted to the rank of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Substitute Admiral, Luo Lei's fame in West Blue and even the first half of the Grand Line has reached a peak. Therefore, in this situation, the remnants of West Blue's underground dark world began to tremble, and the remnants of the 5 major Mafia families began to gradually withdraw from West Blue. No way, West Blue is too dangerous. As for those countries in West Blue, they are also very sensible while being incredible and shocking. They sent a lot of gold and silver treasures to the West Blue T3 branch, especially the country of flowers, and even sent an ordinary devil fruit. Given to the West Blue at 3 branch, it is called a sponsorship fee. Especially after learning that Luo Lei was going to New World's G1 branch and was promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, replacing Admiral. These countries are moving forward one after another. And for this behavior, Luo Lei actually has some disgust and contempt. But, after thinking about it, he didn't want to make these countries think too much. In order to reassure these countries, he let Hoshigaki Kisame reluctantly accept it. West Blue. Branch T3. These days, the turmoil of the sea did not affect the T3 branch at all. Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, usse, are all practicing at their own pace, and the focus of the practice is the Conqueror's Haki who has just awakened. As for the reason, of course, after Conqueror's Haki has cultivated to a certain stage, it can be wound, and the strength is far greater than that of Armament Haki. In Zephyr's words, only a very small number of top powerhouses can do it. At this time, inside the conference room of the T3 branch, Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, usse are all gathered here. There are more than 10 newspapers on the table. I really didn't expect that Naval Headquarters actually bowed its head, and took the initiative to promote Luo Lei as the head of the department's Vice Admiral, as a substitute for Admiral. 35. Hoshigaki Kisame put down a newspaper, smiled, and said, to transfer the boss of Luo Lei to the G1 branch of New World, this is a disguise for us to face the 4 emperors. After all, since the 4 emperors can destroy the G1 branch once, then there must be a second time, a third time. Facing the 4 emperors? It's really something you can't ask for. After hearing this, usse took a cup of tea and took a sip of hot tea, a look of confidence and pride in his eyes. Seeking flowers. The battle with Doflamingo let him know that people in this world are very pervert, not as crispy as ninjas, and more importantly, the battle with Doflamingo did not make him feel pressure. When there is pressure, there is motivation. He really wanted to see how strong the next 4 emperors were. Actually, I have been looking for a suitable place, as our headquarters. I think the G1 branch is quite suitable. The corner of Luo Lei's mouth was slightly raised, and he said leisurely, Marshal Sengoku seems to be driving wolves and tigers away. He wants to use us to check and balance the 4 emperors, but he does not know that he is bringing wolves into the house, and the end result can only be to steal chickens without losing rice. This time, he gave Marine an ultimatum to keep Marine from coming down. 0. Unexpectedly, the G1 branch of New World would be wiped out by the Beasts Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates, which also gave Marine a way to move forward, that is, to transfer him to the G1 branch of New World to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, Sengoku doesn't know. He actually wanted to go to New World to play. From now on, Marine G1 branch is his territory. Boss Luo Lei, we went to the New World, should we become a 4 emperors and show our power? The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame seemed to have thought of something, a cold look flashed through his golden pupils, and he said unhappily, defeating Doflamingo only made us famous, the 4 emperors seem to have no regard for us at all. Even if I learned that we are going to the G1 branch, I am not afraid at all, and there is no movement. Kin. Luo Lei smiled and nodded neatly. 4 emperors. Just to do it. Besides, he also needs Luo to go to the New World. Chapter 60. The meeting is over soon. For Hoshigaki Kisame and Yuzuki Ai. Wherever Lord Luo Lei goes, they will go with them, even if they are facing the 4 emperors and naval headquarters, they can do it without saying a word. Certainly. They can also understand. Why did Master Luo Lei still not leave Marine? Get up from where you fall, naval headquarters will pay dearly in the end. But, at this stage, since we are going to New World, they still need to practice hard. Because, compared with New World, West Blue is indeed a fish pond, and it is not too challenging. To New World, the stronger the strength, the more moisturizing the life. After 7 hours. Training course. Ding. Congratulations host, you have completed the daily task 7 hours of practice, reward, 2% experience. 013. Ding. Fusion Senjo Tobirama template, unlocked to 80%. Listening to the prompt in his head, Luolei opened his eyes and muttered to himself in surprise, the further back you go, the more experience you give, which makes the speed of unlocking and fusion faster. It's only been a few weeks. He unlocked Senjo Tobirama's template from 70% to 80%. Following this trend, after a month, Senjo Tobirama's template can be completely unlocked and integrated. System, is it because my strength is too strong that Senjo Tobirama's template doesn't increase me much, which leads to faster template unlocking and fusion? The next moment, Luolei seemed to think of something, and asked a little curiously. Ding! Host, you are right. The cold voice of the system machinery sounded. That's quite human. Luolei nodded thoughtfully. Ding! Congratulations to host for unlocking Senjo Tobirama's template from 70% to 80%, unlocking the magic power and soul imprisonment. The next moment, in Luolei's spiritual world. Fantastic power. I saw second Hokage Senjo Tobirama concentrated chakra all over the body. The whole body was covered with blue chakra, and then a strong airflow erupted from the air, which easily blew up a boulder. Soul imprisonment. 10 minutes later. Only then did Luolei slowly open his white eyes, and he realized from this integration experience that his spirit returned to reality. Both monster power and soul imprisoning are fine. After feeling a little bit of the harvest, Luolei's face was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time, he not only learned the strange power, but also learned the soul confinement technique, and his strength has been slightly enhanced, which is simply beautiful. Okay, today's practice is over, it's time to do something else. After half a sound, Luolei stretched, got up and took a sip of tea, then looked at the more than 30 boxes and 2 devil fruits beside the training ground. The box contains gold and silver jewelry, which were sent by West Blue countries, 2 devil fruits, one of which was sent by the country of flowers, and the other was sent by the first branch of West Blue as a thank you. System, exchange these 2 devil fruits and more than 30 boxes of treasures for lottery points. After a few seconds, Luolei's eyes were sure, and he ordered calmly. Ding! The 2 devil fruits and more than 30 boxes of treasures were successfully exchanged, and the host gained 1.5 million lottery points, with a total of 2.1 million lottery points. It is good. Luolei thought for a moment, then ordered again, System, I want to take a look at my latest property panel. Ding! Host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding! The latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 16 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's template unlock 80% fusion, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, Byun, Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body, Flying Thunder God Technique Forbidden Technique, Water Style, Grandmaster, Tandem Paper Bombs, Strange Power. Soul Imprisonment. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame, Night Moon AI. Random Draw, 0 times. Draw Points, 2.1 million points. Conqueror's Haki has only been practicing for a few days and has reached the intermediate level. After a brief glance, Luolei nodded with satisfaction. Every time I look at my cultivation panel, I am pleasantly surprised. However, when I saw that there were 2.1 million points in the lottery, I still felt a little anxious in my heart. I can't bear to let my child catch the wolf. Since there are 2.1 million lottery points, I will give it a try and see if I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. It's done. Luolei took a deep breath and commanded with anticipation, System, exchange for an advanced random lottery for me. Ding! Consumed 1 million lottery points. There are 1.1 million lottery points left. A high-level random lottery exchange is successful. Host, whether to use. Use it for me. The voice did not fall. Luolei turned his gaze to the translucent turntable that only he could see. Ding! Congrats host, congratulations host, I've drawn 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from the character summoning card Hokage Ninja, peak period. Laugh. As the hands stopped turning, the crisp mechanical sound of the system rang out. As predicted. Listening to the system prompts, Luolei's mouth twitched slightly. Just as he imagined, every advanced lottery draw is very likely to draw a character card. The last time was 4th Raikage Yayuai, this time came a 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Did the system deliberately let him form a high-end ninja team? As for 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, then needless to say more? The Grandmaster has 5 types of chakra attributes, and enjoys the title of Professor of Ninjutsu. He is the Hokage who has actually held the highest power in the country of fire for the longest time and the longest-lived Hokage in the history of the ninja world. He created the heyday of Konohagakure. System, 5.5, exchange me for an advanced random lottery. Not long after, Luolei ordered again. Ding! Consumes 1 million lottery points. There are still 100,000 lottery points left. A high-level random lottery is successfully redeemed. Host, whether to use. Use. Ding, congratulations to host. The second random lottery draw has drawn the orangutan fruit, the phantom beast, and the King Kong form. The system is produced. It must be a high-quality product. There is absolutely no side effects. You can use it with confidence. Chapter 61. The system, as expected, has yours. After hearing that the devil fruit in the form of orangutan, phantom beast, and King Kong was drawn, Luo Lei shook his head speechlessly. Nothing to say. It seems that the god-level lottery system is to let him form the strongest ninja team. The ability and strength of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in his peak period is absolutely beyond doubt, and the title of Professor of Ninjutsu is not for nothing. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen's nickname is the Monkey, and now he has drawn the devil fruit with no side effects, the phantom species, and the King Kong form. I want to come to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen will be more pervert and terrifying. After all, can you imagine the scene where Sarutobi Hiruzen enters the Vitra form, seals his hands, and releases ninjutsu? The picture is so beautiful. It's really unthinkable. There are 100,000 lottery points left. A few seconds later, Luo Lei raised his brows, thought for a while, and ordered in a deep voice, "System, exchange me for an intermediate random lottery." Ding. Consuming 100,000 lottery points, there are 0 lottery points left. An intermediate random lottery exchange is successful. Host, whether to use. Use. 35. Ding, congratulations host, the intermediate random draw has won the 4th Hokage Flying Thunder God technique by Namikaze Minato. Listening to the cold reminder sound of the system machinery, a smile involuntarily appeared on Luo Lei's cheek. In this intermediate random lottery, I finally got something useful. The Flying Thunder God technique of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is undoubtedly 22 more perfect than the Flying Thunder God technique of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama. Simply put, Flying Thunder God technique is an S-class space ninjutsu developed by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and improved by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. He inherited the Flying Thunder God technique of Senju Tobirama, and now he has drawn the Flying Thunder God technique of Namikaze Minato. Then, for the master of Flying Thunder God technique, he can basically reach the peak. Ding, host, do you extract Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique? Extract. In an instant. Before Luo Lei could react, a huge amount of information poured into his mind, making Luo Lei's head dizzy for a while. After 20 minutes, Luo Lei opened his eyes in surprise. Unexpectedly, the Flying Thunder God technique of Namikaze Minato that he received was more perfect than expected. In addition to the use of Flying Thunder God, there is also Namikaze Minato's own experience in performing Flying Thunder God technique. Okay, then summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not long after Luo Lei sensed his own gains, he calmly ordered. Ding. Host, calling. Calling. Laugh. After a few seconds, with a burst of space fluctuations, I saw an old man wearing a white Hokage robe, lined with a red ninja suit, wearing a Hokage hat, white hair and a mustache, a wrinkled face, and a pipe in his mouth appeared on the training ground. Is this Sarutobi Hiruzen at his peak? Looking at the old man in front of him, Luo Lei's expression was a little confused. In his imagination, Sarutobi Hiruzen in his peak period should at least be full of black hair, right? How did an old Sarutobi Hiruzen be summoned? To know. Aged Sarutobi Hiruzen. But attacking the inside with a heavy punch, the existence of the only submissiveness? Ding. Host, you don't have to question, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely has the strength of the peak period under the transformation of the system. System modification. Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, and he was speechless. The evil taste of the system is really weird. The other side. After third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared, he felt that his body was at its peak, and he was a little confused. Old him. Can you still have the strength of the peak period? This is too incredible. Boss Luo Lei. Soon. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and said respectfully to Luo Lei. His ability to recover at the peak of his old age must be thanks to the man in front of him. As expected, he is the boss of Luo Lei. Obviously. Like Yuzuki Ai, Hoshigaki Kisame. Under the intervention of the system, Sarutobi Hiruzen also acquiesced that Luo Lei was the boss. Luo Lei nodded with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you were also summoned by boss Luo Lei. In vain. Just at this time. Perhaps it was a familiar scent. Fourth Reikage Ai's body appeared on the training ground in a flash, his mind moved, and he entered lightning-style chakram mode without any warning. So strong. 9. Feeling this breath, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and glanced at Ai with some doubts. I don't know what happened. Vaguely, he felt that something was wrong with fourth Reikage, but, the specific changes, he couldn't tell. Shall we fight? Ai grinned and said confidently, I am very strong now. Strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled involuntarily, and said he was very strong in front of him at his peak, so stop joking. You attack me first. Yayui was not angry when she saw this, but instead glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen provocatively. It is good. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no nonsense anymore. He is at his peak, but he won't admit it easily. The next moment, a terrifying chakra wave surged out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed a seal with both hands, Ninja Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Ninja Shuriken Giant Body Technique. SHHHHH. Countless giant shuriken stormed out, overwhelmingly flocking to Yayui. Well done, 33. Yayui shouted. Immediately, under the stunned gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did not resist. Instead, he bathed in lightning-style chakra, folded his arms and just stood there. Clang! Clang! A series of harsh metal collisions sounded. The shuriken, which was magnified countless times, severely bombarded Yayui who was in lightning-style chakra mode, and a terrifying shock wave of collision energy erupted, causing the air to vibrate violently. But, that's all. These giant shuriken have no defense against Yayui at all. Impossible. Seems to have found something. A look of horror appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's cheeks. He knows that Yayui is good at ninjutsu, but, it's impossible to have such a strong defense, right? Wait a minute, those black energies wrapped around thunder and lightning don't seem to be lightning-style chakra. The next moment, as if he had discovered something, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed. Ha 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 ha. Yayui twisted her body slightly, laughed loudly, and said, Sarutobi, the me now is completely different from before. I still don't believe it. Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were fixed, his hands were holding kunao, and his body flashed forward. Yayui saw this, and his body turned into a light of lightning, and he rushed over without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. A crash sounded. When I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yayui, they went crazy against each other. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. Boom. Another roar sounded. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was blasted out by Yayui's punch, and smashed to the ground with such a powerful force that a giant pothole was even smashed into the ground. How is this possible? Speed, physical strength, physical quality, attack power, and defense power have all been enhanced by an inhuman. After hitting the ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen came out of the pothole in a flash and reappeared on the training ground, gasping for breath. Looking around, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already very embarrassed at this time, his cheeks were full of disbelief, the Hokage uniform on his body was shattered, and his old face was a little red and swollen, obviously from being beaten. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your body is too weak. Looking at the panting Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayui shook her head without blushing, and said, you were just like this at your peak. After saying this, under the jaw-dropping gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayui's body was transformed into Lei Gong, one of the 3 holy beasts, and the extremely terrifying 013 lightning power broke out. Perhaps the power was too strong, and this area began to tremble. FK. See this scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen is just stupid. There is only one thought in mind, who am I, where am I the heck? This is still a hammer? I'm in the peak period, but I can't resist the opponent's direct transformation? Almost. At this time, Luo, who had been watching the play, threw out a devil fruit in his hand neatly. Sarutobi, take it, eat it. You will become stronger, and your physical fitness will have a qualitative change. The resilience and defense will also be improved by several grades, making it more capable of transforming into the legendary King Kong. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen seems to be somewhat unresponsive. This is the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. Luo explained slowly, this is a devil fruit in the form of an orangutan fruit, an illusory beast, and a King Kong without any side effects. After eating it, you will know how amazing it is. It is good. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Yayui who was incarnated as Rai Gong, took devil fruit and started eating. There is a taste of turning grief and anger into strength. Duh. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen eating so resolutely, Luo thought for a while, but still didn't say anything. Eat it. Anyway, Hoshigaki Kisame and Yuzuki Ai finished eating. After a minute, Sarutobi Hiruzen of Devil Fruit, who just finished eating Gorilla Fruit, Phantom Beast, and King Kong form, was about to say something. There are almost no signs. A terrifying wave of power swept out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Immediately afterwards, a giant Donkey Kong with a height of more than 30 meters appeared on the training ground. Chapter 62. There are almost no signs. A terrifying wave of power swept out from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Immediately afterwards, a giant Donkey Kong with a height of more than 30 meters appeared on the training ground. This power. Roar. Feeling the almost endless power in him, and then looking down at the behemoth he had incarnated, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hold back his excitement any longer, and let out a long roar. Cool. It's really cool. As he transformed into a giant Donkey Kong, he felt that he could knock out a cage-level ninja with one punch. What surprised him even more was that the chakra in his body also seemed to increase. 5 Escape Stallion Playing Technique. The next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned, stretched out his huge arm, and began to seal quickly. You read that right. The giant Donkey Kong has been very skilled in performing ninjutsu. Therefore, in this situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who incarnated as a giant Donkey Kong, divided into 4 Vajra clones, and performed ninjutsu with 5 different attributes of fire, thunder, water, earth, and wind, and attacked Lei Gong, the incarnation of Yayu Ai. Good coming. See this scene. Lei Gong, who was Yayu Ai's incarnation, was not afraid, but became more and more excited. Crackle 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 crackle. Accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning. I don't know when, countless black clouds appeared over the T3 branch, and thunder and lightning filled the sky. Boom. 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 The terrifying roar resounded again. 5 different types of ninjutsu and endless thunder and lightning collided with each other, and an amazing shock wave erupted, causing the already ravaged training ground to suffer a devastating blow and become a piece of ruins. And this is just the beginning. With the spread of the energy wave, the building of the T3 branch began to have cracks visible to the naked eye, and at a glance, it was known that the collapse was not far away. You don't even call me when you fight. Just at this time, Hoshigaki Kisame, who was cultivating in the room, sensed the crumbling T3 branch, and his body flew out in a flash. When he saw the giant Donkey Kong in the incarnation of Yayu Ai and the giant Donkey Kong in the incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they were fighting. Suddenly excited. Laugh. Chakra surges. Hoshigaki Kisame entered the semi-megalodon form, and quickly formed a seal with both hands, water-style Big Bang water rush. Boom. With a terrifying breath fluctuating. The sea area where the T3 branch was located immediately set off a turbulent sea. Countless seawater under the control of Hoshigaki Kisame set off hundreds of huge waves, which rushed towards the T3 branch. Are these 3 guys trying to tear down the house? Looking at King Kong in the incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lei Gong in the incarnation of Yayu Ai, and Megalodon in the incarnation of Hoshigaki Kisame, Luo Lei's head unconsciously appeared black lines. Did you make a mistake? If they continue to fight like this, the T3 branch will be completely gone. You all send me to the sea to fight. The next moment, Luo Lei took a deep breath and gave a stern order. I'm not playing anymore. The voice did not fall. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wanted to practice ninjutsu. The huge body twisted and recovered from the giant Donkey Kong form. It's boring. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not fighting anymore. Yayu Ai, who incarnated as Rai Gong, shook his head in disappointment, and returned to his body from Rai Gong form. He also wanted to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen while Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't learn Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, but now it seems like it won't work. I'm just getting started. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced reluctantly at the ninjutsu he performed, and recovered from his half-megalodon form. Boss Luo Lei, I feel I have become stronger. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared in front of Luo Lei, a flash of excitement flashed across his wrinkled cheeks. Ninjas' bodies are very crispy, but, after eating orangutan fruit, Phantom Beast, King Kong after taking the form of Devil Fruit, I felt a transformation in my body's resilience and defense. 39. Third Hokage, isn't this normal? Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said, if you learn Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, your overall strength will be transformed. Really? Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, took a sharp puff, glanced at Yayu Ai subconsciously, and said, you should have used Conqueror's Haki just now, right? Is it that black energy mixed with lightning? That's right. Yashiki Ai shrugged and explained, Conqueror's Haki is Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, that black energy mixed with lightning is Armament Haki, Haki that can improve its own defense and attack power, and can captured Logia's flowing body. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned upon hearing this. Grandmaster Konoha has almost all ninjutsu, he enjoys the title of Ninjutsu Professor. It seems that some do not understand. Monkey, wait for you to learn more about it. Seeing this scene, Luo Lei shook his head and said with a serious look, our personnel configuration is basically perfect now, and we have strong combat capabilities in the sea, land, and air, so after a month, we will go to New World to play a game. Let's play. Okay. Yayu Ai replied without hesitation. It's been a little impatient. A gleam of excitement flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, is he going to New World anyway? Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded despite being a little confused. No way. New to him. I really don't know what happened to the factory. Therefore, he has already made up his mind to find Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayu Ai to find out all the basic conditions of this world and the cultivation system. Anyway, that Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles make Sarutobi Hiruzen itchy. He has to study hard. Chapter 63. Time is passing by. Soon. A month has passed. During this period, countless people on the sea were eager to see Luo Lei and others, and wanted to see when they set off to New World. The results of it? There is literally no response. Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai stayed in the West Blue T3 branch without any movement. This made many people who wanted to watch the fun a little disappointed. They thought that New World would make waves again. Now it seems that everyone is thinking too much. Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai and others are huddled in West Blue. Dare not leave. It was wrong after all. Facing the four emperors in the second half of the King's Landing Grand Line. Even Luo Lei, who had just been promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and replaced Admiral, had to avoid the four emperors' edge. Facing the destruction of the G1 branch. After all, Marine still had to suffer a dumb loss and was slapped in the face by the four emperors. Therefore, the turmoil of New World gradually subsided. Naval Headquarters, Marine Ford. Inside an office at the top of the fortress. What are they still doing at West Blue? Sengoku sat in the office chair, brows furrowed, and muttered to 013, didn't you agree to leave West Blue in a week? If you don't serve in the G1 branch, Marine will become a joke. Can't figure it out. There are really some things I can't figure out. It stands to reason that after the forced naval headquarters bowed his head, Luo Lei should be satisfied to work in the New World G1 branch? But it's been a month. Staying in the West Blue at 3 branch, there is literally no movement. This made Sengoku a little confused about what Luo Lei was going to do. More importantly, since Luo Lei did not go to Marine G1 branch, many pirates in the sea and underground dark forces are watching Marine's jokes. Whitebeard and Kaido of the Beasts destroyed the G1 branch, from beginning to end, naval headquarters but not even a fart. Sengoku, there is no need to worry so much. Hearing these words, Garp, who was sitting on the sofa eating snacks, said consolingly, if Luo Lei doesn't go, I will go to New World with 3 Admiral. It is good. Sengoku nodded solemnly. No matter what, Marine G1 branch is destroyed, Marine has to show a little attitude, otherwise, it will be even more unable to suppress the pirates. Wait a minute, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to leave Marine, everything will be fine. CCFF. Not long after. Sengoku took a cup of tea and took a sip of hot tea, and said, Luo Lei's growth has far exceeded my expectations. I really didn't expect the genius 3 years ago to grow up. When it comes to this. Sengoku somehow laughed at himself. After entering the era of the great pirates, the pirates put a lot of pressure on Marine, and now even Luo Lei from West Blue can put some pressure on Marine, which is a bit funny to think about. And, for the original thing. Even now, he has no regrets. Marine is the one who maintains the world government and celestial dragons, which no one can change. Ugh. Garp was eating senbei, and a look of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Once there is a gap in many things, it is difficult to heal. At present, the relationship between Naval Headquarters and Luo Lei is a relationship of mutual use. As for when they will turn their faces, no one knows. For this, Garp believed that Sengoku, Staff Officer Crane, Luo Lei and others could see it, but they didn't mention it. But, in this case, Sengoku still promoted Luo Lei to be the Vice Admiral of the Headquarters, to replace Admiral, just want to use Luo Lei and others to check and balance the 4 emperors. Now let's see how Luo Lei will decide. By the way, what is Zephyr doing during this time off? The next moment, as if thinking of something, Sengoku asked curiously. It's like going on a trip. Hearing these words, Garp happily took a bite of the senbei, raised his legs, and said, after a while, after the matter is almost resolved, I will also take a leave of absence to travel and rest. Yes. Sengoku shook his head suspiciously, vaguely feeling that something was wrong, but didn't say much. At the same time, West Blue. T1 branch. But as calm as ever. After Sarutobi Hiruzen learned about the basic situation and training system of the pirate world, he began to study Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles frantically. In his words, he who enjoys the title of Ninjutsu Professor must have Grandmaster Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, as well as understand some demon fruit power attack methods. Only in this way can we know ourselves and know our enemies and be victorious in 100 battles. Certainly. Not only that. In order to adapt to performing ninjutsu in the form of King Kong, Sarutobi Hiruzen also deliberately transformed into a giant Donkey Kong and practiced the knot seal. So, if anyone is in the West Blue at 3 branch, you will find that a giant Donkey Kong is like a ninja, and its hands are quickly formed. Compared with a huge body, its hands seem to be very flexible. It will also be found that Lei Gong, who looks like a saber-toothed tiger, has golden hair, strong limbs, and sharp fangs, is practicing to quickly enter the lightning-style chakram mode and practice ninjutsu. We'll find more. A giant megalodon shark with same hata on its back in the sea is practicing to use its flexible tongue to print and perform extremely violent water style. You seem to be working hard, don't you think? At this time, on the training ground, Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu, and AI were all working hard to cultivate, Luolei nodded happily. A month. It doesn't seem like much, but it's enough to raise their strength to a new level. After all. Have you seen Ninja Donkey Kong? Ninja Reikao? Ninja Megalodon? After this period of practice, the current Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Yayu AI can basically perform ninjutsu perfectly in both forms. I'm almost done practicing. Not long after. Luolei got up slowly and stretched. Ding! Congratulations host, you have completed the daily task 8 hours of practice, reward, 2% experience. Ding! Fusion Senjo Tobirama template, unlocked to 100%. Listening to the prompts in his head, Luolei nodded with satisfaction. It took a month to finally unlock the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to host for unlocking the template of Senjo Tobirama from 98% to 100%, unlocking Impure World Reincarnation. The system prompt sound just fell. The next moment. When Luolei didn't even react the other way. In his spiritual world, second Hokage Senjo Tobirama concentrated chakra in his whole body, his hands quickly nodded. Impure World Reincarnation. Chapter 64. I do not know how long it has been. Luolei gradually came back to his senses. Because the fusion of Senjo Tobirama's character template has been unlocked to 100%. This time, he not only learned the forbidden technique Impure World Reincarnation, but also inherited Senjo Tobirama's lifelong fighting experience. As for strength, he is definitely stronger than Senjo Tobirama in his prime. After all, he not only has first Hokage Senjo Hashirama's sage body, but also white eyes, gentle fist, marine 6 styles, conqueror's haki, etc. Finally the fusion is complete. Soon, Luolei took a deep breath, and a smile flashed in his eyes. It's not easy. It took more than 2 years and nearly 3 years to complete the unlocking and fusion of Senjo Tobirama's template. It can be considered a heartbreak. System, I'm going to take a look at my latest property panel dash. Next moment. Luolei frowned. There are some curious orders, 1 sentence. He would like to see if there will be any changes in the system properties panel after Senjo Tobirama's template is unlocked and merged. Ding! Host's latest property panel is being generated. 35. Ding! The latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 16 years old. Abilities, Shave Intermediate, Iron Body Intermediate, Paper Arts Intermediate, Moonwalk Intermediate, Tempest Kick Intermediate, Finger Pistol Intermediate, Observation Haki Top, Armament Haki Intermediate, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Second Hokage Senjo Tobirama's template 100%, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God Technique, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, Bun, Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame, Night Moon AI, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Random Draw, 0 times. Draw points, 0. It doesn't seem to have changed, it's just simplified a little. Luolei took a quick look around, and then closed his own property panel. At this stage, if there is no major breakthrough, the properties panel may not change much. It's time to prepare for battle. Thinking of this, Luolei took out a special Flying Thunder God Kunao. If I'm not wrong, Mr. Zephyr should have arrived in the new world, right? Alright. In fact, from the very beginning, Luolei didn't plan to go to New World by conventional means. He wants to try the Flying Thunder God technique. Can he go directly from West Blue to New World? At this stage, he has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of Senjo Tobirama and Namikaze Minato. If there is no special accident, it should be possible. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique, in theory, as long as the chakra is sufficient, there is no distance limit. Now that he has the sage body of Senjo Hashirama, chakra has been transformed into a chatla, which is quite enough. Ready to leave West Blue. The next moment, Luolei glanced at the sea in the distance, and a smile flashed in his white pupils. The time is ripe. It's time to let the sea know the horror of ninjas. After 3 hours. On the training ground of the West Blue T3 branch. Luolei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu AI all gathered together. In addition to Luolei wearing the special black Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral uniform, Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage robe, Yayu AI wearing the Reikage robe, Hoshigaki Kisame wearing the Akatsuki uniform. It looks like the costumes are not very uniform, but Luolei doesn't mind at all. Are you going? Looking at the somewhat dilapidated West Blue T3 branch, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help sighing and said, "This is gone, I don't know when it will come back." 39. Yes. Yayu AI nodded in embarrassment. Humph, are you still feeling sad? Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly with a pipe in his mouth, and said, "We haven't seen anything in the world. This time we leave West Blue and we must show our reputation. Okay, get ready." At this time, Luolei took a deep breath, took out a specially made Flying Thunder God Kunao, and said, "Let's go." Laugh. The next moment. With a wave of chakra fluctuations. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, and Hoshigaki Kisame were all touched by Luolei with his right hand, leaving behind the Flying Thunder God technique. Laugh. A space fluctuation is generated. Luolei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame disappeared without a sound in the West Blue at 3 branch. 4 flowers. At the same time. New World. On a calm sea. A seemingly ordinary merchant ship is sailing fast. On the deck, Zephyr was dressed in a white training suit, holding a Flying Thunder God kunai, showing a puzzled expression. This thing can make people teleport. Zephyr shook his head in disbelief. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out, but when he thought of Luolei's strange and unpredictable method, he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he has traveled to the New World. If Luolei doesn't come again, he plans to go back to Naval headquarters to bring recruits. 0. That's right. A month ago. Luolei asked him to go to New World to play, and by the way, he brought this kunai for him, saying that he could use the kunai to go directly from West Blue to New World. Does this terrify Zephyr? It's just a kunai, is it so awesome? In order to verify the authenticity and take a good break, he took a month off and traveled everywhere. Now it seems to be fooled by Luolei. It's been a month. They haven't moved in an instant. Ready to go back. After a while, Zephyr put away the kunai and planned to send orders to return to Naval headquarters. Laugh. But just the moment he put away the kunai, without any sign, along with a slight fluctuation of space, Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, and Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared on the deck. This. Clang. Facing the sudden and persistent Luolei etal. Even Zephyr, who had seen all kinds of big things, was stunned for a moment, and then he showed a ghostly look, and even the Flying Thunder God kunai fell to the ground in shock. Chapter 65. Clang. This is the sound of Flying Thunder God kunai falling on the deck. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr's body took 4 or 5 steps back, looking at Luolei and the others, full of disbelief and surprise. Real. It's actually teleported from West Blue to New World. This is too scary, isn't it? I thought Luolei was fooling him, but now it seems to be true. Wait a minute. Isn't there only 2 people under Luolei? Why is there one more? Still an old man? Call. At this time, Luolei looked at Zephyr on the deck and breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first time that he performed such a long-distance Flying Thunder God technique. He was really worried that there would be an accident. Fortunately, he succeeded. He closed his eyes and opened them again to reach the New World, but the consumption of this Shitanla was a bit big. Even with 017 and Senjo Hashirama's sage body, he can't bear it. I just feel empty inside. No way. Luolei, did you really teleport here? 39. After a few seconds, Zephyr came to his senses, took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and asked with some surprise, is ninjutsu really so magical? Can you teleport so far? 35. After saying this, Zephyr also said eagerly, or I will also learn ninjutsu and become a ninja. Ha ha ha. Teacher Zephyr, this is the Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing this, Luolei smiled, pointed to Sarutobi Hiruzen who was smoking a cigarette beside him, and said very solemnly, as for learning ninjutsu, you can ask this one, he is a famous ninjutsu professor. 35. Professor of ninjutsu? Zephyr's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. Next, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke, adjusted his Hokage hat, and said, you are the chief instructor of Naval headquarters, we can communicate and discuss with each other, and make progress together. It is good. Zephyr was not hypocritical, and nodded directly. Have you come to New World? Beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame took a few steps forward, looked at the calm sea, and said curiously, New World doesn't seem as bad as I imagined. The weather is even better than West Blue. 99. Idiot. Yayuai rolled his eyes helplessly and retorted, the bad weather in New World is not the weather, but the living environment. That's right. Upon hearing this, Zephyr's expression suddenly became serious, and he said in a very heavy tone, in addition to the 4 emperors who ruled the Grand Line in New World, there are countless pirates from the first half of the Grand Line, as well as various underground dark forces. Therefore, the New World is the most difficult and dangerous sea area, and even naval headquarters is powerless. Nan. Hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame unconsciously smiled disdainfully, and said, the upper floors of naval headquarters are trash. Don't talk about the angry marine, who cares about the giants of the dark world, the big pirates, or the 4 emperors, it's over. Yayuai frowned and said grumpily, since we have come to the New World, it's definitely going to be a big deal. We're not trying to avenge the Marine G1 branch, we're simply trying to make a name for ourselves. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, and an undisguised fighting intent appeared on his old face, it's time to let the whole ocean know of our existence, what 4 emperors, what marines are all bullshit. 39. This. Looking at Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Zephyr's cheeks twitching slightly, looking at the awe-inspiring and murderous intent. FK. Where did Luolei find these monsters? All of them are so irritable, even an old man with a wrinkled face wearing a bamboo hat is full of energy from the superiors. It seems that his strength is not weak. By the way, fire is embroidered on one hat, and thunder is embroidered on the imperial robe. What does this mean? If it's 4 ninjas with Admiral level combat power. In the next instant, Zephyr seemed to realize something in a trance, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead involuntarily. He knew very well that if this was the case, the storm that New World was about to set off would definitely be bigger than he imagined. This time he is on vacation. Maybe you can watch a big play in New World. Teacher Zephyr, which 4 Emperors Sea area is this closer to? As if in response to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, Luolei's mouth was slightly raised, and he said indifferently, as the branch head of Marine's newly appointed G1 branch, I should visit the 4 Emperors one by one. What? Zephyr exclaimed. I just felt a humming sound in my head, and my body couldn't help but tremble. Visit the 4 Emperors? Luolei is actually going to visit the 4 Emperors? Is this a joke? As expected, I'm still old. After a few seconds, Zephyr came back to his senses bitterly, and shook his head sadly. If he had faced the 4 Emperors when he was young, he would not have been cowardly, but, now he was shocked when he heard that someone was going to visit the 4 Emperors. Obviously, he was also affected by the 4 Emperors for a long time. The power since then has been affected. And seeing this scene, Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai didn't say anything. Visit the 4 Emperors. It may be shocking to others. But, for them, they just want to make a big vote. Ugh. I do not know how long it has been. Zephyr gradually came back to his senses and sighed, actually, there is no need to visit the 4 Emperors. According to Marine's intelligence, one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, Drought Jack, seems to be on a nearby commercial island in an underground dark. The world's biggest deal. As for what the specific transaction is, I'm not very clear. Alright. Vacation travel is travel. But Zephyr is still learning about the movements of the major pirates in the New World through Marine's intelligence network in New World, 5.5. Especially the 4 Emperors pirates, many cotters do things without concealing their whereabouts, quite a feeling that I am a cotter of the 4 Emperors pirates, who dares to attack me. Among them this Drought Jack. Also deliberately leaked information to Marine. The meaning of the expression is very simple, Marine's G1 branch has been destroyed, the new G1 branch leader is still huddled in West Blue, and you Marine has no courage to mess with the beast's pirates. Chapter 66. The fact is also true. In the wake of the destruction of the G1 branch, the other marine branches of New World dared not act rashly, so they could only complain to Naval headquarters in a very embarrassed manner. Okay, since Drought Jack is so proud. Luolei smiled and said calmly, then let's use him for surgery. Boss Luolei, this time I want to do it. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke and said proudly, as third Hokage, it's time to show your true strength 5. Kin. Luolei nodded indifferently. It's just one of the 3 disasters, the Drought Jack. They can crush them with any shot. The most important thing is to make their first shot in New World. If you guessed correctly. Now the whole sea thinks they are in the West Blue T3 branch. Once the Drought Jack is suddenly crushed by them. In an instant, the entire Grand Line will be turned upside down, and the 4 Emperors pirates will be shaken. That's when the show started. As for going to the G1 branch? Forget it, the place has been destroyed beyond recognition by Whitebeard and 100 Beasts Kaido, he might as well find a place by himself to be the G221 branch. Anyway, he has a lot of time, just take it slow. Let's just watch a play. Sarutobi Hiruzen, we won't do it. Beside him, Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayuai also folded their arms and showed a smile of watching the show. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled confidently and said, isn't it a simple matter to deal with a Jack the Drow with my strength? Even if it is Kaido, one of the 4 Emperors, I can still defeat him. 99. Seeing Luolei set the tone in a few words, Zephyr was stunned for a moment. When did Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues, become a trifle? Even Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 Emperors, was able to defeat him? What kind of ninja is this? Even in the subversive period, he doesn't seem to be so arrogant, right? Certainly. Think so. But, in his heart Zephyr was vaguely excited. At the very least, Luolei and others are more reliable than Naval headquarters. It is said that because the G1 branch was destroyed by Whitebeard and Kaido, the world government has begun to consider introducing a system called 7 Warlords of the Sea, which will allow some seas thieves are legalized. In Zephyr's view, Naval headquarters is also a pleasure to fight pirates. To really learn technology to suppress pirates, you still have to look at the West Blue at 3 branch. The second half of the Grand Line. Field Island, a super prosperous commercial island. This does not belong to the Four Emperors' waters. But it belongs to the King of Loan Sharks, Lufield, one of the giants of the underground dark forces in the New World. Island name. It's actually named after Lufield. In the past few days, due to the arrival of Jack, one of the three disasters of the beasts and pirates, Field Island has become more lively. Some merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. have come from all over the world to join in the fun. Witness the collaboration between beasts pirates and Lufield. Lord Jack, I would like to ask you to give me a few good words in front of the beasts, Kaido-sama. However, in the central area of the island, in a luxurious hotel. In the eyes of outsiders, he is the king of loan sharks, Lufield, one of the most powerful underground dark power giants. He was hunched over, with a flattering face, pouring wine to a tall man with a ponytail and two braids tied across his face, and a metal jaw on his mouth. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked. There was no imagined equal cooperation, and there was nothing to talk about, but Lufield, the king of loan sharks, bowed like a dog in front of Drought Jack. Don't worry, it's fine. Drought Jack took the wine glass, took a sip, and said carelessly, the Don Quixote family was hit hard, so we beasts pirates chose you as our partner. As long as it's not a big deal, we beasts pirates can shield you from the wind and rain. 99. Okay. Got a reply from Jack the Drow. The king of loan sharks, Lufield's face was folded together with a smile, and he almost bowed his head to Jack the Drow in excitement. No way. As one of the giants of the New World underground dark world. He seems to be a high-ranking, majestic, and the controller of currency circulation in the dark world, but, only he knows that he is only a white glove, and he is not comparable to Morgans, who is also the Emperor of Darkness. Stussy, Umit, Kibsun etal. Now being spotted by beasts pirates as their partner. Then his confidence in what he will do in the future. More than enough. After all, this is the beasts pirates, one of the four emperors. Don't talk nonsense, is there any good wine? The next moment, Drought Jack glanced at Lufield very unhappily, and said coldly, this time I'm here, Quinn and Yin, one of the three disasters, I'll know it, don't you have a little bit of expression? Yes, there must be. Before he finished speaking, a wisp of cold sweat appeared on the forehead of Lufield, the king of loan sharks. He nodded hurriedly and said, I've collected a lot of fine wine and I'm waiting for Lord Jack to bring it back. And to say so. The king of loan sharks, Lufield is vomiting blood. Didn't it mean that the Drought Jack's nerves were big, and his brain was abnormal? How to say it in a set way, so that Faye didn't even blink an eye, and even Quinn and Yin, one of the three disasters, were moved out. It's just a pity that I have collected so many fine wines for so many years. It is good. Drought Jack nodded with satisfaction. By the way, Lord Jack, it's been a month, isn't there any response from Naval headquarters? In vain, the king of loan sharks, Lufield, seemed to think about what happened in 017, and said cautiously, Naval headquarters has not promoted a vice admiral from the headquarters to replace Admiral Luole. If he comes to New World, will he? Swipe. No words have spoken. Drought Jack burst the wine glass in his hand, and a cold look appeared in his violent eyes, and said, Marines are all garbage, that guy named Luole, after capturing Doflamingo, huddled in fright. West Blue is out. As long as he dares to bring people to the New World to rebuild the G1 branch, we beasts pirates will dare to destroy them again. That's great. Marine should be damned. The king of loan sharks, Lufield was startled and hurriedly expressed his attitude, saying, Lord Jack, I still have 2 Zoan devil fruits, you should take them home too. 35. It is good. Boom. But, just when Drought Jack wanted to say something, a deafening roar resounded, and Field Island shook violently. Immediately after, a screeching sound rang out. Jack the Drill, come out and die. Chapter 67. Drought Jack, come out to die. In an instant, the king of loan sharks, Field and one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack, were stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. Especially the Drought Jack. It never occurred to him that someone would ask him to go out and die. Is this FG a joke? As for the king of loan sharks, Field, there is some anxiety in my heart and I want to cry. You must know that Field Island is his territory. Now that such a thing has happened, once the beasts pirates is held accountable, the consequences may be very serious. West Blue at 3 branch office, idle people, etc., get out of my way. Boom. Another cold drink sounded. A terrifying momentum wave swept out, and bombarded Field Island at a speed that could not be hidden from the ears. King to the sea, heaven and earth surrender. This is the Conqueror's Haki, one of the Conqueror's Haki. Damn. Marine from the West Blue T3 branch. Feeling this momentum, Drought Jack reacted at once, with uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Too embarrassing, he just said that the people from the T3 branch were huddled in West Blue, and now it's alright, others have come directly to New World to slap him in the face. Here are the people from the West Blue at 3 branch. The king of loan sharks, Lufield is also a little confused. From West Blue to New World. Will it take some time too? Why did you come to the New World's field island quietly? Even if you fly, it's not so fast, right? Boom. Another voice sounded. The door of the hotel was hurriedly pushed open. Mr. Jack, it's not good, the big thing is bad, our people are about to be killed by a thin old man. I saw a pirate from Beast's Pirates running in a panic, as if he was affected by some spirit. The blow on the top is normal, the body trembles involuntarily. Will they all be killed? Drought Jack gritted his teeth and roared, where's Sip's head and Kim Rummy? Lord Jin Rummy has been killed, Lord Hip's head is fighting with that old man, and it seems that he can't hold on anymore. The Beast's Pirates pirate reported tremblingly. Damn, 9. Boom. Maybe too angry. Drought Jack bombarded the table with a fist, and the powerful force instantly made the table directly shatter into slag. Master Jack. The next moment, the king of loan sharks, Lufield, also seemed to be frightened, and was about to say something, but before he could say anything, he was slapped on the cheek by an angry Jack. Perhaps it was too much power, and a slap print appeared on the fat cheek of Lufeld, the king of loan sharks. Don't talk nonsense, let's go out together. Drought Jack looked extremely ferocious, and said with extreme rage, I don't care how they came to the New World, but, people who dare to kill the Beast's pirates are really looking for death. Boom. After saying this, Drought Jack seemed to be running wild, smashed through the wall of the hotel, and rushed out. What? The king of loan sharks, Lufield screamed, touched his cheek, really wanted to cry without tears. He just wanted Mr. Drought Jack to inform Beast's pirates that Luo Lei from the West Blue T3 branch had secretly arrived in the New World. As a result, he was slapped before he finished speaking. Forget it, let's take a look. After a few seconds, the king of loan sharks, Lufield finally reacted with hindsight. He is very clear. New World is about to have a big event. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Lufield also quickly left the hotel and flew away. At the same time, because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden attack, the whole of Field Island has fallen into chaos and panic. Many weak ones have been stunned by Sarutobi Hiruzen's conqueror's haki. And some powerful businessmen, pirates, bounty hunters, etc., after hearing that the West Blue at 3 branch was doing business, all showed a look of horror. Obviously, they did not expect that the West Blue at 3 branch had been silent all the time. Unexpectedly came to the New World unwittingly. He also called the Drought Jack to die. Does this mean he wants to face off against the Beast's pirates? It's a big deal. If you don't do it, it's already, once you do it, it's amazing. Marine's action is finally here, I wonder if Jack can withstand the drought. 35. Where did that old man come from? Is it also Marine from the West Blue T3 branch? It's really too strong, and one person killed all the pirates in the Beast's pirates on the Mammoth. FK, are ninjas so scary? I think that old man can kill a large number of people with a random ninjutsu. In this situation, the merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. on the island all looked at the pier while panicking. There, after the outbreak of Conqueror's haki, an old man began to one-sidedly slaughter the pirates of Beast's pirates and the king of loan sharks, Lufield's men. A wisp of blood began to spread. Unconsciously. The whole pier. There are already corpses all over the place, and the blood is flowing into rivers. What makes the merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, and others on the island tremble even more is that the old man can also divide into many clones, and each clone seems to be able to erupt with extremely terrifying combat power. In less than a few minutes. Almost killed. Clang. On the deck of the Mammoth. There was a harsh crashing sound. Maybe it's too powerful. Sisfed's body took more than 10 steps back. As for his sheep's horn arm, there were obvious cracks that were visible to the naked eye. It is clear. It is drawn from the kunao of Sarutobi Hiruzen. How is it possible, how is it possible? Sisfed looked at the sheep's horns on his arm, already scarred, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a rare look of fear in his eyes. Scared. I'm really scared. Originally, they were resting on the Mammoth, waiting for Mr. Jack, who went to the island to talk about things. It turned out well. Mr. Jack didn't wait. But waited until an old man who claimed to be the West Blue T3 branch, broke into a fight when he disagreed. At the beginning, everyone was very confident, it was just an old man, and the crushing was over, but when the fight really started, it was discovered that the strength of this old man was simply terrifying, especially that magical ninjutsu, even if it was Sisfed who had a tingling in his scalp. Okay, the warm-up is over. 35. Sensing that Jack the Drill is coming, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a cigarette butt, his eyes narrowed, he exhaled a few large puffs of white smoke, and his hands directly and quickly shot out several shuriken. Ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. Swa. Accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. Several shurikens began to clone at an extremely fast speed, 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and when they really flew to Sisfed, they were already densely packed in the sky. Sisfed wanted to cry, his face filled with horror and fear. Is this a ninja? How is it completely different from Wanakuni's ninjas? Any ninjutsu is better than Wanakuni's ninjas. Clang! Clang! The next moment, the sound of the symphony of gold and iron resounded like raindrops. In desperation, Kisame could only urge armament haki to wrap around the arms of the sheep's horns, swinging quickly, constantly resisting the shuriken's attack. Certainly. There are also some shuriken bombarded on Kisame. There are bloody wounds drawn, but as a man-made devil fruit sheep form, his defense and recovery are still good. These wounds seem to be bleeding, but in fact they are not fatal. Useless. After resisting for a few seconds, Kisame roared, "Your attack can't cause fatal damage to me." Yes. Looking at the embarrassed but stubborn Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said slightly playfully, "Do you think? Can these shurikens be wrapped around armament haki?" What? After hearing this, the expression of Hip's head, who was waving the sheep's horn arm, suddenly changed, and he was about to say something, "Bai Zhao," but found that a layer of dark special energy had been wrapped around the shuriken. "Do not!" There was a look of horror in Hip's head's eyes, and he screamed. In the next instant, his arm with sheep's horns was entangled with armament haki's shuriken forcibly, and there were countless wounds that went deep into the bone marrow all over his body, and the blood was a burst of chaos. Poof! The sound of Ship's head falling on the deck at this time. Maybe to death. Ship's head did not think. See. There is such a horrible ninjutsu. Just one person. Just slaughtered the pirates of the beast's pirates on the mammoth. Ship's head. Boom. How many? That is at this time. Drought Jack rushed from the island like a mad cow. When he saw the corpses on the deck of the mammoth and the corpses on the dock, the aura of violence to ultimate swept out violently, making the air burst. Chapter 68. Died. They are all dead. On the pier. Looking at the dead body of the beast's pirates. Smelling the pungent bloody smell in the air, Drought Jack only felt that his sturdy body was trembling slightly. How many years? How many years have passed? He has never been so angry before. The pirates of the beast's pirates on the mammoth were wiped out, which he did not expect. Is it tolerable or unbearable? How is that possible? Since the real hit of the beast's pirates, Kisame, was tortured and killed? 35. Such a terrifying attack, that old man is too terrifying. Luo Lei from the West Blue T3 branch, is this the rhythm that is going to set off a stormy wave in New World? Jack the Drill, one of the three plagues, is here, and there is a good show to watch. The merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. on the island looked at everything that happened on the pier with horror on their faces. When they saw the Drought and Jack arrived at the pier, they all held their breath. He didn't even dare to breathe, and his body started to tremble. They are very clear. The Drought, one of the three disasters, Jack must be angry. When a drought is raging, the place you step on will dry up and rot as if the drought appeared, and both people and animals will eventually perish. 017. How is it possible that so many people died in less than a few minutes? Looking at the scattered bodies on the pier. The king of loan sharks, Lufeld, who had just followed up, was also extremely pale with fright. After taking a careful look around, he pointed to a merchant ship not far from the pier, and shouted in panic. One sound. Lord Jack, there seems to be Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu Ai from the West Blue T3 branch, and one who seems to be Marine's ex-Admiral Zephyr. As one of the giants in the underground dark world of New World, Lufeld, the king of loan sharks, often pays attention to news from all sides, so he recognized Luo Lei, Zephyr, and others the moment he saw them. Ha ha ha, 33. Drought Jack laughed angrily, stretched out his hands, and took the Schuttler knife on the back of his neck. Immediately, he turned his head, and his eyes were filled with terrifying bloodshot eyes, glaring at Luo Lei who was standing on the merchant ship in the distance, and said coldly, "Sneakily arrived from West Blue to New World, and returned home. Pirates who dare to kill beasts pirates, you are dead, and no one can save you. After you die, I will go to slaughter a country, which is a lesson to the world government." Ha ha! After hearing this, before Luo Lei could speak, Hoshigaki Kisame couldn't help grinning and sarcastically said, "Drought Jack, you are really an idiot, can't you tell the situation clearly? Today next year will be your Memorial Day. You are doomed." Yayu Ai raised her brows and said solemnly, "After killing you, we will wait for the beast's pirates to take the bait. Monkey, let's do it." Luo Lei chuckled and shook his head, and said meaningfully, "It's getting dark, end the battle as soon as possible. And from beginning to end." In the face of drought, one of the three disasters Jack, Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu Ai didn't mean to do anything at all. As for Zephyr, then there is no more desire to do it. He is still in the shock of Sarutobi Hiruzen's powerful ninjutsu. Ninja. How could it be so easy to kill? Especially when a ninja, not after crispy. It is good. Swish. With a cracking sound, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body appeared on the pier in a flash, standing in the air with Drought Jack. Of course, in the face of the tall and mighty Drought Jack, Sarutobi Hiruzen is like a dwarf, especially with his grey beard and wrinkles on his face, which adds a different flavor. Damn you all! Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, and then looking at Luo Lei and others in the distance, Drought Jack's eyes suddenly burst out with an undisguised killing intent, and there was a faint trace of a mental state that was not like a normal person. Laugh. The next moment, Drought Jack held two scotel knives in the shape of straight knives on the lower body and sickle-shaped on the upper body, and headed towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, CCFF, aggressively. Wash away the shame of beasts pirates, start with this old man. Good come. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid at all, holding a kunao in each hand, and strands of armament haki mixed with chakra wrapped around the kunao, jumped up and greeted Drought Jack. Boom! In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's kunao and Drought Jack's sickle collided, and two deafening roars erupted. The terrifying collision energy wave rippled out, causing the air to appear with visible cracks. The whole pier is shaking slightly. So powerful! On one side is the ninja of the West Blue T3 branch, and on the other side is the Drought Jack with a bounty of 860 million. How could the power of that ninja named Sarutobi Hiruzen be so terrifying? Jing jing. Watching Drought Jack and Sarutobi Hiruzen go head to head, the merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. on the island all showed trembling and heart palpitations. What many people didn't expect was that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take the initiative to compete with Drought Jack in strength. Your power. At this time, Drought Jack looked at the little old man in front of him, and a rare look of surprise appeared in his violent eyes. Obviously, he did not expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen's thin and old body could burst out with such terrifying power. Is this just the beginning? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled coldly, and his mind moved, and he increased his strength. #35. Drought Jack looked surprised. Boom! In an instant, the powerful force directly pushed the Drought Jack abruptly back dozens of steps. How dare you compare your strength with me? Seeing that he was repelled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Drought Jack's expression was gloomy and terrifying, and a trace of undisguised killing intent flashed through his violent eyes. Go to hell! The voice did not fall. Without any sign, Drought Jack suddenly transformed into a giant mammoth more than 10 meters high, once again trampled towards Sarutobi Hiruzen without fear. Bang, bang! Due to the size and weight of the mammoth, when moving, makes the whole island tremble slightly. Who is afraid of whom? Sarutobi Hiruzen is not afraid at all, but there is still some excitement. You can change, so can I? Next moment, with a terrifying power fluctuation, a giant Donkey Kong with a height of more than 30 meters appeared on the dock. Chapter 69. Next moment, with a terrifying power fluctuation, a giant Donkey Kong with a height of more than 30 meters appeared on the dock. Roar! After transforming into a giant Donkey Kong dash, Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped his chest violently with both hands, and let out a long roar. A wave of energy that was even more majestic than that of a mammoth erupted. What? Drought Jack, who was trampling towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a little confused and stupid when he saw the giant Donkey Kong that suddenly appeared in front of him. Isn't he a ninja? Why is it still a demon fruit power? This also makes Drought Jack wonder why Sarutobi Hiruzen is so old, yet so powerful. I'm only over 10 meters tall, why is he over 30 meters tall? Isn't he bullying? Countless reasons keep popping up in the Drought Jack's incapable head, but he didn't let him give up attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. What if you turned into a giant Donkey Kong? I, Drought Jack, have nothing to fear. Boom, boom. As the Drought Jack turned into a mammoth faster and faster, the ground trembled more and more. But what makes people strange is that the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any defensive movements from beginning to end, just watched the mammoth incarnation of Drought Jack attack him. Soon, right in front of everyone's eyes, it hit the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen with one head. FF. Another dull crash sounded. Drought the mammoth incarnated by Jack and the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen both trembled a few times. Perhaps the force was too strong, causing countless visible cracks to appear on the ground under their feet, and the entire pier began to crumble. Your strength is only so. Looking at the mammoth that hit him, Sarutobi Hiruzen's giant Donkey Kong grinned very humanely. Then, he opened his huge arms and held Drought Jack's incarnation of the mammoth at a very fast speed. Huge Ivory! Let go of me, let go of me! Boom, boom! Seeing his proud ivory being pinched in his hand, Drought Jack's incarnation of the mammoth, angry to ultimate, twitched his trunk a few times, and bombarded the giant Donkey Kong, making a crisp sound. Unfortunately, usually can easily destroy buildings, damage the ground and raise the nose of dust. At the crucial moment. But it can't cause a little trouble to the giant Donkey Kong. You just struggle. The giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed the tickle-like attack and said contemptuously, a little mammoth also wants to be presumptuous in front of this King Kong, doesn't he really want to get involved? Get me up. Boom. with the sound of the ground collapsing. The veins in the arms of the giant Donkey Kong grasping the ivory rose up, and the huge force poured out like a tide, and even directly grabbed the mammoth incarnated by Drought Jack. That's right. You read that right. The giant King Kong of more than 30 meters caught the mammoth. Although the limbs and trunk of the mammoth incarnation of Drought Jack were struggling frantically, it was of no use, and was just grabbed by the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shocking. Extremely shocking. At this time, looking at the one-sided situation in the field, whether it is a businessman on the island, a pirate, a bounty hunter, or the king of loan sharks, Lufield, and others, all of them have dull eyes and only one thought in their hearts, that is this a ninja? The giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Ninja grabbed the mammoth incarnation of Drought Jack in his hand. Does this look like an adult beating a child? FK, this is too violent, isn't it? On the deck of a merchant ship, Zephyr opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had thought of many possibilities, but he never thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would transform into a giant Donkey Kong and completely crush the mammoth who was the incarnation of Drought Jack, which was too shocking. 1. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said, Drought Jack is too weak. It's really weak. Yayuai nodded and added, there seems to be something abnormal in the brain too. Seeking flowers. New world is going to be turbulent. Looking at the mammoth held by King Kong from a distance, Luo Lei's white eyes showed a few wisps of smile, and he pointedly said, next, some of us will fight 5. At the same time. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by 2 very clear voices. Maybe it was the Drought Jack's mammoth struggled too hard, 2 tusks snapped, and the huge body fell to the ground at once. At the moment of falling to the ground, Drought Jack's incarnation of the mammoth did not pay attention to the broken ivory, and wanted to stay away from the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. No way. 0. Even if there are some problems in the brain, Drought Jack knows that the mammoth he incarnates has a huge gap with the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that the strength, defense, and resilience are not at the same level. Just thinking about it is a little sad. In the past, he used to bully others with Zoan, elephant fruit, ancient species, mammoth, but now he was crushed by Zoan devil fruit. Want to go? Sarutobi Hiruzen's incarnation of the giant Donkey Kong lost the ivory in his hand, and under the gaze of countless eyes, the huge hands folded together suddenly, and immediately began to seal quickly. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Boom. In the next instant, with a terrifying chakra wave, a tens of meters long fire dragon spit out from the mouth of the giant Donkey Kong, and bombarded Drought Jack with lightning speed. How is this possible? Drought Jack's mammoth turned his head to see the giant Donkey Kong performing ninjutsu, and was instantly frightened. He wanted to speed up, but found that it was too late, so he could only watch himself being swallowed by a fire dragon. Chapter 70. It hurts, it hurts. Can anyone tell me why there are energy fluctuations of armament haki in the flames? Roar. With a screaming sound, Drought Jack, who was transformed into a mammoth, couldn't help roaring in pain, which made him even more violent and irrational. Devoured by a fire dragon. In fact, the Drought Jack who turned into a mammoth is not afraid. After all, he has rough skin and thick flesh, strong vitality and resilience, and armament haki body protection. Even if he is cooked by fire, he can recover at an extremely fast speed. But what he never expected was that the flame of this fire dragon was actually mixed with wisps of armament haki, which made his proud defense a bit overwhelming. 017. Suffocated. It's really a bit frustrating. Until now, Drought Jack has not figured out why he encountered such an existence of Tianqi himself, who has been crushed from beginning to end. Humph, is this the beginning? The giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. As a famous ninjutsu professor in the ninja world, after learning Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, he is trying to combine armament haki and chakra energy to perform ninjutsu. The result is obvious. He succeeded after numerous experiments. After the fusion of armament haki, ninjutsu can not only burst out more powerful power, but also can overcome Logia demon fruit power. Fire-style dragon bullet. Earth-style earth dragon bullet, 35. Composite ninja art, earth dragon flame style. In the next instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who turned into a giant Donkey Kong, once again formed a seal with his hands at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, he displayed 2 different ninjutsu styles, fire style and earth style, and formed a new compound in an instant. Ninjutsu. 54. With the surging of chakra, an incomparably huge earth dragon suddenly drilled out of the broken pier, and when the dragon opened its mouth, it spit out huge flame bombs mixed with armament haki, and bombarded the mammoth incarnation of Drought Jack. King Kong can master ninjutsu, no one can stop him? Good, such a powerful ninjutsu, it's really incredible. Ninjutsu can also use armament haki, one of the 3 plagues of Drought Jack is not dead, right? 55. Watching the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen once again performed the pinnacle of ninjutsu, the merchants on the island, pirates, bounty hunters, and the king of loan sharks, Luffy and others, almost all showed shock and numbness. Look. What else can I say? Drought, one of the three disasters, Jack is very pervert. But I met a more unreasonable pervert ninja, and I was pressed and beaten directly. More importantly, a giant Donkey Kong is constantly performing ninjutsu, which makes people feel ashamed no matter how they look at it. 2. Bursting. On the deck of a merchant ship. Zephyr felt that his eyes were not enough, and his heart began to mourn for the drought Jack. Encountered a monster-level combat force like Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are also unlucky, you deserve to die. Boom, boom. Huge flame bombs smashed on the body of the mammoth incarnated by Jack the Drow, sending out deafening explosions. The terrifying explosion wave directly caused the island to tremble several times. And the crumbling pier. Obviously it couldn't support it, and it completely turned into a piece of ruins. And the bombarded drought Jack could only make a scream. Soon. After successive explosions. The pier has completely disappeared, replaced by a giant deep pit of more than 20 meters. And in the center of the pit, Drought Jack has recovered his body and is lying there motionless. At this time, his whole body was smashed to pieces, his flesh was blurred, there was not a piece of good meat, and even the bones were slag in some places. Certainly. Even so miserable. Strong vitality and resilience are also gradually recovering the Drought Jack's body. I am one of the 3 plagues of Drought, Jack. Ha ha ha, you're all going to die, no one can run away, Kaido boss won't let you go. As predicted. In less than 10 seconds of recovery, Drought Jack had a little bit of strength, and laughed tragically, his eyes were still filled with violence, and the killing intent was even stronger. He will not lose, never will. Give him a treat. Seeing this scene, Luolei shook his head and gave an order without thinking. It is good. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who transformed into a giant Donkey Kong, nodded and glanced blankly at the Drought Jack in the pothole. Armed Color 5 Evasion Dalian Dan Technique. Swish. Swish. A few bursts of air sounded, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had transformed into a giant Donkey Kong, quickly separated 4 shadow clones and stood around the giant pothole, surrounding Drought Jack in the middle. What, 5? How come there are 5 diamonds? Drought in the pothole, Jack, who thought he was injured too badly, had hallucinations. But, the next moment, a strong sense of crisis came out of the body. He knew he was wrong. I saw 5 giant Donkey Kong in the surging chakra, 5.5 began to seal at the same time, and directly displayed 5 powerful ninjutsu with different attributes. He wanted to dodge, but found that he couldn't dodge at all. Boom. Almost in an instant. Terrifying water currents, fireballs, thunderbolts, earth dragons, wind blades, and 5 kinds of energy with different attributes, mixed with armament haki, bombarded into the potholes, and directly erupted with a force that seemed to shake the sky and earth. Jack is submerged. Chapter 71. Rumbling. A deafening roar resounded. The terrifying power mixed with the heart-pounding energy wave swept out, which directly caused countless huge cracks visible to the naked eye on Field Island, and the turbulent sea began to pour back. Certainly. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's final blow. Under the perception of observation haki, Drought Jack's life breath has completely disappeared. Obviously dead can't die anymore. Quiet. The whole place was silent. Seeing this scene, whether it was merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, or the king of loan sharks, Luffy and others on the island, their hearts were shocked, their bodies softened, and they slumped directly on the ground with a burst of expression. Shock and palpitations. Died. The mammoth army of the beast's pirates was almost wiped out. Together with the Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters, they were all killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen of the West Blue T3 branch with absolute crushing potential. This terrifying strength made them a little desperate, including the king of loan sharks, Luffy all trembling. More importantly, the whole sea and the sky will change. I thought that Luolei from the West Blue T3 branch wouldn't dare to come to New World at 22, but now it's better. After a month, he not only came, but also let his subordinates kill one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack, with a thunderous force. So, don't think about it. We'll know that the governor of the beasts' pirates, Kaido of the beasts, must be furious. The 4 emperors were furious. The entire Grand Line will surely shake, setting off endless blood and rain. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Sarutobi Hiruzen withdrew from the giant Donkey Kong form, and with a flash, he stood on the deck of the merchant ship, his eyes narrowed slightly, he held his pipe, and he smoked leisurely again. This time, he played very well. In particular, the terrifying power of armament haki and ninjutsu's perfect combination made him extremely satisfied. Next, he figured out a way to elevate Conqueror's haki. The top Conqueror's haki is said to be able to entangle and strengthen attacks. If armament haki, conqueror's haki, ninjutsu, and the three can be used in combination, it is exciting to think about it. It's finally about to start. Boss Luo Lei, we are here waiting for the beast's pirates to come. Yayu Ai and Hoshigaki Kisame flashed an undisguised violent fighting intent in their eyes, and they obviously couldn't wait. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a big deal on Kamui, are they so itchy? Okay. Luo Lei nodded lightly, but his eyes turned to the king of loan sharks, Lu Feld, who was already paralyzed on the ground. This time, Jack cooperated with him in the drought. Scrape it up. Hi, the sea is going to be lively. Zephyr took a deep breath with a complicated and excited look. He is very clear that the next thing will be beyond the control of all parties, marine, pirates, world government, various countries, etc., will focus on Luo Lei and others, the West Bluet who controls the lightning in West Blue -3 branch, to the New World to stir up the situation. Drought, Jack's body should still be valuable, right? The next moment, Luo Lei stood on the pier that was already in ruins in a flash, glanced at the ivory and some bones left by Jack the Drow, and commanded silently, "System, these corpse residues can be exchanged for 4 raffle points? Can." The cold mechanical sound of the system. "Okay, then exchange it for me." Upon receiving a positive answer from the system, Luo Lei was overjoyed and couldn't help but ordered. "It's a real surprise." He just asked casually. "But I didn't expect that I could also get lottery points." Ding. One of the 3 disasters of Beast's pirates, Drought Jack's body residue, can be exchanged for 100,000 lottery points, whether the host can be exchanged. 35. Only 100,000. Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly. If I knew earlier, I should have let Sarutobi Hiruzen start lightly. If the corpse is intact, it can definitely be exchanged for a lot of lottery points, and the corpses of the pirates of the Beast's pirates that have been turned into ashes can definitely be exchanged for some lottery points. Well now, a battle is over. There is no opportunity for waste utilization, it is really too wasteful. Correct. A few seconds later, Luo Lei seemed to have thought of something, his body flickered a few times, and he stood in front of Lu Field, the king of loan sharks. What? The king of loan sharks, Lu Feld, who was shivering with fright, looked in panic the moment he saw Luo Lei. "It's boring." Luo Lei shook his head helplessly. "Anyway, there is time, and after this guy wakes up, the interrogation will be conducted." The other side. After hesitating for a moment, Zephyr on deck took out his phone bug and dialed Naval Headquarters Marshal Sengoku. Naval Headquarters. Inside Marshal Sengoku's office. Alas. 35. Another heavy sigh. Sengoku frowned when he saw the document being processed, and stopped with a dignified expression. During this time, I don't know what happened, Sengoku always felt uneasy, as if something big happened. Shouldn't it be? After taking a sip of hot tea from the teacup, Sengoku smiled and shook his head. It seems that during this period of time, he has been working too hard, causing him to be a little powerless. After all, at his level, he is rarely distracted. Rather. Boo. Boo. Sudden. Just at this time. The voice of the telephone bug on the table rings in vain. Hi? 017. Looking at the ringing phone bug. Sengoku frowned, and there was a vague foreboding in his heart, but, the phone worm was still connected. Hey. This is Naval Headquarters, I'm Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, I'm Zephyr. Ah, Zephyr. As soon as he heard Zephyr's voice, Sengoku suddenly relaxed. He knew that Zephyr was going on vacation, and there should be no major events to report to him. What's the matter with you? Do you want to extend your vacation? No. The phone bug. Zephyr took a deep breath and said solemnly, the West Bluet 3 branch has already arrived in the New World, and just now annihilated the mammoth army of the Beast's pirates and killed one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack. What did you say? Boom. Sengoku, who was already relaxed. Hearing Zephyr's words, he stood up like a conditioned reflex, and the ultimate exclaimed in shock. Chapter 72. What did you say? Boom. Sengoku, who was already relaxed. Hearing Zephyr's words, he stood up like a conditioned reflex, and the ultimate exclaimed in shock. What? Branch head of T3 branch, Luo Lei, isn't it at West Blue? How did you get to the New World, and killed one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack, and wiped out the mammoth legion of the Beast's pirates? Is this a joke? If the phone bug is not Zephyr. Sengoku wanted to yell at him, but Rao was so horrified that he couldn't control his emotions. Gollum. The next moment, Sengoku picked up the teacup on the table, sipped a few gulps of hot tea, barely controlled his emotions, and said solemnly, Zephyr, do you know what you're talking about? 99. I know. The phone bug. Zephyr took a deep breath and said calmly, Marshal Sengoku, everything I said is true, the New World is going to be turbulent. Will you tell me what happened in New World? Sengoku suppressed his throbbing and said solemnly, I want to know how Luo Lei and others got to New World. Good. 35. The phone bug. Zephyr has no intention of concealing. After all, this time, in front of a large audience, I attacked the Drought Jack. It's impossible to hide it. In a day at most, the whole sea will know that Luo Lei's subordinate, Sarutobi Hiruzen, moved the hand. Therefore, under such circumstances, Zephyr quickly recounted what happened on the New World side, Field Island, from beginning to end. And listening to the voice of the phone bug, Sengoku's expression was changing, and strands of cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. Especially when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's incarnation of the giant Donkey Kong performing armed ninjutsu, Sengoku could no longer suppress his inner emotions and completely lost his temper. In an instant, the terrifying conqueror's haki swept out. It directly shook the doors of the desks and chairs in Sengoku's office with cracks like spider webs. Perceiving movement in Sengoku's office. Naval Headquarters. Garp, who was sleeping in his own office, Staff Officer Crane who was dealing with documents, 3 Admiral Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, and even some Vice Admiral in the headquarters were all stunned unconsciously. What's wrong? Is it menopause? Is Marshal Sengoku's mood swings too frequent? This is the second time Conqueror's haki has erupted without warning? Incredible. Fortunately, the scope of the outbreak of Conqueror's haki was controlled this time, and it was limited to the office. Otherwise, the naval headquarters would not be shaken. Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Staff Crane, Garp, speed up to the conference room for a meeting. However, didn't make Aokiji wait long. After hearing what happened in New World, Sengoku hung up the phone bug and gave a loud command. Something big happened. Almost at the moment when the voice fell, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, Chief Crane, Garp's expressions suddenly turned serious. Sengoku can't wait to convene everyone for a meeting. Things must be big. 10 minutes later, inside a top meeting room at Naval Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, and Staff Crane, Garp all sat here. What? Jack the Drow was tortured and killed by Luo Lei's subordinate Sarutobi Hiruzen? When did Luo Lei Vice Admiral come to New World? Why don't we have any information? That old man named Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only a ninja, but also a rare demon fruit power in the form of Gorilla Fruit, Phantom Beast, and King Kong. Drought Jack was killed by armed ninjutsu. After Sengoku recounted what Zephyr had reported, immediately, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, even the always wise and wise Counselor Crane, the condescending Garp couldn't help but let out a series of exclamations. Incredible. It's really unbelievable. Originally everyone was still watching, when will Luo Lei from the West Blue T3 branch go to the G1 branch in the second half of the Grand Line? Alright now, don't pay attention to West Blue. Others have passed ninjutsu and instantly moved to the New World. There is also a monster-level ninja under his command, who killed one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's pirates with thunder. Jack. For a time, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little dignified and weird. Needless to say, with the Marine G1 branch being destroyed by Whitebeard and Kaido, this news is definitely a great boost for Marine, and it can also revive Marine's prestige and self-confidence. But, killing Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters, is equivalent to tearing his face with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and officially declaring war. Well known. One of the beasts of the 4 emperors, Kaido, is a lunatic. Once war is declared, no one knows what horrible things Kaido will do. This is also what Marine is afraid of. Otherwise, with the strength of the 3 Admiral, he can't kill the beast's Kaido, kill the 3 disasters with 1 kill, and fly the 6 people. Dare to do it, even the ordinary pirates of the beast's pirates are rarely killed, just for fear of stimulating Kaido of the beasts, a lunatic. Good guy. Now Luo Lei has just arrived at New World. The drought ended Jack, and he slapped Kaido of the beasts in the face mercilessly. This made Aokiji and others feel a little bit of pain. Are you Marine? Or the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the substitute Admiral, you are so arrogant and violent that it is difficult for us to do Naval Headquarters? Ha ha ha, the New World is going to be turbulent. I do not know how long it has been. Garp took the lead in returning to his usual dangling appearance, took out the snacks, and laughed loudly. Luo Lei, did you really do a big thing? Ninjutsu is really amazing, the old man couldn't help but want it. Learn. 95. Luo Lei's subordinates are all monsters. Aokiji shook his head and said, that Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely has a combat power that rivals or even surpasses Admiral. If you don't do it, it's already amazing. Once you do it, it will be amazing. Kizaru revealed a serious expression in his wretchedness, and said, 4 monster-level ninjas are in the New World, and the 4 emperors are going to have a headache. 99. So, are we going to fight? Hearing Aokiji Kizaru saying something useless, Akainu said something gloomy. In fact, up to now, Akainu has no good impression of Luo Lei. With such a strong strength, don't you know how to take the initiative to return to Naval Headquarters? Have to let Marshal Sengoku or Celestial Dragons bow their heads to you and admit their mistakes. How is that possible? However, Luo Lei's attitude towards the pirates, Akainu is still very satisfied, the pirates should be killed. Definitely going to war. Hearing this, Sengoku nodded and said in a deep voice, Luo Lei is the branch head of the G1 branch, or the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the substitute Admiral. If we sit back and ignore it, then Marine will be finished. So, we have to prepare for a war with the four Emperor's pirates. When it comes to this, there was a rare resolute look in Sengoku's eyes. The development of things up to now has exceeded the expectations of countless people, so we can only take one step at a time. As for giving up Luo Lei, how is that possible? On the one hand, Luo Lei is a member of the Marine, and when threatened by the four emperors, he will give up the Marine soldiers at will, then the Marine may not be able to mix in the sea. On the other hand, Luo Lei and him the strength of his subordinates is very pervert. If they give up, the consequences will be very serious. We Marines should just wait and see what happens. Sudden. Just at this time, Garp took a bite of senbei and said meaningfully, with the strengths of Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayu Ai, beasts pirates may not be able to beat, so we only need to put Marine in some branches of the New World, it is enough to protect them in case the beast Kaido destroys them everywhere. It seems to be. Sengoku thought about it carefully, and suddenly felt a little helpless and depressed. Think carefully. Luo Lei doesn't seem to need the help of Naval Headquarters. His own strength is strong, and his subordinates are also strong, and he is already comparable to the four Emperor's pirates. If Naval Headquarters rushes to help, it's okay to accept, if not, wouldn't Marine's face be swollen again? It's just that he never thought that the Marine genius who was hidden by him at the beginning would grow up to the point where he could face the four Emperor's pirates face to face after 3 years. No matter what, we Marines should prepare first. Finally, Sengoku still ordered. A day later. What happened at New World Field Island? Finally, at a very fast speed. Spread over the whole sea. For a time, countless newspapers, just like the New Year, distributed countless newspapers with different titles. When everyone learned that Luo Lei and others had teleported to the New World through ninjutsu, and destroyed the cooperation between the giant of the underground dark forces, the king of loan sharks, Lu, Field and Beasts pirates in one fell swoop on Field Island, after killing one of the 3 plagues, Drought Jack, the Mammoth Legion was wiped out. The whole sea was terrified. Did not think of. Countless people have not thought of. The head of the T3 branch, Luo Lei, who had been in West Blue for a month, would act with lightning speed, killing Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues, and catching the giant of the underground dark forces, the lone shark. King, Road, Field. How terrifying is this? The giant of the underground dark forces, the king of lone sharks, Lu Field has nothing. But Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters, represents Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the beast. Now that the Drought Jack is dead, you know with your butt that Kaido will definitely be angry. Beast's Kaido is furious. New World couple. There will be bloodshed again. The war in the New World is about to begin again. Countless big pirates, the giants of the underground dark forces, unknowingly have some tremors. Chapter 73. The war in the New World is about to begin again. Countless big pirates, the giants of the underground dark forces, unknowingly have some tremors. Originally, when Luo Lei and others huddled in West Blue motionless, many people thought that the matter had passed, and that Marine suffered a loss after all, and was slapped in the face by Whitebeard and Kaido. Now, the fact is that it has slapped countless people in the face. What even Naval Headquarters dare not do lightly, Luo Lei did it as soon as he arrived in New World, and he did it neatly. Drought, one of the 3 disasters, Jack said he would kill without mercy. Therefore, countless people began to focus on New World, more precisely on Field Island. There, crossing the River Dragon and the local snake are about to break out a battle that will affect the whole sea. No matter what the result is, there may be a drastic change in the pattern of the sea. As for seeing Naval Headquarters' reaction, just forget it. One dares to face the 4 emperors as soon as he arrives in the New World, Haki is full. The same is Marine, the gap is too big. New World. The second half of the Grand Line. Since a fight with the Beast Kaido a month ago, and the destruction of Marine's G1 branch by the way, the Whitebeard pirates returned to their own waters in a mighty way. At this time, on the deck of the Moby DK, no one speaks. The atmosphere gradually became a little weird and solemn. Looking around, I saw the captains of the various divisions of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the latest newspaper in their hands. Their expressions were extremely complex and shocking. One of the 3 disasters, the Drought Jack was bombed to death. It was West Blue at 3, the hand of Sarutobi Hiruzen of the branch. Shock. Incredible. For the captains of the 020 divisions of the Whitebeard pirates, they have seen the world too. But I've never seen Marine playing such an unreasonable card. As soon as he arrived in the New World, he killed Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues. Does this mean he wants to fight the Beast's pirates? Judging from the information in the newspapers and the information collected by the Whitebeard pirates, the guy named Sarutobi Hiruzen showed too much strength. Using the abilities of ninjutsu and devil fruit, he directly crushed the drought. Jack, this terrifying strength made them all tremble. More importantly, in addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the new G1 branch head Luolei, and his subordinate Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, are said to be not weak. This FK is a little scary. Goo la la la, this marine named Luolei seems to be different from the marine we have ever met. 39 Seeing that his sons were all shocked, Whitebeard, who had been drinking all the time, shook his head and said, own unique laughter. Dad, is it really okay? Luolei and his subordinates are not good people. Dad Whitebeard, ninja, it's incredible how strong you can be. What kind of ninjutsu can go directly from West Blue to New World? Ninjutsu is amazing. After hearing Whitebeard's laughter, Marco, Foil Baista, and the others all looked a little dignified, but still felt a little uneasy in their hearts. I don't know if the ninja is strong or not, but, Dad is Whitebeard. Listening to his son's voice, Whitebeard picked up a jar of wine and drank it with a big gulp. A gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Instead of answering his son's question, he said very freely, CCFF, no matter what. Anyone who dares to attack our Whitebeard pirates will die without a place to be buried. Also, I don't regret killing the Marine G1 branch. Originally, Whitebeard has forgotten this little thing. But Luolei, as the new head of Marine G1 branch, killed one of the 3 disasters, Jack, just after arriving in New World. Whitebeard couldn't help but remember. But that's all. He, Whitebeard, did things that he would never regret or be afraid of, and had no reason to find. That's right, 35. Hearing this sentence, Marco shook his head in annoyance, and took the initiative to say, Dad is the strongest man in the sea, why do we worry so much? Ha ha ha, Father Whitebeard, we are overthinking. Let's drink and eat meat and watch a play. With Father here, no matter how strong the ninja is, there is no use for it. Soon. With the beginning of Marco, Foil Baista, Sage, and the others all showed a sudden realization, and laughed again. It's because they think too much. Father Whitebeard is not worried. What are they worried about? Anyway, with Father Whitebeard here, no one can help. For a time. On the deck is another scene of a father's kindness and filial piety. In the corner of the deck, a man with several teeth missing, holding a newspaper, his eyes flickered with disbelief. Ninja, or a ninja who ate devil fruit. The new branch head of the G1 branch, Luolei and his subordinates, seemed to be very strong. 35 Blackbeard Teach's expression became gloomy and he gritted his teeth. Forbearance, but also forbearance, stay for the time being. On Father Whitebeard's ship, as long as the devil fruit can be found, everything will be. At the same time. New World. The second half of the Grand Line. Big Redhead, something big has happened in New World. King Kong will be armed with ninjutsu, and directly crushed the Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters. The New World is going to go wild, and Kaido of the Beasts is going to be furious. 35. The new head of G1 branch, Luolei, was too daring to let his subordinates kill one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack. 39. On the deck, the pirates of Red Hair Pirates looked at the newspapers in their hands, and exclaimed in no particular order, obviously also frightened by the various information in the newspapers. It's really troublesome, New World is going to run wild. Hearing these words, the red-haired Shanks didn't look like an emperor at all, took a sip of wine, and said cursingly, the soldiers will block the water and cover up, let's Red Hair Pirates watch the show first. By the way, Beckman, what do you think? The next moment, the red-haired Shanks turned his eyes and looked at Ben Beckman, the sergeant and deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates, who was smoking a cigar. Who? 35. Ben Beckman exhaled a puff of white smoke and said, I'm a little unclear about Luolei's purpose. He was frozen by Marine 3 years ago, and what he does now seems to be his own opinion. His ninjas are very strong, and their ninjutsu is very pervert. Yet. 35. Red-haired Shanks's deep eyes flashed a shocking color, and he responded, the teleportation from West Blue to New World is a bug-level ninjutsu, and maybe there are some horror ninjutsu that have not appeared. Watch it change. Ben Beckman nodded, smoked his cigar, and said nothing more. And in the first half of the Grand Line. A pirate ship. Dover. Another big thing happened. I saw Toripole snorted and walked to Doflamingo's side, trembling and said, the people from the West Blue T3 branch have instantly moved to the New World through ninjutsu, and killed them. Jack the Drill, one of the 3 plagues. What? Doflamingo, who was lying on the chair, stood up suddenly, and said with a horrified expression, they have already arrived in the New World? They also killed Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues. Yes. After hearing this, Toripole carefully handed the newspaper in his hand to Doflamingo. This. Ignoring the slime on the newspaper, Doflamingo looked up quickly. Result. The more I look, the more shocked, the more I look, the more shocked. The group of monster-level ninjas from the West Blue T3 branch actually went to the New World and killed Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues. Is this a rhythm that is going to be turned upside down? Go and prepare 10 devil fruits, any attribute will do. At the next moment, Doflamingo seemed to have thought of something, and ordered in a deep voice, once the Battle of New World is decided, I will give these 10 devil fruits as gifts. To Luolei. Dover, do you think Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, will lose? Toripol's expression changed suddenly, and he subconsciously retorted, 100 beasts, Kaido is the emperor of the Grand Line, how could he possibly lose? You don't understand. 35. Doflamingo's cheeks flashed a hint of fear, and said, the monster ninja of the West Blue T3 branch is more powerful than expected, and the beast Kaido is very likely to lose. 99. After saying this, Doflamingo also shook his head with some lingering fears. Only through experience will he know how terrifying the monster ninja of the West Blue T3 branch is. He was madly abused by Uai. Others don't know it, but he knows that Uai has never shown his true skills. Moreover, can instantly teleport from West Blue to New World. The monster ninjas of the West Blue at 3 branch are already invincible, so 10 devil fruits must be given. As for him being captured by Uai madly, these are all small things. After using a lot of relationships and resources, isn't he safe from Marine now? I have to say that although he has given up that identity, but, sometimes, it's still really useful. Okay, understood. Toripol didn't dare to say anything, and nodded hurriedly. The sea is really getting more and more interesting, and the tide of the times is getting more and more turbulent. After Toripol left, Doflamingo put down the newspaper in his hand and made a sound that was half a smile. Chapter 74. At the same time. More than Whitebeard, Redhead Shanks, Doflamingo. Such as Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, the world's largest swordsman Dracul Mihawk, the female emperor Boa Hancock, Hixia Jinbei, and some large and small pirates have all been done by Luolei and others. In order to be shocked, they followed the news of New World. After all, the people from the West Blue T3 branch have already shown their swords, and it's up to the beast's pirates to counterattack. The beast Kaido who wants to come to one of the 4 emperors should not disappoint everyone. Certainly. There is still a small group of people watching naval headquarters. However, disappointing this small group of people, from the beginning to the end, Naval Headquarters did not issue any statement, and did not make any action, but simply let the Marine branch of New World go into a defensive state. Won't Naval Headquarters be involved? Therefore, in this situation, this part of the people who were paying attention to Naval Headquarters flashed a hint of doubt on their cheeks. Obviously can't figure it out. Why is Naval Headquarters unresponsive? Is it because the people from the West Blue T3 branch can face the beast's pirates? Incredible. New World. The residence of Kaido, one of the beasts of the 4 emperors, is the island of Oni. Quiet. The entire ghost island is dead silent. Without any sound. It's as if something terrible has happened. Countless pirates of beasts pirates were either kneeling on the ground, lying on the ground, or even daring to breathe, for fear of disturbing Master Kaido in the central area of Oni Island. As for the reason, of course, because of the drought, one of the 3 disasters, Jack's death, just started. After learning that the beast's pirates big board, the drought Jack with a bounty of 1 billion Bailey died at the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen of the West Blue T3 branch, no one in the beast's pirates believed it. Funny? Who dares to kill Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of the beast's pirates, in New World? Not even Marine dares. The other 3-4 Emperor's pirates did not dare either. Because, once killed, that is the end of immortality. Result. When the truth of the matter is returned to Onishima, the island of ghosts is boiling, and countless pirates from beasts pirates are shocked and pale, as if they can't believe that one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack, died just like that. But the facts are in front of everyone, whether you believe it or not, you have to believe it. Drought Jack really died. He was killed by Luolei's subordinate Sarutobi Hiruzen with ninjutsu. In an instant. The whole beasts pirates is angry. Whether it is one of the 3 disasters, Yin, Quinn, or Fei Liu, they are all furious to ultimate. FK. Luolei and others are really deceiving people too much. Moreover, as the famous beasts pirates, they also have dignity and face. Now being slapped like this. If you don't take the initiative, what will others think of beasts pirates? Think beasts pirates are easy to bully? But, at the crucial moment, Yin, one of the 3 disasters, was the first to come back to his senses. The riot of the beasts pirates was suppressed, and the news was quickly reported to Kaido, the beast who was in retreat. Then, 100 beasts Kaido was also angry. In New World, being slapped in the face so viciously, the beast Kaido could hardly bear it, nor would he bear it. Just kidding, as one of the 4 emperors of the King's Landing Grand Line, he has always been the only one to kill others and destroy other people's things. No one dares to take the initiative to bully the beast's pirates? Under such circumstances, I don't know how long it took. In the central area of Onishima. Without warning, a terrifying aura that reached ultimate swept out, setting off a wave of palpitating air. Under the trembling attention of countless beasts pirates, black clouds appeared in the air, as if black clouds were pressing down on the city, making the entire island of ghosts full of chills. Meaning. Seeking flowers. Kaido boss is angry. Feeling this overwhelming pressure. All over the island of ghosts, the pirates of the beasts pirates lying on their stomachs and kneeling, all want to cry. They know very well that the boss of Kaido, who is in a rage, kills even his own people. For example, he uses Conqueror's haki to suppress everything, and the pirates of beasts pirates are suppressed. And in the central area of Onishima Island. One of the three plagues, Blaze, Jin and Pandemic. Quinn, Flying Six, Fuzafu, Sasaki, Junti, Black Maria, some of the real hit and givers, and Wanakuni's general, Kurozumai Orakai, are all even with his head lowered, strands of cold sweat poured out of his forehead, and he didn't even dare to breathe. 0-0. They didn't actually expect that when Drought Jack went out to discuss cooperation with Lu Feld, the king of loan sharks, he was caught in one pot and lost his life. Good, really good. 99. Right in front of him, who had just left the customs, was extremely tall and burly, with black hair and a shawl, Kaido of the beasts with a pair of dragon horns, laughed and roared, "Whoever dares to kill the beasts pirates, then be prepared for my wrath." Boom. Deafening roar. Extremely violent. Creepy. Since this is the case, then I will start a top-level war. 9. The next moment, Beast Kaido flashed an extremely violent look in his eyes, and roared up to the sky, "First kill those BD ninjas in West Blue, and then declare war on Marine. I want to make Marine uneasy in New World." 99. Chapter 75. Boss Kaido is totally crazy. Facing the almost crazy Kaido of the beasts. One of the three plagues, Blaze, Jin and Pandemic Quinn, Flying Six, Fuzafu, Sasaki, Junti, Black Maria, part of the real hit and giver, and the general of Wanakuni, Kurozumai Orakai, is a group of shivering. They have never seen such a crazy Kaido boss before. Marine from New World is definitely dead. As for the new branch head of the G1 branch, Luolei, he will usher in the craziest attack and revenge in history. Boss Kaido. But. Just at this time. Yin, one of the three plagues, flashed a tangled color on his cheeks under the mask, and said cautiously, "That Sarutobi Hiruzen is the orangutan fruit 020 real, phantom beast, and King Kong form. Demon fruit power, and also developed armed ninjutsu, his strength is no trivial matter." 5. What's even scarier is that they have mastered a kind of ninjutsu that can teleport. 39. When it comes to this, Fire Calamity Yin was a little trembling and frightened. But, seeing that Kaido didn't speak, he continued to speak. "Whether it's Luolei, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, they all seem to have extremely powerful ninjutsu, once they can control the sea water." Humph. Shut up. It's not over yet. The extremely impatient beast Kaido snorted and growled, "You are questioning Lao Tzu's strength? Do you think Lao Tzu will lose?" Boom. T. Flame Calamity Yin was sweating coldly on his forehead, unable to suppress his trembling body. He knelt on the ground subconsciously, not showing any signs of the three calamities. "The stronger the opponent, the more excited I am." 35. 100 Beasts Kaido smiled savagely, with a hint of excitement mixed with the violence. "You will never understand how boring immortality is." "Yes. Boss Kaido." Flame Calamity Yin, who was kneeling on the ground, nodded hurriedly. "Kurozumai Orakai, didn't Wanakuni find something?" 39. The next moment, Beast Kaido turned his eyes and looked at Kurozumai, who had been shivering with his head down. "Not found." Kurozumai took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said cautiously, "Compared with Luolei and others, those ninjas in Wanakuni are just garbage among garbage, and they are completely different. Looks like there's a secret." Kaido of the Beast's violent eyes froze, and he muttered to himself, "Ninja, it's long overdue to retire from the stage of history, and now it suddenly rises. What does it mean?" "Ha ha ha, whatever he means." After a few seconds, Kaido of the Beasts smiled disdainfully, opened his arms, his terrifying momentum shook in all directions. "I'm going to die, even if there are secrets, there is no need to think so much. Declare war." Boom. After this sentence, in less than half a day, the Beasts pirates went into action and officially declared war on Marine. When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Coming. Here comes the reaction of the Beasts pirates. Although expected. After hearing the news that the Beasts pirates declared war on Marine. See. Countless people still showed fearful expressions. On one side is the extremely powerful Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the substitute Admiral Luolei, and on the other side is Kaido, one of the kings in the second half of the Grand Line. War. It seems to be on the verge of fire. Holy Land Marie joys. This is the residence of the world's highest power 5 elders, the seat of the world government, and the residence of the celestial dragons. At this time, Central Region. Inside the office castle of the world government. The conference room of the 5 elders, the top leader of the world government, the pillar of the world government, and the 5 elders who are higher than the commander-in-chief of the world government, are gathering here, either sitting or standing. Isn't the era of ninjas over? The only ninjas left in Wanakuni are also surviving. What kind of terrifying ninjutsu is it to be able to teleport from West Blue to New World? That guy named Sarutobi Hiruzen has perfectly integrated ninjutsu and armament haki, and his strength is definitely not inferior to the 4 emperors. Luolei's subordinates Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to appear out of nowhere, and no clues were found. Kaido of the Beasts has declared war, so let Luolei touch the 4 emperors. If he can really kill 4 emperors, it will undoubtedly be the best outcome. The emperor's pirates are also extremely beneficial to us, and even if they die together, then double happiness will come. The 5 elders looked at the latest information in their hands and discussed with each other with extremely solemn expressions. For the beast Kaido, they didn't take it seriously. But, for Luolei, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were born out of nowhere, but he attached great importance to them. As for the reason, of course, this is because Luolei and others are too mysterious and weird. More importantly, they were vaguely worried that the ninjas who had disappeared for hundreds of years were about to rise again. Lord Yumu doesn't have any instructions, and we shouldn't act rashly. Soon, the 5 elders with the highest status in the 5 elders took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Let Marine not use Luolei too much, this son is ambitious and reckless, and Marine can't suppress it. 3 years ago, it was hidden in the snow, and now it's back strong. I suspect Luolei has another purpose." One of the 5 elders responded with a cold expression. No respect for world government and celestial dragons, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Substitute Admiral, is his limit. Another 5 elders added, "Let Marine be careful not to get backstabbed." 5. The sea is going to be turbulent. Let's discuss the 7 warlords of the sea system. $7. Kin. Chapter 76. The sea is turbulent. Especially after the Beast's pirates declared war on Marine. The whole sea. Countless eyes turned to Field Island in the second half of the Grand Line. Because, after killing Drought Jack, it seems that they are not afraid of Beast's pirates, Luolei, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame. Instead of leaving, they live in Field Island. Almost predictably. An earth-shattering war is inevitable. At this time, Field Island. After the Drought Jack died, the whole island has been completely plunged into turmoil. And the civilians on this island know what will happen next, and they all start desperately to escape from this island. As for the merchants, pirates, bounty hunters, etc. on the island, they also left the island at the first time. Luolei and others didn't care too much about this, they were just small characters, they ran away. Not enough to worry about. Therefore, in a few days, Field Island was left empty and became a sky island. In the central area of Phi 22nd Island, a hotel does not have a tense and panic atmosphere, but is extremely calm. Zephyr was sitting on a chair, looking at the newspapers in his hand, while Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were sitting on the chairs next to them, drinking water and eating. The turmoil caused this time is really not small, the Beast's pirates have already set off. After a while, Zephyr put down the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly, "If there is no miscalculation, I should be able to arrive at Field Island tomorrow. I can't ask for it." Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the hot tea, a look of confidence flashed across his wrinkled cheeks. "I hope Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, will not disappoint us." 5. After the battle with Drought Jack, Sarutobi Hiruzen already has a rough positioning of his own strength. It must have surpassed the emperor's deputy. As for whether it can rival or even surpass the 4 emperors, it will only be known after the battle. It's finally time to fight. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned and said coldly, "No matter how many pirates come from Beast's pirates, we won't be afraid, we'll be done. We're here waiting for Kaido, the Beast." Yayuai held a goblet, took a sip of wine, and said leisurely, "I really hope to have a hearty battle." After hearing these words, Zephyr was startled, then laughed dumbly and shook his head. It seemed that he was indeed overreacting, since Luolei and others dared to kill one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack, they would definitely not be afraid of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. It's just. Thinking of this, Zephyr looked at Luolei, who had been drinking tea calmly. I haven't seen him for 3 years, and now he has grown to the point where even he has to look up. Even if he faces the 4 emperors directly, he has nothing to fear. It can be said. This vacation trip, Zephyr really felt old. After all, the sea is the world of young people, and he has become somewhat incomprehensible. We continue to rest. 35. At this time, Luolei, who had not spoken for a long time, raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "As long as Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the Beast, dares to come, it will be done." If Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, and Hoshigaki Kisame can only use ninja methods, they will definitely not be able to defeat Kaido of the Beasts, or more precisely, may not even break Kaido of the Beasts' defense. After all, the ninjas under 6 paths are too crispy, equivalent to a top assassin, and the stamina is not good. Even if you can control the water style and control the sea water, the impact of Kaido on Devil Fruit may not be as big as imagined. But, now they are an enhanced version of the Meat Tank Super Ninja, especially after learning Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 styles, and eating Zoan's top-level Devil Fruit without side effects, they are really not afraid of one of the beasts of the Emperors, Kaido. As for himself not weak, hey done needless to say. There is Flying Thunder God technique. Already invincible. Certainly. Luolei didn't say a word. That is the drought that destroyed one of the 3 disasters this time. Jack captured the giant of the underground dark world, the king of loan sharks, Lufield, but he gained a lot. According to Hoshigaki Kisame's interrogation, Drought Jack was on behalf of Beasts Pirates and negotiated cooperation with the king of loan sharks, Lufeld, so Lufeld secretly collected Zoan's devil fruit for Beasts Pirates. Now that Luolei has taken over, all the savings of Lufeld, the king of loan sharks, have been raided. Those treasures, how many lottery points can be exchanged? Luolei doesn't know either. Therefore, after defeating Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Luolei will draw a lot of prizes. By the way, neither naval headquarters nor world government has responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe, took a puff, glanced at Zephyr, and asked a question curiously. Have. It's okay not to say. As soon as he said Zephyr's expression, he became a little angry, and said solemnly, the naval headquarters has put the New World branch into a defensive state, never mentioning support, saying that I believe you can handle Kaido of the Beasts. Only if you take the initiative to ask for help and say you can't do it, Naval Headquarters will send Naval Headquarters 3 Admiral to provide support. Haha. It's all about the outside world, but it's hard to hit the inside. It really deserves to be Naval Headquarters. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a puff of white smoke and smiled dismissively. Playing a wishful thinking. Don't you know? Real man. Can't you just say you can't do it? After hearing this, Luolei's mouth twitched slightly. He glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he suddenly wanted to laugh. Doing your own words to the outside world, and attacking with 0-20 punches at home? Turn out to be. The final joker is not 3rd Hokage, but Naval Headquarters? Marine's layout is too small. Hoshigaki Kisame shook his head and said meaningfully, Boss Luolei, we worked so hard to fight the beasts Kaido, Marine harvested prestige and fame, is it so cheap Naval Headquarters? Yup. Yayuai frowned and said, I feel a little aggrieved. 55. Relax, Mr. Zephyr has placed a Flying Thunder God Kunao at Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Luolei shrugged and said something with a chuckle. Understood. Upon hearing this, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Yayuai all understood in seconds, and they looked at each other and smiled invariably. As expected of the boss. Already thinking of a countermeasure. I didn't hear anything. But Zephyr picked up the teacup and took a few sips of hot tea, pretending not to hear. Heart. A storm has been set off. There can only be a moment of silence for the executives of Naval Headquarters. Chapter 77. The next day. Early in the morning. Unconsciously. Some ships appeared around Field Island. If you look closely, you will find that none of these ships are flying flags, and it is not clear which faction belongs to. Obviously. They are all here to watch the fun and gather information. Some people dressed as reporters have taken out the camera phone bug, intending to broadcast the battle scene live. That's right. Just live broadcast. After knowing that a war was about to break out on Field Island that would spread across the sea, several major newspapers, mainly the News of the World, in the pursuit of maximizing profits, chose to unite and broadcast this battle destined to change the pattern of New World to the entire sea. At this time, the whole sea, the different places and islands. There is a live broadcast screen that can only be watched by paying in the core areas. And such incomparable strengths as Naval Headquarters, World Government, Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, etc., you can watch directly without paying. 10 minutes. 1 hour. 5 hours. Time passed by minute. Field Island. In addition to the traces left by the Sarutobi Hiruzen battle against Jack the Drow, there is no movement. Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, and others also did not show up, but invisibly made the atmosphere of the sea area become dignified. Why hasn't the Beasts Pirates come yet? It should be almost time, the Beasts Pirates should be here. If the Beasts Pirates don't come, and Luolei and others don't show up, will this battle still be fought? If you don't come, it will be dark. Maybe it was a long wait. Many people at the scene were already sweating on their palms, and many people expressed apprehension and doubts. Up to now, Beasts Pirates haven't come yet. 100 Beasts Kaido won't play tricks on everyone, right? But, not so much. 100 Beasts Kaido is one of the 4 emperors after all, if he really dared not appear, he would definitely laugh at him and become a joke in the whole sea. Coming. In vain. A surprised voice sounded. I saw a reporter on one of the merchant ships picked up the camera phone bug and aimed it at the sea in the distance. Come yet? This sentence. Like a fuse. Countless people. They all involuntarily turned their eyes to the sea in the distance. I saw at the end of the endless sea, where the sea level and the sky were connected, I don't know when, a dark shadow had appeared. As the shadow gradually became larger, it was a large Beasts Pirates pirate ship. No doubt. Beasts Pirates, here we come. Although there is no scene of swarms in the imagination, but, looking at the pirate ship of the Beasts Pirates, countless people in this sea area, involuntarily held their breath, their eyes did not blink, not even breathing. Joke. This, is the Beasts Pirates of King's Landing Grand Line? Even if only one. Are the center of attention. When the Emperor is angry, the sea overturns, the heaven and the earth tremble. As this Beasts Pirates pirate ship keeps approaching Field Island. Invisible. A terrifying aura began to spread across this sea. This isn't Conqueror's haki, it's the King's breath that comes with Beasts Pirates, which invisibly overwhelms many people and can't breathe. Soon. With the attention of countless people. The Beasts Pirates pirate ship stopped 500 meters away from Field Island. Immediately afterwards, Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, appeared on the deck, and some pirates from the Beasts Pirates also appeared on the deck. How is this possible? Why are there only Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues? What's going on? The Beast Kaido didn't come. If 100 Beasts Kaido doesn't come, just relying on Yin and Quinn, I'm afraid they're not here to deliver food, right? Looking at Yin and Quinn on the deck. Those watching the game on the scene, as well as countless people watching the live broadcast, all showed shocking expressions. Incredible. Beasts Pirates run 1,000 miles. But only Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, came. Kaido, one of the absolute protagonists of the 4 emperors, did not appear on the pirate ship. What is this for? Are you here to bring warmth to Luolei and others? That's right. Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, are very strong, and they are also famous pirates in the New World. But Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame on Field Island are not vegetarians, as can be seen from the death of Jack, one of the 3 disasters. If the Beasts Kaido didn't come, the Beasts Pirates are afraid that they will be slapped in the face. However, while many people's attention was on Yin and Quinn, I don't know when the sky started to become gloomy and dark clouds began to gather and spread over Field Island. If you look carefully, you can see lightning flashes in the dark clouds. The next moment, there is no sign of anything. A terrifying aura swept out from the black cloud. Under the watchful eyes of all, a cyan dragon with thunder arcs wrapped around its whole body is like a cloud, driving the fog, circling back and forth in the dark cloud. The big pirate known as the strongest creature 100 Beasts Kaido came. And past appearances. 100 Beasts Kaido is a shocking attack in human form. This time, in front of countless people in the sea, he entered his fish fruit, phantom beast, and blue dragon form, and he wanted to come to the real world, telling the entire sea that Beasts Pirates are inviolable. Who dares to do it? That would have to pay the price in blood. Chapter 78. Midair. A cyan dragon is flying in the clouds. This sea. But invisibly fell into a dead silence. No one thought. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido, didn't show up. As soon as he appeared, he wanted to amplify the rhythm of his moves. He directly transformed into the legendary Qinglong. Some of them. This is the first time I saw the Beasts Kaido use his devil fruit. The eyes are already dull. The mind is blank. Terrible. Could this be the terrifying sense of oppression brought about by Kaido, one of the 4 emperors? Call. Looking at Boss Kaido in midair. On the deck, Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, were expressionless on the surface, but deep down they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Boss Kaido finally came. They don't have to pretend. It's time for a showdown. Beasts Pirates are going to kill Luolei and others. Boss Kaido is here. Haha, as soon as the blue dragon incarnated by Kaido's boss comes out, who will compete with him? This time, the whole sea will shake, and many people will be wide-eyed. After all, the blue dragon incarnated by Kaido's boss rarely shows up. And all the 033 pirates in the 100 Beast pirate ship looked at the Qinglong in the air, almost all showed a look of awe, and made an uproar of excitement. Apparently, he was also inspired by the dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido. Guru. It's coming for real. No wonder Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature, turned out to be able to transform into a blue dragon. On the other side, many people watching the battle in this sea area swallowed their saliva carefully while their hearts were trembling. They did not expect that Kaido of the beasts, one of the 4 emperors, would appear in such a terrifying manner. Qinglong? Such terrifying creatures. Can it be matched by human power? At the same time, When countless people in the sea who spent money to watch the live broadcast looked at the Qinglong on the live broadcast screen, they were all dumbfounded. Originally, everyone was still worried that By Beast Kaido didn't come, and felt that they were at a loss by spending money to watch the live broadcast, but they didn't expect to see By Beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, incarnated as a blue dragon. Deficit? Non-existent. The money spent watching the live broadcast is so worth it. As for the 5 elders of the world government, the marshals of Naval Headquarters Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, and others, as well as Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, and others, they couldn't help shaking their heads after seeing this scene. They all know that the beast's Kaido is the demon fruit power in the form of fish, phantom beasts, and blue dragon. But I didn't expect that this beast, Kaido, would be pretending from the beginning. The dragon is coming. I want to suppress Luolei, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen on Field Island from the very beginning. The meaning of the expression is also very simple. You killed one of the 3 disasters, Drought Jack, very mad and unscrupulous, but Lao Tzu, as one of the beasts of the 4 emperors, Kaido, will be more mad and violent than you. Boom. Purple mixed with black thunder and lightning are constantly intertwined. The Cyan dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido hovered in midair, and the violent dragon's eyes looked down at Field Island, and said with a bang, "Kill our beast's pirate's signature Drought, Jack, don't you dare to show up. Don't hide, I have locked you." Boom. Between words, an extremely violent and imposing pressure enveloped Field Island in an instant. Quite a kind. You won't come out again. Then I will suppress your taste. Ha ha ha, 100 beasts Kaido, do you think only you can eat devil fruit? 35. The next moment, accompanied by Yayuai's irritable voice. Crackling, crackling. In the sky originally occupied by the beast Kaido incarnated as a blue dragon, wisps, CCFF, of blue thunder and lightning suddenly appeared, splitting the black cloud at a speed that could not cover the ears, turning a part of the area into thunder and lightning in the blink of an eye. Field. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. I saw a monster that looked like a saber-toothed tiger, with golden hair, strong limbs, and sharp fangs. It seems to be very fast. But every step will emit arc-shaped lightning, extremely majestic. Finally. Rai Gong, the incarnation of Yayuai. It appeared steadily in the lightning field in midair, and faced off in midair with the blue dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido. And this is just the beginning. Roar. 99. A furious roar sounded. Boom. The hotel in the central area of the island suddenly burst. Immediately afterwards, a giant Donkey Kong with a height of more than 30 meters appeared on the island, smashed his hands on his chest, and screamed in the sky. Clap la la! Clap la la! The other side. The originally calm sea suddenly erupted with turbulent waves, and a giant megalodon shark with a length of hundreds of meters suddenly emerged from the sea, and suddenly a terrifying energy shock wave broke out. Quiet. A dead silence. Looking at Lei Gong in midair, King Kong on the island, Megalodon on the sea. In an instant. Countless people are a little confused. What? What is this about? Does Zoan's top devil fruit cost money? One of the beasts of the 4 emperors, Kaido, turned into a blue dragon and shocked the audience. What happened? For the giant, Megalodon. Is this the rhythm to be turned upside down? Although I don't know whether these Zoan devil fruit are mythical beasts or ancient ones. But are undoubtedly Zoan's top devil fruit. Alright. Fortunately, no one knows. Night Moon AI, Hoshigaki Kisame, devil fruit that Sarutobi Hiruzen eats, all have no side effects. Otherwise, will be more crazy and shocking. Just because there are no side effects, it is already superior to other devil fruit with side effects, whether it is Logia, Eudemons, or ancient species, etc. Chapter 79. This sea is shaking. Especially under the invisible pressure of the explosion of the dragon in the incarnation of Kaido, the Thunder Lord in the incarnation of Yayu, the giant Donkey Kong in the incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the giant shark in the incarnation of Hoshigaki Kisame. Are the countless people watching the game trembling? No way. No one thought. Luolei's subordinate Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame is also a top demon fruit power, plus a Sarutobi Hiruzen who has already been exposed. In an instant. The comprehensive strength shown is simply jaw-dropping, jaw-dropping. Is this a ninja? They're all ninjas who ate Zoan's top devil fruit. It's not a good thing, whether it's Lei Gong or the giant Donkey Kong, the aura of the giant Megalodon doesn't seem to be weaker than the boss Kaido. On the pirate ship of the Beast's pirates, Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, and the pirates of Beast's pirates almost all turned wild. Things have already exceeded their expectations. They thought that facing Luolei, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with the violent strength of Beast's pirates, they could easily suppress them, but in reality they hit them hard. Face. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the subordinate of Admiral Luolei's subordinates, showed more strength than expected. Back up. Speed back, you can't get too close. A big war is inevitable. It's all top-level Zoan demon fruit power. It may take 10 days and a half months to get people to send supplies. Soon. After the initial shock and disbelief, many spectators at the scene responded quickly and began to retreat the boat they were riding on, lest the immortals fight and the mortals would suffer. What's more, they had already planned to send supplies. Zoan's top devil fruit abilities must be very patient. This battle. It definitely won't end in a short time. Certainly. In fact, these are not the heaviest. After seeing Raigong in the incarnation of Yuzuki Ai, the giant Donkey Kong in the incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the giant Megalodon in the incarnation of Hoshigaki Kisame. Whether it is Five Elders, Naval Headquarters, or Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, and other big and small pirates, their expressions have become dignified and serious without knowing it. This is the first time that Luo Lei is in front of everyone. Show off your abilities. Almost instantly. And terrified the whole sea. Even if the identity of the ninja is excluded. With the identity of the top Zoan demon fruit power, it is an extremely powerful force. Perhaps the only good news for Naval Headquarters is that Luo Lei is marine and has not turned his face yet, but, for the big pirates such as Whitebeard, Red-Haired Shanks, etc., they are vaguely disturbed. At this time, over Field Island, Kaido, the beast who turned into a blue dragon, is actually a little confused. Different from others, he almost instantly sensed that Lei Gong in the incarnation of Yayu Ai and the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen were Zoan mythical beasts, and the giant Megalodon incarnated by Hoshigaki Kisame was extremely rare among fish and fish fruits. Of ancient species. In short, not a fuel-efficient light. What makes Bai Beast Kaido more puzzled and unbelievable is that, where did Luo Lei find these Zoan top devil fruit ninjas? Shouldn't these monster-level combat power join the beast's pirates, which is more appropriate? If Yayu Ai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame can join the beast's pirates, what Whitebeard pirates, Red Hair pirates, Naval Headquarters, everything not enough to worry about. Your men are strong, why don't you join the beast's pirates? After an unknown period of time, Kaido was suspended in the sky, looking at Luo Lei who had walked out of the hotel below, and said in a voice like thunder, I, beast's pirates, need Zoan's top devil fruit ability like you. Of ninjas. What marine can give, beast's pirates can be doubled, no, super doubled, if you want, the ninjas of Wanakuni, can give you, 9. TT. Luo Lei, who had already walked out of the hotel, looked at Kaido, the beast in the sky, and said in a slightly exaggerated tone, I am Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Substitute Admiral. Fur flowers. 4 pirates. Luo Lei has never been interested. Since it's all Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Admiral's substitute, it shouldn't be too much to be the Marine King who doesn't have the world government and celestial dragons. Anyway, his strength has been completely revealed, and he will become stronger and stronger in the future, and he will draw more and more ninjas. Let's do it together. Hearing this sentence, Bai Beast Kaido also knew that it was useless to talk too much. He shook the dragon's head regretfully. The huge dragon's tail shook, and the violent dragon's eyes turned to look at Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues. The meaning of the expression is very simple, you should also join the war. Good. 55. Swish. A cracking sound rang out. Yin's body, one of the 3 disasters, appeared on the sea in a flash, and instantly transformed into a toothless pterosaur whose whole body was wrapped in flames. Yes, Boss Kaido. The bald-headed Quinn wearing sunglasses nodded neatly without any hesitation. The fat mass like a ball flew towards Field Island at an unbelievably flexible speed. Boom. At the moment when it is about to fall to Field Island, Quinn also transformed into a huge Brachiosaurus, and fell heavily on the island, causing Field Island to tremble several times. Good come. At the moment when pterosaurs and Brachiosaurus appeared, the eyes of Hoshigaki Kisame, who incarnated as a Megalodon, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who incarnated as a giant Donkey Kong, lighted up slightly, and they confronted Yin and Quinn respectively. Midair. Lei Gong, the incarnation of Yayu Ai, also appeared in front of the Beast Kaido incarnation of Qinglong. Obviously. The monster battle is about to break out. Chapter 80. Obviously. The monster battle is about to break out. Situation. It became tense in an instant. Countless people watching the battle did not even dare to blink, and looked at the battlefield without squinting, afraid of missing some shocking battle scene. Can you stop me? Seeing that Jin and Quinn were in a state of battle, Qinglong, the Beast Kaido incarnated, looked at Yayu Ai standing in front of him indifferently, and said proudly, since your boss is unwilling to join, then choose to embrace death. 35. After this sentence, 100 Beasts Kaido no longer suppressed himself, a pair of huge dragon eyes filled with murderous intent, a terrifying momentum swept out, and suppressed Lei Gong, who was Yayu Ai's incarnation. He has made up his mind. First suppress the Lei Gong in front of him, and then kill Luo Lei, so that these guys know Zero San San that they are powerful and the power of the 4 emperors is inviolable. Haha. After hearing this, Lei Gong, the incarnation of Uai, shook his head disdainfully, and said irritably, "100 beasts Kaido, you are talking too much nonsense, let's see the truth." Hot breath. Before he finished speaking, by beast Kaido was no longer talking nonsense. The huge dragon body twisted and took a deep breath. When the dragon head turned, he opened the dragon's mouth and spit out a sound that seemed to destroy the world. Dragon breath. The monstrous dragon breath poured out. With the momentum of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, he bombarded the Gong who was Uai's incarnation. Maybe it's too powerful. There were visible cracks in the air. And right in front, facing a mighty attack, Uai's incarnation of Gong had no fear, and when the blue lightning flashed all over his body, he also opened his mouth, electromagnetic gun. Swish. The power of blue and lightning keeps gathering. It made this piece of sky tremble faintly. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying electromagnetic cannon blasted out with the momentum of thunder. In an instant, under the attention of countless people, the dragon breath that seemed to destroy the sky and the earth collided with the terrifying electromagnetic cannon formed by a thunder and lightning. Rumbling. With a deafening roar resounded. Two turbulent energy waves collided, and an amazing energy shock wave erupted. Especially in the central area of the collision, there were even visible cracks in the space. For a time, the monstrous flames and dragon breath splashed all over the sky, and the thunder and lightning electromagnetic guns were madly filled. Even if they are far apart, many people in this sea area can feel the air vibrating slightly. Like the end of the world. Terrifying. The battle has begun. Looking at the beasts Kaido and Uai who were battling, the expressions of those who were watching the battle on the spot or those who watched the battle through the live broadcast became solemn. And the fact is, after 100 beasts Kaido and Uai fought. Like a fuse. Go to hell. 99. The toothless pterosaur incarnated by Yin moved its wings and attacked the megalodon incarnated by Hoshigaki Kisame floating on the sea. Boom. Terrifying fire. Under the control of the toothless pterosaur incarnated by Yin. Like an overwhelming storm, it rushed towards the sea. In an instant, the temperature of the sea area rose sharply. No doubt. The toothless pterosaur incarnated by Yin is also coming true. Just the initial attack, the nickname of the fire disaster is vividly expressed, even if it is the sea, no matter what, I can boil it for you. Is there something wrong with the brain? It's a pity that, in the face of the aggressive flame attack, even if the water on the sea surface was boiled, the megalodon incarnated by Hoshigaki Kisame didn't have any fear, but inside he wanted to laugh. Playing with fire in front of a ninja who is good at water style? Do you think you are Uchiha Madara? In the next instant, under Yin's incredible gaze, Hoshigaki Kisame, who had transformed into a giant megalodon shark, opened his incomparably huge shark mouth, chakras surging, he quickly made a mark with his flexible tongue. As a very serious ninja. Irregular ninja, standing with two fingers, thinking what is what, clapping both hands, calling what to come. Even if it is incarnated as a megalodon, Hoshigaki Kisame has to be imprinted. If there is no hands, he will use his tongue according to local conditions. Water-style super giant wave. Boom. In an instant. The sea that was already roasted by the flames. It rolled in vain, and directly rolled up a huge wave hundreds of meters high, swept away at the speed of the thunder and the flames shot by Yin. Scoff. Scoff. After a few seconds, the sound of flames being quenched by the sea sounded. The white water vapor filled the battle area between Hoshigaki Kisame and Yin as if they didn't need money, and the scene was very shocking. Perhaps Yin's flames are awesome. But, in the face of Hoshigaki Kisame, which has endless sea water to use, there are really some things that are not enough to see. So, under the attention of countless people, Yin controls the massive amount of fire that the toothless pterosaur constantly spews out. They were all drowned out by Hoshigaki Kisame with seawater that was several times as strong as the fire, leaving nothing but white steam. See this scene. The toothless pterosaur incarnated by Yin was really angry and was about to vomit blood. The guy in front of him is eating Zoan's top devil fruit. How can he not be affected by the seawater, but can control the seawater in turn? Even ninjas can't play like this. I'm afraid it's not a fake devil fruit to eat. Or ninja eat devil fruit. No side effects? In vain. While Yin was still terrified, a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and only 5.5 saw an oversized megalodon-shaped water bomb, pierced through the flames, and attacked him. Swish. Too late to fight back. Yin flapped his wings for a while, and left without thinking. Boom. At the moment of leaving, the huge megalodon-shaped water bomb exploded suddenly. A terrifying chakra energy shock wave erupted, and countless sea water splashed around like a goddess scattered flowers, scattered over a large area of the sea. Chapter 81. How is this possible? It's all demon fruit power. Why can Hoshigaki Kisame ignore the sea stone factor in seawater? Not only is he not afraid of seawater, but he can also control seawater through ninjutsu. It is simply Yin, one of the three disasters that Tien overcomes. No, it is the demon fruit power that Tien overcomes. 39. As long as this Hoshigaki Kisame is in the sea, it is invincible. Looking at Yin, who was instantly suppressed by the sea. Many people watching the battle on the spot looked a little stunned, and involuntarily made an unbelievable uproar. At the beginning, everyone was paying attention to the battle between 100 Beasts, Kaido and Yayuai, but they didn't pay much attention to Yin and Hoshigaki Kisame. Now that I take a closer look, I was surprised to find that Hoshigaki Kisame, who ate devil fruit, could actually use the water style. Controlling the sea water, oneself can also swim freely in the sea water. Thinking about it and terrifying, this is a little scary. After all, a demon fruit power that is immune to sea water and can control it is absolutely the nightmare of any other demon fruit power. Impossible. Could it be that ninjas eat devil fruit without side effects? 35. If you can really be immune to the side effects of devil fruit, then the problem will be a little more serious. While the 5 elders, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters, Whitebeard, Red-haired Shanks, etc., who were watching the live broadcast, looked horrified, all 22 stood up in unison, and their hearts were even more turbulent. Can't calm down at all. Joke. At their level. Of course, I know how inexplicable a top demon fruit power without any weakness is. Now, a demon fruit power immune to sea water appeared in front of everyone. Once the investigation is not clear, the consequences could be severe. At the same time, damn it! How could this be? Yin, who was far away from the sea level, looked down at the sea where the huge waves were rising, and the expression under the black mask was very ugly. As one of the 3 plagues, he has never been so depressed as he is now. In the past, the invincible flame was like a firefly in front of the sea, without the slightest egg, and was suppressed by the sky. Even more embarrassing, he couldn't get too close to the megalodon incarnated by Hoshigaki Kisame, otherwise, if you are hit by sea water, the consequences will be serious. How to do? Yin is a little confused. For a time, it is neither to fight nor not to fight. Haha, what are you running for? 99. But, just at this time, Hoshigaki Kisame withdrew from the form of the giant megalodon, laughed loudly, held Samehada in his hand, stepped on moonwalk, and stormed towards Yin at a very fast speed. Good. 35. Seeing Hoshigaki Kisame give up his advantage and take the initiative to challenge him, Yin's eyes lit up. He also withdrew from the shape of the toothless pterosaur, pulled out the samurai sword around his waist, and slashed without hesitation. Clang. After a few seconds, accompanied by the sound of metal collision, in mid-air, Hoshigaki Kisame and Yin slammed into each other, and a terrifying shock wave of energy erupted between Samehada and the samurai sword, which made the air tremble several times. You are strong. Looking closely at the guy in the black mask, Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, showing sharp teeth, and said, "You should be a great swordsman, right? I want to see the strength of a great swordsman." Upon hearing this, Jin's eyes moved slightly, he snorted coldly, and his body quickly retreated. When he waved the samurai sword in his hand again, a monstrous sword intent filled the air. That's right, as Hoshigaki Kisame said, in addition to the demon fruit power in the form of dragon fruit, ancient species, and toothless pterosaur, he is also a great swordsman, but he rarely uses swordsmanship. Is this the sword intent of the great swordsman? A look of eagerness appeared in Hoshigaki Kisame's golden pupils. After being summoned by the boss Luolei, it was the first time he faced Daijianhao. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he and Samehada in his hand, seems to have some excitement. Slash. The next moment, Yin held the samurai sword in his hand, raised it high above the top, and then suddenly swung it down. Boom. In an instant, a red sword energy ripped apart the air and roared towards Hoshigaki Kisame. Good come. Samehada flying chain slash. Hoshigaki Kisame was not afraid at all, and when his mind moved, strands of armament haki and chakra were wrapped around Samehada, and then Samehada's hilt suddenly stretched more than 20 meters, and slammed toward the sword energy. Clang. Another crisp voice sounded. Samehada and the red sword energy suddenly collided together, making a roaring sound that shook the sky and the earth. A powerful collision shock wave, and even cracks appeared in the air. Are the weapons longer? Really interesting. Yin smiled coldly, and stopped using his sword energy. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Hoshigaki Kisame and slashed directly. Certainly. At the moment of the split, a strand of armament haki is still wrapped around the samurai sword. Ha ha ha, it's you who's waiting. Nian. Facing Yin's slash, Hoshigaki Kisame looked happy, and the white bandage that wrapped Samehada instantly burst, revealing Samehada's body covered with barbs, and waved Samehada directly to meet him. Ding. The katana and Samehada collided again, making a metal crashing sound. Ding ding dong dong. Seeing that one blow is ineffective, Yin was too lazy to think about it, and without hesitation he launched an attack like a storm, while Hoshigaki Kisame was constantly waving Samehada in his hand, parrying and resisting, seemingly being completely suppressed by Yin. At the beginning, Yin thought he had the absolute upper hand. But the more he fights, the more he finds that his armament haki consumption is too much, and it becomes less and less. This was a situation he had never encountered before, and, as the battle continued, Hoshigaki Kisame's swordsmanship seemed to keep improving, as if he was practicing swordsmanship with Hoshigaki Kisame. Idiot, don't you feel it? Your armament haki is being absorbed by his weapon little by little. I don't know if I can't watch it anymore. In midair, some beast Kaido, who had stopped fighting with Usse, raised its huge dragon head and said angrily, if you absorb armament haki again, you will be hanged and beaten. What? After hearing this, Yin showed a ray of disbelief. Isn't it right? How can weapons absorb armament haki? But Kaido's boss said so, he can't be wrong. Therefore, as Yin quickened his attack rhythm, observation haki took a good feeling. As a result, I was shocked when I felt it. Every time the weapon collided, the armament haki on the samurai sword would be swallowed up by Hoshigaki Kisame's weapon. He thought that the armament haki was naturally consumed, but it was absorbed by other weapons. Haha, it's almost there. Seeing that Yin had found out, Hoshigaki Kisame laughed, his mind moved, and armament haki was entangled again on same hata, and he immediately started to fight back. Perceiving the armed color 037 on the same hata sword, Yin's blood pressure rose all of a sudden, because this armament haki was his own. Boom! There was another sound of weapons colliding. One and the other, Yin, who had always had the upper hand, was directly repelled by the terrifying force that erupted on same hata by dozens of meters. And this is just the beginning. Water-style Big Bang Water Rush. I saw Hoshigaki Kisame put away the same hata that was absorbed and felt comfortable, and quickly formed a seal with both hands. During the surging of chakra, the overwhelming seawater spurted out from his mouth, rushing towards ashes in a way that covered the sky and the sun. Faced with Hoshigaki Kisame's sudden ninjutsu, Yin's body flashed and he wanted to leave the battlefield. Swish! J. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. I saw a few Hoshigaki Kisame flying from all directions, hugging Yin's tall body directly. Ninja Shadow Clone. Facing Hoshigaki Kisame who suddenly hugged him, Yin's expression became a little urgent, and he simply waved the katana in his hand. Puff! Puff! Several Hoshigaki Kisame shattered, turned into a pool of seawater, and sprinkled on Jin's body. Yin felt that his body was suddenly out of control and powerless, and his heart felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. Did you play like this? And it was precisely this moment of loss of control that the huge ellipsoid-shaped water dungeon formed by Hoshigaki Kisame's surf water instantly enveloped Yin. Chapter 82. At the moment of being imprisoned by the water prison formed by the blast of water, Jin was completely powerless, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Lost. He was defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Jin knew very well that he was imprisoned by the sea water and had no power to resist when facing Hoshigaki Kisame, who was like a duck in the water. So, after being imprisoned in a water cell, Yin didn't do fearless resistance right away. If he loses, he loses. He has nothing to say. From the beginning to the end, he was led by Hoshigaki Kisame by the neck. It can only be said that he fought too few ninjas like Hoshigaki Kisame. A lot of boredom. Get it? 35. Looking at Yin who is no longer resisting, Hoshigaki Kisame nodded with satisfaction. Although there are some twists and turns in the process, the result is good. Same hata is also comfortable to absorb, and he is also comfortable to play. 1. Jin, one of the three plagues, lost. It only seems to be a few hours. Did Jin lose? Looking at the huge water dungeon in the air, many people watching the battle in this sea area showed surprised expressions. After all, Yin was also one of the three disasters, and it didn't take long to lose, which is too bad, isn't it? Especially the pirates on the beast pirate ship. Everyone showed a look of horror and disbelief. Lord Yin, the leader of the three disasters, was actually so vulnerable. It really made them have something they didn't expect. It's like rubbish. At this time, the blue dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido scolded extremely violently, and after circling around, he did not look at Yin again, but instead looked at Quinn on Field Island. The last seedling of the three plagues. He has high hopes. 100 beasts Kaido, Quinn has no chance of winning against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing that Kaido had no intention of fighting yet, Lei Gong, the incarnation of Usse, was not in a hurry, and said meaningfully, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength is quite terrifying. It doesn't matter. The green dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido showed a look of disdain. He is waiting. If the three disasters are defeated, there will be no scruples, and then he will break out unscrupulously. Haha. When Use's incarnation of Lei Gong saw this, he shook his head lightly, and also looked at Field Island, where Quinn's incarnation of Brachiosaurus was confronting the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perhaps because of Yin's defeat, the smell of gunpowder between Quinn and Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually became more intense. Certainly. Not just Kaido of the beasts and Usse. In this sea area, many people watching the battle with binoculars, as well as those who watched the battle through live broadcast, all focused on the Brachiosaurus incarnation of Quinn and the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Obviously, it is clear that Kaido, the beasts who suddenly stopped, may have to wait for the result of Quinn's battle before starting. It's amazing, Hoshigaki Kisame has perfectly combined ninjutsu and taijutsu. In the central area of Field Island, Zephyr sat on a chair, took a slow sip of hot tea, and said, Hoshigaki Kisame's combat experience is not inferior to that of Yin, one of the three plagues, and the last moisture the body is a stroke of genius. Yes. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth were slightly raised, and he said softly, the most important thing is to control the sea water with water style, Tianqi demon fruit power. Indeed. Zephyr put down the teacup and said thoughtfully, after this battle, you may become the focus of attention of the major forces, especially the world government. After all, Hoshigaki Kisame has no side effects after eating devil fruit. Even ninja's water style is very exciting. It doesn't matter. Luo Lei shrugged and said disapprovingly, the soldiers will block the water and cover the soil. Anyway, devil fruit, which has no side effects, is drawn in the system. As for water style, it is absolutely impossible to spread it. At the same time, this. Perceiving countless attentions. The Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn was also frightened for a while, especially after Jin lost to Hoshigaki Kisame. Quinn wanted to cry even more. What kind of monster is this? Devil fruit, which has no side effects, can also use water style to control sea water? If the old man named Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him was still eating devil fruit with no side effects, and still playing water style, Quinn felt that he didn't have to fight, so he would simply admit defeat. Go on. At this time, seeing Quinn motionless, Kaido of the Beasts, who was transformed into a blue dragon in midair, became impatient and made a sound like thunder. Brachiosaurus bomb. 99. Hearing the order of Lord Kaido, the Brachiosaurus incarnation of Quinn took a deep breath, armament haki wrapped around his head, and rushed towards the giant Donkey Kong incarnation of Sarutobi Hiruzen at a very fast speed. Earth-style Doria River. 99. See this scene. The giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched and stretched his waist. During the surging chakra, his huge arms twisted a few times, forming a seal at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! The next moment, the soil on this piece of ground suddenly surged up, and unexpectedly tripped the sprinting Brachiosaurus forcibly. Boom! A very heavy voice sounded. The Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn fell heavily to the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sensing the unruly movement of the earth under his feet, Quinn's giant Brachiosaurus gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly, wanting to continue his attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he saw a scene that Quinn will never forget for a lifetime. Good Zhao, Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style How Long Fire Technique, 35. Fire Style Hoyan Technique, 35. Fire Style Dragon Bullets. Fire Style Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. 35. Fire Style Fengxian Huo Technique. Go. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed into a giant Donkey Kong. It seems to have entered a state of rage, chakras surged frantically, his hands quickly formed seals, and he performed fire-style ninjutsu one by one. For a time, various terrifying flames swarmed towards the huge Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn. Chapter 83. For a time, all kinds of flames swarmed towards the huge Brachiosaurus incarnation of Quinn. Boom! One after another deafening explosion sounded. With the attention of countless people, the huge Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn was instantly covered and swallowed by endless flames. In an instant, an incomparably hot heat also swept away with Kuei Wei at the center, and the endless terrifying flame seemed to burn the dark clouds in the sky to blood red, and everywhere it went, it made a sizzling sound, and it was accompanied by a terrifying flame. The air made a burning sound, and even if it was far away, a heat wave could be felt. It's useless. Your ninjutsu can't hurt me at all. Boom! In the face of so many fire-style ninjutsu attacks, Quinn, who was covered and devoured by the flames, trembled for a moment, sending out a terrifying shock wave, and immediately walked straight out of the flames step by step. As a Zoan dragon fruit ancient species Brachiosaurus, he has a strong recovery ability and extremely tenacious vitality, and his defense is also extremely high. Therefore, to defend against these seemingly terrifying fire-style ninjutsu, isn't it a simple matter? Yes. Seeing this, the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show any unexpected expression, but smiled slightly contemptuously, and said, Quinn, do you know what a ninjutsu professor is? After hearing this, the Brachiosaurus incarnation of Quinn frowned, and there was a vague foreboding in his heart. I'll tell you now. 39. Swish. The next moment, under Quinn's jaw-dropping gaze, the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen showed heart-pounding chakra fluctuations all over his body, and his huge arms were like after-images, obviously starting to seal again. Not good. Black light fire. See this scene. The Brachiosaurus incarnation of Quinn stretched out its long neck and roared, ready to attack. Pity. Already some late. Sarutobi Hiruzen of 3rd Hokage was so terrifying when he was at his peak, especially after his physical fitness was multiplied, it was even more pervert, not to mention the speed of CCFF, Yuyin. Certainly. There are some slight differences in the ninjutsu cast this time. That is Sarutobi Hiruzen not only used chakra, but also used armament haki. Armed color lightning style thunder. Armed color earth style earth dragon bullet. Armed color earth style Toria river. Armed color wind style cyclone. 99. Armed color fire style dragon ball. Armed color water style water dragon bomb. Armed color fire style big flame bullet technique. Armed color wind style great breakthrough. 66. Boom. Almost in the blink of an eye. The wind and fire are mixed with countless earth style, lightning style, water style technique, like a gust of wind and rain, the Brachiosaurus of Quinn's incarnation is charged away. If the fire style just now is just a warm-up, then Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously coming to the real style. Combined with armament haki, he has expressed his title of ninjutsu professor vividly. Shocking. Absolutely stunning. Watching the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he easily played ninjutsu with different attributes. For a time, the audience was shocked. Quinn, who was about to attack, was stunned, and the countless people watching the battle in this sea area were also a little dull. Even the beast Kaido in midair showed a look of surprise. What? Is this still a ninja? Is it because ninjutsu doesn't need money? So many ninjutsu mixed with armament haki in one brain is too unethical. FK. In the next instant, perhaps because of the reaction, Quinn's Brachiosaurus eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets, and without any hesitation, he ran away. He's not a fool. This time ninjutsu is mixed with water style, if it is sea water, he will be finished. By this time, he also knew what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant by Professor of Ninjutsu. It turned out to be a lot of ninjutsu by the Grand Master. Want to run? Shadow clone technique. Puff. Puff. With a few bursts of air. I saw 4 shadow clones of giant Donkey Kong, like a flexible fat man, and instantly surrounded Quinn's Brachiosaurus in the middle. Seeing Quinn who wanted to run but couldn't, Sarutobi Hiruzen's giant Donkey Kong, together with his shadow clone, couldn't help grinning, and then began to swipe together again. Crazy. Really crazy. Facing the 5 giant Donkey Kong who are forming seals. The Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn was really about to cry, the huge body trembled for a while, and there was only one thought in my heart, that is the boss of Kaido, I want to go home. The old man in front of me, not only does not talk about martial arts, but also special. Why are you bullying people with your ninjutsu skills? It is such a hesitation. Ninjutsu of various attributes bombarded the Brachiosaurus who was incarnated by Quinn, and it burst apart. Boom. Boom. A deafening roar resounded, the air burst instantly, and energy shock waves of different attributes erupted, causing the field island to be shaken by countless visible cracks. Scalp tingling. Facing the scene where Sarutobi Hiruzen almost crushed with ninjutsu. This sea area became silent again, and countless people couldn't help gasping for air while watching this scene, showing a look of astonishment. Even Zephyr, who was drinking tea, spit out the tea in surprise. A giant Donkey Kong, divided into several clones, performed countless armed ninjutsu, and simply and neatly suppressed the Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn. What a shock this is. What a frenzy. What? After a while, the Brachiosaurus incarnated by Quinn let out an extremely painful scream in the explosion of ninjutsu. I surrender. Chapter 84. I surrender. At last. It seems that I can't stand it anymore. Quinn, who was bombarded by countless armed ninjutsu, made a terrifying voice call. After hearing this, the giant Donkey Kong incarnated by Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled very humanely, and he was relieved in the depths of his heart. Don't look at him performing so many dazzling ninjutsu, and pretending to be very strong, but chakra and armament haki's consumption is massive every moment. Fortunately, his strength is at its peak, and his physical fitness also pervert, otherwise, I really can't hold on to it. Losing again. After Yin, the first of the 3 plagues, conceded defeat, Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, also lost, plus the dead Jack the Drow, the 3 big signs of beasts pirates, almost completely annihilated. I really didn't expect that ninjas would be so pervert, that dazzling armed ninjutsu, just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle. At the moment when Quinn conceded defeat. In this sea area, many people who watched the battle with binoculars had shocked expressions on their faces, and there was a bit of disbelief in their eyes. That's right. After Jack the Drow, one of the 3 plagues, was killed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Everyone knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen is very strong, but after seeing the means of Sarutobi Hiruzen with my own eyes, I can't help but be shocked. The ninja is really too pervert, especially this ninja also ate the orangutan fruit. The top devil fruit in the form of a beast and King Kong. TT. On the deck of the Beast's Pirates, many Beast's Pirates stared blankly at Field Island, and they still haven't recovered. Obviously, they have suffered a serious mental blow. After all, usually aloof, overbearing 3 big signs. A pirate who is a Beast's Pirates can't accept it if 1 dies and 2 lose. Certainly. Even if it is unacceptable. These pirates of the Beast's Pirates have not lost hope. Because, the boss of the Beast's Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts has not officially shot, which means that the Beast's Pirates have not lost, and there is still a chance to turn defeat into victory. At this moment. In fact, it is not just the pirates of Beast's Pirates. On the sea, many people watching the live broadcast suppressed their inner vibrations and focused their attention on Kaido, the Beast. The 3 disasters were completely defeated. But Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, was not defeated. On Field Island, as Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped attacking, all kinds of dazzling ninjutsu stopped abruptly. In the core area that was attacked, a huge pit with a depth of tens of meters appeared. Deep in the crater. It is Quinn, one of the 3 plagues. Awful. Very miserable. I saw that Quinn's fat body had already burst open, soaked in the water, and the whole body was a blur of blood. Anyway, it was as miserable as it was. Cough, cough. At this moment, sensing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer attacking, Quinn's face beyond recognition showed a bitter color, coughed a few times involuntarily, and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Tired? It's really frustrating. As a transformed person, many weapons in his body are still useless. For example, the machine gun in the mouth, the neck, tail, and hair can be elongated to generate various mechanical weapons, and the mouth can grow mechanical fangs. The results of it? When I met Sarutobi Hiruzen, an opponent who played unreasonably. Crushed from start to finish. Even thinking about those dazzling armed ninjutsus now, Quinn is still afraid for a while, and what's even more irritating is that he even used water style to shoot sea water. 2 rubbish things. But just at this time, in midair, a ray of anger flashed in the huge dragon eyes of Kaido, the beast who had been silent for a long time. After circling for a few seconds, a violent aura erupted, and the energy of the whole body began to surge. * 700 beasts, Kaido is about to strike again. It seems that Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is really angry. Perceiving the breath of the wild beasts, Kaido erupted in vain. Countless people watching the battle finally reacted, and their faces were horrified. After admitting defeat, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, finally couldn't help but take another shot. Once this time, one of the beasts of the 4 emperors, Kaido, will definitely be on fire. After all, with so many people watching, the 3 big signboards of Beast's Pirates are being flipped one after another, even the boss can't bear it. The fact is also true. Boom. The next moment, a majestic momentum that seemed to suppress everything directly enveloped the entire Field Island. King to the sea, heaven, and earth to surrender. This is the Conqueror's Haki of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. With the outbreak of Conqueror's Haki, the air began to burst, as if the entire Field Island would be torn apart, which was terrifying. Unfortunately, facing such a terrifying Conqueror's Haki, neither Luolei nor Sarutobi Hiruzen made any movement, nor did they use their Conqueror's Haki. They just looked at the beasts in mid-air, the Qinglong incarnated by Kaido. The taste of the breeze blowing the hills. 100 beasts Kaido, do you think it's useful? At this time, Lei Gong, the incarnation of Usse, said dismissively, everyone is a top-level powerhouse, and the influence of Conqueror's Haki is minimal. Swish. The voice did not fall. A light flashed away. Usse landed on the already crumbling Field Island from mid-air, withdrew from the Thunder Lord form, stretched out his right hand, and made a hook at the beast Kaido. Let's have a match between men. Battle between. After hearing this, the green dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido stared at Usse below, and was silent for a long time before his mind moved. Conqueror's Haki retreated as much as possible, and then his body returned to his human form. AI faces each other across the air. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. The next moment, the expressionless beast Kaido took hold of the mace behind him, and with a light stroke, the head of the club slammed on the ground, causing the ground under his feet to shatter like a spider web. Come. In general, he doesn't carry any weapons. This time, I brought it with me for a rainy day, but now it seems that I have used it. Without any sign. 100 beasts Kaido was bathed in armament Haki, and the mace in his hand was constantly intertwined with thunder. Obviously, this was caused by armament Haki being too powerful. Bang. 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 Next moment, I glanced at Usse. 100 beasts Kaido took the mace and walked towards Usse step by step. Crack. Crack. Perhaps the power is too terrifying. Every step, there will be cracks on the ground that ignore it like a spider web, and more importantly, as the beast Kaido gets closer and closer to Usse, the momentum on his body becomes more and more manic. And majestic. Pretend? Don't pick a target. Ask for flowers. Dare to pretend in front of Lao Tzu? Don't you want to fight a battle between men? If you have the ability, don't hide, see Lao Tzu teach you how to be a man with a mace. Are you coming for real? Just looking at it is a little suffocating. Could this be the feeling of terrifying oppression from the four emperors? Noodle. Looking at this scene, both the people on the scene and the people watching the live broadcast subconsciously swallowed, feeling a little suffocated. 100 Beasts Kaido singled out Yayuai, can Yayuai hold on? After all, is this Kaido, one of the four emperor's beasts? For a time, even the five elders, the senior executives of Naval Headquarters, Whitebeard, red-haired Shanks, and others shook their heads involuntarily. How terrifying a beast Kaido is with a mace, they all know that Yayuai, even a top-level phantom beast's demon fruit power, may not be able to withstand it. I haven't been so nervous in a long time. 35. Zephyr had stood up from his chair, and said with a lingering fear, when Kaido is serious, it means that he is going to be completely angry. I just want him to be completely angry, it's better to lose his mind. Luolei sat on the chair and said meaningfully, Kaido of the Beast's Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki are stronger than Yayuai, but it's not necessarily a win. Yes. Zephyr took a deep breath and didn't think too much about it. Instead, he said, this time on vacation, I have seen so many top-level battles. I don't lose. 99. Look at it. Luolei's deep eyes also showed a look of anticipation. Fourth Raikage. It's time to show your own ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, well, it's really good. 9. Yayuai looked at Kaido, the beast walking towards him, and couldn't help laughing, his cheeks filled with a strong fighting spirit. Crackle crackle, crackle crackle. Accompanied by the terrifying lightning-style chakra, Yayuai instantly entered the lightning-style chakra mode, and then, wisps of armament haki diffused out and wrapped around her body. 54. Perhaps Yayuai's aura was too strong. The air also burst, and before walking, there were also cracks on the ground. Looking at Yuzaki Ai who is bathed in thunder and armament haki. 100 Beasts Kaido frowned inadvertently, but soon stretched out, and a surging fighting intent flashed in his eyes. He is the Beast Kaido? No matter how strong the enemy is, even if the enemy is a ninja who has never fought before, he will continue to fight. Thunder 8 trigrams, 99. Hell stab 1 stop. Soon. Almost at the same time. 100 Beasts Kaido and Yayuai both looked at each other, neither of them had any fear or fear in their eyes, some only had endless fighting intent. SHHHHH. 2 after images disappeared in a flash. Under the trembling gazes of countless people, 100 Beasts Kaido and Yayuai suddenly rushed towards each other. Chapter 85. 2 after images disappeared in a flash. Under the trembling gazes of countless people, 100 Beasts Kaido and Yayuai suddenly rushed towards each other. The next moment, I saw the Beasts Kaido showed a cruel smile. He just likes this kind of stunned youth, and he is just facing the front with the mace, isn't he courting death? Then, 100 Beasts Kaido took the lead in picking up the mace in his hand, and slammed out the hammer towards Yayuai. Boom! The hammer has not yet fallen. Just waved, the air burst. The terrifying power seemed to shatter the entire island. The other side. Yayuai is not idle either. Gather a lot of Raiden and armament haki into one finger. That mighty power has just overflowed. It caused a visible distortion in the air. 037. In the end, Kaido's mace and Yayuai's finger collided suddenly. In an instant. Time and space seemed to stand still. It seems that a second has passed, and it seems that a long time has passed. Rumbling. A deafening roar resounded. In the interweaving of armament haki and thunder and lightning, a terrifying shock wave of energy erupted. With Yayuai and beasts, Kaido as the center, the air burst and the earth burst apart. Of cracking. The endless seawater began to pour frantically along the cracks on the island. Fear. Absolute horror. And in the most central battle area, 100 Beasts Kaido's mace and Yayuai's fingers still collided, and a jet-black thunderbolt and lightning-style chakra were crazily intertwined. Blocked the Beast Kaido's attack? No. You read it right. Looks like a finger is blocking Kaido's mace? See this scene. The eyes and pupils of the countless people watching the battle in this sea area shrank, revealing a look of astonishment. Obviously, they did not expect Yayuai to go head-to-head with Kaido of the Beasts and not fall behind. This scene also fell into the eyes of the 5 elders, Marines executives, Whitebeard, and others who were watching the live broadcast, almost all showing a hint of shock. They foresee many possibilities. I just didn't expect Yayuai to fight with one finger, is this too confident? Incredible. How bold is this man named Yayuai? How is this possible? On the island, 100 Beasts Kaido also showed a hint of surprise. He was wrapped around the top armament haki, and with his strength, the thunderous 8 trigrams played, was actually caught with one finger? This guy in front of me. Even if you eat the top Zoan, devil fruit, you can't resist it so easily, right? Wait a minute. He seems to have the power of ninjas wrapped around him, chakra. The next moment, Beast Kaido frowned, as if thinking of something, and carefully sensed Yayuai who entered lightning-style chakra mode. Result. It's fine if you don't feel it carefully. As soon as he felt it carefully, all the beasts and Kaido were taken aback. In this Yayuai's body, under the stimulation of lightning-style chakra, the activity of the whole body cells has greatly increased. With the power of armament haki, thunder, and lightning, and the magical beast devil fruit, unconsciously, Yayuai's defense also to an ultimate. It really hasn't been this cool in a long time. Yayuai's lightning-style chakra is constantly surging, and there is a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. And in this arc, but it made by Beast Kaido's complexion suddenly change. One of a kind. In an instant. Without any warning. A more powerful force emerged from Yayuai's finger, slamming the mace ruthlessly. Crack. Crack. A piercing crack sounded. 100 Beasts Kaido's finger mace, with the finger attack point as the center, there are wisps of cracks. At last. Exploded in vain. And the power of the explosion was too great, causing the Beast Kaido to take a step back subconsciously. What an astonishing attack power! After a few seconds, looking at the shattered mace, Beast Kaido's expression finally became solemn, and the look in his eyes changed from surprise to disbelief. Is acceptable. Yayuai sees the state. But he nodded with satisfaction. Known as the strongest spear that can pierce through all things, hell stab one hand, it works well. Your body is strong. Kaido stared at Yayuai and said in a deep voice. You're in good shape. Yayuai retracted a finger and said with a chuckle, my armament haki and conqueror's haki are not as strong as yours, but I can make up for these gaps by means of a ninja. Felt it. 100 Beasts Kaido grinned, too lazy to say anything, come again. 35. Boom. This sentence has just fallen. 100 Beasts Kaido stepped out, clenched his fists, and bombarded Yayuai with terrifying power. It is good. Yayuai didn't mean to step back either, just punched him. Boom. Another roar resounded, the two fists collided suddenly, the air burst, and the shock wave of terrifying power rolled up the terrifying air wave visible to the naked eye, surging out in all directions. And this is just the beginning, after an unsuccessful punch. 100 Beasts Kaido and Yayuai seemed to have completely entered the fighting state, and they punched each other with punches, without any gorgeous moves, just madly BG each other again and again. Boom. Boom. The roars continued to resound. Not only the islands, but even the sea was affected, and the waves began to become rough. As for the countless people watching the battle in this sea area, after the initial shock, unbelievable, there was already some numbness. What else can I say? Monster. Both guys on the island are monsters. When a normal person is punched at 5.5, some of them may not be able to stand it. After 2 punches, they will die. The result is good. Yayuai and 100 Beast Kaido, like 2 tireless war monsters, madly fighting each other. If you punch me, I will punch you, and don't dodge. It looks very cool, but some waste ears. Because every time a bang, there will be a bursting sound that makes the eardrum buzz. Even if far apart, it can make the ears uncomfortable. Chapter 86. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 3 hours. 5 hours. Time is passing little by little, the almost frenzied battle on the island continues. The roars continued to sound. Facing this scene, many people watching the battle in this sea area, as well as those who watched the battle through the live broadcast, were already vaguely numb, and even more yawned. How long will it take? Who knows? No matter by Beast Kaido or Yayuai, they are all top-level phantom beasts with demon fruit power and strong staying power. What should I do if I fight for 10 days and a half months? 55. Finally, some of the people watching the battle seemed to be unable to bear it anymore, and showed a dull expression, even if the battle on the island still exploded, as if it was going to destroy the world, but after watching it for a long time, there are some thoughts. Vomited. Boss Kaido, come on. The pirates on the 100 Beast Pirates were all staring at the battle on the island. After all, Boss Kaido is the only hope for the Beast's pirates right now. If you lose, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the same time as 22. Kaido of the Beasts has lost. One night Moon AI dragged by Beast Kaido down. Luolei's men are too pervert. It looks like you need to prepare well. The sea is about to set off a stormy wave, and the pattern of New World has changed. From the current situation, the outcome is already decided. Kaido of the Beasts has lost. And the 5 elders, the senior officers of Naval Headquarters, Whitebeard, Red-haired Shanks, and the forces of all sizes on the sea who were watching the battle through the live broadcast, unconsciously, their expressions became extremely solemn. Say something bad. After the Beast's pirates shot Luolei and others, no one could have imagined such a result. The ninjas under Luolei were all too strong. If they hadn't used ninjutsu, they would all want to ask questions that touched their souls. This FK is a ninja? But, whatever. From the time when 100 Beasts and Kaido could not quickly solve Yayu and AI, Beast's pirates has already been defeated, didn't you see that Usse, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hoshigaki Kisame's boss Luolei didn't make a move? Boom. Has changed beyond recognition, on a similar island eroded by sea water. Once again, there was a roaring sound, and I saw 100 beasts Kaido and Usse fist to fist, and they touched each other again, and a terrifying energy shockwave erupted Ai, but her body didn't move. Woo. Can't beat it for a long time. 100 beasts Kaido didn't know if he was in a hurry, he involuntarily made a sound that was half a smile but not a smile, and there was a heart-pounding madness in his eyes. If you look carefully, you will find that by beast Kaido seems to have lost his mind. Whoosh. Another cracking sound. 100 beasts Kaido did not have any fatigue and fear, just like a lunatic, distanced himself from Usse. Roar. Immediately after, a roar sounded. Beasts Kaido once again transformed into a blue dragon. Crackling. Countless black clouds mixed with thunder and lightning gathered in midair. As for the Cyan Dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido, in addition to violence, there were strands of extreme madness in his eyes. No way. Hit now. Especially after being dragged by Usse for so long. Beasts Kaido already knew that he lost. No, it was the beast's pirates who lost. After today, he could imagine how taunted and disdainful the beast's pirates will be. In this case, then go completely crazy and destroy everything. Boom. The next moment, Beast Kaido opened the dragon's mouth, a terrifying force intertwined wildly in the dragon's mouth. Wait a minute, why is Kaido's dragon mouth facing us? No way. What does he want to do? Back. Kaido's boss is going to go crazy, and even kill himself. Originally, seeing by Beast Kaido transforming into a blue dragon, many people watching the battle suddenly became interested, but they were terrified to find that by Beast Kaido seemed to be attacked indiscriminately. Especially after seeing that even the pirate ship of Beast's pirates is retreating frantically. In this area of the sea, countless people watching the battle finally came to their senses, and they fled wildly in the distance on the boat with a look of horror, and their hearts were constantly cursing their mothers. Dragon breath. 100 beasts Kaido doesn't care so much, since he has decided to destroy everything, he doesn't plan to restrain himself. It's now. But, just at this time, Luolei, who had been evacuated far away due to the destruction of the island, looked happy and said in a low voice, Mr. Zephyr, pour me a cup of hot tea, I will bring Kaido back to Naval headquarters and let Marine decide. He waited so long. Just waiting for Kaido of the Beasts to go crazy. Because, at this time, Kaido of the Beasts' attack power may be very strong, but the reaction power will be much slower. What? Puff. On deck. Zephyr, who was drinking tea. As if thinking of something, he spit out the tea from his mouth. Just when he was about to say something, he found that Luolei had disappeared. That Kunao, I seem to have randomly inserted it in the square in front of the fortress. No way. The next moment, the corner of Zephyr's mouth twitched slightly, he didn't even think about it, he held the teapot and drank, he wanted to calm down. Swish. It's like moving a 0-40 in an instant. Luolei appeared behind the beast Kaido. If you look closely, you will find that Usse had left the Flying Thunder God spell on by beast Kaido when Usse fought for a long time. Immediately after, under countless unbelievable gazes, the beast Kaido, who was planning to attack, was mounted by Luolei and suddenly disappeared in the air. Naval Headquarters Marine Fort. A huge and mighty fortress stands there. Front of the fortress. There are 2 words Marine engraved on it. In the center is the Marine logo, which is a seagull. Now, the whole Naval Headquarters is very calm. Marines executives were also watching the live broadcast while eating snacks and drinking tea in the conference room. Everything was so timid. Laugh. Without any sign. The blue dragon incarnated by the beast Kaido appeared on the huge square in front of Naval Headquarters. Chapter 87. The other side. Inside a conference room at the top of the fortress, Marines Marshal Sengoku, the 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and the Crane staff, Garp were all assembled. At this moment, looking at the live broadcast in the middle of the conference room, in addition to the heartless Garp still eating snacks leisurely, the expressions of staff such as Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and Crane became extremely solemn. 1. Facing the powerful attack of Kaido, one of the beasts of the 4 emperors, Luolei's subordinate, not only resisted perfectly, also suppressed Yin and Qin, one of the 3 plagues. Even Usse fought back and forth with 100 beasts and Kaido, and he never lost his way. Originally, according to the thoughts of Sengoku and others, the 100 beasts Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, attacked with full force, and at least would lose both with Luolei and the others, but the result was that the 100 beasts Kaido even had Usse. If nothing can be done, it means that the beasts Kaido has been defeated. It's unbelievable, where did Luolei recruit these monster-level combat powers? Marine Marshal Sengoku took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, judging from the abilities shown so far, Hoshigaki Kisame, Usse, Sarutobi Hiruzen, seems to have a combat power comparable to the 4 emperors class. Yet, too strong. Aokiji put his hands on the table, took a sip of tea, showed a serious expression, and sighed, ninjas are too pervert, whether it's Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Well, that's scary. Kizaru curled his lips, revealing a wretched and serious expression. If Luolei Vice Admiral's strength is not weak, then the high-end combat power of the New World G1 branch is no less than our naval headquarters. 99. That arrogant guy still has some strength, and the ninjas under him are even more powerful, and he actually resisted the attack of the beast Kaido. Although he was a little unhappy in his heart, Kaido showed a smile on his gloomy face, and said meaningfully, we naval headquarters, just need to watch the play and enjoy the fruits of victory. 99. It's hard to do. After hearing the words of 3 Admiral, Marshal Sengoku shook his head helplessly and bitterly. Before. Sengoku thinks that he can control everything, and he has no choice. Even if Luolei was promoted to Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the substitute Admiral, the branch head of the G1 branch, he was thinking of using Luolei as a gun of the Naval Headquarters, going to the New World to contain the 4 Emperors and reducing the Naval Headquarters. Pressure. The result is good. The power of the gun seemed to be too great for him to control with confidence. Next, facing Luolei, whose tail is too big and cannot be promoted, Naval Headquarters will be in a dilemma. As for why it can't be promoted. On the one hand, it is because the world government will not agree to Marine's promotion of the 4th Admiral, lest Marine's overall strength is too strong and difficult to control. On the other hand, Luolei is too difficult to control, and if he is really promoted to Marine Admiral, I am afraid it is not him. The Marshal couldn't hold back. Ugh. Staff Officer Crane, who was drinking tea, sighed, and subconsciously glanced at the live broadcast screen again, blinked his eyes, and said in surprise, what's going on? The dragon incarnated by Kaido, the beast, disappeared from the live broadcast screen. What? Boom. The next moment. Before Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, and Garp didn't respond. A terrifying conqueror's haki erupted at Naval Headquarters. Quiet. The entire conference room fell into silence for a while. Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, and Staff Crane looked at the empty live broadcast, and a thought flashed in their minds. How so? Naval Headquarters, to be turned upside down. Walk. It's too late to think about it. In the next instant, Sengoku clenched his fists and roared with an ugly face, it's really too presumptuous. The green dragon incarnated by Kaido was transferred to Naval Headquarters by Luolei. Boom. The voice did not fall. Marshal Sengoku rushed out in a hurry, and in order to hurry, even the gate was smashed. FK, it's a big deal. Walk. What exactly does Luolei want to do? If one is not handled well, Naval Headquarters will lose a lot. 66. Hi. Swa. A sound of breaking through the air rang out. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Staff Crane, and even Garp, who was eating snacks, all flew out. At the same time. After transferring the beast Kaido to Naval Headquarters, Luolei didn't stay any longer, and left with the Flying Thunder God technique in the blink of an eye, leaving only the beast Kaido, who was completely crazy and bursting out of Conqueror's haki. How did I get to Naval Headquarters? On the square. Despite the frenzied outbursts, Beast's Kaido actually has some circles in his heart. He only felt a chakra enveloped him just now, and before he had time to resist, he was transferred to Naval Headquarters in the blink of an eye. Totally crazy. But in just a few seconds, 100 Beasts Kaido's huge dragon eyes are covered with wisps of violence and madness. Marine. Marine, all be damned. I have been wronged and debtors, it is better to come to Naval Headquarters. I can't defeat Yayuai, my subordinates were suppressed by Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I was even attacked by Luolei, moved to Naval Headquarters, then destroy Naval Headquarters, shouldn't it be too much? How is this possible? Conqueror's haki, how did Kaido come to Naval Headquarters? 35. Quick, get out of here. At this time, the entire Naval Headquarters was shocked when he felt the raging Conqueror's haki on Kaido's body, and many Marines were still watching the wonderful live broadcast for the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Yayuai. Feeling shocked. Did not expect. The blue dragon that Kaido of the Beasts incarnated appeared in Naval Headquarters as if teleporting. It's really terrifying. 100 Beasts Kaido, this is Naval Headquarters, you can't let you go wild. There were also some Marine generals who did not evacuate, looking at 100 Beasts Kaido in the square in horror, and roared in fear. The blue dragon incarnated by Kaido snorted coldly, but instead became more and more violent, opened the dragon's mouth directly, and sprayed the long brewed heat towards Marine's headquarters fortress. Hum. The monstrous dragon breath burst out with terrifying heat. Just appeared. The air was already bursting, and the entire Naval Headquarters was trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, the countless Marines who had not had time to evacuate, almost all turned pale with fright, their bodies softened unconsciously, and they collapsed on the ground. No way to towel. It's really that Kaido of the beasts came so suddenly that it was too late to leave. Enough. And just at the crunch time, a cold shout sounded, and a golden giant, like a world-shattering Buddha statue, blocked in front of the fortress of the headquarters and slammed it out. Chapter 88. Enough. And just at the crunch time, a cold shout sounded, and a golden giant, like a world-shattering Buddha statue, blocked in front of the fortress of the headquarters and slammed it out. Boom. A dull voice sounded. I saw that Sengoku's fist wrapped around armament haki burst out with a ray of light visible to the naked eye, sending out a terrifying shockwave of energy, which slammed towards the monstrous heat at a speed that could not be concealed by the ears. Rumbling. With a piercing explosion, the hot dragon's breath and the shockwave suddenly collided, and a collision shockwave erupted that made the space tremble. Immediately, and at an extremely fast speed, it spread to the entire naval headquarters, forcibly shaking the entire naval headquarters for several times. Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku shot. The naval headquarters was saved, and so were we. Great, Marshal Sengoku has appeared. Looking at the giant Buddha that appeared in vain, many Marines, who were already frightened and paralyzed, were like drowning people, grabbing the life-saving straw. There are also some Marine 040 generals. Some civilians at Naval Headquarters Marineford have been organized to evacuate. After all, it is not the first time that the beast's Kaido has invaded Naval Headquarters. This time, he just suddenly appeared in the square of the headquarters and caught Naval Headquarters by surprise. Therefore, many Marine generals have returned after the initial shock. God comes. Beasts, Kaido, do you know what you are doing? At this moment, the giant Buddha incarnated by Sengoku suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly, "This is Naval Headquarters Marineford, not the place where you go wild." Seeing the golden giant Buddha appearing, the blue dragon incarnated by Kaido paused for a moment, his violent aura subsided slightly, and said, "Sengoku, I didn't expect you to appear. If I don't show up again, you will destroy Naval Headquarters." After hearing this, Sengoku has the urge to vomit blood. FK, Naval Headquarters was originally watching a play, but now, he was forced to join the war. This Luolei, when dealing with beasts pirates, counted Naval Headquarters, really not a good thing. I don't want to fight anymore. Just throw the hot potato, the beast Kaido, to Naval Headquarters. Do you do anything like this? Naval Headquarters can't stand the toss either. Yes. 100 Beasts Kaido grinned in disapproval and said coldly, "I was transferred here by your Marines Vice Admiral Luolei. 99. I was suffocated in New World, beaten in the face, and I have to get it back at Naval Headquarters. When it comes to this." 100 Beasts Kaido's long eyes revealed heart-pounding excitement, saying, "Even if this is Naval Headquarters, I will not be afraid, only more excited." 5. Sengoku snorted coldly, a stern look appeared in his eyes, and said, "That's what you asked for." After this sentence, the golden giant Buddha incarnated by Sengoku burst out with a more terrifying momentum fluctuation, obviously preparing for battle. No way. Although there are some unhappy Luolei, moved the beast Kaido to Naval Headquarters and caught them off guard. But 100 Beasts Kaido is here, then as the Marines Marshal, he not only has to take a strong shot, but also strike hard in front of countless Marine soldiers in the Naval Headquarters, even if it is one of the 4 emperors. What about the beast Kaido? Moreover, it's not that Kaido hasn't invaded Marine. But every invasion ended in failure, and this time will definitely be the same. And after the giant Buddha incarnated by Sengoku entered a state of battle. With 4 terrifying breaths, I saw 3 Admiral Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Marine Hero Garp also came to the scene. Marine 3 Admiral and Garp Vice Admiral are also here, CCFF. Seeing Kizaru, Akainu, Aokiji, and Marine Heroes, Garp, Naval Headquarters, countless Marines who appeared together, all showed excitement. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, is very strong, but facing Marines 3 Admiral, Marshal, and Marine Hero Garp, he will definitely be severely suppressed. Whoa. 9. The Qinglong incarnated by Kaido was not afraid at all, and roared extremely arrogantly, "Then let's fight to the end." Whoosh. After this sentence, a cracking sound rang out. Beast Kaido recovered from the blue dragon form and quickly fell to the square of Naval Headquarters. Ice Age. 99. Seeing this scene, Aokiji's body flashed, and he also stood on the square, taking the lead in launching an attack. Centered on Aokiji's feet. In vain, strands of cold air appeared in the square, and then spread away in an instant. 8 feet Joan Tomo. Meteor Volcano. Almost at the same time, Kizaru and Akainu, one of the 3 Admiral, also launched their own attack. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, golden light bullets like raindrops and magma fists like meteor showers fell madly from the sky, like a violent storm, and stormed towards Kaido, the beast. This is the strength of Admirals. Too strong. Shocking. Absolutely stunning. Marine 3 Admiral will not take action. It was amazing when it started. Even if it is not the first time for many marine soldiers to see it, they are still shocked when they see it. Garb. Sengoku also withdrew from the state of the giant Buddha, saying, "Let's do it together, even if we suppress Kaido, the beast." "All right." Garb put down the senbei in his hand and nodded with a headache. If it is someone else, 3 Admiral shots are actually enough, but facing the beast Kaido, he and Sengoku must make a shot, so that in the shortest time, the physical strength of the beast Kaido, armament haki consume clean, suppress. Otherwise, without 10 days and a half months, this battle will not end. As for killing, stop joking. For the time being, Marine has not found a way to kill Kaido, the beast. Soon, Sengoku and Garp also got into the fight. Above the plaza of naval headquarters. Suddenly, there was a deafening roar, and the countless marine soldiers who saw it were numb. Chapter 89. There is a war going on at naval headquarters. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku have all made their move, wanting to suppress Kaido as soon as possible, so as not to cause a bigger storm in naval headquarters. But, known as the strongest creature, undead Kaido. It's not blown out either. Relying on his undead body, even if he was beaten badly, he still came abruptly, v5. For a time, there is no tendency to defeat. In response, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Garp, and Sengoku seemed to have already expected, and the 5 attacked in turn, frantically consuming Kaido's stamina and armament haki. At the same time, New World's Field Island. Quiet. A dead silence. Watching Luolei riding a beast at a very fast speed, the green dragon incarnated by Kaido disappeared. This sea area fell into silence, and many people who were fleeing frantically showed lingering fears, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, and finally collapsed on the deck, carefully wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. It's not easy. I was almost killed by the beast Kaido just now. To know. After a long battle, the beast's Kaido has gone completely crazy and intends to destroy everything. Not only the spectators, but even the pirates on the beast's pirates will be attacked indiscriminately. Result. At the crucial moment, Luolei, who has never done anything. They actually became dragon knights, and the blue dragon riding the incarnation of Kaido, the beast, disappeared in midair, which also saved their lives from the side. Where did Luolei take the beast's Kaido? I don't know, but, with the strength of the beast's Kaido, it shouldn't die. It's too powerful. Even if the beast Kaido doesn't die, no pirate in the G1 branch of New World dares to underestimate it. Whether it is Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayu Ai, they are all monster-level ninjas comparable to the 4 emperors level, and Marine's strength has increased invisibly, and our life will be difficult in the future. 55. Not long after. After recovering, many people watching the battle, including those who spied on from afar, did not look very good, and some of them had begun to worry about the future of the New World pirates. Although the relationship between Luolei and naval headquarters is not very harmonious, there is still some gap between them. But, whatever it is, the current Luolei, but the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the substitute Admiral. Once he is willing to go back to Naval Headquarters, Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayu Ai, Hoshigaki Kisame, even if it is to encircle and suppress any 4 emperors, they will all be able to capture them. Tingling. There is also the water style of Pervert, which controls the sea water. It is simply Tianqi demon fruit power. If Luolei contributes water style to world government, that might be the end of the pirates. Laugh. That is at this time. On the merchant ship Zephyr was on, there was a slight spatial fluctuation. Immediately afterwards, Luolei appeared on the deck, took a cup of tea that Zephyr had just poured, and took a sip. The tea is still hot. The next moment, after putting down the teacup, Luolei stretched and chuckled, everything is done. Duh. Zephyr looked a little stiff, rubbed his cheeks with his hands, and then subconsciously asked, could it be that you really sent Kaido to Naval Headquarters Marineford? Why not? 35. Luolei glanced at the sea in the distance, and said indifferently, I'm going to work, Naval Headquarters has to do something, right? Incredible. After hearing this, Zephyr's expression was a little surprised. But, when I think of some actions of the world government, also relieved. Maybe the sea really needs to change, but does Luolei really have that ability? Maybe, there is. On the outside, I promise, and I hit the inside with a heavy punch. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen dodged a few times and also appeared on the deck. He chuckled lightly, throw Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, to Naval Headquarters, and let the marine executives warm up collectively. FF. As he spoke, he threw Quinn, whose hands were covered in blood, on the deck, making a heavy collision sound. It's finally done. Clap la la. Hoshigaki Kisame also got out of the sea, threw Jin on the deck, grinned, and said, this guy isn't dead yet, hand it over to Naval Headquarters for a little ransom. 35. One of the 3 plagues, Yin's bounty is 1.39 billion Bailey, Quinn is 1.32 billion Bailey, plus Kaido's 4.6111 billion Bailey, this time Marine will give us a total of 7221.1 million Bailey. Flowers. You don't need a fraction, just give an integer. When it comes to this. Hoshigaki Kisame also glanced at Zephyr and said with a smile, this time I will trouble you old man. Understood. Zephyr's mouth twitched slightly, but he wisely didn't say anything more. Anyway, Marine is a big fat sheep. It's not too much to brush some wool, but will Naval Headquarters give it? He believed that he would definitely give it. After all, today is different from the past, Luo Lei's strength is too shocking. Ha ha ha, I haven't played so well in a long time. 0, 0. Laugh. After a few seconds, Yayuai also landed on the deck, laughed loudly, and said, Boss Luo Lei, if you hadn't transferred the beast Kaido to Naval Headquarters, I could have fought with him for 10 days and a half months. Too much trouble. Luo Lei shrugged and said meaningfully, wouldn't it be beautiful to let Naval Headquarters fight? It seems to be. Yayuai thought about it for a while, and then said seriously, this time I will go back and practice armament haki and conqueror's haki. When I practice to the same level as Kaido, my strength will definitely skyrocket. Me too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression also became serious, and said, the top powerhouses in the sea are not fuel-efficient lamps, and I have to become stronger. Boss Luo Lei, why don't we just find an island and fix it? A smile flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's golden pupils, and he said something subconsciously. Kin. Luo Lei smiled and nodded. In this battle, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hoshigaki Kisame all gained something. Letting them take a swipe is conducive to the enhancement of their strength, it just so happens that he can exchange a little lottery point and have a good lottery. Chapter 90. Not long after. The merchant ship that Luo Lei and others took left the sea slowly. Who? This sea is going to run wild. The pattern of New World has completely changed. Even the Four Emperors' life is not easy, and the other big pirates are also uncomfortable. Luo Lei's subordinates Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's strengths have all been exposed. Naval Headquarters and the world government must also be shocked, they can only take one step at a time. The times are going to run wild. Looking at the backs of Luo Lei and others leaving on the merchant ship. In this sea area, many people couldn't help showing a look of astonishment, and there was a burst of surprise in their eyes. Although I don't know where Kaido, one of the Four Emperors' beasts, was transferred to by Luo Lei's teleportation ninjutsu, but, there is no doubt that the beast's pirates lost, and they lost very thoroughly. No one knows what the consequences of a Four Emperors pirate group's fiasco will lead to, perhaps the only certainty is that the sea is going to run wild. Holy Land Marie Joyce. Inside a conference room on the top floor of Pongal Castle. The five elders were watching the live broadcast there, especially after seeing the merchant ship that Luo Lei and others were on gradually disappearing. The faces of the five elders were not very good looking, and they could see each other's eyes when they looked at each other. The shock and disbelief in it. What about a lose-lose situation? What about destroying a Four Emperors pirate group? As promised, Luo Lei and others were wiped out by the beast's Kaido? Not a single one. Luo Lei's subordinates Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen burst out with amazing strength, in turn crushed beast's pirates, and finally used ninjutsu to transfer Kaido of the beasts, but they didn't kill Kaido of the beasts anyway. In other words, this time Luo Lei stepped on the beasts and Kaido came to the throne, but none of the scenes that the five elders really wanted to see happened. What should I do now? Luo Lei stepped on the beast Kaido, and he will definitely shock the whole sea. Do you think Luo Lei can be promoted to Marine Admiral? 3 of his subordinates were promoted to Vice Admiral of the Ministry, and Substitute Admiral? 33. Absolutely not, Luo Lei is not easy to control, and his subordinates have no sense of belonging and mission to the world government. Promotion to Vice Admiral of the Headquarters is already the limit. If promoted to Marine Admiral, on the one hand, the strength of Naval Headquarters will skyrocket, and CP will can't hold back. On the other hand, Luo Lei is not easy to control, unless he can take the initiative to admit to Celestial Dragons. What should we do then? With the strength of Luo Lei and his subordinates, they have stayed in the G1 branch for a long time. If they are independent, it will be a new Naval Headquarters. Anyway, try to keep Luo Lei steady, don't let him be a pirate. Ninjutsu, that magical ninjutsu, our world government needs. Once we get teleportation ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu, our world government's rule will be more stable. Not long after. The five elders sat around a round table and made their own voices. But, obviously, the opinions of the 5 people can't be unified for a long time. Some people want to promote Luo Lei, some people don't agree, but, they want to stabilize Luo Lei, but they can't come up with the corresponding how to deal with it. For a time. The meeting has reached an impasse. It doesn't work, what should I do? I do not know how long it has been. One of the 5 elders, who was wearing a dark green suit with a bald head, said impatiently, Luo Lei's general situation has become a reality, and his 3 subordinates have combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Thief, Marine is afraid that he will not be completely suppressed. 35. It is impossible for him to be promoted to Marine Admiral. 39. After hearing this, another 5 elders with a flat hat and a scar on his left face said coldly, 3 years ago, he was hidden in the snow because of celestial dragons, and he rose after 3 years, who knows if it will get worse. So what should I do now? The bald 5 elders in a dark green suit said with disdain, we defeated the beasts pirates. If our world government doesn't say anything, then Luolei will be finished. He did it on purpose. Boom. Not to mention it's okay, as soon as he said that the 5 elders, who was wearing a flat hat and had a scar on his left cheek, slapped the table fiercely, and said coldly, with his strength, he could have left Marine long ago, but he has not been able to escape. No, this time, Kaido, the beast, has not been resolved either. I suspect that he did this on purpose, so that the world government and the naval headquarters would be at odds with each other. 99. Ninjutsu is really amazing. Why don't we let Luolei hand over teleportation ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu, as well as chakras training method, we will promote him to Admiral. Sudden. A 5 elders wearing a dark red suit and blonde hair ignored the 2 5 elders who were arguing and said cheerfully, once we can learn teleportation ninjutsu and water-style ninjutsu, our strength will at least improve. Double. The voice did not fall. The other 4 5 elders all showed a look of helplessness, and looked at the 5 elders as if they were mentally retarded. Others pressed the bottom of the box. Will you submit it voluntarily? I am afraid that Luolei will react and become a pirate simply because he has not just put forward the conditions. I'm just saying. The blonde 5 elders in a dark red suit also seemed to realize that he was too whimsical, smiled awkwardly, and immediately stopped talking. 5.5 Okay. The next moment, the 5 elders with the highest status among the 5 elders shook his head, took a deep breath, and said solemnly, whether calculating or not, where is Luolei's strength? As long as it doesn't touch ours. The bottom line is that he cannot be allowed to become a pirate. 99. So, I'm going to ask Lord Yim. Chapter 91. What? Ask Lord M. This is not good? 35. 66. Boom, boom. Perhaps too shocked. As soon as these words fell, the remaining 4 5 elders stood up in unison, showing a touch of disbelief. Obviously, they did not expect that the 5 elders with the highest status would go to the flower room to ask Iraq for instructions. Mr. M. As for who is Lord Im? It is a big secret inside the world government. To put it simply, Lord Im is the leader of the celestial dragons, the master behind the world government, the master of the void throne, living among the flowers in the deepest part of the ancient city of Marie Joyce, the Holy Land. 5 of them. It is directly responsible for Lord Im. The emergence of ninjas, coupled with the top-level Zoan Devil Fruit without side effects, are out of our control, and it is necessary to report to Lord Im. 22.99. At this time, the 5 elders with the highest status in the 5 elders said with a serious expression, Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not fuel-efficient lamps. I have a hunch that the sea will soon have a great something is going to happen. Alas, after all, Luolei and his subordinates are too strong. When it comes to this, the 5 elders with the highest status in the 5 elders have some helplessness. If the strength is weak, kill it and it will be over. If the strength is a little stronger, let the top combat power of CP0 be dealt with and it will be over. But, now Luolei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength, has been able to shake a 4 emperors pirate group, world government and naval headquarters, can't handle it, can't handle it. After all, in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy and tricks are useless. Silence. After listening to these words, there was some silence from the other 4 5 elders. Good. 35. After a few seconds, the bald 5 elders in a dark green suit nodded and said, I agree, let's ask Lord Im. I agree too. Can. The sea is about to make new waves, and only Lord Im can guide us correctly. 35. The other 3 5 elders also nodded. Boom. And at this time, after a knock on the door of the conference room, it was suddenly opened. I saw the commander of the army, Kong, with an unbelievable expression on his face, strode in and said, Lord 5 elders, something big has happened to naval headquarters. Huh? 35. Seeing that the person coming is Kong, the 5 elders, who were about to get angry, suddenly suppressed the anger in their hearts. What's the big deal? The 5 elders with the highest status in the 5 elders asked in a deep voice. 100 Beasts Kaido was transferred to naval headquarters by Luolei using ninjutsu, and now Marine San Admiral, Sengoku, Garp are suppressing him. Kong Sora took a deep breath and said in an incredible tone, now naval headquarters has been almost destroyed, but fortunately there were no casualties. It turns out that Beasts Kaido was transferred to naval headquarters by Luolei. The voice did not fall. The expressions of the 5 elders changed slightly. They were actually thinking about where Luolei would go when he rode the blue dragon incarnated by Kaido of the Beasts. Now I finally know. It turned out that the beast Kaido was transferred to Naval Headquarters. Kong said with a heavy expression, it may take half a day for Naval Headquarters to suppress the beast Kaido. Is this a master who will not suffer? Even if you can beat the beast's pirates, Naval Headquarters will have to pay a certain price. The five elders looked at each other, and each could see the firmness in their eyes. No matter what, they had to ask Lord Yuma for instructions. Lord Five Elders, what should we do now? The next moment, Kong shook his head and said with some headache, although Luo Lei is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the substitute for Admiral, but, it is definitely a ticking time bomb, if you are not careful, it will explode, killing the enemy and hurting yourself. Wait a minute. The 5 elders with the highest status among the 5 elders thought for a while and said, we have to think about it carefully before we can give an answer. Yes. Kong didn't suspect him and nodded. At this time, more than just 5 elders and Kong having a headache. The whole sea. Utterly silent. Because the newspapers headed by the News of the World conducted paid live broadcasts, after the battle was over, the news had already spread throughout the sea. When many people who didn't watch the paid live broadcast learned the news of the Beast's Pirates fiasco, almost all of them took a breath, and their cheeks were filled with extreme astonishment and disbelief. What? Why is it happening like that? The Beast's Pirates lost, and they lost miserably. Yin, one of the 3 plagues, was defeated by Hoshigaki Kisame, and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, was defeated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, just like the dead Jack the Drow. In the end, by Beast Kaido was transferred away by Luo Lei's magical ninjutsu. Although I don't know where it moved to. But, who knows, by Beast Kaido has already lost, and he has lost very thoroughly. Shocking. Countless people were shocked. To know. 100 Beasts Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, a pirate known as the strongest creature. It is also the existence that reigns on the sea, and the heaven and the earth surrender. Now it is defeated by Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, the substitute Admiral Luo Lei. Does that mean that the era of the 4 emperors has begun to be affected? How terrifying is this? For a time. In the rough sea, there was some silence invariably. Times are changing. Chapter 92. A day later. The news that Kaido was suppressed in Naval Headquarters finally spread to the whole sea. In an instant. Originally in the turbulent sea, once again a stormy sea was set off. Countless people showed a look of sudden realization. I see. Did Luo Lei transfer the Beasts Kaido to Naval Headquarters Marineford? With the strength of the Naval Headquarters, although the Kaido of the Beasts could not be killed, it was more than enough to suppress a Beast Kaido. So far, Beast's Pirates is a complete defeat. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, became a stepping stone for Luo Lei, who had just stepped into the new world. The second half of the Grand Line. The sea area where Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, is located. After watching the live broadcast and learning that 100 Beasts Kaido has been suppressed by Naval Headquarters, the entire Whitebeard pirate group was in a rare silence, and even Whitebeard, who was known as the strongest man in the world, couldn't help drinking suffocating wine. Did not expect. Really did not expect. Beasts Pirates will lose so badly. Actually. When the Beasts Pirates took the initiative, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates watched the show happily, wanting to see Luo Lei, who had just arrived in New World, being taught a lesson by Kaido the Beasts and experiencing the beatings of society. Well now, the Beasts Pirates lost. This gave the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates a vague feeling of sadness. Cough cough. I do not know how long it has been. Whitebeard, who was drinking heavily, coughed a few times because he drank too quickly. Dad, are you all right? 35. Dad, you have to take care of yourself. The next moment, after hearing this coughing sound, Marco, Jaws, Thatch, Baista and the others came back to their senses and looked at Whitebeard worriedly. No way. If Dad was hit, the consequences would be very serious. Goo la la la. Facing the concern from his sons, Whitebeard laughed abruptly, and said very freely, how can something happen to Daddy? If Kaido loses, he will also lose. Daddy is the strongest man in the world. Don't worry, as long as Dad is there, no one dares to easily attack the Whitebeard pirates. When it comes to this, Whitebeard also puffed out his chest proudly and said something confidently. Ha ha ha, Dad, we knew you were all right. 35. Dad, we'll accompany you to drink. Dad, we won't go home if we don't get drunk today. Seeing Father Whitebeard's confident appearance, the captains of the divisions, such as Marco, Jaws, Sachi and Baista, relaxed all of a sudden, and let out a series of laughter. Okay, drinking. Seeing this, Whitebeard waved his hand, took a wine jar, and drank it first. However, no one saw the flickering loneliness in Whitebeard's eyes. How old are they? The foolish sons still rely on him so much, thinking that he is omnipotent and invincible, but they don't know that even the strongest man in the world will grow old one day. The same is the second half of the Grand Line. The sea where the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Looking at the latest newspaper in my hand. The entire red hair pirates was silent for a while. And the newspaper said impressively that Naval Headquarters had suppressed Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Red-haired boss, New World seems to be changing. After a while, a pirate from the Red Hair Pirates looked a little horrified and said worriedly, Luo Lei of the New World G1 branch, isn't he a good person? If you can defeat the Beast's pirates today, you will dare to attack other 4 emperors' pirates tomorrow. Yet. 99. Upon hearing this, another Red Hair Pirates pirate responded, Red Hair boss, the New World has shaken violently, what should we Red Hair Pirates do? This Luo Lei has shown such a terrifying comprehensive strength that it makes the scalp tingle. Usopp clenched his sniper rifle tightly, and said solemnly, whether it's Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayu Ai, they all seem to have combat power comparable to that of the 4 emperors. Alas. 35. As for the deputy captain, Ben Beckman, he sighed, picked up the cigar and smoked it, obviously not wanting to say more. I don't know what to do. Red Hair Shanks took a sip of wine slowly, shrugged helplessly, and said softly, the soldiers will block the water and cover, and we Red Hair pirates can only take one step at a time. To be honest. In fact, the redhead did not expect that the Beast's pirates would lose so badly. It can only be said that Luo Lei is too deep to hide, if it does not burst out, it will shock the whole sea. Now. Red Hair pirates can only choose to stay the same. New World. In the royal palace in the central area of Dressrosa. Doflamingo, who had just returned to the palace, was sitting on the throne, looking at a newspaper in his hand, his expression changed. Beast's pirates lost. Even Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was suppressed by the naval headquarters. Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu Ai, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed the power to make the whole sea tremble. Is too strong, too pervert. I do not know how long it has been. Doflamingo gradually regained his senses, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. He used to be. Facing the beast Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, he stood like an ant, not even daring to breathe. Now, the undead Kaido that made him terrified was defeated by Luo Lei and others with a destructive force. Thinking about it, Doflamingo is secretly grateful. Fortunately, after he was defeated by Yayu Ai's men, Luo Lei did not suffer. Down killer. Otherwise, he would not be able to see the sea that was about to change suddenly. Dover, things are ready. At this time, Toripol, who had been silent for a while, wiped the snot from the corner of his mouth, and said with lingering fear, even the Beast's pirates have been defeated, which is simply shocking. 35. Okay, fur. Hearing this sentence, Doflamingo seemed to have thought of something, let out an evil laugh, and a demonic smile appeared on his face, come with me and give things to Luo Lei. I believe that he will be very satisfied. Is it? At the same time. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Boa Hancock, Hawkeye My Hawk, etc. big pirates, as well as some big families on the sea, giants of the underground dark world. After the initial silence and disbelief, they also reacted and began to think about how to deal with Luo Lei's strong rise. No way. Defeated at the Beast's pirates. After Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was suppressed. All fools know that Luo Lei of the G1 branch is already unstoppable, and maybe even naval headquarters can't hold him back. Chapter 93. The sea is turbulent. All forces are holding emergency meetings. But as the source of all the shocks, Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu Ai, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were all light. At this time. In New World. On a desert island not far from Field Island. Luo Lei, Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayu Ai, Sarutobi Hiruzen are here for post-war rest. As for Zephyr, he had already taken the captured Flame Cinder and Plague Quinn, and returned to naval headquarters to get a reward and stroke the wool for Luo Lei. Ha ha ha. Hoshigaki Kisame threw away the newspaper in his hand and laughed loudly, people are sitting at home and the pot is coming from the sky, so Marine's executives are afraid that they will scold her mother? It's not just Marine, the whole sea is shaking. Beside, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched his waist and chuckled, this time we have a lot of Kamui, the big pirates of New World may tremble. 99. That's what I want. Yayu Ai smiled confidently and said in a meaningful way, the 4 emperors have been reigning in the New World for too long, which just made them nervous, and the sea was silent for too long, which just happened to give the Lord a violent turmoil. Faced with the current situation, maybe the world government is having a meeting. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, showing sharp fangs, and said with a little anticipation, I really want to see the 040 look of the 5 elders in a dilemma. But then again, it was really cool to have a fight with Kaido of the Beasts. At this time, Yayu Ai seemed to think of something, stretched her waist, turned her head to look at Luo Lei, and said excitedly, Boss Luo Lei, when are we going to do something to the rest of the Sea Emperors? Slow down a little. Hearing this sentence, Luo Lei, who was reading the newspaper, couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said meaningfully, I just played Beast's Pirates, let's take a break and count the harvest 5. Okay, Boss Luo Lei, then I'll go to practice first. After this sentence. Maybe it's because I feel like I'm resting. Yayu Aishan smiled slyly, and with a flash of her body, she flew to the center of the deserted island. After a few seconds, accompanied by a majestic fluctuating breath, Yayu Ai in the central area of the deserted island entered the armed color lightning style chakram mode, and immediately began to try to control Conqueror's haki. Obviously, after the battle with Kaido of the Beasts, Yayu Ai has a new CCFF harvest and a new training direction. Forget it, I'm going to practice as well. I've already developed the armament and ninjutsu, and Conqueror's ninjutsu has yet to be developed. Seeing Yayu Ai's efforts, Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe. A smile flashed in his deep eyes, and he slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. Boss Luolei, then I'm going to practice too. After leaving a word not to be outdone, Hoshigaki Kisame also walked to the beach with great interest, and began to practice the armed color water style. You've all gone to practice, then I'll count the gains. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and others all left, Luolei put down the newspaper in his hand, and a look of anticipation appeared on the corner of his mouth. This time to New World, the basic purpose has been achieved. Now look at World Government and Naval Headquarters. How will you reward him? System, I want to take a look at my latest attribute panel. After a few seconds, Luolei took a deep breath, calmed down, and asked a question subconsciously. Ding, host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding, the latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 16 years old. Abilities, Shave Advanced, Iron Body Advanced, Paper Arts Advanced, Moonwalk Advanced, Tempest Kick Advanced, Finger Pistol Advanced, Observation Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Intermediate, Second Hokage Template by Senjuto Birama 100%, Flying Thunder God Technique by Namikaze Minato, Gentle Fist. Grandmaster, White Eyes, Sage Body of Senjo Hashirama. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame, Night Moon AI, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Random Draw, 0 times. Draw Points, 0. But just when Luolei was about to take a closer look. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of the God-level lottery system, defeating the Beast's pirates, thus becoming famous in the sea, and rewarding 3 free lottery chances. With the sound of the system sounding again, Luolei's expression was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help showing a confused look. That's 3 free raffles? Good luck too. Originally, he also planned to exchange the treasures copied from the King of Loan Sharks, Lu Feld, into lottery points, and have a good lottery draw. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. 3 free lottery chances presented by the system. That system, give me a random lottery first. The next moment, Luolei didn't hesitate and gave a neat order. Ding. The voice did not fall. On the large roulette wheel that Luolei could only see, the pointer began to spin rapidly. Ding, congratulations to host, congratulations to host, I have drawn a rare item White Eye Evolution card. FK, FK. Listening to the system prompts, Luolei looked startled, waved his fists, and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. No way. Luck is really good. Originally, Luolei had been thinking about how to evolve his White Eyes to Tenseigan to maximize his strength. And in the Hokage world, in general, there are 2 situations in which Tenseigan can be obtained. In the first case, it is necessary to combine the blood of the Otsutsuki family with the White Eyes of the Hyuga family to open. The second situation is formed by the fusion of a large number of White Eyes. According to Luolei's thoughts, he has already drawn his eyes, only one bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. It's good now. In one step, I drew the White Eye Evolution card. There is no need to fuse the blood of the Otsutsuki clan to evolve Bun and obtain Tenseigan. It's like stepping through the iron shoes and finding nowhere, and it takes no effort to get it. Chapter 94. System, gave me the remaining 2 random lottery draws. With the encouragement of the first free raffle, Luolei took a deep breath, suppressed the joy in his heart, and gave the order again. Ding, ding, the second random lottery draw, nothing was drawn, I hope the host will make persistent efforts. Ding, ding, the third random draw, nothing was drawn, I hope host will make persistent efforts. After a few seconds, with the pointer docked on the blank cell, the mechanical sounds of the 2 systems also sounded in Luolei's mind. J. For a moment, Luolei was a little dumbfounded. What the heck, this system really can't stand praise. The first time I drew a good thing, I thought that the second and third time would make persistent efforts, but it came directly and didn't draw anything, which was a bit irritating. Ding. Host, are you using the rare item White Eye Evolution card? Okay, let me use it. Without thinking, Luolei nodded neatly. Anyway, he is not at a loss if he has drawn the rare item White Eye's Evolution card. Just use it now. After this sentence, before Luolei could react, a strange energy poured into his pair of white eyes. In an instant, there are almost no signs. Luolei felt that his pair of white eyes seemed to be stimulated by something, and he began to suffer severe pain, and his pupils continued to shrink, which looked very strange. Have you begun to transform? Feeling the pain from the white eyes. Luo Lei, however, focused on the specific changes in Bun. To put it in a bad way, this pain is just trivial for him. Previously, when he was practicing Marine 6 styles, the pain was several times higher, and he endured it. And the fact is, this time, if someone is next to Luo Lei, you will find that the chakra that accidentally spilled out of Luo Lei has gradually turned blue. If you look more closely, you will find that Luo Lei's white eyes, which were originally almost pure white, are gradually turning into a kind of blue eyes. Perhaps it was because he sensed the fluctuations in the aura from boss Luo Lei's body. Yayuai, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Hoshigaki Kisame who were cultivating couldn't help but stop, with a look of surprise on their cheeks. How is this possible? They actually sensed the aura of menace in boss Luo Lei. Is this totally impossible? You know, after eating the top Zoan Devil Fruit and learning Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, their strength and ability have long been different. The only explanation is that boss Luo Lei also seems to be getting stronger. 1 minute. 10 minutes. 1 hour. Time passed by minute. Call. Until 2 hours later. When Luo Lei felt that the pain in his eyes was gradually disappearing, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to host, you successfully used the rare item White Eye evolution card to evolve White Eye to Tenseigan. Did you make it? Luo Lei subconsciously blinked his eyes. There was no change on the surface, but deep down inside, there was a stormy sea. In the world of Hokage, Tenseigan has the power to destroy and create. It is the ultimate manifestation of Yin escape, and its status is the same as that of Rin Egan of Sage of 6 Paths. It is very scary. In Hokage Ninja the movie, The Last, Atsutsuki Shiren uses a huge chakra lightsaber in Tenseigan Chakra mode, which is so powerful that it can even split the moon with one blow. Tenseigan Chakra mode. The next moment, as if thinking of something, when Luo Lei's mind moved, he motivated Tenseigan. With a terrifying chakra wave, a strand of blue chakra enveloped Luo Lei's body. So powerful. Perceiving the terrifying chakra energy fluctuations on his body, Luo Lei couldn't help but sighed. Before, he felt that he was strong enough. But, after entering Tenseigan Chakra mode, I realized I was wrong. Seeking flowers. Say something bad. Now in this state, the power of Senjo Tobirama's sea escape can be increased by at least several times. If it cooperates with the truth-seeking ball produced in this mode, I am afraid that even Admiral level combat power can be ignored. The only thing that is not clear is whether it can break the Logia demon fruit without blessing armament Haki. Elementalization of power. Boss Luo Lei's eyes seem to have changed. What kind of eyes are these? The blue eyes feel so scary. Could it be that the white eyes can still evolve? How come no one in the Hyuga family has successfully evolved? I don't know when. 0. Looking at Lord Luo Lei entering Tenseigan Chakra mode, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai had gathered not far away. Their expressions were horrified for a while, and their eyes were filled with wisps of disbelief. No way. It really is the state that Lord Luo Lei is in now. It's too scary. It seems that the power of destroying the world can erupt at any time. What's more, when they were in the world of Hokage, they had seen it with white eyes, as if they had never seen such blue eyes. This is Tenseigan. At this time, the corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, as if he could see the doubts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, and explained in a low voice, Tenseigan is the endpoint of the evolution of the White Eye to the ultimate, just like the Rin-Egan is the endpoint of the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan's evolution to the ultimate. Generally. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame all gasped in surprise. They understood. It turns out that Lord Luo Lei's Tenseigan is comparable to the eyes of the legendary sage of 6 Paths, Rin-Egan. That's kind of scary. Chapter 95. Don't watch it, it's really shocking. I should continue to practice. Soon. After the initial shock, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a contemplative look on his face, then he took a pipe, snorted white smoke, and went to practice Conqueror's ninjutsu again. People are more popular than dead people. I thought they were strong enough. The results of it. The boss Luo Lei came directly to a corner to overtake. Now that you have Tenseigan, once you cast it, it will definitely shake the whole sea again. Boss Luo Lei may have been infinitely close to the 6 Paths level. Yayuai took a deep breath and said in a tone full of envy, once you reach the 6 Paths level, the 4 Emperors and the Marine 3 Admiral are definitely not the same. The opponent of Lord Luo Lei. Why not? 35. 043 Hoshigaki Kisame sighed, Tenseigan, like Rin-Egan, has the power to destroy and create the world, and the sea may be overturned. In this case, we must practice harder to catch up with Lord Luo Lei's pace. Hearing this sentence, Yayuai's eyes flashed a ray of light, and he said with all due respect, I will be able to combine Conqueror's Haki with Armor Color Lightning style Chakra mode, and my strength will become stronger again. There is a metamorphosis. I've practiced armament haki to the top level of internal destruction. Hoshigaki Kisame narrowed his eyes slightly, and responded, it seems that it is not enough now, I also have to cultivate to the top of Conqueror's haki. Go. 35. Practice hard. The next moment, Hoshigaki Kisame and Yayuai went to practice with high fighting spirit as if they were fighting chicken blood. Obviously, for them, the stronger Luo Lei's boss has put them under more pressure. Only with pressure can they be motivated. They will redouble their efforts to cultivate and catch up with Luo Lei as soon as possible. Even though I can make a truth-seeking ball with Tensagen, but, it seems to be a little short of the 6 paths level. After Sarutobi Hiruzen etal left again, Luo Lei sensed the state of his body, and when his mind moved, he withdrew from the Tensagen chakram mode, showing a regretful expression. As expected, Tensagen transformed his strength once again, but, even with the blessing of Senjo Hashirama's sage body, he still did not reach the 6 paths level. Don't worry, take your time. After a few seconds, Luo Lei didn't want to think about it anymore, his body flashed, and he appeared not far away, where there were more than 130 boxes and 5 devil fruits. That's right, these boxes and devil fruit are treasures copied from the King of Loan Sharks, Lu Field. Now it's time to exchange them for lottery points, and then have a good lottery draw. System, exchange these 5 devil fruits and more than 130 boxes of treasures for lottery points. After a while, Luo Lei gave a clear-eyed command. Ding! The 5 devil fruits and more than 130 boxes of treasures were successfully exchanged, and the host gained 3.9 million lottery points, with a total of 3.9 million lottery points. Have you exchanged a total of 3.9 million lottery points? Listening to the cold sound of the system's machinery, Luo Lei nodded with satisfaction, and then ordered with a little expectation, System, exchange me for a high-level random lottery. Ding! Consume 1 million lottery points. There are 2.9 million lottery points left. A high-level random lottery exchange is successful. Host, whether to use. Use it for me. 9. The voice did not fall. Luo Lei turned his gaze to the translucent turntable that only he could see. Ding! Congrats host, congratulations host, I have drawn 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei from the character summoning card Hokage Ninja, peak period. Laugh. As the hands stopped turning, the crisp mechanical sound of the system rang out. Fortunately I had expected. The corners of Luo Lei's mouth twitched slightly, but his expression didn't change. In terms of the system's urination, the first time the character summoning card was drawn, the second time must be the devil fruit that has no side effects. As for Terumi Mei, it is the 5th Mizukage of Kirigakuer, the Land of Water, which ended the horror period of Mist Shinobi's Village of Blood Mist since the 4th Mizukage came to power, and implemented a policy of peace and openness, thus reviving Kirigakuer. She is good at using water-style ninjutsu, and has 2 blood limits of lava-style and boil-style, and her water-style water array is enough to suppress Uchiha Madara's fire-style fire extinguishing. The ability and strength are very strong. More importantly, Terumi Mei is a female ninja, she can finally be seductive. After all, looking at rough people like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuzuki Ai, and Hoshigaki Kisame all the time, my eyes will get fatigued and rusted. System, exchange me for another advanced random lottery. Not long after, Luo Lei ordered again indifferently. Ding! Consumes 1 million lottery points. There are 1.9 million lottery points left. A high-level random lottery is successfully redeemed. Host, whether to use. Use. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The second random lottery draws the bird fruit, the phantom beast, and the Suzaku form. The system is produced. It must be a high-quality product. There is absolutely no side effects. You can use it with confidence. Haha. Luo Lei shook his head, showing a calm look. What else can I say? He was clearly arranged by the system. From Hoshigaki Kisame, Yayuai, to Sarutobi Hiruzen, 5.5 is a top-quality Zoan devil fruit with no side effects. Now, Terumi Mei is equipped with a bird fruit, a phantom beast, and a Suzaku form. You can tell from the name that this devil fruit is definitely not inferior to the devil fruit eaten by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Once you eat this devil fruit, Terumi Mei's strength and physical fitness can achieve a transformation in an instant. Chapter 96. One more shot. Not long after, Luo Lei's eyes moved, he took a deep breath, and ordered, System, exchange me for another advanced random lottery. Ding! Consumes 1 million lottery points. There are 900,000 lottery points left. A high-level random lottery is successfully redeemed. Host, whether to use. Use. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The third advanced random draw has won the wood style of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. Listening to the beep sounded by the system, Luo Lei looked overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaimed. It is indeed a high-level random lottery, but it is easy to use, and I actually won the wood style of first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. As for Senjo Hashirama's wood style, the ninjas were out of breath. Even if they were as strong as Uchiha Madara, they fell behind. Now he has drawn Senjo Hashirama's wood style, plus already learned Senjo Tobirama's sea escape. It's terrifying to think about. 22 Ding, host, whether to extract wood style that fuses first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. The voice did not fall. An unfamiliar spiritual force poured into Luo Lei's mind. Immediately after, in Luo Lei's spiritual world, a young man appeared in a black tight-fitting combat uniform with a red layered armor on the outside, and the layered armor on the left shoulder had the symbol of the Senjo clan tattooed. Mystery Tree World Birth. Next moment, without any sign, a number of towering trees grew rapidly from the ground. These towering trees are like uprooted, creating a forest in an instant. And this seems to be just the beginning. After the wood-style secret technique, the birth of the tree world, the young man slapped his hands a few times and performed several wood-style ninjutsu. Wood-style flower tree world is coming. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. 66. With the use of wood-style ninjutsu one by one, the entire spiritual world has undergone earth-shaking changes. For a time, Luo Lei was dazzled and shocked. Of course, more importantly, with Senjo Hashirama performing wood style, he is also continuously receiving and integrating Senjo Hashirama's wood style experience. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour. Finally, after an hour, Luo Lei finished extracting and integrating Senjo Hashirama's wood style. With a single slap of both hands, it seems that you can use wood style. After a few minutes of perception, Luo Lei muttered to himself in disbelief, doesn't that mean that I can be like first Hokage Senjo Hashirama, clapping both hands and shouting? Unexpected joy. Absolutely a surprise. Actually, Luo Lei has never been very fond of knot seals. Now, after integrating Senjo Hashirama's wood style, you can basically slap your hands and shout whatever you want. After all, besides Hoshigaki Kisame, who is a serious ninja, in the future, I will use wood style in my left hand and see done in my right hand, and I will feel a little refreshed when I think about it. 35. After a while, Luo Lei took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement, and calmly ordered, System, call me 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Ding. Host, calling. Calling. Laugh. After a few seconds, with a burst of space fluctuations, I saw a mature woman in a blue tube top dress with a white belt around her waist and dark blue nail polish on her nails appearing right in front of Luo Lei. This is Terumi Mei at its peak? 99. Glancing at Terumi Mei with reddish-brown long curly hair, Luo Lei's mouth curled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. What else can I say? As expected of Terumi Mei. The first time he saw it, he felt a little bit. And Terumi Mei, who just appeared, squinted her eyes to look at Luo Lei after getting used to the environment, with a look of surprise on her face. Boss Luo Lei, you are quite handsome. Yes. Luo Lei raised his brows and chuckled, I'll introduce you to the basics of this world later. Okay. Terumi Mei nodded, her face unchanged, her green eyes turned, and she looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, and Hoshigaki Kisame who were cultivating. At the beginning, there was nothing, she just felt familiar chakra breath, want to see if it's an old friend. Result. The more I look at it, the more terrified I become. 4th Reikage Uai somehow entered the lightning-style chakra mode, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from his body, while the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be controlling a momentum, his hands were constantly knotted, it seemed to be I want to incorporate momentum into ninjutsu. As for Hoshigaki Kisame, who was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but standing on a sandy beach by the sea, he is actually displaying water style in a prudent manner. No, it was controlling wisps of jet-black energy that shimmered with metallic luster that she had never seen before, and she cooperated with chakra to cast water style, bursting out with extremely powerful power. What a terrible breath! 35. Terumi Mei was shocked, took a deep breath, and said incredulously, Lord Luo Lei, why do I feel that whether it is Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, they can kill me instantly? After hearing this, Luo Lei didn't say much, threw out a devil fruit 043 and said, take it and eat it. Eat this thing? 99. Terumi Mei licked her lips, a suspicious look flashed across her beautiful eyes. This is the secret treasure of the sea, devil fruit. Luo Lei explained slowly, simply put, this is a devil fruit in the form of a bird fruit, a phantom beast, and a vermilion bird without any side effects. After eating it, you will thank me. Good. 35. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei took a bite without thinking. Cough cough. In the moment of biting down, maybe devil fruit was too unpalatable, Terumi Mei couldn't help but coughed, but when Terumi Mei wanted to vomit, she found that what she had eaten had turned into a strange energy and poured into her body. In an instant, a terrifying wave of power swept out from Terumi Mei's body. Immediately afterwards, a giant bird wrapped in flames appeared on the island. Chapter 97. After the appearance of Suzaku in the incarnation of Terumi Mei, a monstrous heat shot straight into the sky, and the temperature of this sea area rose a few degrees. Boss Luolei, I feel like I'm getting stronger. Laugh. With a surprised voice. Suzaku, who was incarnated by Terumi Mei, shook his wings excitedly. Shock. It's really shocking. Terumi Mei never dreamed. I just ate a sea treasure with no side effects given by the boss of Luolei, and he was able to achieve a complete transformation. To put it bluntly, in the state of Suzaku, she can use lava style and boil style, which can definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort, and the power will be multiplied and multiplied. More importantly, she felt that her physical fitness had also undergone a qualitative change, and there was no problem in fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. I didn't expect that even 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei was summoned by boss Luolei. Ha ha ha, Terumi Mei became stronger after eating devil fruit. After learning Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, Terumi Mei's lava style and boil style will be more pervert. 35. Looking at Terumi Mei, who was transformed into Suzaku in midair, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai and Hoshigaki Kisame, who were cultivating involuntarily stopped and made a sound of feeling. As a ninja. Now they have learned Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles. It can be said to be like a fish in water. Ability and strength have been improved to varying degrees. Terumi Mei, please get used to it first. At this time, looking at Terumi Mei, who was excited in midair, Luolei shook his head and said something with a light smile. Okay. 99. Swish. Accompanied by a cracking sound. Suzaku, who was Terumi Mei's incarnation, shook his wings wrapped in flames, and disappeared in midair with a flash of his body. System, I want to take a look at my latest attribute panel. After Terumi Mei left, Luolei thought for a while, and asked a little curiously. Ding, host's latest property panel is being generated. Ding, the latest attribute panel is generated. Host, Luolei. Age, 16 years old. Abilities, Shave Advanced, Iron Body Advanced, Paper Arts Advanced, Moonwalk Advanced, Tempest Kick Advanced, Finger Pistol Advanced, Observation Haki Advanced, Armament Haki Advanced, Conqueror's Haki Top, 2nd Hokage Senjoto Byramas Template 100%, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God Technique, Gentle Fist Grandmaster, Tensagen, Senjo Hashirama's Sage Body. Character Summons, Hoshigaki Kisame, Night Moon AI, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Terumi Mei. Random Draw, 0 times. Draw Points, 900,000 Draw Points. As expected, Marine 6 styles has reached the top level, Armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki have all reached the top level. A quick glance around. Luolei showed a thoughtful expression. As Bun evolves into Tensagen, many of his abilities have been improved in quality. For example, Conqueror's Haki, which was just intermediate, has now been directly promoted to the top level. If the top Armament Haki can be destroyed internally, then the top Conqueror's Haki can also be wound, and its strength is far greater than that of Armament Haki. There are only a few, only the top strong can do it. Not to mention the advanced Marine 6 styles. That means he can use an extension of Marine 6 styles. It feels okay. 99. After a few seconds, Luolei put away the property panel. Now, after evolving White Eyes to Tensagen, his abilities and strengths have undergone a qualitative change, and he is waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayuai, Hoshigaki Kisame, and Terumi Mei to train well. All is ready except for the opportunity. At the same time, Holy Land, Marie Joyce. Among the flowers in the deepest part of the ancient city of Pan, I saw the five elders kneeling on the ground very respectfully. Directly ahead, above the void throne, a shadow-covered person is sitting there. That's right. This is impressively the leader of celestial dragons, the master behind world government. I really didn't expect that after so many years, such a tyrannical ninja could still appear in the sea, and he even ate the devil fruit with no side effects. I do not know how long it has been. An indifferent voice sounded. I'm Sama. After hearing this, the 5 elders with the highest status among the 5 elders said cautiously, what should we do now? After defeating the beast's pirates, Luolei's momentum has risen. Yes. Another 5 elders said with a trembling voice, we don't know that Luolei is hiding so deeply. Alas. 35. An icy sigh sounded, and Im's eyes that seemed to be able to see the future flashed a ray of doubt, and said indifferently, since it can't be suppressed, just wait and see what happens. 55. What? The 5 elders were a little confused, apparently not knowing what Mr. Yim wanted to express. I have lived for more than 800 years, and I can't see Luolei at all, I don't know where he came from, and I don't know what he wants to do, so wait a minute. Seemed to be muttering to himself, and seemed to have thought of something, and said calmly, the variables of the sea have appeared, whether it's the face, is it good, to the D family, or the sudden appearance of ninjas, we all beg for change with the same thing. 5. But. Enough. The next moment, just when one of the 5 elders was about to say something, he was interrupted by Yumo neatly. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Whether it's the world government or marine, don't mess with Luolei for the time being, isn't he the vice admiral and the substitute admiral of naval headquarters? Since the Beast's pirates have been defeated, then promote him to Marine's 4th Admiral. Chapter 98. What? Promote Luolei as Marine's 4th Admiral. After hearing this, there is a dead silence among the flowers. In an instant, the bodies of the five elders were all frozen there, and there was only one sound of gasping for air. No way. They never thought. Lord Im will say something like this. To actually promote Luolei, from Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, to Substitute Admiral, to be directly promoted to the 4th Admiral of Naval Headquarters. It's pretty incredible. To know. There have always been only 3 Admiral at Naval Headquarters. Now to break the routine, there is no doubt that there are some inappropriate. As for the reason, on the one hand, the world government is worried that there are too many Marine Admiral and it is difficult to control, on the other hand, it is worried that Marine is too strong and CP cannot effectively contain Marine. You just need to execute the order. At this time, Im didn't care so much, and said indifferently, I'm tired, let's rest for a while. Okay. 99. The five elders opened their mouths and wanted to say something, but in the end they could only bow their heads respectfully and exit the flower room without even breathing. There is nothing to say, as the top leaders of the world government and the pillars of the world government, they do not have the courage to refute and question the Lord Yumo, and all they can do is to carry out the orders of the Lord Yumo. Even ninjas were born, and the sea is really getting more and more interesting. 043. After the 5 elders left, Im stuck his saber on Luolei's photo and muttered to himself, the people from the D family didn't appear, but the ninja appeared first. Could it be that the prediction was wrong? And the top Zoan devil fruit with no side effects, how did it come about? For a time. I'm on the void throne, his expression is changing. Forget it, let the bullet fly for a while, don't you explode? Then promote you as Marine Admiral, I'll see what you want to do. Finally. Im closed his eyes. The dead silence of the past is restored between the flowers. At the same time. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. After the suppression of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, the entire naval headquarters began to be rebuilt. On the top floor of the headquarters fortress, in a conference room, Marshal Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu, as well as the hero Garp, the Crane staff, and Zephyr all gathered here. At this time, in addition to Zephyr, Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others didn't look very good looking. After all, this time naval headquarters suffered a bad loss. I thought it would be a good show, but Luolei played a lot. And when Zephyr described what happened in New World in detail, even though he watched the live broadcast, it still caused Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Sengoku, and the Crane staff to be shocked. Even Garp was a little surprised a moment. This time, Luolei also asked me to bring back Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, saying that they wanted to get a bounty from naval headquarters. Perhaps it was almost the same. Zephyr took a deep breath and meant something. Said, Luolei also wants the bounty of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors. What? Boom. With the sound of a knock on the table. Sengoku's expression changed slightly, he couldn't help but patted the table and scolded, Zephyr, did you make a mistake? Naval headquarters is being rebuilt now, we didn't have trouble with Luolei, he still had the nerve to offer a reward to naval headquarters? 5. Besides, when Kaido is not dead, Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, are hot potatoes, even if they are caught, they must be released. Well, so scary. Kizaru's wretched cheeks twitched slightly. This Luolei, I'm convinced. Aokiji shook his head helplessly, and chuckled, if you get it cheap, you can still sell it, transfer the Beast Kaido to naval headquarters, let us take over the order, and now I still want the Beast Kaido offers a bounty. Can't give, absolutely can't give. Akainu clenched his fists tightly, and said coldly with a gloomy expression, if you have the ability, you can kill Kaido, the beast, and we will give as much bounty as he wants. After saying this, Akainu also clenched his fists in embarrassment. This time, Luolei moved the Beast Kaido to naval headquarters and caught them by surprise. What makes them even more embarrassed is that, after suppressing the Beast's Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, they could only watch the Beasts and Kaido leave? As for the impel down, don't joke, facing the Beasts, Kaido can't be killed. The monster, locked into impel down, Marine can only take his own, CCFF, humiliation. Luolei said he only needs 7 billion Baileys. Hearing these words, Zephyr seemed to have expected it long ago, and said unhurriedly, if you don't give it, he will often throw Kaido the Beast to naval headquarters when he is bored. What? Only 7 billion Baileys? And often tossing Kaido, the Beast, to naval headquarters. Is there a mistake? He is also naval headquarters Vice Admiral, Substitute Admiral, how could he do such a thing? Bang! 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 The next moment, with the sound of standing up from the chair one after another, Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, couldn't help but stand up, their expressions were a bit of surprise. Threaten. This is a blatant threat. When I thought of the scene where Kaido was thrown into naval headquarters every now and then, Even Garp, who was eating snacks, and Staff Officer Crane, who was drinking hot tea, all showed a headache. When they met such a Marine Vice Admiral who didn't dare to play cards with common sense, Marine really lost 8 lives. What's even more bloody, Naval Headquarters doesn't seem to have retorted yet. Luo Lei transferred the beasts Kaido to Naval Headquarters, they couldn't kill them by themselves, they let them go when they suppressed them. Also, Yin and Quinn, one of the 3 plagues, were indeed escorted to Naval Headquarters. It was Naval Headquarters who was concerned about the beasts, Kaido, and let them go. Boo. Boo. But. Just at this time. The phone bug on the table suddenly rang. Sengoku took a deep breath and picked up the phone bug. Hey, this is Naval Headquarters, I'm Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku, I'm Kong. The phone bug. Kong Sora's very serious voice came out. Commander Air. Sengoku asked in a deep voice, is something wrong? The latest instructions from the 5 elders to promote Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, to replace Admiral Luo Lei, as Marine's 4th Admiral, codename Ninjin, 5. The phone bug. Kong Sora's tone also seemed a little unbelievable. What? The voice did not fall. Even Sengoku couldn't help exclaiming. What? Did you hear it right? Marine about to appear in the 4th Admiral? World government's 5 elders is not taking the wrong medicine, is it? Once upon a time. In order to deal with the increasingly powerful pirates, Sengoku has asked the world government countless times, and wants to recruit the world and expand the number of marine admirals. But it was rejected again and again by the world government. For a long time, Sengoku himself had given up. Now the 5 elders of the world government actually took the initiative to promote Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral. What a terrific sun coming out from the west. Chapter 99. Commander Kong, are the 5 elders really going to promote Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral? After pondering for a while, Sengoku still said something unbelievable. I have already reported all the information about Luo Lei to the world government, he doesn't have any awe of the world government and celestial dragons, and he does things too. Unbridled. Once you've been promoted to Marine's 4th Admiral, there's a high chance of things going wrong. When it comes to this, Sengoku showed a wry smile. If it was another monster-level combat power, he would be promoted to Marine's 4th Admiral, he would welcome it with all his hands, but to promote Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral, he was not happy in his heart. Alas. 35. The phone bug. Kong couldn't help sighing and said, I know what you want to say, and I understand what you are worried about, but this is the order of the 5 elders of the world government, and no one can go against it, except to execute it, had no choice. Find a time and tell the whole sea. 99. Boo. Boo. After this sentence, without waiting for Sengoku to say anything, on the other end of the phone bug came the voice of Kong hanging up the phone bug. Quiet. The entire conference room was dead silent. Originally everyone was still debating whether to give Luo Lei a huge bounty of 7 billion. Well now, there is no need to argue, the 5 elders of the world government have issued an order to promote Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, to replace Admiral Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral. This is completely breaking the rules and precedents, opening a first for Marine. Because all along, there are only 3 Admiral in Naval Headquarters. Well now, a Luo Lei, directly breaking the convention. Damn, how could this be? A few seconds later, Akainu's expression was extremely ugly, and he yelled, promoting the arrogant Luo Lei to Marine's 4th Admiral, and also codenamed Ninja God, this is because he is trying to get along with us Marine. Sengoku stood there with a gloomy face, patted the table again, and said, is there something wrong with the 5 elders' brains? They gave such a stupid order, don't they know that once Luo Lei is promoted to Marine Admiral, will it be more unscrupulous? 99. Obviously Sengoku was completely shocked, and even in front of Marine executives, he directly scolded 5 elders. At first, Luo Lei offended celestial dragons. However, he personally ordered Luo Lei to be transferred to the West Blue T3 branch, leaving Luo Lei to fend for himself. Well now, this Luo Lei, after 3 years, suddenly rose up and started to slap him in the face step by step, and now became Marine's 4th Admiral, and slapped his face even more. What is the use of him being the marshal? He has become a tool of the world government. Hearing Sengoku scold the 5 elders, Aokiji, Kizaru, and the others froze for a moment, then pretended not to hear anything. Only Zephyr couldn't help laughing after the initial shock, poured a cup of hot tea on his own, and drank it happily. Although I don't understand why 5 elders suddenly changed S**X. But, promoting Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral is obviously beneficial to Luo Lei, at least it can raise Luo Lei's prestige, and it will shake the sea. It's scary. Soon. After the initial shock, Kizaru shook his head very slyly and sighed, this time, it will be a big trouble. Marine's 4th Admiral, codenamed Ninja God. Aokiji murmured a few words, his expression fluctuating, he didn't know what he was thinking. Do you really want to do this? Akainu turned his gaze to Sengoku in vain, water dripped from his dark face, and a terrifying heat wave rose from his body at an unknown time. Sengoku took a deep breath and nodded helplessly. This is the order of the 5 elders, and Naval Headquarters has no right or reason to disobey. After a sigh, a flash of determination flashed in Sengoku's eyes, and he said solemnly, Counselor Crane, tell the C-35. Okay, okay. Staff officer, he nodded with deep eyes, and a hint of doubt flashed in his deep eyes. In fact, she still has some doubts about why the 5 elders suddenly promoted Luo Lei as the 4th Admiral of Marine. It is incomprehensible, not to mention that the former Luo Lei was hidden because he offended the celestial dragons of seeking flowers. The next moment, Sengoku seemed to think of something, frowned, and said, as for the bounty, give it to him at half. There is nothing to say, there are many things, if you can't figure out why, then you can't do it without thinking. Anyway, no matter what happens, it will be the fault of the world government and the 5 elders. Understood. After saying this, Staff Officer Crane got up and left the conference room. Zephyr, what do you think? After Staff Crane left, Sengoku turned his eyes and looked at Zephyr, who had not spoken. 0. I don't know, this move by the world government is too surprising. Garp took a bite of the senbei, and then said somewhat incredulously, the world government seems to be deliberately killing Luo Lei, but with the strength of Luo Lei and his subordinates, can they really kill Luo Lei? Killing? Hearing these words, Akainu smiled disdainfully, got up, and said, a ninja who is so arrogant that he was promoted to the 4th Admiral in Marine, the world government is afraid that it's not trying to steal chickens without losing money. The sea is shaking again. Kizaru shrugged, shook his head sighingly, and walked out of the conference room with a condescending pace. It's off-duty time now, and he doesn't want to work overtime. The next day. That is, the Sea Circle Calendar 1514 May 8th. For defeating the Beast's pirates, playing Marine's momentum and prestige. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the substitute Admiral Luo Lei, was officially promoted by the world government to become Marine's 4th Admiral, codenamed Ninja. When the news came out, the whole world shook. Chapter 100. No way. Countless people on the sea did not think that Marine will break the rules and traditions and directly promote Luo Lei as Marine's 4th Admiral, codenamed Ninja God. Originally, after the Beast's pirates were defeated, the whole sea, the eyes of countless people have already converged on Naval Headquarters, wanting to see how Naval Headquarters will reward Luo Lei. Don't look at it now. Naval Headquarters will not be released. The first shot was Wang Zai, who directly promoted Luo Lei to Marine's 4th Admiral. For a time, the whole sea is surging with dark tides again. In particular, many of the big pirates in the New World and the giants of the underground dark forces are even more trembling. No one knows what big things Luo Lei will do after being promoted to 043 as Marine's 4th Admiral. With the experience of Beast's pirates, even Red Hair pirates, Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates have virtually entered a state of preparation. As for Beast's pirates, it doesn't seem to be so powerful now, after Kaido of the Beasts was suppressed and released by Marine. Carrying the released Yin and Quinn, he shrank to Wanakuni like a bereaved dog, seemingly licking his wounds secretly, waiting for the next crazy outbreak. Therefore, in this situation, as Marine's new admiral, Luo Lei, who represents Marine's highest combat power, has become the focus of countless pirates in the New World. At the same time, New World. On a calm sea, a Marine's top warship is slowly sailing. On deck, Luo Lei, Terumi Mei, Yayu Ai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who have already finished their practice, are gathering together. Besides, An and Bins, who just graduated from recruit camp. That's right, these 2 Marine recruits were forcibly put into Luo Lei by Zephyr. In Zephyr's words, even if you are going the elite route, you still need to serve tea, collect information, and handle internal affairs. It just so happened that 2 of his best students had just graduated, and they were packaged for you. To this, Luo Lei did not refuse either. As an admiral, he also wants to enjoy some admiral-level treatment. Boss Luo Lei, the code name Marine gave you is okay. Looking at a newspaper in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, smoking a pipe, Ninja, it smells like first Hokage Senjo Hashirama. Is acceptable. Hearing this, Hoshigaki Kisame nodded with a smile, and said in surprise, I thought the world government and Marine would pretend to be dead? But I didn't expect that it would be the first to promote Luo Lei's boss as Marine's 4th Admiral. Humph, it counts world government and Marine getting to know each other. Yayu Ai smiled disdainfully, snorted coldly, and said disapprovingly, 7 billion bounty, only 3.5 billion bounty was sent, I will definitely go to Naval Headquarters when I have time to question Sengoku 5. Just put on Naval Headquarters Marine Ford and forget it. Upon hearing this, Terumi Mei, who was eating at first, seemed to be interested, blinked her eyes, and said, with our strength, even if we go to Naval Headquarters, we can turn our hands into clouds and turn our hands into rain. 35. I agree. A flash of excitement flashed in Hoshigaki Kisame's eyes, and he said, "What is Marine Admiral?" In fact, the boss Luo Lei should become Marines Marshal, Independent Marine, and become the real Marine King. Once Lord Luo Lei becomes the Marine King, we will play as Admiral from the Dragon Minister. When it comes to this, Hoshigaki Kisame also said cursingly, at that time, the world government, celestial dragons, and 4 emperors will all play in the mud. This sea will be our ninja's world. 99. Listening to Hoshigaki Kisame and Terumi Mei's diabolical dialogue, Anne and Binz, who had been standing beside them pouring tea and pouring water, couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and wisps of cold sweat poured out of their foreheads, and their bodies trembled a few times. Want to cry? Anne and Binz both wanted to cry. The two were packaged by teacher's effort and given to Luo Lei. I thought it was a good thing, but in the end, I heard something like the Marine King, Independence, Naval Headquarters, etc., these outrageous words, if it spreads out, the sea, world government, Naval Headquarters will be shaken. Fan? Did not hear. We didn't hear anything. In the end, Anne and Binz shook their heads and said a few words in their hearts. All right. At this time, looking at Anne and Binz who were terrified with cold sweat on their faces, Luo Lei couldn't help smiling and said, let's not talk about that for now, let's think about which 4 emperors to play with. Actually, Luo Lei didn't even think of it. Marine in the world government would be so bold to promote him as Marine's 4th Admiral. Now that you have been promoted, then find something to do in New World. If you want to look for it, look for the Whitebeard pirates. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a pipe, exhaled a puff of white smoke, and said with a smile, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the sea, only by defeating him, Luo Lei sir, you can justifiably become the strongest ninja in the world. 39. Can. I agree too. 5.5. The strongest man in the world can only be Lord Luo Lei. With the beginning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuzuki Ai, Hoshigaki Kisame, Terumi Mei also made their own voices. Obviously, I want Luo Lei to fight Whitebeard. After all, from West Blue to New World, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yayu Ai, Hoshigaki Kisame shot, Luo Lei almost never really shot. Now is the time to shoot and shock the sea. P.S. Kneeling and begging for a reward, collection. Flowers and comments, cute new. Thank you readers.